thought to himself. This manga should be presented along with the animation to achieve the best effect. In terms of dissemination, manga still falls short compared to animation. If it were just a manga, how would the people in Wei continent who don't read manga realize the charm of this work? Fortunately, Lin Yuan has Starlight as a backup. He will arrange with Starlight, and there will be a dedicated team to start producing the animation for Doraemon. By then, Lin Yuan plans to bring out all the classic songs from the animation. Manga, animation, songs, all three together. Doraemon will be with you. Let dreams shine. Chapter 1304, 1088, Advertising. There are many anecdotes about Doraemon. At the end of one panel in the comic, Doraemon and Nobita smile and say, "Japan has been defeated." This caused huge controversy in Neon. Countless Japanese people complained and criticized the author Fujiko. Even their national newspapers furiously questioned, "Is defeat something to be said with a smile?" These Neon readers thought that Fujiko's plot disrespected Neon and betrayed their own country. However, author Fujiko was very tough. After being criticized by domestic public opinion, not only did he not change the plot, but in the later film versions, he let Nobita and Doraemon cheer and dance for Neon's defeat. In fact, not just Fujiko. Others, including animation master Hayao Miyazaki, have also reflected their anti-war thoughts in their works many times. Especially in Song of the Wind, they also faced certain doubts and condemnation, but they all persisted. To face history head-on. To admit mistakes. Perhaps this is the real sense of social responsibility that comic artists should have. This is probably also one of the reasons why some island country comic artists have achieved international fame and even won the love and respect of countless people in other countries. Maybe it was remembering this incident. In the following days, Lin Yuan drew with even more joy. And once he had accumulated a substantial number of drafts, Lin Yuan finally contacted the CEO and requested that the Starlight Animation Department produce the animated version as soon as possible. He wanted to do a big long series. Of course, the CEO had no objections. Once Lin Yuan and the CEO spoke, the company's efficiency was naturally very high. The production team was quickly assembled and completed, and these people would devote their full attention to this new animation. The director was the company's best. The voice actors were also top-notch in the industry. However, while all these tasks were going smoothly, the news of the new animation by Shadow was not disclosed to the public. These days, because more people have recently been reading The Martian through word-of-mouth fermentation, Chu Kuang's fame in Wei continent has grown even larger. I've finally finished The Martian. I've also revisited some of Chu Kuang's other works. Only after viewing many of Chu Kuang's works can I truly understand why the phrase, "admire Xian Yu in the South, praise Chu Kuang in the North," is popular in all continents. Both individuals are top figures in their respective fields. Actually, many people from Wei do not know that there is a following line to that saying. What's the next line? Shadow stands at the center. Who is this incredible person? A good friend of Chu Kuang and Xian Yu. These three people are all from Qin continent, and netizens from Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei collectively call them three bros, and their works often have crossover events. Turns out they are friends. This Shadow must have been included just to make it rhyme. Otherwise, how could a comic artist be named alongside these two? Well then, even if netizens from different continents have specially reminded or introduced Shadow's illustrious achievements in the comic circle, people from Wei still do not really recognize this view, because people from Wei have not had a direct experience with it. Music, novels. These two fields have their prestige set in stone. Comics, on the other hand, are just a branch of the field of painting. Even, comics are not held in high regard within the painting hierarchy. They are at the very bottom of the painting community's disdain chain. In other words, they only acknowledge the statement, "Admire Xian Yu in the South, praise Chu Kuang in the North." The soul of Shadow has been restless lately. Every day, Lin Yuan logs into Shadow's account to check the news. When Lin Yuan realized that Wei continent's netizens didn't acknowledge Shadow as being on par with Starlight and Chu Kuang, he was getting increasingly restless. The comic is currently being drawn. The animation is currently in production. The speed of both is very fast. It's time to boost Shadow's presence. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan used Shadow's account to post an update. The new manga Doraemon will be released next month, along with its animated version featuring science fiction elements. Hope everyone will like it. New manga? Science fiction elements? Releasing next month? Shadow's influence may not be great in Wei continent, but in Qin, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and the other continents, such a statement doesn't exist. The comments section burst into laughter instantly. Too much information. The hints are too obvious. Everybody guessed Shadow's intention in a flash. He's panicking. He's really panicking. Ha ha ha. A new manga with science fiction elements. We all know what the goal is without saying. This is a well-prepared move. Directly targeting Wei continent's market. You actually got incited into doing it. Shadow. Heard that people in Wei think I'm not on the same level as Chu Kuang and Starlight. The three brothers once again opt to move forward together, with Chu Kuang and Starlight making waves in Wei continent. Shadow finally couldn't sit still and made his move. Do you think this will work? Hard to say. Shadow's previous comics did reach Wei continent, but they didn't explode in popularity quickly. Unless he comes out with a world-class work. World-class works are not so easy to create. Take, for instance, Omara-chan, that Shadow recently released. It's great, but definitely not what one would call a world-class work. But after all, Shadow is the god of comics. Several of Shadow's previous works can indeed be called world-class. World-class comics might not necessarily succeed. Comics are still a preference of the young, unlike novels or music which cater to all ages, including Shadow's past comics. Their influence remains mostly within the student demographic. Netizens discussed variously. However, Lin Yuan didn't continue to pay attention. After posting the update, Lin Yuan immediately headed to the company to find U Dynasty's singers to record the music related to Doraemon. All kinds of insert songs, all kinds of theme songs, all kinds of ending songs. Let U Dynasty take charge of them all. Lin Yuan understood that winning over Wei continent's market wouldn't be easy. Starlight had the heat from Blue Song Olympics. Chu Kuang had help from the Galaxy Awards for promotion, but Shadow didn't have these external boosts. Lin Yuan could only find boosts himself. Getting U Dynasty to record-related music was one of those boosts. After all, following the Blue Song Olympics, U Dynasty had made a name for themselves in Wei continent. With a track record of champion glory, their participation could give the comics and animation a massive promotional push. As for the second boost, Lin Yuan chose to have Starlight and Chu Kuang make endorsements. Right after recording the music that evening, Starlight announced publicly that U Dynasty would take on all music for Doraemon. Soon after, Lin Yuan used Starlight's account to post an update. I recommend everyone to watch Shadow's latest work, Doraemon. And then, Lin Yuan posted a similar update using Chu Kuang's account. Please look forward to Shadow's latest work, Doraemon. Starlight, Chu Kuang, U Dynasty. To make the name of Doraemon known, Lin Yuan utilized every boost he could. At this moment, Wei continent finally turned their attention to it. Chapter 1305, 1089, Blue Fatty. Xianyu is helping with the advertisement. Chu Kuang is helping with the advertisement. The singers from the U Dynasty are also leveraging their influence to advertise Doraemon. The effect of this advertising is quite exaggerated. You should know that Xianyu and Chu Kuang are already explosively popular in Wei continent. Although the U Dynasty represents Qin continent in the Blue Song Olympics, their singers have also conquered countless people from Wei continent. Under such circumstances, it's difficult for the people of Wei continent to not pay attention to Shadow and Doraemon. Shadow, Doraemon. Isn't Shadow that Qin person who is said to be on par with Xianyu and Chu Kuang? This has piqued my curiosity. I'll check out this work when it's out. I'm not interested in manga, but I might take a look at the animation. I'm not into manga or animation, but the fact that the U Dynasty participated in the music recording is quite appealing to me. The whole U Dynasty is on board. The music lineup is quite luxurious. I looked at the general introduction of the animation. It seems like this work also has sci-fi elements. Kind of interesting. Not just kind of interesting, it's extremely interesting. You would understand if you've read Shadow's comics. Shadow is the god of comics. It has to be said, although Shadow's fame in Wei continent hasn't reached the heights of Xianyu and Chu Kuang, there are still some people who have come across his works and fallen deeply in love with them. Right now, seeing these promotions, the netizens from Wei Continent who have become fans of Shadow immediately help with the advertising with all their might. After this back and forth, a lot of people from Wei Continent have gained an impression of Doraemon. Don't underestimate the effect of such advertising. Even if many people who have an impression of the work don't go out of their way to watch it, they are likely to give it a few curious glances when they come across it by chance. It is these few glances that might just convert these people into regular viewers. Just like how we hear advertisements for Emma electric vehicles every day. We might not purchase an Emma electric vehicle because of these ads. However, when we want to buy an electric vehicle, we will definitely consider this brand more, given its fame. This is the real reason why many brands go all out with crazy advertising. And while these advertisements are being released, the time has come to the end of June. Strike while the iron is hot. Starlight didn't let Lin Yuan fight alone. An even larger scale of advertising offensive erupted, mostly concentrated in Wei Continent. Why? Because in the Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao areas, there is no need to invest too much in advertising anymore. Shadow himself is a gold-lettered signboard. Under the effect of such targeted advertising, Doraemon hadn't aired yet, but had already been remembered by many people from Wei Continent. The time was finally ripe. July 1st. Shadow's new work, Doraemon, officially went online, releasing 20 episodes in one go. At the same time, the animated version officially aired, releasing 6 episodes in one go. Countless people from the 6 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao tuned in to watch right away. On Wei Continent, many Wei people influenced by the advertisement finally couldn't suppress their curiosity and clicked on the animation. It's not just because of the advertising effect. It also carries the curiosity of countless Wei Continent people. What exactly allows Shadow to rank alongside Xianyu and Chu Kuang? Earth. The year 2013. Doraemon became a special ambassador for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic bid. This ambassadorial role already demonstrates the value of this work. Earth. The year 2016. An institution once conducted a survey on the favorability of Japanese brands across more than 20 countries and regions worldwide. To everyone's surprise, the survey results showed that Doraemon ranked first in favorability among all kinds of Japanese works. And in the recognition survey, although Doraemon lost to the Dragon Ball series and Pokémon, it won over the well-known Dead Sea of Fire. Why did Lin Yuan choose Doraemon? Is it merely because of that magical pocket and the various fantastical gadgets, along with the omnipresent sci-fi elements? Of course not. In fact, the sci-fi elements are secondary. After all, Shadow's previous manga Gundam also contained sci-fi elements, with plenty of space warfare plots. In fact, the real reason Lin Yuan chose this work is because it's the work he can imagine having the widest audience. That's right, audience. This is truly the most formidable aspect of Doraemon. Lin Yuan even dares to assert that, in terms of the breadth of audience demographics, Blue Fatty is absolutely unbeatable and unique. Impressive isn't Dead Sea of Fire? Yet it lost to Blue Fatty in the recognition survey. Even Dragon Ball's fan base is predominantly male and generally not very old. Although the fans have aged now, haha. Meanwhile, Doraemon's fan base has the smallest gender ratio gap amongst top-tier anime works. For words, appeals to both genders. Let's talk about age. Dead Sea of Fire has a largely youthful fan base. But the age span of Doraemon's fan base is extremely wide. From children to the young to the old, none can resist Blue Fatty's charm. For words, suitable for all ages. An all-family-friendly work covering males and females, old and young. Who else but Doraemon? Lin Yuan can't think of any other. Only such a work could help Shadow quickly conquer the Wei Continent market and spark a true national craze. Therefore, Lin Yuan's move isn't just about conquering Wei Continent, but also aims to increase Shadow's manga audience, such as the previously untapped yet incredibly important younger demographic. This negligence is unacceptable. Xianyu's classic children's songs, Chu Kuang's fairy tale town series stories. These two have long won over the kids, and yet Shadow, the manga artist, hasn't conquered them? There's no helping it. Lingering Fire Sea, no matter how excellent, struggles to spark interest in children, and this is determined by the style and type of the work. Shadow's works are usually action-packed, geared towards young adults. But children won't refuse Doraemon. Adults watching it with kids won't feel bored or childish either. Probably no one anticipated Shadow going for a route appealing to all ages, utterly broadening the upper limit of his manga audience. This is indeed the real reason Lin Yuan decided to bring out Doraemon. He too wanted to win over the children. As Chu Kuang and Shadow's works become more diverse, Shadow, of course, needs to be comprehensive too. Who doesn't have a childlike heart? Speaking of which, if the so-called god of comics from Blue Star can't even conquer children, then can they really call themselves the god of comics? And at this moment, the power of Blue Fatty is already starting to show. Chapter 1306, 1090, Dream Chaser Boy. Qin Continent. When Doraemon crawled out of Nobita's drawer. This is Shadow's new work. I thought it would be a mainstream manga like Naruto, but it turned out to be this kind of family-friendly work. This guy really plays by his own rules. Qi Continent. When Nobita was beaten up by John. Ha ha ha. This male protagonist is really so weak. Isn't this supposed to be for kids? Why am I actually enjoying watching this so much? Chu Continent. When Doraemon was obsessed with dorayaki. Dorayaki is our Chu Continent specialty. Watching this feels so homely. He's still a gluttonous cat. I feel like it's a big blue chubby cat. Super cute. Yin Continent. When Blue Fatty took out the high-tech gadget bamboo dragonfly from his pocket. Oh whoa, so interesting. Doraemon is simply the protagonist's invincible lucky charm. Humorous and entertaining stories continue to unfold. Time and again Nobita runs into trouble, and Doraemon keeps helping him solve his problems. Even though Doraemon constantly finds himself in awkward situations, looking pretty unreliable, audiences from all continents can't help but burst into joyful laughter. And at this time, the comic circles of each continent are also watching the animation. Though the manga has been released, the animation is everyone's first choice. A funny, heartwarming, and healing daily story. Is this really Shadow's latest work? I can hardly imagine the author of Death Note could create something so humorous and fun. It's so relaxing to watch. Why do I feel like this animation is going to be a hit? It's definitely going to be a hit. This kind of family-friendly work is ostensibly more juvenile, but we adults are actually thoroughly enjoying it. Shadow is just too versatile. Come to think of it, Himuto Amara-chan was his first attempt at a daily lifestyle, and before that, we never imagined Shadow could create such endearingly cute content. Han Continent. In the blink of an eye, another episode, and the classic gadget anywhere door appeared. Spatial teleport. These illogical sci-fi elements. I have a bold idea. In many households, it was the adults who started watching, with the kids initially having little interest. However, soon, the children were drawn to the screen. Perhaps it was the special dubbing in the animation that was particularly attractive to kids. For example, in a family from Zhao Continent, the scene seemed a bit strange. The parents were watching the animation, while the kids were initially playing with toys beside them, but before long, they crowded in front of the screen. Wow, what is this animation? Doraemon. Mom, Nobita is so silly. John is so mean. We have a girl in our class named Shizuka too. Nobita likes Shizuka. Xiaofu's mouth looks so weird. The children's innocent chatter surprised the parents, who then realized that this seemed more like an animation for kids, but the adults didn't find it boring in the slightest. Watching the animation, the family snuggled together. Episode 6. Doraemon pulled out a new gadget. 2 bottles of mood perfume. One that makes you do things slower, and one that makes you do things slower. Doraemon sprayed the fast perfume and became impatient. Nobita sprayed the slow perfume and raced against a snail. The entire process was full of laughs. This animation doesn't resort to the glitch of the protagonist showing off a golden finger. Although Nobita obtained a golden finger, he never achieves his goal, and each time, things go awry in the most hilariously unfortunate ways, ending the farce. The audience from all continents ended the 6th episode amidst laughter. At this moment, the ending theme began to play. The female voice singing, Jiang Kuei, was very pleasant to listen to, cute and gentle, and the lyrics of the ending song were closely related to the content. Every day is the same. Sometimes Gray has a sudden brainwave. As long as there's Doraemon, The dream extends. Share the joy with me when you're happy. Stay by my side when sorrow grips. Just reach into his magical pocket to forget all worries. Seek the legendary treasure and venture far. Ong ong ong. Doraemon and I together make dreams shine bright. Way continent. The faces in front of the screen all bloomed with smiles, as if they'd been healed, feeling a warmth in their hearts. The author is Shadow, the one renowned alongside Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. This person is indeed amazing. Many of the high-tech gadgets here also once carried my childhood dreams, though back then I would watch only sci-fi fairy tales. This is more interesting than a fairy tale. In the blink of an eye, I've already watched 6 episodes. Mom, I want to watch more. That's it for today. Let's watch more tomorrow. No, I want to watch it now. Then you can only re-watch it. I'll watch here. Mom, go make dorayaki. Forget it. Mom will take you to read manga. The manga updates faster. Lin Yuan didn't strictly follow the manga's original sequence for the plot development, but instead chose some stories with more interesting elements to feature at the beginning. What an imaginative concept. Humorous and entertaining. The audience who finished the 6 episodes were all amazed, and after listening to the 6th episode's ending song, countless viewers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continents were discussing it online. Interesting. So very interesting. Never would I have thought. This is actually not a hot-blooded manga like One Piece. It has a completely different style. It has a bit of the daily life vibe like Omura-chan. No. Omura-chan goes for the most style, purely cute. But this manga is also daily-oriented. The fun of the story is greatly amplified by the magical gadgets. I look forward to seeing what new thing this robotic cat will bring out in each episode. My younger brother in elementary school also watches it with me. My 8-year-old sister gets even more excited than I do. No wonder the manga and animation were released simultaneously. Shadow is targeting the kids. Haha. Nobita truly is a boy who chases his dreams every day. But on the other hand, compared to Shadow's previous works, this new one doesn't seem that astounding. Could it flop? Flop seems unlikely since it looks very light-hearted and humorous. But thinking that it will conquer the Way continent market, perhaps Shadow is being a bit too optimistic. That's what I think too. This new work feels like something people would really like, but, on closer thought, it seems not so. Extraordinary. For example, Shadow's terrifying drawing skill isn't showcased at all. The characters are drawn too simply. I thought he would conquer the Way with his artistry. The manga isn't bad. The animated version is even more full of fun. And yet those familiar with Shadow from all continents feel. It seems somewhat unlikely that Shadow could conquer the Way continent with this work. After all, it looks too simplistic, and people still think King's Path manga is more simple and straightforward. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Yuan was continually refreshing the netizens' reviews of Doraemon, a smile unwittingly spreading across his lips. Indeed, those newly introduced to Doraemon can sense the appeal of the work, but they don't feel that there's anything particularly remarkable about it. After all, isn't it just a lower age-oriented animation? Nevertheless, even on Earth, Doraemon wasn't a work that shocked the whole world upon its creation. It needed time to ferment. However, the continuous advertisements, overwhelming promotions, and Shadow's own influence meant that this work received attention the moment it was launched. This was unprecedented in a past life. Lin Yuan's goal was achieved. Those promotions weren't just for show. He was so keen on advertising to shorten the time in which the work became popular. He believed that very soon, this work would explode with charm that would shock everyone, many times faster than in his previous life. Simple for younger audiences? This is the simplicity of the grand path. In fact, because Starlight updated very quickly and released 3 episodes at a time, the explosion of this work came even sooner than Lin Yuan expected. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. By the 10th day, the popularity of Doraemon had fully formed, the manga and animation gaining traction together, and the charm of the blue fatty swept across Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continent. Chapter 1307, 1091, The Starry Sea of Shadows. All major video websites' animation sections. On the daily viewership ranking charts, this version of Doraemon tops them all. More and more discussion threads about this work are appearing across the continents. This comic is really good looking. The more I watch it, the more I look forward to it. I can't believe I'm actually getting hooked on this stuff. I have to follow the updates every day, just can't stop. I'm totally hooked. Now I rely on this anime for meals. The more I watch it, the more I like the characters. Even John starts to seem cute. This is on fire. It's wildly popular, okay? I teach at a kindergarten, and now the kids discuss this work every day when they come to school. The last time they were this excited was when watching Fairy Tale Town. Why has this become so popular? It seems wildly popular for no reason, but actually, it's quite simple. Probably because every one of us wishes we had a blue fatty to rescue our failed lives. Yes. Mainly, it's that feeling of companionship. After watching so many episodes, it feels like Doraemon is also accompanying me. The craze for Doraemon has erupted. The viewership of the anime is soaring every day. The popularity of the comics is also gradually exploding. Because the online updates of the comics are faster, many people who can't wait for the anime broadcasts turn to the comics to get an early preview. Way continent. Doraemon starts to sweep across the continent. The popularity of this work has exceeded any other comic in Way continent's history. It's fascinating. Shadow is awesome. South Xianyu and North Chu Kuang, with Shadow in the center. No wonder other continents say this. Shadow might just be a cartoonist, but his work's influence is too strong. I watch it with my son every day. My daughter also loves watching it. It's normal for kids to like it, but it's rare for adults to enjoy it too. I used to watch cartoons with the kids at home and had to force myself through it, finding it childish and boring. But watching Shadow's animation, I laugh louder than the kids when I watch it with them. Not just adults. My grandfather watches it too. Ha ha ha. Many old men and women in their 50s and 60s can watch it with great interest. This work is truly exceptional. Enjoyed by both refined and vulgar. Appeals to both men and women. This is a work that can cater to the tastes of our entire family. Shadow is indeed formidable. In Way continent, the achievements of the anime and comics are taking off. Doraemon is slowly entering every household. To call it the top anime of Way continent is no exaggeration. The viewership of each episode remains high, with unprecedented popularity. Across all continents, the media reports one after another. Shadow's another world-class comic work is born. Shadow's new work is fiercely sought after by thousands of children. With just a robot cat, Shadow proves his versatility. See how Shadow weaves dreams for millions of children. According to surveys, Doraemon became a household name in just 10 days. The sparks of friendship collide. Doraemon's companionship with Nobita moves millions of viewers and readers. Shadow's first attempt at creating a cartoon anime sparks a craze across the continents. World-class cartoon anime. This is how the continents unanimously conclude Doraemon. Even though Shadow has created more than one world-class work, this work still holds a special place among Shadow's creations, because it is Shadow's most broadly appealing work. Before this work, when people spoke of Shadow, it was young people who liked him, unlike Xianyu and Chu Kuang, whose fans spanned all age groups. But now, Shadow has achieved this as well. Whether young people or children, or even some elders with children at home, they all know him. Does cartoon animation represent juvenility? This work has shattered many people's perceptions of cartoon animation. Maybe it's really somewhat childish, but this kind of childishness can make any adult watch and can't help but laugh knowingly. There are many reasons why people like this work. For example, some people love the affectionate interactions between Doraemon and Nobita. And this kind of friendship doesn't just exist between Nobita and Doraemon. Even John and Xiaofu, though they seem like they've got the scripts of villains, are actually just a group of inherently kind kids. Yes, there are many scenes in this work where John and Xiaofu team up to bully Nobita. However, even though Nobita is often bullied by these two, there is still a very pure friendship between them. For instance, after a certain baseball game, to strengthen Nobita's training, John ordered Nobita to run 20 laps. To urge Nobita to run, John chased him with a baseball bat, running the same distance as Nobita. John's intention was to help Nobita. Isn't this also a kind of friendship? Even in real life, such pure friendship is hard to find. In the following days, the explosion of Doraemon grew ever more fierce. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. By the 21st day since the broadcast of this work, it had completely conquered the Wei continent market. Doraemon toys began to appear. Snacks imprinted with Doraemon's image started to become popular. And as various merchandise appeared across Wei continent, Shadow's influence even broke through the original constraints in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and other continents, showing a tendency to rise to a higher level. Some say this is a quantitative change leading to a qualitative transformation. Shadow has too many comic works, each so popular, and some even have a global impact. But the real reason is actually the expansion of styles and genres. Previously, everyone thought Shadow was the kind of cartoonist who targeted the youth market. Now, Shadow has shattered this notion with Doraemon, winning the affection of not just young people, but also countless children and parents. Is this a comic? It is clearly an animated film. Who would have thought that Shadow would dabble in animation? Strictly speaking, this has already surpassed the category of comics. With the success in animation as a foundation, Shadow is no longer just a cartoonist. In the future, Shadow might even skip the stage of comics and directly engage in producing animated films. After all, creating animated films is quite feasible. The technology of Blue Star has never been a problem. What's really difficult is how to make children love it. In fact, Lin Yuan himself has had this idea. The influence of his identity as a cartoonist has almost reached its peak. Lin Yuan now wants to broaden the upper limit of his comic career. Delving into animation could be a great way to break through, comparable to the likes of Hayao Miyazaki. Hayao Miyazaki himself has many professions, such as animator, animation producer, cartoonist, as well as animation director and screenwriter. Now it's time for Shadow to change career paths. Animated series, animated movies can be started. South Xianyu and North Chu Kuang, with Shadow in the center. Regarding this saying, Lin Yuan himself quite likes it too. However, Lin Yuan understands that to keep up with and remain side by side with the two aliases Xianyu and Chu Kuang, who continuously expand the upper limits of the future, relying solely on the identity of a cartoonist is definitely not enough. Even if Shadow has brought comics to a new level of artistry, Wei Continent was initially indifferent to Shadow because of this. What to do then? Lin Yuan quickly thought of the first solution. This approach is to let Shadow follow a high-end traditional painting route in the future. Master-level painting skills allow Lin Yuan to dominate in the traditional painting circles. In fact, Shadow's Painting Soul series has already made him a recognized master in traditional painting circles. It's just that Lin Yuan doesn't mingle in the traditional painting circles, so his fame hasn't exploded. After all, there is a threshold for appreciating traditional paintings. Lin Yuan is not satisfied with letting Shadow only become a master in the hearts of a certain so-called high-end crowd. At this moment, Lin Yuan thought of a second method. That is to let Shadow create animations, much like Xianyu and Chu Kuang, continuing to take the popular route. The mass appeal is the way to maximize influence. Enjoyed by both refined and vulgar is the optimal solution for all three aliases. Doraemon is a successful first attempt. With the first comes the certainty of a second. When Blue Star has its grand merger, Lin Yuan plans to bring out Tom and Jerry, which is even more popular with all ages. But before that, those animated films that are popular on Earth surely can't be left to gather dust any longer, and Shadow has many opportunities to use his artistic skills. Totoro, The Lion King, Spirited Away, Castle in the Sky, Frozen, Coco, and the like. If these are created, then Shadow will no longer be considered an unknown. In the future, whether it's fame, prestige, influence, and so on, Shadow will not be inferior to Xianyu and Chu Kuang. This is the vast universe of Shadow. Chapter 1308, 1092. Chase, Shadow. Of course, the outside world will not know these things, but some smart netizens have already roughly guessed Shadow's future ideas through the work of Doraemon. After reading Shadow's new work, I feel like he's going to try his hand at animation in the future, isn't he? I think so too. This Doraemon claims to be a comic, but actually, it's more like a cartoon created for children. Before this, we all subconsciously thought that Shadow would continue to draw kings. Path comics like Dead Sea of Fire, Definitely. After all, Shadow is now the god of comics, and if he wants to continue breaking through, animation is a very suitable choice. But Shadow's starting too high with animation. Starting with a world-class work like Doraemon, how is he going to do animations to surpass it? It doesn't have to surpass it necessarily. He probably wants to gradually break into the Blue Star children's market with more cartoons, given how massive that market is, yet it's something he's never dabbled in before. Makes sense. The saying Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north, with Shadow at the center has sunk deeply into people's hearts. However, we all understand that, as a comic artist, Shadow still falls short compared to these two. For this saying to stand, Shadow needs to make breakthroughs outside of comics. He's starting to break through now. Only with greater achievements in animation can Shadow truly stand on equal footing with Chu Kuang and Xian Yu. The analysis is quite on point. But these people have overlooked animated films. And what animated films test the most is the screenplay and camera work. And these are precisely what Shadow excels at. Whether it's drawing techniques or composition, they are core technologies for animated films. Of course, he can definitely continue working on cartoons. Who said that cartoons are limited to Doraemon? Even if it's not Tom and Jerry, Shadow still has those classic IPs from Disney. And after such statements were made, more and more people joined the discussion. Everyone feels that this argument is very persuasive. Some even start from the aspect of Shadow's personality. People of Wei Continent think that Shadow, as a comic artist, doesn't deserve to be named alongside Chu Kuang and Xian Yu. And then Shadow brought out Doraemon to show that he is very proud and cannot accept the doubts of others. Throughout history, all the geniuses have been like this. So Shadow will most likely find every way to make everyone acknowledge that he is not inferior to Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. Netizens have even visualized the scene. Xian Yu and Chu Kuang enjoy countless flowers and glory. Shadow clenches his fists in silence behind them, secretly swearing to keep up with the pace of his two friends. Being the god of comics is not enough? Then he'll venture into animation and captivate all the children in one swoop. Yes. The appearance of Doraemon signifies that Shadow has officially made a move toward animation. At this point, some couldn't help but worry if Shadow would stop drawing comics in the future. Actually, there's no need to worry about that. For Lin Yuan, drawing comics is an easy task. After releasing a comic, he only needs to finish the initial content, then find a suitable comic artist for the rest. No suitable comic artists? Then Lin Yuan can totally cultivate the right person himself. For example, Lin Yuan has already started looking for someone in his studio to continue drawing Doraemon. Besides, Lin Yuan still has bomb-level comics that he hasn't taken out. After the netizens began to guess Shadow's thoughts one after another, the media also joined in the hype. Shadow enters the animation industry. The birth of Doraemon. Does it signal that Shadow will shift his focus to the animation field? Shadow has always been pursuing Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. God of Comics plays with animation. One skill transcends, all skills follow. Compared to Xian Yu and Chu Kuang's achievements, is Shadow still falling short? Shadow's comic career facing transformation? Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north, is Shadow really in the center? After the news came out, the next day at the company, Chairman Li Songhua couldn't help but seek out Lin Yuan, clearly influenced by public opinion. Do you really plan to enter the animation market in the future? Yeah. Bypassing comics. We can bypass comics and directly make animated films. In the future, Starlight's animation department will serve Shadow exclusively. Huh. Li Songhua felt something odd. Lin Yuan mentioned that Shadow wouldn't refer to himself as I. Previously, Lin Yuan mentioned that neither Chu Kuang nor Xian Yu would often refer to themselves as I. Is this being cautious? Or is this schizophrenia? Fortunately, Lin Yuan's mental state seemed to be fine. Li Songhua chuckled. Then, let's hand the animation department over to Shadow. After all, it was established for Shadow in the first place. I'll have someone contact you later. You can do whatever you want with it, but let's take it easy as the department's funds are limited. Yeah, Shadow was indeed behind. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu had gone too far ahead. But Shadow could catch up with these two. Lin Yuan was making plans, roughly divided into two steps. The first step is to rely on animated films, as well as those classic animated movies on Earth, to make Shadow's reputation and influence comparable to the other two. The second step is to elevate the level of sophistication. Shadow must rely on the skill of painting soul and master-level drawing techniques to create some world-class art masterpieces. As for the financial issues of the animation department, won't dare to boast about other things, but at least in terms of pulling in investments, maybe not even Chu Kuang and Xian Yu could outdo Shadow. Ding dong. While Lin Yuan was contemplating this, the system suddenly popped up. Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north, Shadow in the center. This saying is leading more and more people to feel that Shadow does not deserve to be named alongside these two as they become increasingly outstanding. Lin Yuan can endure, but Shadow cannot. Even the system can't stand it anymore. The host should not be too partial. All three personas need to develop evenly. Let people truly recognize the saying that Shadow is in the center. Please consider accepting the following task. Task name: Chase Shadow. Task content: the host needs to make Shadow's renown catch up with that of Chu Kuang or Xian Yu. Task reward: master-level sculpting skill. Task remark: for the next hour, all painting-related custom orders will be sold at a 30% discount. What a deal! The task reward is not a treasure chest, but a master-level sculpting skill that is closely related to painting and fine arts. The system is really in a hurry. It looks like the system cares a lot for Shadow. Once Shadow acquires the sculpting skill, its business empire will only grow larger. Furthermore, to encourage the development of Shadow, the system even generously allows for a 30% discount on fine art commissions. Except, only a fool would refuse. Lin Yuan decisively accepted the task and immediately dived into the system's treasury, ready to take advantage of the rare discount on painting-related works and go on a spending spree. Chapter 1309, 1093, Dream Factory. The 30% discount might not be as good as the happy zero-cost purchase, but it's a rare deal. Lin Yuan just treated it like participating in the Blue Star's Double 11 shopping festival. 1, 2, 3, 4. Taking advantage of the discount, Lin Yuan sifted and stockpiled various items, and it took him quite a while to finish. By then, the system's inventory was packed full. Time to get ready for the task. The system's task required Shadow to catch up with Xian Yu or Chu Kuang. Before that, it was crucial to understand the gap between Shadow and these two. How big is the specific gap? In recent days, the internet just happened to be debating whether Shadow was qualified enough to be named alongside Chu Kuang and Xian Yu, with netizens from the states of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continent enthusiastically expressing their opinions. The gap is significant. Xian Yu is considered a music master, while Chu Kuang is a grand literature master. Although Shadow is impressive, he's only the god of comics. As a branch of painting, how can comics compete with the vast fields of music and literature? That's right. The three can be named together mainly because Shadow, Chu Kuang, and Xian Yu are collectively known as the Three Brothers. If the three didn't know each other, Shadow probably wouldn't have the chance to be named alongside the other two. Things are a little better now. With the appearance of Doraemon, Shadow became famous across Wei continent, somewhat bridging the gap with Chu Kuang and Xian Yu. However, just relying on this animation is probably not enough to make Shadow's achievements parallel to theirs. Unless Shadow is a top-tier painter. Right now, Shadow is just the god of comics. He needs to show a more comprehensive ability in the field of painting to truly stand equal with those two. Basically impossible. Actually, Shadow has already done quite well. Although it's a bit forced, in terms of fame, he's not too far behind those two. It's only unfortunate that the two individuals who are named alongside Shadow are somewhat too monstrous. The public has a very good impression of Shadow, but at the same time, everyone also recognizes that Shadow's achievements are indeed not as outstanding as those of Chu Kuang and Xian Yu, which is a fact that even Shadow's fans cannot refute. This task from the system is a bit tricky. Over the years, Lin Yuan had mostly focused on music and novels, without paying much attention to the development of painting. If he wanted the public to improve their opinion of Shadow, he had a long way to go. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan contacted Li Songhua, the CEO who had just left not long ago, who was in charge of the animation department at the company. Pang Ke. Li Songhua spoke. I'll have Pang Ke look for you. He will cooperate with all your work. What kind of animation do you want to do? Lin Yuan said. It's an animated film, not a cartoon series. Li Songhua was taken aback. But our company doesn't have an animated film department. Lin Yuan insisted. We should certainly make animated series, but animated films are even more important. Li Songhua thought for a moment and said, then why don't we just establish a separate animated film company? However, this is going to be a lot more expensive than serialized animated series, and the company has limited funds available for this area. No problem, Lin Yuan said. Shadow has a studio, and it has made quite a lot of money over the years. The only issue is that the timeline is a bit rushed. I want to make the first animated film as soon as possible. Is it urgent? Li Songhua smiled and said, then the only choice is to acquire an animated film company. But I'm just a bit puzzled. Why do you care so much about public opinion? Even if Shadow isn't comparable to Chu Kuang and Xianyu, aren't they all you? Isn't it odd to compare yourself to yourself? Li Songhua is very smart. Lin Yuan becoming so active and busy with Shadow's matters must have been influenced by some voices on the internet, feeling that Shadow had been outdone by Chu Kuang and Xianyu. Lin Yuan said, because our biggest opponent is ourselves. Li Songhua was stunned. The biggest opponent is yourself? Of course, Lin Yuan was just talking nonsense. The main reason Lin Yuan was doing this was for the system's rewards. Master-level sculpting skill can only be obtained at least through a gold treasure chest. Now that there's an opportunity to get it through a quest, why not go for it? Continue the action. Lin Yuan arrived at the studio and found Jin Mu. We're planning to acquire an animation film company and let Shadow make animated films. Are you sure? Very sure. To qualify Shadow to be in the same league as Chu Kuang and Xianyu? You could say that. I understand. Jin Mu probably understood Lin Yuan's so-called split personality even more than Li Songhua. In Lin Yuan's heart, Xianyu is Xianyu, Chu Kuang is Chu Kuang, and Shadow is Shadow. These three personas had nearly become independent entities. In the days that followed, while Doraemon was still popular, Jin Mu had already started looking for suitable acquisition targets to prepare for an animated film. And when August arrived, Jin Mu had already led the team to negotiate an acquisition deal. On the 3rd of August, Jin Mu, along with Lin Yuan, toured the animation film company they were about to acquire. The company is closed today, so no one is around. This animation film company is called DreamWorks, a mid-sized one. It previously had a few branches, but after a few years of poor management, the branches have closed, leaving only the headquarters. Therefore, the owner sold it to us. I've taken the team to reassure the staff. They are all technically skilled talents. However, some of the higher-ups, including a few competent animation directors, have left. No problem. We can always recruit more people. I'll take care of that. The equipment and technology stay. Now you need to consider a new name for the company. How about we rename it to Chase Shadow Dream Factory? Chasing the shadows of Chu Kuang and Xianyu? You could interpret it that way. No problem. The acquisition process went extremely smoothly, because the acquisition was not only led by Lin Yuan and Jin Mu, but also involved Starlight Entertainment. Not just because Lin Yuan is part of Starlight, but also because the company needed Starlight Entertainment's distribution channels. Once the animated film is produced, Starlight Entertainment will be needed to assist in distribution. However, Lin Yuan was indifferent to this arrangement. Firstly, he is the major shareholder of the Chase Shadow Dream Factory, the true owner in every sense. Secondly, he also holds shares in Starlight. The better Starlight performs, the better it is for Lin Yuan. When the dust settled on this matter, Lin Yuan, using Shadow's account, sent out a message. Today, I have officially established an animation film company called Chase Shadow Dream Factory. Please look forward to the first work of our animation film company. A simple sentence. However, the impact it caused was immense, especially since Doraemon was popular in various continents, and everybody was discussing whether Shadow was worthy of ranking alongside Xianyu and Chu Kuang. At this moment, countless netizens from the states of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei were stunned. Chase Shadow? Is someone chasing after Shadow? No, it's Shadow striving to catch up with Chu Kuang and Xianyu. This implication was almost instantly understood by the outside world. Chapter 1310, 1094, Robot Wall-E. The media reacted the fastest. All sorts of news flooded in. Shadow to make an animated film. Shadow establishes an animation film company. Chase Shadow. Shadow is striving to catch up with Xianyu and Chu Kuang. Xianyu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north. Shadow wants to stand right in the center. Is this step too big to take? Shadow skips comics to create animated films directly? To be worthy of standing alongside his two friends, Shadow has finally given all he's got. In Shadow's comment section, countless fans were blown away. Is this still the same idle Shadow God I remember? Looks like Shadow God is getting serious. It seems he really does care about public opinion. People say he's not as good as Chu Kuang and Xianyu, so he decides to transition to animated films. However, isn't Shadow being too impetuous? Animated cartoons have just started. Why not continue producing serialized animations? In terms of both difficulty and investment, serialized animation and animated films are not on the same level. Making animated films is indeed more promising than drawing comics. But Shadow has never made an animated film before. It's really not that related to how good one is at drawing comics. On the Tribe forum, the topic of Shadow making an animated film soared to the hot search list within half an hour. Goodness gracious. He's really in a hurry now. Questioned by Wei Continent, and he pulls out Doraemon. Discovery that Doraemon is not enough, so he's now considering animated films. Is he seeing Chu Kuang and Xianyu as his rivals? Aren't these two opponents a bit too abnormal? Chase Shadow, we all underestimated Shadow's pride. He should have taken it step by step. Continued with animation, Doraemon was a very successful experiment. Directly acquiring an animation film company, what a grand move. On blogs, the discussion here is even livelier. After all, Shadow doesn't mingle with the tribe. Is this learning from Xianyu? Didn't Xianyu, while doing music, also take up a side job in films? Shadow can't stand being below Xianyu and Chu Kuang. The name Chase Shadow says it all. Skipping comics doesn't surprise me, but jumping straight past serialized animation to do animated films was truly unexpected. It's almost like a career leap. Different industries might as well be different worlds. Even if he wanted to try making an animated film, he could have easily collaborated with an animation film company as a screenwriter, who goes straight to acquisition. Hot discussions ignited across the states of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao Wei, Dream Factory. With this move, Shadow is just short of outright telling everyone, I will prove my ability, no less than Xianyu and Chu Kuang. Xianyu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north, and Shadow in the center. There's nothing wrong with that saying. And as the news went viral, countless professionals from the animation film industry across all states also couldn't help but turn their attentive gaze. Shadow is making an animated film. Isn't this person a comic artist? He doesn't think that animated movies and comics are the same thing, does he? Have you ever heard of a comic artist who switched to making animated films and made a big success of it? Does Old Pie count? Old Pie doesn't count, does he? Although he's an animation director and can draw comics, his comics are made entirely to serve as animations. Comic artists making animated films is like TV directors making movies, but obviously with a much higher difficulty level. That's not the point. The point is that the animated film industry has been in a slump these past few years. With the improvement of special effects technology, audiences are increasingly less willing to go to the cinema to watch animated films. Only those top animation companies can still attract audiences. After all, their animated films are truly good, even better than live-action films. Does he think he can do better than those animation companies? At times like these, he should just stick to being his own god of comics. He's not making any less money. Why take the risk and wade into these troubled waters? Yes, the animated film industry has indeed been increasingly gloomy these last few years, and many practitioners have started to switch to other jobs. The main impact is that of the big-budget special effects films. Given the choice, those visually stunning special effects blockbusters are far more appealing to audiences than animated films, even to the point that in many people's minds, animated films seem to be just cartoons. If they're just cartoons, why not enjoy watching Doraemon at home, right? Even if people do go to see them, it's surely to make the children happy, as children naturally have a passion for cartoons. and the driving force behind the industry's development is mainly merchandising. If the merchandise sells well, then even if the animation box office is a loss, it can be compensated by the profits from the merchandise. Therefore, in recent years, animated films have mostly been made with merchandise in mind. In such a case, if Shadow just wants to make money, there's really no need to bother with animated films. As for the voices from the outside world, Lin Yuan didn't pay too much attention. What a joke. The animated films he obtained through exchange with the system, those are all classic masterpieces that are well known on Earth. Who says animated films aren't as good as live-action films? Although the market pie is relatively smaller, a smaller pie means there are fewer people to share it. In the end, it's because most animated film practitioners can't make sufficiently exciting works. In fact, even on Earth, the live-action film market crushes the animated market. This Lin Yuan admits. However, animated films have always existed, and every now and then, a blockbuster emerges and becomes extremely popular. The West has Disney and others. The East has Neon's Hayao Miyazaki, Makoto Shinkai, and so on. Even domestically, there are works like The Return of the Great Saint. Moreover, the difficulty and risk of producing animated films are high, but does that stop Blue Star from having several animation companies that crazily dominate this market? Lin Yuan has already researched it. Blue Star has a total of 5 incredibly powerful top animation companies. Their status in the animation film circle is almost comparable to Disney on Earth. The animation film market has always been divided among these 5 companies. People in the animation circle would never imagine that apart from wanting Shadow to be as famous as Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, Lin Yuan's biggest goal is these 5 companies. Lin Yuan aims to steal a slice of the pie from these 5 animation film companies. If these 5 companies can produce animated films that the whole world loves, then Lin Yuan is confident he can do the same. Of course, before that, first, Lin Yuan needs to think carefully about what Chase Shadow's first animated film should be. This one, or that one. Maybe this one is good. Lin Yuan looked over the works he had acquired in his system's warehouse and finally selected the first target for Chase Shadow. The robot Wally. Chapter 1311, 1095. I Am the Shadow. Lin Yuan chose the robot Wally, and the movie starring the robot Wally is called Wally. Why choose this one? The first reason is the ubiquitous science fiction elements in the movie. This year, with Wei Continent joining the merger, sci-fi novels, which already had a huge market in Wei Continent, began to attract attention from all continents. Plus Lin Yuan's own encouragement. Science fiction has become one of the hottest buzzwords of the moment. Making a sci-fi movie at this time is in line with the current trend. Compared to this point, the second reason is even more crucial. Because the public's acclaim for this movie is incredibly explosive, Shadow's first foray into animated films must start with an impressive reputation battle. Once our own reputation is established, the road ahead will become smoother. If we are talking about acclaim, how many animated films on Earth can match the reputation of Wall-E? This is a masterpiece with a score of 9.3 from 1,150,130 reviewers on Dubon. Although some users on Dubon are sometimes rather that, generally speaking, the platform is still very reference-worthy. Not to mention this animated film has also won multiple international awards including the Oscars, Golden Globes, Annie Awards, and Saturn Awards. Science fiction plus reputation. This combination will become Shadow's opening salvo as it steps into the animation film industry. Of course, reputation alone is not enough. The box office performance of this movie is also very strong. It's just unknown how much box office Wall-E can achieve on Blue Star. After all, Earth's box office performance can only serve as a reference for Blue Star. The factors affecting box office performance are too numerous, and it wouldn't be too strange if it were higher or lower than on Earth. Let's not worry about these for now. Since we have set a target, we must do it well. Lin Yuan officially started writing the script. With his full concentration on writing, the script was completed without much delay. That afternoon, Lin Yuan handed over the script to Jin Mu. Start the project. Is the script finished? Yes. How come you do everything so quickly? Wasting time is wasting life. But we haven't found a director yet on our side. After acquiring the animation film company, Jin Mu successfully retained the technical staff, but all the directors left. Who knew Lin Yuan would be so quick? He had just recruited a batch of new department leaders and hadn't even had the chance to find a new director when Lin Yuan finished the script and was urging him to start the project right away. Lin Yuan, how long will it take to find a director? Jin Mu, if we only want an average animation director, it might take a few days, but since it's our first attempt at an animated film, we definitely need a top-notch animation director. However, most top animated film directors are in the hands of the 5 major animation companies. We need time to scout. How about you wait for a month? Lin Yuan, I can't wait that long. Just find an ordinary director. Jin Mu's expression became serious. I strongly advise against it, boss. An ordinary director's capabilities are very limited, and animated films are a real test of a director's skills. Do we need to rush this much? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan said, no problem. He doesn't have to be the chief director. Even if his skills are not up to those of a top director, being an assistant director shouldn't be an issue, right? Then who will be the chief director? What do you think about me? Lin Yuan made a suggestion that left Jin Mu astonished. It took Jin Mu a good while to regain his composure, and he said in a low voice, I would rather randomly find an ordinary director from outside, at least to ensure professionalism. I want to give it a try. Lin Yuan had just come up with the idea, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt capable. You should know, Lin Yuan once self-studied many books with the help of energy potion, mostly related to the professions under his 3 aliases, which included plenty of theoretical knowledge about animation directors. I object. Jin Mu would not easily doubt Lin Yuan's abilities, but when it was suggested that he become an animation director, Jin Mu decisively shook his head. Are you kidding? You want to be an animation director? Why not say you're going to compete in the Olympics? Is this the same as drawing comics, writing novels, or making music? That's the decision. Lin Yuan insisted. I understand better than any director how this film should be shot. What kind of visuals are needed for this film is already simulated in my mind. To me, making an animated film and drawing comics don't have an essential difference. Drawing comics is copying homework. Animated films are also copying homework. The only difference is that animated films require technical and theoretical support, and amateurs cannot be in charge of professionals. However, Lin Yuan isn't worried about this aspect either, because he has a wealth of theoretical knowledge. As for practical operations, like the indispensable character modeling in animated films, naturally, the staff will complete these tasks. They only need to do as Lin Yuan says. These are things Lin Yuan can't explain to Jin Mu. He can only forcefully make the decision. We can give it a try. Jin Mu knew he couldn't change what Lin Yuan decided, so he softened his stance. If it doesn't work out, please don't force it. Professional work should be left to professionals. It's just a try. Lin Yuan knows when to back down. Jin Mu thought optimistically. Lin Yuan laughed. Don't forget, this isn't my first time making a movie. Jin Mu held his forehead. Of course, I know you are the core screenwriter for live-action films, and being a director for a live-action film isn't a stretch, but what we're making is an animated film. There aren't even actors. It's a completely different ballgame. Chapter 1312, 1095, I am the Shadow _2. Sighing, Jin Mu said while holding the script. Anyway, let it be for now. I need to meet with the heads of the various departments to set the investment budget. Lin Yuan blurted out without thinking, 1 billion. Jin Mu shuddered at these words, almost choking on his own saliva. Even if we are rich, that's not the way to spend money. After all, we are making an animated movie for the first time. Being cautious is better. I think 300 to 500 million is the limit, considering it's a trial. A major production of 1 billion is something usually only the top 5 animation film companies would dare to undertake. Lin Yuan shook his head. Quality requires technical support, and technology requires large sums of money. Lin Yuan already knew roughly how much money would be needed to achieve the effect he wanted when he chose this film. Crazy. Jin Mu felt that Lin Yuan, in his pursuit to catch up with Chu Kuang and Xian Yu, had gone a bit mad. It was a symptom of obsession. I'll go to the meeting first. Jin Mu feared he couldn't take much more for his heart to handle. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Remember to find me an assistant director. The head director is in charge of the general direction, and Lin Yuan needed a professional assistant director to become his handyman. Afternoon. Chase Shadow Dream Factory. Jin Mu called for a meeting with the heads of the departments. The meeting had barely started for 2 minutes when intense discussions broke out in the room. Are you kidding me? Shadow as the head director? Does he understand film animation technology? Does he have even the slightest bit of experience? This is too reckless. This isn't something to joke about. Drawing comics and directing animated movies are completely different things. Even if he is the god of comics, something we all acknowledge, shouldn't the god of comics just stick to screenwriting? I disagree. Almost all department leaders were opposing. Many of these people were recently lured by Jin Mu from other animation film companies with hefty sums, and they had some expectations for the Chase Shadow Dream Factory. However, before the first animation film project was even established, they learned about Shadow's intended role as the head director, and they were instantly stupefied. There was even suspicion. If Shadow really did become the head director, perhaps the day the work is released would be the day the company goes bankrupt. Should I start looking for a new job in advance? This thought involuntarily popped up in some people's minds. Jin Mu was sweating bullets. Truth be told, he also didn't believe Lin Yuan could be an animation director, but he couldn't defy his own boss. However, feeling the distrust from the leadership, Jin Mu suddenly became angry. His gaze swept around the room. Do you know how Shadow single-handedly overturned the entire Tribe comics back in the day? Do you know how many doubts Shadow broke through and how many hurdles he overcame before becoming the universally recognized god of comics? Do you even know what a genius is? Geniuses, you see, are different from ordinary people. You cannot speculate on a genius's limits from an ordinary person's perspective. At the Blue Olympics, who could have thought Xian Yu could win against Abigail? Recently, who could have imagined that Chu Kuang would win the Galaxy Award? And Shadow, being a genius on par with Chu Kuang and Xian Yu, definitely possesses some abilities that we haven't yet seen. Jin Mu grew more and more impassioned as he spoke. By the end, he even convinced himself. Shadow can be this animation director. No special reasons are needed. Just because he is Lin Yuan. Just because anything Lin Yuan wants to do, there is nothing he cannot achieve. For a moment, all department heads were somewhat silent. What Jin Mu said couldn't really piece together a persuasive logical argument. He based everything on the premise that Shadow was a genius, yet everyone was somewhat swayed, even starting to think. Perhaps he really can do it? Of course, the statement that ultimately settled the matter was the one Jin Mu said next. Don't forget, Shadow is our boss. This dream factory belongs to Shadow. Shadow can do whatever he wants with it. Not happy with that? Then resign. This provocative tone was too strong. Of course, Jin Mu would not speak these words aloud. While everyone had a serious expression on their faces, Jin Mu suddenly smiled and said, what the boss meant is, he wants to give it a try, but it's up to you to make him realize the difficulty and retreat. If he truly can't do it, I will convince him to give up the idea. Jin Mu successfully soothed everyone's emotions. The heads of departments stood up one after another. We will start preparing the project establishment. No need for further words. They were going to make Shadow realize the difficulty and step back. Of course, Lin Yuan had no idea about the stormy discussions at the afternoon meeting. After talking with Jin Mu, Lin Yuan began his own preparations. And when the time came the next day, the department heads suddenly contacted Jin Mu together. We need to meet Teacher Shadow, as there are many matters that need to be decided by the head director. Jin Mu was helpless. A new problem had arisen. Since Lin Yuan wanted to be the head director, he couldn't always remain unseen. But once Lin Yuan appeared, everyone would immediately know that the so-called Shadow was Xian Yu. After all, Xian Yu's face is almost universally recognized. After stabilizing these people, Jin Mu contacted Lin Yuan first thing. Maybe we should just drop it, as being the head director Shadow would have to interact with others. The moment you interact, the identity of Shadow will be immediately exposed, and they insist on seeing you now. Chapter 1313, 1095. I am the Shadow_3. I've anticipated this question already. Lin Yuan wasn't panicked at all. Just arrange for them to meet me. Jin Mu frowned. Meet with you directly? Lin Yuan smiled and said, do you still remember the Prince of Lonling? The Prince of Lonling? Jin Mu was astonished. After pondering briefly, he suddenly realized. You want to communicate with them wearing a mask? Lin Yuan said, "It's the only way." Jin Mu let out a wry smile. "Although the style is a bit odd, it seems fine. However, your voice might also give you away, especially since Yin Yu's voice might be recognized. Fame comes with its problems." Lin Yuan said, "I can change it." Thinking of Lin Yuan's androgynous voice, Jin Mu let go of his last bit of worry. "Then get ready for Teacher Shadow's first offline fan meeting." 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan entered the company wearing a black mask. This black mask was designed by Lin Yuan himself, perfectly covering his cheeks and looking very cool. The only issue was that wearing a mask to talk to people in real life felt oddly disconcerting. But as Lin Yuan said, this was the only solution. Meanwhile, Jin Mu had brought people to the company's entrance. The heads of various departments had their faces filled with curiosity. Despite Teacher Shadow's fame, he had never made a public appearance. And now, they were about to see the true face of Teacher Shadow at Mount Lu. To say they weren't curious would be a lie. After all, Teacher Shadow is a legend in the manga circle. Even those in the animation circle have heard his famous name like thunder. "Boss." Jin Mu knocked on the door nervously. A somewhat unfamiliar voice came from inside. "Come in." Jin Mu hesitated slightly at the action. The voice was clearly male, but the specific age was indiscernible. It had a magnetic quality to it, carrying a hint of indescribable laziness and casualness. Over the years, Jin Mu had never heard a similar voice from Lin Yuan, and he even started to doubt if the person sitting inside was Lin Yuan at all. Click. The door was pushed open. There was a casually dressed figure at the desk, lazily sitting in the chair, twirling a pen in hand, body leaning back, face covered with a dark black mask. "Damn." Jin Mu's mouth twitched as he looked at the masked face and still couldn't confirm whether the person in front of him was Lin Yuan. The person seemed to have even changed their aura. The lazy and casual feel was completely different from the Lin Yuan that Jin Mu remembered. It was as if the fictional Shadow had actually stepped into reality. Speaking of which, if Teacher Shadow had a real image, it would definitely be this one in front of them. Jin Mu inexplicably felt this way. And behind Jin Mu, the department leaders, full of curiosity about Teacher Shadow, all showed a stunned expression upon seeing the masked figure. "What's this? Wearing a mask? Performance art?" someone tentatively asked. "Teacher Shadow?" Teacher Shadow sat up straight, slightly tilting his head, the pen spinning wildly between his fingers. "Good morning, everyone. I am Shadow." The whole office fell into an eerie silence. In this strange quiet, under Lin Yuan's seemingly indifferent mask, the corners of his eyebrows began to twitch wildly. Is this what being socially dead feels like? It's indeed a bit embarrassing. When I joined the Masked Singer, I didn't think there was anything wrong with wearing a mask. Could it be that my acting is too exaggerated? That shouldn't be the case. I have completely entered into the role of Shadow right now, strictly following the character's personality and habits. I am Shadow. I am Shadow. I am Shadow. Lin Yuan kept reminding himself, and without realizing when, he naturally crossed his arms in front of him, as if waiting for everyone to speak up. Chapter 1314, 1096. Fast forward to mid-late production. Cough. Jin Mu coughed, breaking the silence in the room. "I hope everyone doesn't overthink it. Actually, Teacher Shadow doesn't intentionally want to communicate with everyone while wearing a mask. The main reason is that he has been allergic to sunlight since childhood. Please don't reveal this." "Sunlight allergy?" One of the female leaders suddenly exclaimed excitedly. "It seems there are people allergic to sunlight. I didn't expect Teacher Shadow to be the same. Is this the reason why he uses Shadow as his pen name? There's no sunlight in the room. Maybe he's just used to wearing the mask? Anyway, this is not the main point of the issue. We can completely understand Teacher Shadow. We will absolutely not reveal this matter." Although they couldn't see Shadow's real face, everyone seemed to accept Jin Mu's explanation, and surely no one would unthoughtfully ask Shadow to take off that beautiful black mask. In fact, more than the reason of a sunlight allergy, deep down everyone probably wishes to believe that Shadow is actually a patient with a severe case of adolescent delusion, Chinibyo. Because someone noticed Jin Mu's guilt. After carefully thinking about it, that makes sense. For hot-blooded mangas like One Piece and Naruto, what attracts people the most are the Chinibyo elements and passion, right? And then there's Shadow's iconic Saint Seiya. The protagonist often shouts, Pegasus Meteor Fist, directly maxing out the Chinibyo meter, right? Considering Shadow is the author of these mangas, it's not hard to understand if he himself is someone deeply affected by Chinibyo. Moreover, once everyone accepted this setting, they actually began to feel a friendly connection to Shadow wearing a mask. Yes, perhaps it's because of that Chinibyo trait that Shadow is able to gain the love of countless young readers, right? Understanding. Respect. Everyone speculated variously, smiles appearing at the corners of their mouths. Jinmu coughed again. Everyone, if you have any questions, just ask. The expressions of the crowd immediately became serious, no longer dwelling on whether the mask symbolized that Shadow was a Chinibyo. The female leader who had just spoken said, I have already read Teacher Shadow's screenplay, and honestly, I feel this screenplay is amazing. Exactly. The script is too good. I truly didn't expect that Teacher Shadow, who writes animation movie scripts, could write them so well. You must know this is completely different from the creative thought process of comics. Comics are long form. Long form allows for gradual unveiling of the plot. This kind of animation movie needs to narrate the entire story calmly within a fixed duration, including development, continuation, turning points, and conclusion. All must be completed within a certain length, which is quite astonishing. I read it all last night. I was halfway through when I started crying. The crowd flattered not entirely out of brown-nosing. The screenplay for Wall-E is indeed outstanding. If only Shadow focused on being a screenwriter. After the flattery, the female leader continued. Our department mainly handles character design, and we currently have 2 general directions. Does Teacher Shadow see any issues? While speaking, the female leader brought out the character design sheets, which are the designs for some important characters in the animation movie. No, Lin Yuan is now Shadow. Shadow took one look and immediately shook his head. The female leader was taken aback. Then we'll redesign it. Shadow spoke. I have already designed them, including the robot's movements. During the conversation, Lin Yuan pushed a draft across the table. The female leader smiled slightly and said, Teacher Shadow might not be very familiar with the production of our animation movies, this kind of character design. It's impossible to finalize in the beginning. It requires repeated experimentation to find the most. She didn't finish her sentence. The voice of the female leader suddenly stopped. She stared intensely at the character design made by Shadow, her eyes growing brighter. Wall-E, Eve. This Wall-E figure was dirty, muddy all over, looking uncultivated, like someone unfamiliar with the world. Speaking of the robot's design, its build is so outdated and complicated, and the exterior design is utterly coarse, filled with old-fashioned robot aesthetic characteristics. But those eyes were lively, as if it possessed its own thinking and emotional expression. What shocked the female leader even more was Eve. The female leader had been contemplating Eve's appearance. The script described Eve as vigilant and agile, bold and resolute, acting swiftly and decisively. Using a robot's appearance to express Eve's traits was an extremely difficult task, and many in the department were worried. However, at this moment, Shadow presented the design of Eve. A sleek, streamlined design entirely in white. That advanced look created a stark contrast with Wall-E. Those high-tech electronic eyes were not cold. When showing a mocking expression, Eve's eyes would turn into downward bent crescents. When crying, the crescents would turn upwards. In resignation, they became straight lines, and there was even a hand-over-mouth laughing gesture, instantly captivating anyone who saw it. Besides, including the captain, the microorganism cleaner, and the spaceship of truth, and so forth, everything was designed so completely. So complete that the female leader felt strongly. These designs needed no modifications. They were already finished products, ready to be used directly in the movie, and the spaceship matched the script's description. I have no objections. After reviewing the designs, the female leader took a deep breath and then sincerely exclaimed, "The chief director is incredible." Previously, she addressed her boss as Teacher Shadow. Now she finally changed her address, acknowledging his status as the chief director. At the same time, the other leaders also saw the design sheets, and their expressions changed. Shadow's design was too intense. It essentially completed all the work of the design department. The design department didn't need to do anything. The movie could directly use these characters as they are. The man beside hurriedly said, I am from the music department. Shadow interrupted. Leave all the music to Xianyu. You guys don't need to worry. I am from the production department. Our animation needs to be in 3D. We can model it according to the design you provided, but the cost might. 10 billion investment. Shadow cut to the chase. Is that enough? The head of the production department almost fainted from happiness, nodding so much that his head spun. It's enough, enough, enough. At this time, someone from the voice acting department stood up. I find that our script is great, but there are too few lines. We need to find some top-tier stars for voice acting. I'll handle it. Shadow said, the voice simulation for the robots can be handled by Xianyu, and for other parts, I'll get help from the people of Yu Dynasty. Okay. Xianyu handling the music and voice acting, with champions from Blue Song Olympics of Yu Dynasty boosting it. This is even better than hiring professional voice actors because there are few lines and the technical difficulty is not high. The star effect is very useful. Other than Shadow, who else could muster so many big shots? Our department is responsible for the visuals. Are you satisfied with the design? Very satisfied, but we need more than just character images. We also need scenes. Here, Lin Yuan opened his laptop, turning the screen to everyone. Everyone was stupefied as they saw it. The visuals needed for the movie, described in the script, were all prepared by Shadow. Even the colors were all matched. The designs felt like finished products. Every image was exquisitely beautiful, the kind that could be used as wallpapers. The only problem was that these images were completely static and could not be animated. But that's not the director's job. The technical department can handle it. And even if these can't be used directly, they can still create models based on them. Just like that, issues continued to arise. And these issues were continuously resolved. Departments that might take a year to find the best solution, Shadow almost handled it alone by half. This feeling was too marvelous. It was as if Shadow had already seen the movie. What was even more amazing was that after meeting with Shadow today, all departments suddenly felt like they had nothing left to do. Isn't it just a matter of following the given examples? Perhaps only the technical department still had some work to do. But with Blue Star's level of technology, as long as the funding is in place, even the most difficult technology can be developed. Is this salary almost too easy to earn? Does Shadow have some misunderstanding about the role of chief director? Many jobs, you just need to provide advice. Nobody asked you to solve everything alone. What's the point of our existence then? The remaining work difficulty. In this industry, anyone could handle it. And Jin Mu was completely dumbfounded by the sight. The scene before him was something he had been imagining all of last night. For instance, the heads of major departments would probe Shadow's capability as a chief director, even deliberately make things difficult for him, hoping to make Shadow give up the unrealistic idea of being the chief director. There might even be arguments. He had even thought about how to mediate between Shadow and these people. However, these people hadn't even raised a real challenge, and Shadow had already provided all the answers in advance. Could it be that Shadow's greatest strength isn't his ability to draw comics? Shadow's most terrifying aspect is clearly his capability in making animated movies. What? Assistant director? Does Shadow even need an assistant director? Wouldn't the money saved be better spent on some ribs to enjoy? Lastly, nobody knew how they had walked out of Shadow's office. It all felt incredibly unreal. Walking out far distance, someone finally came to their senses and said, "We mortals really shouldn't use our narrow understanding of the world to speculate about the upper limits of a genius's abilities." Is this a genius? Tell me, which genius out there has these abilities? This is a freak of nature. He almost single-handedly completed 80% of the work across all departments, except for the technical department. Other departments only need to operate in a foolproof manner to complete the remaining work. Skip the early stages directly. We seem to be almost ready to enter the post-production stage now. Not quite post-production yet, but it's already advancing into the mid to late stages. How long do you think it will take us to produce this work? 3 months. 2 months are enough because our investment is too high. We can directly buy some core technologies from Wei Continent or Zhong Continent, or even invite some talents to help us to make the progress faster. In saying this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Even for the top 5 animation films of Blue Star, any company investing $10 billion in a production would need at least a year to produce the finished product. And the animated movie Shadow worked on seemed to be completable in 2 months? Who says Shadow is the god of comics? This is clearly the god of animation of Blue Star. Chapter 1315, 1097. It's definitely a publicity stunt. The speed is extremely fast because Shadow has completed most of the work. Think about it. What is the production process of an animated film? Script, modeling, animation, scenes, special effects, color, music. Shadow has already finished the storyboard scripts and character model design, as well as the script, scenes, lighting, color, and music all by himself. What's left are the difficult parts, animation and special effects. This is technical stuff. Although Shadow can't bypass this technical hurdle, this is not Earth after all. What Blue Star doesn't lack is technology. It's all about whether you're willing to invest the cost. Shadow is wealthy, so the technology issue is resolved. But the actual implementation will inevitably accompany various problems. However, Shadow, the chief director, firmly holds the steering wheel of production. In the following days, heads of each department would come to meet with Shadow wearing a mask, with every department methodically responsible for their own processes. This is a draft. This color is too dark. The curvature of Eva's lips needs to be smaller. The scenes with the spaceship still aren't majestic enough. Zoom out the camera further to bring out that strong sense of technology. Can it be done this way? Just follow this direction. Has teacher Admirable Fish finished the music score? It's all done. I'll send it to you later to listen. The voice acting can be done at Starlight. Their equipment is very good. The voice director just needs to go there to handle the coordination. Sorrow. Wally's eyes still aren't sad enough. At this moment he has lost Eva, so he is very sad. Wally can only express emotions with these eyes. Let me show you the feeling I'm looking for. Understood. Shadow doesn't need to communicate with the staff. Just the heads of each department need to contact him. Now he is the commander, and no one will question his decisions, as no one can find a reason to oppose. It seems as if the animated film should be exactly as he envisions, and everyone just needs to blindly charge forward with him to finish. At this time, Jean Mu appeared. The progress of the animated film is unbelievably fast. I've created an official account for Dream Factory to make the promotion more convenient. Help me share and spread the word. Okay. Lin Yuan immediately logged onto Shadow's account and reposted the message about the establishment of Dream Factory's account. Now is the age of information. Hot topics on the internet change rapidly. A month ago, the news that comic artist Shadow intended to become a peer of Admirable Fish and Chu Kwong by transitioning into animated film production sparked discussions all over the net. A month later, hardly anyone mentioned this topic anymore. Of course, the lack of ongoing discussions was mainly because everyone understood that for Shadow to produce an animated film, it would take at least a year or a half. This is how long it takes to produce an animated movie. And at this moment, Shadow suddenly retweeted the official account created by Dream Factory, which reignited people's interest in the matter. After all, Doraemon is still popular. The more popular Doraemon, the more interesting the topic of Shadow becomes, especially since this time Shadow is vying with Chu Kwong and Admirable Fish. Chase Shadow. Isn't that the animation company Shadow is with? I've been thinking recently. Although many people aren't optimistic about Shadow, I feel that Shadow God's talent will surprise many. After all, making animated films is difficult, but he doesn't have to do it personally. Just providing the script would suffice. Yes, Shadow's ability to write stories is indeed very strong. It's just that he has never created short comics before, which is why people have doubts. I wonder if his animated film has started production? It must have been initiated by now. Just follow this account. If there's any movement with Shadow's animated film, this account will definitely update the progress. I'm actually kind of looking forward to Shadow screwing this up, so he can come back and focus on drawing comics. Even Doraemon would be fine. The chances of messing up aren't high. Maybe the final product will be lukewarm at best, but at least the core audience should be guaranteed. The account creation for Dream Factory stirred up discussions once again. Many people curious about Shadow's first animated movie started following the account. Comment section of the account. Netizens rehashed old topics and the discussion was lively. Just then, the account suddenly posted an update. We are delighted to receive so much attention from netizens and fans. We are excited to announce that our first animated movie, WALL-E, produced by Dream Factory, after a lengthy one-month production, has now entered the post-production stage. The soundtrack and voice cast for this animated movie are incredibly impressive. Teacher Shadow has specially invited Teacher Admirable, Fish, and members of U Dynasty to assist. If you're a fan of theirs too, welcome to join us at the cinemas in October to watch our movie. With a swoosh, the whole comment section went silent. Some wondered if they had read it wrong. What the hell? What kind of international joke is this? It's already in the post-production stage? And it freaking took a long, lengthy month? Does your family have some way to fast-forward production to the post-production stage within a month? So this work is called WALL-E. The music and voice acting are to be done by Admirable Fish and U Dynasty. Is that even the point here? The point is the speed. This is freaking faster than a plane. And it's set to be released in October? If it's released in October, doesn't that mean the thing was only made in 2 months? Shadow isn't just making a 10-minute animated short film, is he? Animated shorts can't be screened in cinemas. This is outrageous. In such a short time, no way do I believe you can make a proper animated movie. There are indeed many laymen among the netizens. However, even the most clueless know that the production cycle for animated films can't be this short. There have been shorter ones, though. Over at Joan Continent, a master-level animated movie director once made an animated film in half a year. That's the fastest-produced animated film in the history of Blue Star. And that Joan Continent's animation master was affectionately referred to by Blue Star's audience as Marksman. The industry unanimously believes that's the limit speed for Blue Star's animated movie production. Now looking at Shadow's side. Done in 2 months. In such a short time. How is that even possible? Whoosh. This news spread like wildfire across the entire internet, stunning everyone. Industry insiders from various continents who understood the animated movie production process were especially shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. It's a joke, right? So many processes to go through. So many departments to coordinate, so many details to fine-tune. 2 months of production cycle? Even if all the staff worked non-stop, without eating or sleeping, it couldn't be at this speed, could it? On a plane? More like on a rocket. Hype, it's definitely hype. Chapter 1316, 1098. The chief director turns out to be him. An animated movie in 2 months? The industry simply didn't believe it was true. Netizens from all continents were also dubious. If this was really just a publicity stunt, then it could only be said to be of low technical content. But the final effect was decent. At least many people secretly took note of the seemingly sci-fi film name Robot WALL-E by Shadow. Meanwhile, at DreamWorks, after Jean Mu announced the news, he looked at the massive online discussion and showed a satisfied smile. Publicity stunt? Such things can attract public attention, but it ultimately damages the credibility of both Shadow and the company. Everyone would soon know. Every piece of news about animated movies shared by the Dream Factory is real, with no deceit for the sake of so-called publicity stunts. Yes, the movie has indeed reached the final stages of post-production. It can be officially completed this month and released next month. Starlight has even helped find the distribution channels. Jean Mu has also started looking into which movies would be released in October. It's hard to say if this is good luck or bad luck. Next month, there will be the rare occurrence of just this one animated movie from the Dream Factory hitting the screens. There are certainly other movies being released during the same period, but they are all live action, with a very different audience from animated movies. In other words, in October, those who want to watch an animated movie will have only Robot WALL-E as an option. How unusual. Jean Mu was somewhat excited. Just one animated movie in a month. And we happen to encounter such good fortune without any competition. You have to know, under normal circumstances, no matter how incomparable Blue Star's animated movies are to live-action films, there should be 2 or 3 a month. If the movies are of the same genre, they will definitely compete with each other. If it's between animated and live-action movies, the competition for viewers and box office is much less. Late September. On this day, at the Dream Factory, various departments suddenly burst into cheers one after another. Hooray! It's completed. Robot WALL-E. We really did it. Producing an animated movie in 2 months. Have we created a historical record for Blue Star? Of course, although some of it was outsourced and a lot of money was thrown into technology, and all the preliminary work was completed by Teacher Shadow in advance, but the last 2 months' hard work and overtime can't be ignored in achieving all this. Ha ha ha. When I saw the company claiming online that the movie could be done in 2 months, many people simply didn't believe it, and many insiders even said our company was maliciously hyping it up. Now that the finished product is out, shouldn't our official blog hurry up and slap those faces? Yes, the animated movie Robot Wall-E has been officially completed. Everyone has done their work, including the animation score by Lin Yuan as Xian Yu, and the related songs recorded with Dynasty. So at this moment, everyone was incredibly excited. No wonder the outside world didn't believe it. Even the staff of DreamWorks hardly believed they had managed to produce an animated movie with close to $1 billion investment in just 2 months. Alright, saying it's close to $1 billion, in fact, only about $600 million was used, and as for why such a huge discrepancy, you would probably have to ask Shadow. Soundtrack, voice, acting, script, editing, coloring, etc. A bunch of incredibly cash-burning aspects were all managed by Shadow himself. If he was working for a boss, then he could have taken almost a third of the investment for this movie, making him a true working emperor. Too bad he is the boss himself, which means he pretty much saved all that damn money. This was something Lin Yuan himself hadn't anticipated. Who could ever earn my money.jpg? However, this move made Lin Yuan realize that once all other preparations for a movie were in place, the only thing left was the technical aspect. And that probably takes about 2 months, or can even be expedited to an even more ridiculous degree, but there's no need for that. Someone might want to use Earth as an example to stress that this is impossible. Those who say this must be good students, at least the kind who never cheated on homework. You know, even for a math problem tough as Olympic level, even if you spend days thinking it through before you solve it, the person copying your homework might only need a minute. What? The pen is a Blue Star high-tech product? Can it increase the speed of writing? Then at most 20 seconds, not a second more. This explanation should be clear enough, right? What about the long production cycle of animated movies? With Blue Star's extremely top-notch technology, what actually takes time is just the process of coming up with conclusions. Now, Shadow is the guy who has skipped the thinking stage, directly copying the correct answers, and using a high-tech pen to boot. The film was finally completed, and Starlight immediately started to help with finding theaters for distribution and the like. A few days later, at the beginning of the month, an update that shocked many both inside and outside the industry from Dream Factory's official social media. After enduring hardships and uniting as one, every member of our Dream Factory has put in unimaginable efforts through countless sleepless nights. After a grueling long battle of a full 2 months, we are relieved to tell everyone that Robot Wall-E is complete, and it will meet with you all in October. We believe you all are just as excited as Little Shadow. An animated movie is complete? 2 months. Really just 2 months? Seeing the second official post from Dream Factory, netizens were utterly baffled. What is this about? Is it really possible to create something in 2 months? Shadow wouldn't stoop to such low-level tactics for hype, would he? If Dream Factory's official account dares to say such things, it definitely means the animated movie is really made. Some people did think of questioning, but before they could, netizens noticed. Suddenly, several theaters began announcing their plans to schedule Robot Wall-E for an October release. Damn, the theaters have officially announced it. It really is made. 2 months are too crazy. There are really theaters that dare to take it, and it's not just one. There was someone who managed to make an animated film in half a year, and they were called Marksman. So what should we call Shadow with this speed? Look at the behind-the-scenes team. Are the dubbing and soundtrack really done by Dynasty? Whoa, the dubbing is indeed by Dynasty, and the soundtrack is indeed done by Xian Yu. It's written right on the promotional poster. Haha. Although Shadow is catching up with Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, it seems like their friendship hasn't been affected. Wait a minute. Stop talking about Xian Yu. Look at the director's section. Am I seeing this wrong? What's up with the director? Holy crap. For real? He's the director? Accompanied by countless exclamations from netizens. everyone saw on the promotional poster for Robot Wall-E, the section for the director's name boldly written with 2 characters. Shadow. Chapter 1317, 1099. No one actually watches this movie, right? Very quickly, the news spread across the continents. Shadow's first animation film is completed. An animated movie finished in 2 months. Shadow took on the role of the chief director for an animated movie. Comic artist Shadow forcefully directing an animated movie. Are we crazy, or is Shadow crazy? A newcomer directed his first animation film and completed it in just 2 months. Does such a work make sense? Why is Dream Factory so unreliable? On the blog, countless people were dumbfounded. How did Shadow become the chief director of his first animation film? Does he know how to make animation movies? Anyway, he has never tried this before. Although many of his works have been adapted into animations, he was just the original creator and didn't participate in the actual production. Can this even work? Work my ass. Look at the production duration of this animation film. What good stuff can be done in 2 months? Shadow is really unreliable. Maybe it's the pressure from Chu Kwang and Xian Yu that's too great. As an outsider in animation movies, creating one in just 2 hours, I really can't imagine what the quality of the work would be. Is Shadow God in a hurry? Isn't this just ruining his own brand? Tribe. There are people setting the pace here. In pursuit of Chu Kwang and Xian Yu, Shadow has completely lost it. He even took on the role of a director for an animation film. I know he wants to transition, but transitioning also needs a technical basis. Does he even understand what the chief director job entails? Do you guys dare to watch this movie? To be honest, I don't want to waste my time watching it. Add 1 to the previous comment. Looks like Shadow was provoked this time. Once a person is provoked, they start doing irrational things. Shadow God. Better just stick to drawing comics. If he's really interested in production, maybe directing. Doraemon would be much easier. In the animation movie circle, many people were speechless. What's the deal with this Shadow? I get it now. You get what? I understand why this movie was declared finished in just 2 months. Because Shadow is the chief director and also the boss of this animation film company. Who could oppose him? Everyone just lets him mess around. Perhaps he treated making an animation film as if he were shooting a serialized cartoon. Can the quality produced in these 2 months even be watchable? Finally, even the people from the top 5 animation film companies in Blue Star heard about it. Strange things happen every year, but this year is particularly rife. Unexpectedly, a master from the comic circles, upon entering our animation film circle, would mess around like this. He probably thinks that animation is as easy to conquer as comics. I had paid a little attention to this person before, since his influence in the comic circles is too huge. It was me. I also thought he would pose a threat to us, but now it seems he's not worth worrying about. You all overthink too much. There are so many doing animation movies in Blue Star. Apart from our 5, the other companies are all crap. Dream Factory. The entire animation film backstage team was indignant. Damn, what do these people know? Some people haven't even seriously watched our movie. What the hell gives them the right to trash us? Any problem with Teacher Shadow being a director? Shadow is the best animation movie director in the world. A problem with producing a product in 2 months. We've spent so much money, hired so many people, bought so much of Blue Star's top technology, and added to that Teacher Shadow's completed works. Even 2 months feels slow to me. Hurry up and release it. Only by releasing it can we slap their faces. Even if it's not released yet, we can still slap their faces hard. Didn't we make a few promotional trailers? Just let them see those trailers, and they'll know the quality of this movie. Everyone was angry. They forgot they had once doubted Shadow, but now they would not allow anyone to doubt Shadow God. That evening, in the midst of heated online discussions, amidst countless doubts, Dream Factory suddenly released several promotional trailers for Robot Wall-E, each about 2 to 3 minutes long. Contrary to what people imagined being hastily made, the promotional trailers for the animation movie were extremely exquisite. First, the visuals. The scenes presented in the trailers. Each frame stands up to scrutiny. Then the music. The overall artistic level is very high, and the music feels very grand. Suddenly, the voices of doubt were halved. Many people were shocked. Oh my, what's going on? The visuals in this trailer are so beautiful, the quality is kind of awesome. How did Dream Factory make such good visuals in 2 months? Is this a bit insane? I thought the visuals would be terribly jumpy, but I didn't expect such beautiful 3D animation. The scenes in the trailer could even be used directly as screensavers, right? Is this really directed by Shadow? Although I don't know how the plot quality will turn out, judging from this trailer, the animated movie seems to be made with much more care than people imagined. At least they didn't skimp on the technical aspect. Chapter 1318, 1099. Surely nobody watches this movie, right? _2. But I do feel that the release of this promotional video precisely reflects Shadow's insecurity. How so? You still don't understand the tricks of film promotion, do you? 80% of the crappy movies put all the best parts in the promo. The promo looks fantastic, but when you're actually lured into the cinema, you'll find the movie is a complete mess and realize you'd have been better off just watching the promo. What are you getting at? Shadow might just be playing this game, editing all the best scenes into the promo, while the quality of the actual film can't match up to the promo at all. I believe in Shadow. Then brace yourself to be harvested like leaks. I've seen this trick too many times. A promo, huh? Heh. The skepticism was now halved, but half remained. Those who remained suspected that the promotional video was a trap laid out by the production team, but this wasn't. Something Lin Yuan could fix. After all, he couldn't release the full content now. Fortunately, the film distribution was already in place. A few hours after the promo aired, Chasing Shadow Studio updated with a new announcement. The movie will officially premiere on October 1st. Please support Shadow's first animated film. Suddenly, there was a stirring of incredulity from all quarters. Even people from the top 5 animation movie companies were puzzled. Something's off. The film was supposedly made in 2 months, and it's Shadow, a newcomer director, at the helm. Why is this company so confident, acting as if their film is outstanding? On what grounds are you so assured and self-righteous? Chi Continent. Huyen is a director at Firefly Animation Company, one of the top 5 animation movie companies in Blue Star. The most legendary thing about Huyen is, he once produced a decent quality animated film in just 6 months. Since then, Huyen has been known as Marksman, the fastest in the animation film circle. Ever since Shadow decided to make an animated film, Huyen had been closely following him. Huyen admired his comic work and even hoped for a chance to collaborate with him someday. But then, events that dumbfounded Huyen occurred one after another. First off, Shadow's animated film titled Robot Wally was completed in just 2 months. Then, Shadow personally took on the role of director. An animated film made by a rookie director in 2 months? It's common sense that it would be unbearable to watch. Huyen found the whole thing preposterous. Yet, just as everyone was thinking this way, the rookie director released a promotional video that surprised everyone. Although the few minutes of the video didn't reveal much about the story's quality or even clearly explain what the film intends to express, visuals and music don't lie. The quality of the visuals is high. The music featured in the promo is quite refined too. These elements are so good they seem impossible to have been made in just 2 months. Even if, as some speculate, the best visual parts of the movie were all in the promo. Huyen still became immensely curious about this movie. It is theoretically possible to do it in 2 months, he muses. Huyen had carefully analyzed the situation. You just need to get all the pre-production done in advance, and then use the latest intelligent superbrain technology from Way Continent. But apparently that thing is exorbitantly expensive. You'd need an investment of several $100 million to even countenance using it. It looks like Shadow has used this technology for the promo. And if everything goes smoothly throughout all stages, it would indeed be possible to complete an animated film in 2 months. But that's just in theory. Does someone in the world truly have the ability to prep everything in advance? The capability to construct such intricate designs mentally is staggering. It suggests that the director already had a clear vision of what the film should be, allowing a flawless execution of every phase. Huyen had once made an animated film in 6 months. He had thought that was the limit of Blue Star's speed. At least until he surpassed his own record, no one could do it faster. However, Shadow appeared and got it done in 2 months. Huyen thought that even to push his limits again, it would take at least 5 months, yet Shadow managed to cut the time down to 2. Perhaps he sacrificed something in exchange for speed. But what's the point of pursuing production speed if the final quality of the work isn't managed properly? Without quality, where would the box office be? Hu Yin was baffled. Stop pondering the incomprehensible. Hu Yin decided to buy a ticket and see for himself. Hu Yin opened his phone, ready to book a ticket. Suddenly, he saw that in one of the groups he was in, numerous colleagues from the 5 major companies were chatting idly. Just got news, Shadow used Wei Continent's technology for that movie. The one that's dubbed intelligent superbrain technology. But even so, 2 months is still too exaggerated. Don't they need to prepare? Writing the script, storyboarding, character design, setting design, color design, dubbing, and music composition. All these things take time. Some can be done concurrently. Overall, with our current technology at Blue Star, it's theoretically possible to make a proper animated movie in 2 months, but theory is theory for the reason that reality has too many variables to consider. I don't know what trick Shadow is up to, but for sure, this movie is a mess, and even if they got the visuals right, other aspects will definitely fall short. Such a movie, there's no need to watch it. How bored must someone be to go watch this movie? Anyway, I'm not going. Probably only Shadow's pitiful fans will, ready to be harvested like leeks. Hu Yin snickered. Is he considered a fan of Shadow? Maybe barely. He did follow quite some of the other party's comics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that odd curiosity and obediently, against his better judgment, purchase a movie ticket despite knowing that the movie was likely being made haphazardly. Just like that, several days went by. On the 1st of October, Hu Yin arrived early at the cinema. Although he was a famous director at one of the top 5 animation movie companies, he was still a behind-the-scenes guy. At this moment, with a scruffy beard and greasy hair, no one could recognize him. Hu. Just as Hu Yin was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Zhang. Hu Yin turned his head, thinking one of his fans recognized him. But to his surprise, it was a director from one of the big companies. What brings you here? I was curious and came to have a look. After saying this, Hu Yin looked a bit weirdly at the other person. Didn't you vehemently criticize Shadow in the group chat yesterday, saying how you wouldn't watch this movie no matter what? You were lurking in the chat back then. That's right. I saw you guys having a blast trashing it, so I didn't say anything. After all, you know I quite like Shadow's comic works. Then keep this to yourself. Zhang felt awkward all right. How could he even run into such a situation? Hu Yin, holding back a laugh, said, I won't tell anyone. You're not the only one feeling awkward. Look over to the east. Isn't that Wang? Zhang looked back and suddenly froze. Damn, this Wang. Just yesterday in the group chat, he was chiming in with him, vehemently bashing Shadow's movie for being a rushed animation done in 2 months, saying stuff like, only leaks would watch this movie, and only fools would watch it. How on earth did they bump into each other at the cinema today? Fate, too marvelous for words. Zhang wanted to go over and greet Wang, but suddenly, Hu Yin grabbed him. What's up? Just take a look at the group chat. Zhang was startled, opened the group chat, and saw that Wang had just sent a message. How come it's so quiet in the group? Surely no one actually went to watch Shadow's animated movie, did they? No way, right? Zhang. This guy is seriously asking for it. If he took a photo of the other party sending messages in the cinema and shared it in the group, what would the effect be? Social suicide on the spot. Honestly, it came down to this. Whether from inside or outside the industry, even though they verbally claimed impossible, their bodies truthfully made their way to the cinema. Because in their hearts, they were somewhat curious, and they held a measure of respect towards Shadow, the so-called god of comics. Yes, many in the animation circle simply do not want to admit that when the god of comics ventured into animation, they felt a tad nervous. Chapter 1319, 1101. I can't believe I'm shipping a pair of robots. Today is the premiere of Robot Wally, and people from Blue Star's animation film circle, no matter how much they scorn Shadow outwardly, actually snuck into the cinemas privately. Zhang and Hu Yin moved toward Wang. Suddenly, Zhang shouted, Wang, stop pretending. Wang jumped in shock. Damn, how come you two are here? Hu Yin said with a smile. If we weren't here, who would expose your true colors? Shoop. O.L. Wong's face turned a mix of red and purple. The instant social suicide of a middle-aged man. O.L. Zhang laughed. Should I take a photo and post it in the group chat? O.L. Wong, toughing it out, said, Please don't mess with my mood, guys. If everyone finds out, I'll be utterly embarrassed. Doesn't matter. Look over there, who is that? Seems like it's O.L. Mai from our group, huh? Looks like everyone in our circle, although verbally dismissive, actually cares a lot about Shadow's movie. O.L. Wong took a look. Wow, it really is him. How many people from the animation film circle have come to the cinema today to watch Shadow's film? Not just the animation film circle. In fact, many from the comic circle also flocked to the cinemas. The God of Comics' first animated film has made people very curious. Heard that a lot of comic artists from the Alliance bought tickets. There's been a lot of discussion online recently. I'm curious, can Shadow make animated films as successful as his comics? I'm skeptical. It's his first time directing an animated film, and this movie was made in just 2 months. Is 2 months too exaggerated? Compared to making an animated film in 2 months, Shadow has done even crazier stuff. What do you mean? That time when he was concurrently working on 5 comics, single-handedly overthrowing the entire Alliance. Now that was truly ridiculous. Haha, indeed. People in the animation film circle are so sensitive to shock, not knowing about the absurd things Shadow has done in the past. Elsewhere, many spectators bought tickets and entered. Cinemas partnered with Starlight from various continents scheduled Robot Wall-E for showings. Might as well check it out. After all, Shadow's comics are my favorite. Even if the animation isn't good, I'd still accept it. Who else has brought us so much joy through comics? Speaking of the trailer, it was quite interesting. If we're talking about visuals, the trailer's visuals are indeed great. Didn't some people online say that Shadow's trailer is just a compilation of the best parts, and the actual film is trash? That shouldn't be the case. Well, we're about to find out. Ticket checking has started. Let's go in. Online, netizens from various continents were chatting. I'm already in the cinema with my girlfriend. I hope this movie doesn't turn into a farce, or I'll be very disappointed in Shadow. It's starting in 1 minute. There's quite a few people in the cinema hall. Even though Shadow is a comic artist, seems like he's got some box office draw. Huh? You guys go ahead and be the guinea pigs for us. Haha. They're not guinea pigs, they're leaks. Leaks. As a fan of Shadow God, I must say you all are underestimating Shadow God's influence. Do you know how much money he can make from randomly publishing a comic? Does he really need to swindle you for your money with an animation film? Exactly. If you don't like it, don't watch it. The guy's made enough money to last him 8 lifetimes. Casually making animated movies, what's it to you? Lin Yuan, unaware of the online buzz, invited his family to the cinema in Qin Continent. Mother, older sister, younger sister. The 4 of them sat in 1 row. Among them, Lin Yuan wore a mask to prevent being recognized by passers-by. Mother is the director of this animated film. That friend of Yuan's, Shadow? Older sister, little brother also served as the film's music composer and brought the Yu dynasty in to do voiceovers. Younger sister. But it seems like this movie isn't widely anticipated by the outside world. Mother, what do those people know, my son's friends? None of them are anything less. Lin Yuan, Mom is right. 30 seconds later, the screen suddenly lit up. The movie officially began. A series of images flashed by. It was a beautiful, mesmerizing universe full of stars. The celestial visuals were filled with a mysterious allure, possessing a natural elegance, as if each frame could be screenshotted and saved as wallpaper for a phone or computer. Holy crap, these visuals. Didn't they say all the highlights were in the trailer? This scene never appeared in the trailer, but it's so beautiful. Could the whole movie have this kind of quality? Impossible, right? The quality is insane. It doesn't look like something rushed out in 2 months. If the whole film maintains this level of visual quality, how much did they invest? I heard the promotion said 600 million. Damn, netizens from all continents were blown away. But after all, it was just the beginning. After the surprise exclamations, everyone quickly got immersed in the plot. On a certain planet, skies full of dust, trash everywhere. Suddenly, a line of white text flashed by. Blue Star, the year 2070. This setting once again took the audience by surprise. This desolate planet, filled with trash, is the blue star of the future. On Blue Star, there's a dirt yellow, worn-out robot sorting through the trash. The robot has a pair of binocular-shaped eyes, a square trash bin body, moves around on a set of mini tank-like tiny gears, and is followed by a cockroach. Chapter 1320, 1100. I Can't Believe I'm Shipping a Pair of Robots, Part 2. The movie spends about 10 minutes introducing the background. By the year 2700, Blue Star was left only with garbage and robots. This robot, known as Wall-E, was produced by a robot company and is a low-grade robot tasked with cleaning up the garbage on Blue Star. At this time, with Blue Star's environment deteriorating, humans had already entered outer space, leaving countless free-operating Wall-E robots to clean up Blue Star. Centuries. All the Wall-E robots had exceeded their service life, breaking down one after the other, except for this Wall-E, which strongly survived and even gradually developed human emotions. Wall-E didn't forget its duty. Every day, it cleaned up garbage that it was destined never to completely clear away. However, at the end of each day's work, Wall-E would feel lonely. The only living creature it could interact with was a small cockroach that always followed it. When bored, Wall-E watched movies. The movie was The Truman Show, found in some garbage heap. When bored, it listened to music, all songs. From the U Dynasty. Chi Continent. Laughter filled the cinema. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. The Three Brothers collaboration. Literally everywhere. Everything Wall-E watches and listens to are works by Xianyu. Wall-E is so adorable. Its movement design is so cute. It feels like it's truly alive. The last robot on Blue Star, it's heartbreaking. What surprises me the most is that this movie's visual quality didn't collapse at all. Every frame is so beautifully done. Those who said the essence was all in the promotion must have their faces swollen now. Is this really Shadow's first time directing an animated movie? So amazing. I fell in love with Wall-E just 10 minutes in. The story continues. A spaceship lands on Blue Star. A female robot steps out. This female robot is all white, very high-end, with an egg-shaped body that only has a digital display for eyes, casually raising her hand to fire massive cannonballs, and capable of flying high speed in the air. The camera offers a Wall-E's point of view. In Wall-E's eyes, this female robot is like a goddess. Wall-E immediately falls in love at first sight, suddenly experiencing the feeling of love. Wall-E, Eve. The two robots, one noble and the other plain, communicate by calling each other's names. The female robot's emotions can be seen through her eyes. Her glowing eyes turn into the shape of a moon, clearly showing that Eve is happy, while Wall-E is obviously more shy, his small hands clapping against his fingers, pretending to whistle inadvertently, slowly approaching Eve. At this moment, a violent storm arises. A sandstorm hits. Eve, new to Blue Star, clearly has never faced such a predicament, yelling Wall-E in the darkness. In the midst of the storm, Wall-E's dirty mechanical claw rests on Eve's hand, leading Eve into his home and locking the door. Way Continent. Inside a movie theater. Ha! Wall-E has actually fallen in love with Eve. Two robots in love. Eve is clearly a rich beauty. Wall-E is a classic country bumpkin. Both are so cute. Robots in love. I love this sci-fi setting. What did Eve come to Blue Star to find? Found it. It's a plant. A plant. The plot gives the two robots a lot of interaction. Wall-E shows Eve all the fun things he has collected while gathering garbage and even plays little games with her. Lonely. Inferior. Simple. Kind. Wall-E's personality is so likable, and his clumsiness in front of love is extremely endearing. Suddenly, Wall-E takes out a green plant. Eve's body suddenly shakes, as if a preset command was activated, immediately storing the plant and entering a dormant state herself. Wall-E is extremely worried. In the following days, regardless of the storms, Wall-E constantly cares for the dormant Eve. Finally, one day, a spaceship comes to Blue Star and takes the dormant Eve away. And Wall-E actually catches up with the spaceship taking Eve and reaches the vast universe. Wall-E's friend, the little cockroach, wants to follow. Wall-E refuses. He decides to embark on this adventure alone for his love for Eve. Han Continent. Inside a cinema. Wall-E is so brave. This part is really touching. Wall-E sneaking onto the spaceship for Eve. He even refused the little cockroach who wanted to go with him. This is true friendship. Wally knows that it would be dangerous to go out, so he doesn't want the little cockroach to risk it with him. Poor little cockroach, left alone on Blue Star after getting fed so much dog food. Ha ha. Why are you focusing on the cockroach when you hate cockroaches the most in real life? Cockroaches in animation are different. Eve will be okay, right? I hope Eve and Wally end up together. You might not believe it, but I am actually shipping a couple of robots. As the plot continues, the main storyline gradually clarifies. It turns out Eve was sent by a human spaceship to Blue Star to gather data. Once she obtains the green plant and confirms that Blue Star can once again sustain green life, Eve boards the spaceship, headed back to the human-inhabited spaceship of Truth to report back, as was pre-programmed. Wally also has pre-programmed instructions. The human set program requires him to stay on Blue Star to complete the garbage cleaning work until he is scrapped. Chapter 1321, 1100. I can't believe I'm shipping a pair of robots CP_3. However, Wally, driven by a thought and his high-definition directive, realized that he must not lose Eve and had to follow her closely. Therefore, breaking the strong commands of his programming, Wally finally grabbed onto the hull of Eve's launching ship just before takeoff and flew into space. The scenery in space was beautiful. This was the first time Wally had seen such beauty, a beauty so unlike Blue Star. He was mesmerized, occasionally reaching out to swipe through the beautiful starry sky. He had no idea how long he had flown. Wally arrived at the human-inhabited Axiom spaceship. At that moment, the detection program discovered the green plant Eve brought from Blue Star and immediately sent her to the captain's chamber, where the central computer woke up the captain. Meanwhile, Wally began his own adventure on the spaceship. Everywhere he went, he caused chaos and confusion. He even interacted with the humans aboard the spaceship. The robots on the ship were extremely sophisticated, in stark contrast to Wally, who looked like he could fall apart at any moment. But Wally, covered in rust, left a trail of Blue Star's dust wherever he went. This made him the most troublesome character for the cleaning robots on the spaceship. Wherever Wally's dirty footprints were found, there would be a cleaning robot frantically scrubbing the floor. In a cinema in Zhao continent, the audience couldn't stop laughing during this sequence. Those cleaning robots are having such a hard time. Wally from Blue Star is like a walking trash lord. Wally is just like a country bumpkin coming to the city. The robots on the spaceship were all made with technology from hundreds of years in the future. Why are all the humans on the spaceship so fat? That human couldn't even get up by himself when he fell down. Because they're too fat, they haven't exercised for a long time, and their limb abilities have degraded, right? I feel like this part is satirizing something. At first, it was mocking humans for not taking good care of the Blue Star's environment. Now, it's satirizing the over-reliance on high technology. The main storyline. The captain was thrilled to learn of the good news Eve brought back. With green plants, it meant that humanity could now live on Blue Star again. However, Central Computer Zero, due to a command from 700 years ago, insisted that humans should not return to Blue Star, and for this, it confined the captain, who was determined to return. But, before his confinement, the captain gave Eve an order. Stop Zero's plan and bring the spaceship back to Blue Star. Eve began to execute the order. Wally finally found Eve again, and together, the two robots made their final effort to bring the spaceship back to Blue Star. For a while, there was chaos inside the spaceship. The humans aboard the spaceship were also affected by the mess. Righteousness would ultimately prevail. In the end, with the joint efforts of Wally and Eve, they initiated the Green Program to return to Blue Star. Humanity returned to Blue Star. However, during this process, Wally was severely battered, and his already burdened body was not far from being scrapped. After returning to Blue Star, Eve immediately set about repairing Wally. Wally was indeed fixed, but he no longer showed vigor and seemed not to recognize Eve at all. A robot is, after all, only a collection of parts. When all of its parts have been replaced, is this robot still the Wally from before? The movie was nearing its end, and in a cinema in Chu continent, many in the audience had red-rimmed eyes. Has Wally been scrapped? No, don't let it be. Wally, your Eve is waiting for you. Let's not have such a cutting moment now. Shadow, I beg of you, give our Wally a happy ending. Eve is sad, and I feel a tightness in my chest too. Is this it then? Sacrificing himself for the sake of humans? After hauling trash for humans for hundreds of years, this is the end he gets. Many people had tears in their eyes. Wally's resilience, Wally's persistence, Wally's innocence, Wally's deep affection. These precious qualities, throughout the movie, never ceased to touch the audience's emotions. When Wally forgot Eve and became a robot without its own feelings, the hearts of the audience felt as if they were being pricked with needles. And just amidst the sadness, the screen suddenly shifted. Eve started to help Wally with the trash hauling. Her pure white body became covered with dust, but she didn't care and stubbornly followed behind Wally. When Wally was tired, she would stop with him and wipe his sweat. At that moment, Eve suddenly remembered the movies and music Wally loved. She firmly held Wally's hand. Wally's expression was still dull, resembling any low-end robot produced 700 years ago. The light in Eve's eyes dimmed as if in sorrow, and she subconsciously let go of his hand. It didn't let go. Eve didn't think much of it and tried to pull her hand back again, only to find Wally holding it tightly. Eve, 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 Eve. Wally's voice went from pale and rigid to lively and tender, as if coming back to life. The two camera-like eyes lit up again. Incontinent. Suddenly, cheers erupted in a cinema. Oh, whoa, well done. This damn sweet romance. This delicious dog food. I like their love. Isn't this much more effective than real life? So beautiful to watch. Is this really an animated film made by Shadow in 2 months? To me, this work is even more exciting than those produced over years by the top 5 animation film companies. I can't find a single flaw in this film. It's just so perfect. I've got goosebumps. Amazing, freaking amazing. Who would have thought that this is Shadow's first animated film? It looks like it's made by an experienced top-tier director. Viewers across all continents are cheering. Eve finally got a response from Wally. Wally, Wally, Wally. Despite being mechanical, the audience clearly heard joy and sweetness in the voices. Real, pure. This is love. The little cockroach appeared again. It first passed through Wally's hand, then Eve's arm, mischievous as ever. And the people returning to Blue Star finally stood up with sheer willpower. They will slim down gradually. They are going to replant vegetation all over Blue Star. Comic industry. Numerous comic artists were astonished. Is this Shadow's first animated film? I'm floored. How can it be so exciting? The god of comics enters the animation industry and remains a godly presence. Oh my god, a movie like this made in 2 months is an unheard of miracle. It's so thrilling. The plot is tightly interconnected, the message is beautiful, and it even promotes environmental protection. This film's reputation is going to explode. I have a feeling the animation film industry is about to change. Did Shadow previously study animation directing? Such skills shouldn't be possible for a newcomer. Now, the end of the movie. Blue Star regains its greenery. The cleaning robot follows behind Wally, cleaning the floor as ever. Qing Continent. Inside the cinema, audiences applauded amidst laughter. Countless people screamed. Countless people clapped. Whether it was the humor or the touching moments, the visuals or the music, the film was impeccable. And most importantly, everyone loved the plot too much. Sister got excited and screamed with the crowd. Some said earlier that all the essence was in the trailer. After watching the movie, I realized the trailer didn't even showcase the brilliance of the film. The excitement is all in the movie itself. It's just too good. Wow. Sister's eyes sparkled. My brother's friends are all so impressive. Mom felt it was a fuss over nothing. I've told you long ago, Lin Yuan's friends are all extraordinary characters. This is what you call birds of a feather flock together. Just look at how outstanding our Lin Yuan is to know. Lin Yuan, Mom's right. The movie ended. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that in the animation film circles of Blue Star's continents, countless professionals were dumbfounded, utterly dumbfounded. And in their dumbfoundment, the credit roll for the film's behind-the-scenes team appeared on the big screen. Screenwriter, Shadow. Editor, Shadow. Designer, Shadow. Art, Shadow XX. Modeling, Shadow XXX. Lighting, Shadow XXX. The staff lists for various departments appeared at the end credits, and although some tasks might have had more than one person involved, in the most important aspects of animated film production, The first name of the responsible team was invariably Shadow. Finally, the most important, chief director of the animated film, Shadow. Chapter 1322, 1101, Box Office. Explosion. Hu Yan's work is astonishing. It's a marvel. OL Zhang was dumbfounded. OL, one looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Countless insiders from the animation film industry who quietly came to the cinema and watched Robot Wall-E were completely dumbstruck after seeing it. How is this possible? Is this really the work of a novice director? The quality doesn't seem like that of a beginner at all. Even the masters from those 5 big firms might only just reach this level, right? Perfection beyond belief. From the plot to the visuals, to the overarching themes and various special effects, it's hard to find any faults. This cast list is truly frightening. Just how much work did Shadow do? No wonder it was completed so quickly. Not only did they employ the latest technology, but it's also likely he had designed everything that needed to be designed well in advance, right? What kind of mind is this? Is this the legendary type who knows exactly what movie they're going to make before they even start shooting? What kind of concept is this? Given the quality displayed by Shadow's film, why do I feel like the 5 strongest film companies on Blue Star have just met their match in the animation field? I just knew. As the renowned god of comics on Blue Star, how could the animation film produced by Shadow be anything but outstanding? Stop saying it in hindsight. Everyone knows Shadow's scripts are good, but who would have thought he's skilled in so many areas? Look at the projects he's involved in. It completely surpasses the scope of work of a screenwriter or even a chief director. It's like one person doing the job of several departments and teams. Industry insiders pay close attention to the cast list. The behind-the-scenes cast list for this movie reveals a lot. Shadow, seemingly omnipresent, lets everyone know what this signifies. On the internet, many people haven't seen this movie yet. Is it over? The movie should be finished by now, right? Didn't someone say they were going to live stream the entire movie plot? Why have they disappeared? Did they fall asleep watching it? How is it really? Can some cool dude spill the beans? It seems we've all been had. Your sisters had. We've just left the theater, and everyone was applauding. It's freaking awesome. I highly, strongly, and crazily recommend Robot Wall-E. It's the best animated movie I've ever seen. Really, don't tell me these are Shadow's paid reviewers. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Holy shit, they don't seem like paid reviewers. The comment section on StarNet has exploded. The ratings are out. How many points? Can you believe StarNet gave it a 9.6? In the midst of everyone's astonishment, many who hadn't seen the movie quickly opened StarNet. The reviews here are quite referential. It's because after watching movies, Blue Star audiences like to gather for discussions on StarNet, where they tend to be quite strict with their ratings. On StarNet, in the movie short comment section, the first batch of viewers who had finished the movie began to leave comments. A work of perfection, so romantic, like flowers blossoming from ruins, like a hand-in-hand walk in the afternoon, like all the greatest love stories in the world. A love story between a rich beauty and a poor young man. We don't just want to survive, we want a home, to do meaningful things. It wasn't until I went to the theater that I realized I'd been tricked. The Yu Dynasty only had a few lines of voiceover, and the entire movie's dialogues were almost just the few sounds from Wall-E and Eve. But I didn't feel any regret. Instead, I found it to be the most beautiful animated film I've seen this year. Getting ready for a second viewing. I almost missed the premiere of this movie because of outside influences, but it proves that Shadow, Chu Kwang, and Xianyu are geniuses who succeed at whatever they do. Watched it with my child, loved it very much. I also watched it with my kid, thinking only the child would like it, but I ended up liking it even more than the kid did. Just like Doraemon, it's suitable for all ages. Compared to that robot cat, Wall-E is even more family-friendly. In the long comment section, surprisingly, several professional film critics posted. One of the posts was titled, "This is Shadow's Sci-Fi and Satire." I don't think any film can match what this one achieved in the opening. In the first 15 minutes, with virtually no dialogue, it delivers satire to the tech-crazed humanity of today, scorn to the big corporations shouting about environmental protection, and presents the reflections that should have come a lot earlier to all the movie fans present, as well as a gentle consolation to every lonely soul. By the end of the movie, When tiny green plants return to the soil, and when Wally finally joins hands with Eve, I quietly wiped away my tears in the theater. The future that the movie depicts, after several hundred years of space wandering, people's dreams become so simple, so easy that you could achieve them by stepping outside for 2 minutes now. Yet the people in the movie return to this point after 500 years. The ending satirizes, yet I think it expresses even more so the film's limitless love for our home as it exists now. How could you not think of the happiness you have now when faced with such a predicament one day? For words, praise is like the tide. People who haven't seen the movie are flabbergasted. Suddenly, as if spring breeze passes overnight, thousands of trees burst into pear blossoms. Chapter 1323, 1101, Box Office Hit _2. Before, there were all sorts of doubts about this movie on the internet, but in the blink of an eye, the narrative changed. Everyone fell in love with this movie. Starlight Network gave it a 9.6 rating. The reputation absolutely skyrocketed. Although this score might slightly decrease as more and more audience members watch the movie, the initial impression of the movie is undoubtedly very good. Holy moly! What a turnaround! These reviews and reputation are too high. The rating is unbeatable. I need to buy a ticket and see it ASAP. I told you Shadow God wouldn't mess this up, right? Uft. You clearly said before that an animation movie made in 2 months would definitely be a flop. You remembered wrong. I was the real believer in Shadow God. Stop kidding. I remember you said Shadow has never made an animated movie before and is just a newbie. Let's not argue anymore. Anyway, we're not the only ones who were proven wrong. Starlight Network, the movie weather vane. Many people, after seeing the ratings and reviews, opted to buy tickets. A highly praised movie deserves this treatment. Very soon, more audience members flooded into movie theaters. The next day, the opening day box office came out. Yesterday's release of Robot Wall-E garnered a box office of $210 million in one day. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The media went crazy reporting. Robot Wall-E breaks $200 million on its first day. Shadow's first time directing an animated movie, a massive success. Reputation through the roof. Shadow's first animated film is this impressive. A smashing opening. The follow-up box office of Robot Wall-E is highly anticipated. A bigger wave of viewers is coming soon. Shadow successfully transitions, becoming a top-tier animated film director. Besides being the king of comics, is he also Blue Star's world-class animation master? Shadow achieves another unbelievable success. Influenced by Doraemon, Shadow's first movie welcomed by children and parents alike. How to put it? Shadow, like the youngest of the 3 brothers, has always gotten less attention than Chu Kwang and Xianyu. However, this time, the glory belongs to Shadow. Those familiar with Shadow are not just comic fans anymore, but also include countless children and families. Yes, Doraemon played a part in this. Because Doraemon has been really popular recently. Many parents, after learning that the general director Shadow of this movie is the author of Doraemon, have decided to support it. Dream Factory. All the staff are cheering. When I woke up this morning and saw the box office, I was shocked. Our first day release broke $200 million. It's a hit. This is Shadow director's box office appeal. Although it's his first movie, everyone trusts him. I thought our initial box office would be poor. Given the previous public opinion, it was indeed worrying, but our reputation exploded, and that's the key point. This is a miracle we created. This must be the shortest production time for an animation movie among Blue Star's cinema-level films, right? Haha, we can apply for a record. What do you think the final box office will be? I feel, with this reputation and first-day performance, $2 billion is hopeful. $2 billion. That's too low ambition. Let's aim for $2.5 billion. In the office, Jinmu is stunned as he looks at Lin Yuan's back. Now, no matter what Lin Yuan tells him, he believes it. Having no prior experience in directing animated movies, yet in just 2 months, he led the team to produce an animation movie of Robot Wall-E's caliber. Lin Yuan turned around. How's the box office today? There are new cinemas partnering with us. I estimate it won't be worse than the opening day. Although Lin Yuan isn't the sole investor, he owns a significant share. This wave will make a lot of money. But most importantly, Shadow has successfully transitioned. Jinmu thought for a moment, and said, "The top 5 movie companies probably have to see us in a new light now. After all, besides the big 5 levels of movie companies on Blue Star, there are rarely other animation studios that can produce this level of animation movies. Isn't it the top 5 animation movie companies? These 5 companies are powerful, not just in animation movies. They also delve into live-action movies and TV shows, etc. They are much bigger than Starlight, with deeply intertwined capital at their backs. Puling, Firefly, Ivy, Citus, Zhong Continent Group. These 5 companies are the top-tier entertainment capitals on Blue Star. Previously only they could produce blockbuster animated movies. Other companies simply could not compete with them in the animation movie field. In the following days, the box office of the movie Robot Wall-E is refreshing its upper limit every day. 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion. When the movie Robot Wall-E concluded its screenings at the end of the month, its global box office had reached an impressive 5 billion. Lin Yuan feels indifferent, because his live-action movies almost always reach this box office. But the people at Chase Shadow are ecstatic, the entire company bursting into huge cheers. The internet is also filled with amazement. Shadow is incredible. A home in the universe, boundless romance. 5 billion. The box office is fierce, mainly because Blue Star hasn't had such an interesting animated movie in a long time. I used to watch only the Big Five's animated movies. From now on, my must-watch list will include Shadow. This movie is indeed great. Chapter 1324, 1101. The box office exploded _3. A box office of 5 billion has landed it in the top 10 animated films in Qin Continent's film history. I checked, and this figure just puts it at the 5th spot on the Qin Continent animation box office leaderboard. Shadow's transformation has been successful. From now on, he's not just the god of comics, but also an exceptional animation director. Firefly, one of the big 5 film companies of Blue Star. Wall-E, the director of the animation department, was discussing Robot Wall-E with a few colleagues. We shouldn't underestimate this Shadow. To achieve a box office of 5 billion on his first animated film is unprecedented in the industry. What's most important is how quickly he did it. The work that takes us a year and a half to complete, he's done in just 2 months. It looks like our competition at Firefly won't just be the other 4 anymore. Shadow is definitely qualified to rival the Big 5. An unexpected guest indeed. The animation film market has always been divided among the Big 5, and no one anticipated that Shadow would come out of nowhere to grab a slice of the cake. Hu Yin said with a smile, "Perhaps this is a good thing for the animation film circle. Just not sure if the ones from the Big 5 other than ourselves feel the same way. What's certain is, Shadow has made it onto the watch list of the Big 5's animation film departments." Lin Yuan's goal has been achieved. His main reason for making Robot Wall-E was to build up goodwill and reputation. Now, the reputation is maxed out. This animation film has successfully transformed him into a trustworthy animation film director. Netizens have a much higher opinion of Shadow now. Shadow has really proven himself with this animated film. Although he's still not on par with Chu Kuang and Xian Yu, the gap has significantly narrowed. Yeah, animation is not something just anyone can do. And indeed, the status of a top animation master is higher than that of just a comic artist. Shadow's not quite at the level of a top animation master yet, right? True that. His animated works are a bit too few. His comics have been turned into animations these past few years and are increasingly influential globally. Shadow might catch up in fame in a few years, but status is a bit harder to chase, especially since he's not an all-rounder artist. Yeah, Xian Yu is very well-rounded. Chu Kuang is also very versatile. Shadow is not comprehensive enough in the larger field of painting, but I seem to have heard that Shadow has produced traditional works and also received good reviews. Indeed, he has, but way too few. Anyway, in the traditional painting circles, Shadow's name has never appeared. Still not quite enough. Through the discussions amongst the netizens and his own summary of Shadow's achievements, Lin Yuan indeed felt something was lacking. He needs to further elevate Shadow's influence. How to elevate it? Take the traditional route with the Painting Soul series? To be honest, Lin Yuan doesn't want to do that. The Painting Soul series is just too precious. Rarity is what makes something valuable. Work on comics? Let the god of comics take a break. It's better to continue making animated films, especially since he's a marksman. Mind made up. Lin Yuan starts thinking about the theme for the next animated film. Just then, Jinmu suddenly runs over excitedly. Great news. What's up? Shadow is about to take off. How so? The Literature and Art Association is creating a brand new children's channel, needing around 10 animations, and they've already decided on the first work. Which one? You're Doraemon. Lin Yuan is startled. Blue Star is establishing a global children's channel? They currently need around 10 animations? His Doraemon has been selected? Sheesh. The aroma of prestige. He loves this kind of official promotion, the quota for collecting 10 animations. If he were to take it all for himself, stay low-key, hold back. Chu Kuang's Fairy Tale Town didn't monopolize the promotion quota for fairy tales back then, and now facing a similar situation, Shadow should at least leave some soup for other companies to drink, or else, sooner or later, he'll be ganged up on. At this moment, Lin Yuan has already cast Robot Wally to the back of his mind. Forget animated films for now. Up next, let's work on some serialized animated series. Chapter 1325, 1102. The Animation Circle is stirring. Literature and Art Association. The announcement has been released. For the education and growth of children, we intend to create a children's channel to cultivate a habit of watching excellent animation works from an early age, fostering the right aesthetic appreciation for these works. Animation has a significant impact on children. Bad works can make children irresistibly learn bad behaviors. Good works, like Shadow's Doraemon, are very nice. We plan to try broadcasting it on the newly established Blue Star Children's Channel. Others have opportunities too. Selection will be open to all continents. All animations meeting our standards are welcome to submit. We will strictly select to ensure children see truly high-quality animations. We hope parents pay close attention. The Literature and Art Association is looking to run the Blue Star Children's Channel to start a television station that focuses on the next generation's education. This matter is of tremendous importance. Especially for the growth of the children of Blue Star, it holds an extraordinary significance. Online, the whole nation is paying attention. Countless people across all continents, especially parents, are applauding this official decision. Support. It's about time. Some of the cartoons nowadays are just so lacking in substance. Some cartoons can easily lead children astray. With the Literature and Art Association supervising, we parents can rest assured. It seems the authorities are placing great emphasis on children's education. They've been customizing fairy tales for kids in recent years, and now they're starting to tailor animations for children. Children from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong continent will grow up watching this channel, just like we did in our childhood, although we didn't watch just one channel. Haha. The animation industry is going to go crazy. Just like last time when the fairy tale industry went insane, this time the animation industry will also go completely wild. Who wouldn't want their animation works to be officially promoted by the Literature and Art Association and broadcast on the Blue Star Children's TV channel, forever remaining in the memories of children across continents? The Big Five companies are also interested. The animation departments at the Big Five have a reputation, and I guess most of the chosen animations will be their productions. Shadow has been selected too. According to the notice from the Literature and Art Association, Doraemon closely meets their selection criteria. Nice one. Shadow is flourishing both in animated films and cartoon series. They just had a box office hit, and now their cartoon series is about to be officially promoted. Meanwhile, the entertainment industry across all continents. Many companies involved in the animation industry have taken action. Quick, we make cartoons. Submit them to the Literature and Art Association. If the works created by our animation department ultimately make it to the global children's channel, our company's reputation will be greatly enhanced. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Big Five will definitely make a move. But we might still have a chance to outperform the Big Five. After all, in animations, technology is secondary. Content is what really matters. Yes. Isn't Shadow a success story? Their Doraemon doing well is totally normal given its quality, and it's quite new too. Capable of creating a lot of material which might be suitable for long-term broadcast on the children's channel. The Big Five. Some are indeed envious. Exceptional animations and fairy tales alike can influence an entire generation. The Literature and Art Association has provided an excellent platform. Blue Star Children's Channel will be followed by children all over the world. It's an opportunity for us in the animation industry to prove our worth. It just so happens we've produced several animations aimed at younger audiences. Let's send them to the Literature and Art Association for review. The standards in this review must be very high. Of course, they are high. Because of their age, children have yet to form their worldviews, and the animations they watch from a young age actually have a massive influence on them. If it's a good influence, everyone is happy. If it's a bad influence, it's quite detrimental. Issue of children's education. The whole of Blue Star is concerned. The official standards for reviewing works like animations and fairy tales targeted at children are extremely strict. Now, the officials are going even further by running their own TV station, not allowing other animations to divert children's attention too much. You can imagine. In the future, 80% of the animations children are exposed to will come from the Blue Star Children's Channel. Parents across all continents will also guide them in this way. In such a scenario, every major company is trying to seize the opportunity, and all animators are quite eager. It's not just the animators. Some fairy tale writers are also getting active, reaching out to people in the animation sector, hoping to collaborate to turn their works into animations. Fairy tale industry. Animation industry. Everyone wants a spot on the children's channel. And amidst widespread interest, a few days later, the Literature and Art Association made another move. In the past few days, we have received countless submissions from the animation departments of major entertainment companies from all continents, which we find very gratifying. However, due to the serious homogeneity of the works, it is challenging for us to make an accurate judgment. Therefore, we plan to first outline a few directions for everyone. Educational animations. Mythological animations. Educational animations. Artistic animations. Additionally, we are not opposed to special effects films, if they are sufficiently exciting, entertaining, and suitable for the children of Blue Star. Chapter 1326, 1102. The animation circle is stirring _up_2. Of course, these directions are not comprehensive. The actual standard is just one, excellent and suitable for children. Qing continent. Lin Yuan received a call from the chairman. The Literature and Art Association has contacted me, wanting to buy the broadcast rights of Doraemon for the children's channel. Shadow is going to make a huge impact now. This anime is likely to be shown for a long time, having a profound effect on children, almost equivalent to being one of their mentors in their youth. Aren't you excited? Busy with other things. What things? Writing a script. What script? Of course, it's an animation script. Just having Doraemon selected isn't enough. You're planning to make another one. The more, the better. Li Songhua couldn't help but fall into deep thought. More the better? But how much is more? Forget it. Let Shadow handle it. Given such a rare opportunity, animators from all over Blue Star will go crazy. Even the Big Five will bare their fangs. What if Shadow produces another hit? Then even the Big Five might become envious. It doesn't matter if it's not successful. Having Doraemon air on the children's channel is already great for Starlight. It's an opportunity countless companies dream of. Of course, Lin Yuan has no idea about Li Songhua's thoughts. He is seriously reviewing the criteria, studying the standards of the Literature and Art Association. The animations needed for the children's channel are naturally/mainly oriented towards younger audiences, which rules out the vast majority of comic works. Hot-blooded series like Dead Sea of Fire. Such youth-oriented comics don't match the style of the children's channel. So, for animations suitable for children, there are too many options to choose from. Lin Yuan instinctively thought of Tom and Jerry, but soon, Lin Yuan dismissed this idea himself. It's not that Tom and Jerry isn't good, but the music of this animation is tricky to handle. Countless world-class works, including those from big names like Beethoven, have been used as background music for Tom and Jerry. Better put that aside for now. After all, Blue Star is a world dominated by Eastern culture. He could totally consider works from Celestial Dynasty, like Journey to the West. The Literature and Art Association wants an animated film with a mythological theme, and Journey to the West is just perfect. Keep in mind, Journey to the West TV series is very popular, but the anime has never been broadcast. The company has already started working on it, just a bit slow. Lin Yuan plans to hurry them up later. For mythological animations, Journey to the West is obviously very appropriate. As for educational animations, Lin Yuan thought of 3000 Whys of Blue Cat. This is a typical educational and science popularization animation, very classic, a memory for a certain generation of kids from Celestial Dynasty. There's also educational animation. This concept is a bit broad, as many animations have educational attributes. For example, the martial arts style Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit Legend, or the one where righteousness always defeats evil, Black Cat Detective. Or maybe, how about Calabash Brothers? It seems the Literature and Art Association also mentioned artistic style animations. How can that be defined? What does an artistic style animation even mean? Lin Yuan vaguely had some guesses, but wasn't quite certain. The overall requirement of the Literature and Art Association is to be exciting, interesting, and educational, which is perhaps why they would even consider tokusatsu. Forget it. Just do it. Go by the criteria of being exciting, interesting, and educational. Lin Yuan immediately called over Jean Mu. We're going to make a few animations. A few. 5 is a start. But you can't just let us do it. The animation department at Starlight should also be involved. Okay, you go ahead and divide them into teams. I'll make 4 teams, that's the limit. Each team can take on one project. Good. Lin Yuan is full of drive. In the following days, he wrote several scripts and drew a stack of pictures, all for the animations he's planning to make. 2 days later, Lin Yuan arrived at Dream Factory. Team 1. This animation, I call it paper cutting animation. It's made differently from traditional animation. You need to cut out these character images and incorporate them into the animation. Paper cutting. It's simple, I'll teach you. Why not just use special effects for animation? Don't you think paper cutting is interesting? Well, okay, it is quite innovative. Actually, I have another question about why the Calabash brothers don't team up to fight together, but instead go after the demons one by one. Can you do it? Yes. You sure talk a lot. Lin Yuan adjusted his mask. Next. The leader of the second group came. Lin Yuan asked, "Have you read the script?" The leader of the second group hurriedly nodded. "I have. Work on it quickly. What kind of animation is this?" Educational cartoon. Haha. What an educational cartoon. It's just that the main character, Blue Cat, is too naive and honest. It's fine, educational content needs a reliable and steady protagonist. Okay. Team 3. The team leader said with a bitter face. "Sorry, Teacher Shadow, we really can't do this. Ink wash animation. How are we supposed to do this? We only know how to do technical stuff. For ink wash, we need to bring in a master of the craft. I suggest contacting the traditional art community, although I doubt anyone there would understand what ink wash animation is." No need. Huh. I'll do the drawing. Lin Yuan was already prepared to take matters into his own hands. Another day, Lin Yuan arrived at Starlight. Starlight's animation department didn't need to be split into temporary teams. Many teams were responsible for different works. Lin Yuan went directly to each team. "My friend, Shadow, created an animation film, and we need your help to produce it. Journey to the West animation isn't finished yet. It's too slow, so let's work on this instead. This one features a character from the Journey to the West series too." "Who?" "Neza." "Another department." Lin Yuan asked. "Any difficulties?" "Funding is not enough. I'll take care of it. I need you to guarantee speed and quality." "Yes, this is my good friend Shadow's work. I can't let my friend down. Kids might not be interested in soccer. Don't worry. Hard to say for girls. At least the boys should love it." Yet another department. "Are you sure? A carp as the protagonist. The ocean as the story's backdrop. Then the visuals have to be more exquisite." "Understood." With that, arrangements were made one after another. Lin Yuan went to each department, assigning different teams to different animation projects. Meanwhile, many animation companies in the industry, as well as entertainment companies involved in animation, were all busy. Work, work, work. Don't be stingy with money. If it can get on the children's channel, Any amount of money can be made back. The company will take off with this. Defeat the Big Five. We might not beat them at animated movies, but we won't cower with animated series. There are quite a few slots. We can at least grab one. As long as there's a story, producing children's animation is fast. Especially in Blue Star, those wealthy companies are willing to spend a lot of money. The Big Five, too, are churning out multiple works in rote fashion. This isn't like animated films, which require especially high special effects technology. In fact, the production of many animated series is very simplistic. Targeted at younger audiences, simplicity is key, at least for children. Even if you max out the special effects in animation, it wouldn't be as charming as the simply portrayed happy sheep. And while major companies across the continents are ramping up production, netizens are eagerly anticipating new developments. Which works will be chosen in the first batch of animations? Did the Big Five entertainment companies participate too? Haven't you seen the news? Journalists have interviewed many companies. They're all busy preparing now. Right. I've also heard some news. After Shadow's Doraemon was selected, he's now working on a new animation. Does he plan to take up 2 slots all by himself? Impossible. Animation is not like comics after all. Indeed, if it were a collection of youth comics, then Shadow would absolutely dominate. Online, various rumors are spreading, and Lin Yuan is already busier than ever. Every day, he has to deal with problems encountered during the production of different animations. This is the price of greed. In fact, even Lin Yuan himself does not know how many of these animated series the Literature and Art Association will eventually fancy. Chapter 1327, 1103, 10 Animated Films. Lin Yuan did a quick count. So far, he had released a total of 6 animated works. Only 6. Lin Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied. Back then, the Literature and Art Association called for fairy tales. Chu Kuang alone contributed so many fairy tales. Now that the Literature and Art Association is seeking animated films, the situation is just as it was back then, and Shadow must not fall behind. At the very least, the number of works submitted must not be less than Chu Kuang's. Don't forget, it was through that surge that Chu Kuang became the king of short fairy tales in Blue Star. If Shadow makes it this time around, earning the title of Animation Master wouldn't be too much to ask for, right? Besides, even Han Xian's recruitment focused on having more the merrier. The more works he sends to the Literature and Art Association for evaluation, the greater the chances of being selected. With this in mind, in the following few days, Lin Yuan continued to create new works. That afternoon, Lin Yuan visited Starlight again. The head of Starlight's animation department said, "Teacher Shadow's several animations are in production and are running smoothly. Teacher Admirable Fish needn't worry. Do you have any more staff available?" "A little bit. What's it for?" "Here are some more animations to arrange." Didn't you say last time that girls wouldn't necessarily like football animations? This one, girls should like. A group of horses? Do these horses not look nice?" "They look nice, but are a bit. You don't need to worry about anything else. Let's talk about the next animation." "Hold on. Please stop right there, Teacher Admirable Fish." The head of Starlight's animation department said with a wry smile, "We're a bit short-staffed now." "Too crazy. How many animations has Shadow made exactly?" "No one's working in the animation department?" "Then get people from the TV department to help out." "What? It has to be animated films?" "Don't forget there are also tokusatsu films. TV department personnel can do tokusatsu films." The head of the TV department, Zhao Ju, is an acquaintance of Lin Yuan. Upon learning Lin Yuan's purpose, Zhao Ju said with a bemused expression, "We're making tokusatsu. Shoot it according to the script I wrote." I mean, the script written by Shadow. "But we've never shot this kind of film before. Just hire an experienced director." "Is the costume for this character special effects composite?" "It's not special effects. Just tailor it according to the protagonist's image." "All right, speaking of which, the male protagonist of Shadow's tokusatsu film, like Spider-Man, wears a tight suit. Now that you mention it, there is a bit of that." Back in the studio, Lin Yuan approached Jean Mu. "What should we do if we're a bit short on manpower?" Jean Mu said incredulously. "Dream Factory teamed up with Starlight's animation department. With so many animation talents at your service, and still not enough people?" How many animated films are you planning to produce this time? Just tell me if there's a way. Outsource, find other people to do it. Can the quality be guaranteed? We can find some more capable companies, or if not feasible, expand the scale of Dream Factory and recruit more people in. However, with more people, I worry there won't be enough work to do later. With me, there's no way the work can be finished. You mean to continue recruiting for Chasing Shadow Studio? Recruit. Lin Yuan was not joking. As for animation, he had far too many ideas. Even if the serialization of these animated films ended, so what? Blue Star's children's channel will always need new productions to fill the schedule, right? If this continues, no matter how many people the company has, they won't run out of work to do. That very night, Dream Factory's official Weibo account announced a post. The company was recruiting across all states of Blue Star, on the whole network. The industry, both inside and out, immediately turned their attention. Recruiting at this time? Suddenly expanding the scale? It seems the rumors are true. Shadow is not satisfied with just having Doraemon selected. Dream Factory's recruitment. This time must be for producing new cartoons. Too competitive. Many people in the animation circle have gone crazy lately. Even the top 5 animation companies have been working like mad. How could the industry not go wild? Wonder which productions will be selected in the end. They say the Big 5 are gearing up for a tough competition. The Big 5 probably want to take this opportunity to see whose animations are more popular. Speaking of which, how's the treatment at Dream Factory? Can you meet Shadow while working there? I want to go for the interview. The next day, Dream Factory. Jean Mu led the company's senior executives in conducting the interviews. Arriving at the company entrance, Jean Mu couldn't help but be stunned. His team was also gaping in shock. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Is our company that attractive? Or is it because jobs are hard to find recently? It's definitely because Wally the Robot was such a success. I think it's Teacher Shadow's allure. Also, we did announce the recruitment to the entire web yesterday. How long is this interview going to take? It looks like we need to raise the bar for the interviews. A mountain of people, countless job applicants. Anyone unaware would think this is one of the Big 5 film and television companies. DreamWorks is clearly still a new company that's only released one animated film. Of course, Lin Yuan doesn't deal with recruitment. As Shadow who walks behind the scenes, he just needs to wear a mask to interact with the company leadership. In fact, even the number of times he wears a mask to meet them is few, because more often than not, his agent Jean Mu conveys his messages. Reviewing the work accomplished these days, Lin Yuan did some calculations. Not counting Doraemon, which is very likely to be selected, Lin Yuan created a total of 8 animations. Still not enough. Not to mention the number of songs Xian Yu has released at Blue Song Olympics and Blue Olympics. Just Chu Kuang's Fairy Tale Town alone consisted of 9 fairy tales in one go. Good. Then Shadow shall deliver 10 animations. Just one more than Chu Kuang. Preferably enough to make Chu Kuang uncomfortably envious. What should the last 2 animations be? Lin Yuan quickly had an idea. The 9th animation. Lin Yuan said to one of Dream Factory's executives, I don't want 3D, what I want are puppets. Compared to 2D animation, puppet animation has more of a 3-dimensional feel. Puppet animation belongs to stop motion. The characters in the animation are mainly made of wood, complemented with plaster, rubber, plastic, steel, sponge, and wire, finally fixed in place with foot nails. How to shoot. Break down a puppet's movement into several stages, shoot them frame by frame, and the continuous playback will restore it as a moving image. The name? What do you think of? Effendi. Finally, Lin Yuan pondered the content for the 10th animation. Let's do one more. The audience rating must be strong enough to hit the mark. It needs to have a longer storyline, and preferably it has the potential to win awards. Make it fun for elementary school kids to watch, and allow adults to enjoy it too. It's you. Come out, SpongeBob. Ratings, awards, both invincible. Animation that, like Doraemon, is suitable for all ages. All done. 10 animated films. Children's channels usually don't broadcast more than 10 animations per day. Lin Yuan couldn't be more prepared. Over the course of several days, one project after another solidified, steps followed up, and the workload soared again. 3 days. 5 days. 10 days. Half a month. Lin Yuan kept busy until he was exhausted. Jin Mu, on the other hand, suppressed his shock and acquainted himself with the situation of these 10 animations. After understanding them, Jin Mu fell into deep thought. Some of the works seemed quite interesting, like the one with Neza as a protagonist in a mythological theme, like that one about football, niche but potentially successful, or the special effects one that also seems a bit intriguing. As for the rest, the more Jin Mu looked, the more bewildered he became. Carp as a protagonist, horse as a protagonist, even a damn sponge can be a protagonist? Fine, it's an animation. Jin Mu could barely accept the bizarre settings. But could someone please tell him, what are these following ones? Science popularization animation? Cut paper animation? Puppet animation? Ink animation? Can't even understand what's being said anymore. Not following the usual patterns. Could it be that he is too ignorant? Or do these styles seem like nothing Blue Star has ever had in animations? Chapter 1328, 1104, Children's Channel Review. Teacher Shadow, is this okay? This dubbing, should there be any problem? Should we enrich the image of this supporting character a bit more? Although this is an educational animation, it shouldn't lack fun. Teacher Shadow, look at this. Do we need to add some special effects here? Teacher Shadow. 10 animation films correspond to 10 production teams. When all 10 animation films are in the throes of production, whether Lin Yuan arrives at DreamWorks or Starlight Entertainment, he faces countless issues. But there's no alternative. This is the path Teacher Shadow has chosen for himself. He is ready to battle it out with the entire animation circle. Animation circle? Lately, the whole animation circle is buzzing like the holidays. To say it's like holidays might be inappropriate, but the entire industry is busier than ever before. What animation directors? What animation screenwriters? What animation production? Countless professionals in animation are busy, overwhelmed with work. All major animation companies are now in a state akin to battle readiness. Many renowned voice actors are even in short supply. Yes, exceptional voice actors are scarce. Because there are too many animations being produced lately, everyone wants to be chosen by the Literature and Art Association, thus stepping onto the global stage of Blue Star. Every animator holds such dreams, striving and working relentlessly. If this is compete, then it's a competition they willingly join. To the animators of all continents, Blue Star Children's Channel is incomparable in meaning. It's like what the Blolympics mean to athletes. It's like what Blue Song Olympics mean to musicians. The official stage offered is global in scope. Without the officials, relying solely on the power of capital, achieving such a global focus would indeed be impossible. Media world. Countless reporters running around interviewing. New stories from the animation circle are exposed online every day. Peeling of the top 5. Preparing 7 animations at once. Ivy Animation Department exclusive interview. We've prepared 4 styles of animation. Situ's of the top 5. 3 animations, quality over quantity. Firefly is preparing 6 animations. Zhong Continent Group. 5 animations, top voice actors, top directors, top technology. The top 5 are making moves, full of vigor. Animation newcomer Chase, Shadow Dream Factory, is producing a new animation. All major companies in the animation circle make their move. Is this a clash between newcomers and veterans? Netizens are eagerly watching. The top 5 companies are truly fierce. Peeling produced 7, awesome. Even the least, Situ's, planned 3. I feel most optimistic about the 5 animations from Zhong Continent Group. They are the big brother among the top 5. Firefly has been pretty good these past 2 years. The animations from Ivy need no introduction. There are no weak ones in the top 5, but besides them, I'm quite looking forward to what Shadow produces. After all, Shadow is currently the only animator who might already have work selected. Just recently Shadow's company expanded and hired more staff. Definitely for producing new animations. Speaking of which, with so many companies producing animations, what if they don't get selected? Either find other channels for broadcast or wait for the next turn. The children's channel will eventually need new content. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhaowei. In all continents, countless discussions. Lin Yuan remains busy, not just with creating the plots of animations. For instance, the music. The 10 animation films need way more than 10 songs. Suddenly, Starlight's recording studio. Every day, different songs are sung. Higher than the sky above, mightier than the vast ocean. Outsmart demons and vanquish ghosts. The young hero is little Neza. Calabash brothers, on a vine blooms a flower. Neither wind nor rain can it. Cower. La 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 la. How thick is the earth? How high is the sky? Stars blink whereas the moon forms a question mark. Comets dragging long tails for rainbows to embark. A new storm has already emerged. How can we stand still, crossing time and space with all our might? I will come by your side. Smile in the face of danger. Dreams will come true not far away. Muster the courage and move firmly forward. Miracles will surely appear. Don't think I'm small. Don't think I'm small. I have high ambitions. Even if there's a big wave ahead, I can ride and drift. Many people are required for these song recordings. Some songs, Lin Yuan goes on directly himself. Some songs, Lin Yuan lets people from Yu Dynasty sing. Some songs, Lin Yuan even goes to recruit from Beihai Kindergarten. Because some animation soundtracks, when sung by child voices, can make younger audiences feel more connected. Happily, Lin Yuan knows some kids from Beihai Kindergarten. The nursery rhymes Lin Yuan recorded originally were also performed by these kids, though many of these Beihai Kindergarten kids will be in first grade next year. Just like crops, once sown, they bear fruit. In the days that follow, these animations were continuously being completed. Finally, November has arrived. Blue Star Literature and Art Association has already received countless submissions. This morning, leaders and inspectors from the animation department of the Literature and Art Association started gathering. We can start the review now, but before that, let me announce that Doraemon has been selected as one of the first 10 works to be broadcasted on the children's channel. No objections, right? None. Then let's finalize the other works today, mainly from the Big Five. Are all submitted? Yes, but some are not completed, only a part of them. That's not a problem. We do not have time to watch everything. We'll just view part of each animation. The rest will be followed up and inspected by other departments. What else should we pay attention to? Not much more. This work from Orange and Yellow Animation could be worth watching. This work from Particle Studio is also something to look forward to. And this one from Orchid Pictures, though not quite on par with the Big Five, is also quite strong. Surprisingly, they've submitted 3 works. Wait, look at this. Is there a mistake here? What? Shadow submitted 10 animated films. Clatter. With a cry of astonishment, everyone from the inspection team gathered around. Among them, a middle-aged man taking the lead looked immediately at a staff member beside him. Are you sure there's no mistake? Definitely, Mr. N. The staff's expression was a bit odd. The man known as Mr. N was momentarily stunned. The other leaders also showed strange expressions for a moment. No mistake? Shadow really submitted 10 animations? How is this possible? Even Puling Entertainment, one of the massive Big Five movies, had only prepared 7 works. Interesting, huh? Mr. N slightly raised his eyebrows and then sat down. Let's start with Shadow's works, shall we? Obviously, Shadow's works had already piqued Mr. N's interest. Even more evident was that no one dared to oppose Mr. N's decision, as everyone cooperated by nodding their heads. The review session for Blue Star Children's Channel's animations began. Chapter 1329, 1105. Only children make choices. Inside the hall, everyone was seated. The first animated film began. This was a very uniquely styled animation, which immediately elicited surprise on everyone's faces. Huh, what's this? Water ink painting? Whose masterful work is this? Such artistic conception, so wonderful. Water ink animation? This is my first time seeing such animation. How did they come up with this idea? Promote it. It's definitely worth promoting. This kind of animated art should indeed be recommended to children. Inside the hall, everyone was talking at once. Mr. N's eyes also shone with astonishment. Many people present had studied Blue Star's traditional water ink art. Even some who just pretend to be cultured have also dabbled in it to some extent in their daily lives. And now, looking at this novel and unique water ink animation, everyone could feel the creator's superb painting skills. This shadow is quite interesting. Mr. N spoke, looking at the staff. These water ink paintings must also be Shadow's handiwork, right? The staff member quickly replied. Yes, Minister. Mr. N smiled. The very first animation is so extraordinary. It seems we have reason to look forward to what's coming next. Everyone nodded. The first animation received unanimous praise. The second animation. Again, the room erupted in exclamations. What's this now? So weird. Rather than weird, it's more correct to say it's unique. This is clearly the cut paper art that's nearly become a folk tradition. To incorporate cut paper art into animation to this degree, Shadow really has some great ideas. The plot is good, too. There's a strong sense of fun. Such works are really meaningful. The third animation. This educational animation is fantastic. It's fun and teaches children knowledge. Although kids may not understand every piece of knowledge, it's still meaningful. Remembering one or two things is not bad. I like this one. This is what you call learning through play. The fourth animation. Ha ha ha. The protagonist is a sponge. This plot is really interesting. I, as an adult, can totally get into it. It's like Doraemon, suitable for all ages. Where does Shadow get all these brilliant ideas? The fifth animation. Tokusatsu. He's even done this. Hero fighting monsters. The pattern is quite simple, but the plot pace is good. There seem to be some deeper meanings hidden. Inside, might not be too clear for children, but it's certainly influential. I think maybe this is not so good. I think it's fine. The sixth one already. This is puppetry, right? A lot of people may have never seen this art form before. Take a close look now. Look at our folk talents. Many skills are passed down from our ancestors. It would be such a pity if they were lost. They are all cultural treasures. Shadow has really put a lot of thought into this. This kind of thing, letting children come into contact with it, is not a problem. Even if it is just to inspire children and spark an interest in art, that's also good. Besides, the plot is quite interesting. This should be our approach when selecting animated works. We can't just consider what's fun or only focus on ratings and such. We also need to consider whether it's good for children. Of course, we need interesting content, but we also need valuable content. The seventh animation. TSK Tisk. So cute. Our female leaders are quite excited. Huh. What color is this? A palette of pink, light blue, and lavender? It's got a very strong girly vibe. Shadow has really thought this through. This must be a work specifically for little girls. The eighth work. Mythology. Neza. A spin-off of Journey to the West. Journey to the West is already very popular, and Neza has a good reputation too. I think there's no problem with this one. Indeed. The music is pretty good too. The ninth work. Soccer. A true continent setting, huh? Shadow's works vary greatly in terms of their story settings. I like that. True artistic talents should embrace the cultures of various continents. Not bad. I've seen very few sports animations like this one. At last, the 10th. After Shadow's final animation finished playing, everyone turned to look at Mr. N. At this moment, several hours had passed. It was about half an hour for each animation. Mr. N took a deep breath and then turned to the review team. Everyone can speak freely. What do you think of these works? Boom. The entire review team erupted. Discuss the other works among yourselves, but I think that ink animation is the most creative and it must be promoted. The quality and mood of these ink paintings are a full bloom of artistic charm. Ink animation can't be promoted on a large scale. I think that special effects film is done quite well, with education, plot, and excitement all present. The puppet one is good. The science education animation is the best. None of what you've mentioned is as interesting as the one with Sponge as the protagonist. The Sponge one is too nonsensical. Take a look at the animation with Carp as the protagonist. It's much more serious. We have to promote paper cutting, the one with the calabash. Hear me out. All these works are very good. We have 10 slots. Why don't we just pick these? 10. Yay. I think it's feasible. If you ask me to give up any of them, I really can't let go of any. Each of the 10 animations has its own features. Shadow really knows how to capture our psyche. Each work has its own characteristics, making it impossible for us to choose. Aren't animations supposed to be seriously homogenized? How does he manage to make each one completely different? Kids make choices. We want all these 10 animations. The review team leaders were all buzzing with unparalleled excitement. Mr. N was speechless, forced to cough as a reminder to everyone. We've only watched Shadow's work so far, We still have to watch submissions from other companies and many studios, as well as the 5 major film and television companies, which we haven't seen yet. Now is not the time to jump to conclusions. Additionally, our review process has multiple stages, and later we'll invite more people, including children and their parents, to participate in the review and give their opinions. Our views may not necessarily be the final conclusion. All right then. The crowd nodded. It seems they got a little too excited. Just liking Shadow's works is not enough. The review process has many stages. The opinions of different groups of people, including leaders, young people, parents, and children, all have an impact on the final result. No one can have their way single-handedly. Let's continue with the review. But perhaps due to emotional overspend, the subsequent reviews felt inexplicably tedious to them. For a long while, no surprises appeared. Even the works from the top 5 couldn't surprise people continuously like Shadow's works. The 10 distinctly different styles of Shadow's works kept replaying in the minds of the review team members. Chapter 1330, 1106. The children's channel that split in two. The review period is 1 week. In the following days, the Literature and Art Association didn't leak any information. All the major companies participating in the submission were anxiously waiting for a response. Finally, 7 days have passed. Countless people opened the official website of the Literature and Art Association at the first moment, only to be shocked to discover the officials have flaked. Then, the Literature and Art Association issued an apology statement. Due to unexpected circumstances in the review process, give us a few more days. We will give you a satisfactory result. Good heavens! Is it so difficult for the Literature and Art Association to select a few animations for the children's channel to broadcast? Just like that. The 8th day? The 9th day? The 10th day? The 11th day? Some people gradually started losing their patience. The 5 major film and television companies. Everyone in their animation departments is feeling unsettled. The Literature and Art Association deployed so many reviewers and spent more than 10 days, and they still haven't produced a result? Is it really that difficult? Logically, about 80% of the selected works should come from our 5 companies. Could there have been some unforeseen event? Unlikely. It's probably because there are too many works and too few spots. Just Puling alone has brought 7 animations for the selection process. Of course, reviewing them will be challenging. Let's wait a bit longer. I don't believe those small-time companies can match the quality of our top 5. Starlight. Animation Department. It's still not out. 11 days. I'm so nervous. If the animation I took part in producing gets selected, that would be amazing. Our company made several pieces. With a bit of luck, shouldn't one get picked? It's still Starlight. The television department is also waiting. It's our first time shooting a tokusatsu film. I hope it doesn't drag down Shadow's name. I think we did a pretty good job. The main thing is that Shadow wrote a great script. Regardless, we still have to wait for the results from the Literature and Art Association. If it works out, this tokusatsu film perhaps will be responsible for it in the future, right? Wishful thinking. If it doesn't pass, it might just get axed. Chase Shadow Dream Factory. All the major departments are nervous. Why do I feel like waiting for the first day box office result of Robot Wall-E was less agonizing than this? After all, the children's channel is global. Official resources backing it means that all kids would watch our animation. Don't worry. These animations are supervised by Teacher Shadow himself. Shadow is the best. Even if it's just a fluke, we could fluke out a hit. Even if it's not selected, Teacher Shadow's Doraemon has already been chosen, right? The 12th day of the review. All companies in the industry participating in the submission became increasingly nervous. What's the matter? Could something unexpected have occurred? Standing someone up is one thing. But this is taking way too long. It's been nearly 2 weeks. I have a feeling. There must be some unexpected changes coming. The Literature and Art Association is probably not just reviewing animations. Like what? I can't think of anything. Let's just wait for the notice. It should be soon. The 13th day. Forget the animation circle. Even netizens following the matter and parents from all walks of life were growing impatient. Why the silence? Where are the people from the Literature and Art Association? Weren't they supposed to do the children's channel? This review has taken too long. Which company's works were selected in the end? Definitely mainly the top 5. It's true that the quality of the top five's works is usually higher. Didn't Shadow make another animated film as well? It might just get selected too. If it gets selected, that would be amazing, directly competing for the top five's cake. Everyone in the animation circle wants a piece of the top five's cake. It's just a matter of who actually has what it takes. The 14th day, 2 weeks later, the Literature and Art Association finally showed up again, posting a notice that left countless people stunned. The notice was, the Children's Channel will be split into 2 separate TV stations. That is, Blue Star's first Children's Channel, as well as the second Children's Channel. The Literature and Art Association has selected 22 animated films, with each Children's Channel broadcasting 11 each day, offering more choices to children. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone was truly dumbfounded. The so-called Children's Channel was actually split into 2. The Literature and Art Association claims it's to give children more choices. In reality, it's making 2 identical TV stations compete for ratings. In the world of animation, there's heated discussion everywhere. Holy moly, we're already spiraling into internal competition in the animation circle, and now the Literature and Art Association even wants to get involved in the establishment of TV stations. No wonder it took half a month to review. Is this their way of figuring out how to keep us in the loop? Is this considered good news or bad news? Good news, I guess. Even though the competition has gotten fiercer, there are more opportunities with 2 TV stations. So in the future, will parents and children watch the first Children's Channel or the second Children's Channel? It depends on which one gains more recognition from parents and children. Online, netizens are having mixed feelings. In the end, 22 animated series were selected? Is it because one TV station couldn't accommodate them all, so they decided to make 2? Hilarious. When will the TV stations be established? They haven't even announced which works were selected yet. Hiss. Look quickly. It's out. The program list for the first Children's Channel. Yes, right after the announcement was made. Amid collective discussions, the Literature and Art Association released the program list for the first Children's Channel. From day to night. From children's programs to children's animations. From 4 in the afternoon to 10 at night. A total of 11 animations were selected for the evening animated theater. The majority of the animations are by the top 5 film and television companies. The Literature and Art Association introduced each animation very clearly, including the director, screenwriter, company, etc., with a details page accessible with a click. In addition, 2 companies, not of the top 5's caliber, also had their animations selected. One is called Orchid Pictures. Another is called Orange Animation. These 2 managed to snatch their own little pieces of cake from the top 5's mouth. The top 5 are still awesome. Most are from the top 5. Orchid took off this time, actually seizing a slot. Orange also grabbed one. How about the second channel? The second channel still has 10 slots left. Will it still be dominated by the top 5 companies? I feel like there's a high probability of that. It's just a matter of who can snatch a bit more of the cake from the top 5. Shadow will definitely grab a piece. Why? Because Doraemon was selected but didn't appear on the first channel. Then it's definitely on the second channel. Or is it possible that Doraemon was eliminated for some reason? Just at that moment. The Literature and Art Association published the program lineup for the second channel. Chapter 1331, 1107, The True Shadow Clone Technique. Amid the attention and discussions of countless people both inside and outside the industry, Blue Star's second Children's Channel has announced its 11 animated shows. Tadpole Looking for Mom, 3000 Whys of Blue Cat, Calabash Brothers, SpongeBob SquarePants, My Little Pony, Legend of Nezha, Captain Tsubasa, Little Carp Adventure, Doraemon, Ultramantiga, The Tales of Effendi. Similar to the lineup of Blue Star's first Children's Channel, it also features programs during the day and mainly cartoons at night. It's out. The second channel. They really made 2 stations. Blue Fatty really made the cut. I saw it too. Who made the other animations? Which company? Hurry up and take a look. By the looks of it, most are works of the Big 5. Countless people from inside and outside the industry immediately accessed the information of these animated shows. Whoosh. The first one. Title, Tadpole Looking for Mom. Director, Shadow. Original drawing, Shadow. Production, Dream Factory. Netizens instantly smiled. Oh ho ho. Not bad. As expected of Shadow. Not only did Doraemon make the selection, it seems he made it a success. Snatched 2 little pieces of cake from the big 5. There are only 22 pieces of cake in total. Getting even a small crumb is already quite impressive. Nobody was too surprised, because everyone knew that Shadow's company was hastily recruiting and expanding rapidly. It was widely believed within the industry that Shadow intended to make a splash in the submission to the children's channel. Now it looks like Shadow has harvested some success. Fact has proven that Shadow indeed has a knack for animation, managing well with serial cartoons and animated movies after shifting away from what he does best, comics. Amidst the discussions, everyone clicked on the second show. Title, 3000 Whys of Blue Cat. Director, Shadow. Production, Dream Factory. Shadow again. This time, everyone started to be surprised. Damn, Shadow again? 3 selections? Even the Big 5 Situ's company only got 3 selections. Shadow's Doraemon was already finished by Starlight Animation before. Even so, after all, it still belongs to Shadow. Shadow God's putting on quite a show. He barely manages to clash with the Big 5. In shock, everyone clicked on the next show. Title, Calabash Brothers. Director, Shadow. This time it was more than just a simple fright. Netizens were outright shocked. Goddamn, it's still his work? Don't believe it? Then keep flipping. The 4th show, Shadow. The 5th show, still Shadow. The 6th show, still Shadow. The shock grew increasingly intense, spreading like wildfire. Nanny. OMG. Is there a bug on my side? Why is it that Shadow directed several shows I clicked on? What the heck? I refuse to believe this. Could he really take over the second children's channel as well? Quick, look at what's next. Some impatient ones couldn't wait to flip through the information of 11 animation shows. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The production details for 11 animations from the second children's channel appeared before everyone's eyes in rapid succession. Suddenly, breathing became rapid. I started to shake in shock. Bodies began to tremble. People could no longer remember which number they had flipped to. They only knew that their gaze was completely dominated by the same name. Like a shadow that follows. Shadow, 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 shadow. Shadow, shadow. At this moment, in front of the computer, in front of the phones, from the Qin, the Qi, the Chu, the Yin, the Han, the Zhao to the Wei, countless pairs of eyes bulging out, people shouting in excitement as they jumped up. Tribe, blog, all major platforms. The netizens went wild. Did you see that? All the animations on Blue Star's second children's channel were created by Shadow. He alone made 11 animations, and freaking all of them were selected by the children's channel. That's impossible. How did he do it so quickly? You don't even have to doubt Shadow's marksman persona. You dare believe that Wall-E was accomplished in 2 months. But the most terrifying thing is that all his 11 animations got selected. Everyone has watched Naruto, right? Today, I finally know what a true Shadow clone technique is. No wonder Chase Shadow Dream Factory suddenly started hiring more staff. It turns out they planned to make so many animations, they definitely needed more hands. The Big 5 got squashed by Shadow. This is absolutely a crushing performance. All the selected works from the 5 major film companies combined might not even exceed Shadow's by much. You can't say that. Getting selected is one thing, but in the end, it's all about the viewer ratings. If the ratings are too low, having numerous works selected won't prove anything. Meanwhile, all the major companies in the animation circle were dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? What's with the Literature and Art Association? Are Shadow's animated works really that good, worthy of the Literature and Art Association to dedicate a TV channel to him? What kind of clout is this? Even the Literature and Art Association's own child shouldn't be favored like this. The Big 5 don't have this kind of treatment. Also, can someone tell me how this guy managed to create 11 animations on his own? What's he got in that head of his? Does drawing comics and making animations totally overlap? The Big 5 film companies. Everyone was somewhat in disarray. No wonder they were establishing 2 children's channels. It turns out it's because of this selection, Shadow alone brought out 11 animation shows. And all these 11 animations were favored by the Literature and Art Association. Given this, the initially set quota of 10 slots was not enough. What to do? Certainly, they couldn't select only Shadow's works, right? There was no choice but to create 2 children's channels. So the so-called Blue Star's second children's channel is established by the Literature and Art Association specifically for Shadow. You could say that. Even if Shadow's works weren't the decisive factor, they were definitely a very important catalyst. This Shadow, he is deemed so valuable by the Literature and Art Association. What exactly does the upper echelon mean by this? Are they asking us to compete with Shadow in the arena? Both TV channels have exactly the same schedule, especially the animation broadcast times, which is practically setting Shadow up against us in the arena. Him alone, against all of us. We are the Big Five. Although it's just cartoons, since when did the Big Five need to join forces to deal with one person? It doesn't matter anymore. Let's conquer this arena first. Blue Star doesn't need 2 children's channels. No matter the reasons, this arena has been set up. A fierce battle between the 2 children's channels is inevitable, a future that everyone can foresee. Blue Star's animation viewership war is about to ignite. And at this moment, Chase Shadow Dream Factory and Starlight Entertainment, having received the news as well, erupted into a chorus of cheers. Chapter 1332, 1108, The Battle for Animated Show Ratings. Dream Factory. We've been chosen. All of us were chosen. Our hard work wasn't in vain. Teacher Shadow's works are indeed the best. But why are there 2 channels for children now? Are they set up for competition? Definitely. The positioning of both channels is completely overlapping. If our opponent is the Big Five, do we stand a chance? Starlight Animation. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Shadow is too strong. Both our and Chase Shadow's works were selected. Is this channel specially made by the Literature and Art Association for Teacher Shadow? Can I interpret this as the second children's channel being the Shadow channel? Absolutely. The second children's channel is already contracted to Shadow God. It looks like we need to put in serious efforts next to help Shadow God fight an animation ratings war. Starlight Television Department. Zhao Ju is grinning from ear to ear. She never expected that by just following Xian Yu's request and collaborating with Shadow on a special effects film, they would make it onto a children's channel. Although there are now 2 children's channels, but their overall value is still extremely high. Not to say that all of Blue Star is watching, but half of Blue Star being interested should be right, shouldn't it? Obviously, the 2 children's channels are bound to clash. Whoever wins will be the new boss. In any case, Zhao Ju feels that the Literature and Art Association setting up 2 children's channels is fundamentally a temporary measure. I hope Shadow wins. Although the hopes are slim, the opponent is an enormous entity like the Big Five. But to be able to claim the second children's channel for now is already a tremendous achievement. Studio. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yuan's mood immediately soared. All 11 animation films were chosen. This was something Lin Yuan had never anticipated. Lin Yuan was equally surprised that the Literature and Art Association actually set up 2 children's channels. Clearly, Jinmu spoke. Analyzing, the Literature and Art Association wants the 2 children's channels to duke it out and let the audience decide. They probably couldn't make the decision internally either. It must have been a big fight, otherwise they wouldn't have delayed for half a month, with the new year right around the corner. Lin Yuan nodded. Then why are all my works placed on the second channel? After thinking, Jinmu said, for one, you have too many works, and secondly, your works are rather unique. Some of the works are also probably uncertain in terms of reception, so they want to experiment. With a ratings war being inevitable, we need to prepare early. It would be best to have some animations ready that are likely to achieve good ratings, ready to replace those that finish. If we do well enough, perhaps the second children's channel will indeed be contracted to you in the future. After a pause, Jinmu said, anyway, the Literature and Art Association has already contacted me. The general idea is that for the time being, the animation section of the second children's channel is entrusted to Shadow. I think you understand what they mean. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, Lin Yuan's aim with these animations has been to diversify the types. There are all kinds of genres. Some genres might suffer in terms of viewership. like Tadpole Looking for Mom, for example. But such inkwash animation is really high in artistic value. It's a pity not to release them. Anyhow, the story isn't long, and it might even pull in accolades from the parents. A ratings war with the first children's channel? Then Lin Yuan would bring some productions that hold strong in viewership to replace those with shorter durations. At this moment, Jean Mu suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, isn't it almost the new year? Did you receive an invitation to the Spring Festival Gala? Lin Yuan said, 8 invitations. Jean Mu was shocked. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong Continent invited you as well. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed. It was just a while ago. The Spring Festival Gala production teams from the states of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong Continent all extended invitations to Xianyu. However, Lin Yuan turned them all down. Last year, he organized his own Spring Festival Gala, which exhausted him after several months of effort. This year, he just wants to stay at home and watch TV with his family. As it happens, the singers from Yu Dynasty did accept the invitations from the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Just right. This year's Spring Festival Gala is also hosted by Qin Continent, so being the host, the effect should be quite good. It seems that Zhong Continent has thoroughly recognized Xianyu. Jean Mu remarked thoughtfully. Who would have thought that Zhong Continent would value Xianyu so much even before joining the merger? All this is due to Xianyu's performance at the Blue Song Olympics. Over in Blue Star, there are very few foreigners that proud Zhong Continent would appreciate. Lin Yuan wasn't too concerned with this topic. What he cared more about was Shadow. When is the children's channel going to be established? On the 20th. Then I should make some preparations. Preparations for what? To see if there are any other cartoons. Boss. Being with you, I often feel like I am an uncivilized, mangy baboon. 2 children's channels. 22 cartoons. The Literature and Art Association is leading the charge in igniting the war. After experiencing a series of shocking revelations, netizens across all continents gradually realized the nature of this ultimate internal conflict. Type of programs. Completely overlapping. 2 children's channels are pointless. Blue Star only needs 1 children's channel. By doing this, the Literature and Art Association has essentially done a whitelist inspection, and the real inspection authority is intended to be handed over to the viewers, indeed. To be precise, it is given to the children, to the parents. This is going to be fun. The second channel is all Shadow's works, and most of the first channel consists of the works of the Big Five. Is this literally just Shadow, PKING against the Big Five by himself? What's even the point of playing this? Any of the Big Five could outclass everyone else. How could Shadow possibly stand against the united front of these 5 companies? Exactly. But that's not necessarily the case. What the 3 brothers are best at is fighting one against many, isn't it? Xianyu and Chu Kuang both have similar achievements. Shadow certainly does as well. Remember how Tribe Comics met its end? Hiss. No way, right? It was Ling Kong that caused the demise of Tribe Comics. Jokes aside, people's minds actually wavered for a moment. Mainly because Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow, these 3 guys, are just too incredible. Even Shadow, who is generally considered the weakest, has had his moments of glory in the past. God of Comics wasn't a title gained for nothing. Moreover, Shadow has already proven his strength as an animation director with Robot Wally. Although animated movies are different from cartoon series, those who can make animated films generally won't do poorly in cartoon serials. And since the Literature and Art Association gave Shadow this platform, it surely must be because Shadow's works are not bad at all, and perhaps even at a level that the association believes can compete with the Big Five. Otherwise, there would have been no point in this move. Thinking about this, the mood among the netizens turned odd. Perhaps this animation viewership battle will be much more exciting than imagined. Chapter 1333, 1109. Adults and children gathered to watch. Blue Star's first children's channel. Although the television station has not been officially established, all major departments have been formed, and the leadership, including the director, has been decided on. At this moment, all departments are extremely busy. The newly formed leadership team is constantly in meetings. The focus is on animated cartoons. The bulk of the children's channel's viewership ratings come from these. We need to keep an eye on the viewership ratings of these works to make adjustments. Those with poor viewership must be cut down or quickly pulled to switch with other cartoons. The second channel is our competitor. Only by defeating the second channel will we have good days ahead. Because both of us belong to Blue Star's children's channels, our target audience completely overlaps. If audiences watch theirs, they won't bother with ours. Then what's the point of our existence? However, we don't need to belittle ourselves. Our partner company is of the top 5 grades. Shadow from the second channel is not bad, but there's still a gap compared with the top 5. Blue Star's second children's channel. This side is similarly bustling like the first one. Animation review completed. No adjustment needed for editing. Chase Shadow's Dream Factory did a great job. Starlight Animation's effects are also quite impressive. Should we schedule this special effects series to air at night? Let's reserve prime time for Doraemon. For the first day of the channel's launch, we've decided on Tadpole. Looking for Mom for the first animation. However, this work is only 15 minutes long. Has the Literature and Art Association decided on which piece will follow? It's been decided. Whose work is it? It's still Shadow's. Haha. This guy has really bagged all the animations for our second channel. Huh. Indeed. The ink animation Tadpole Looking for Mom is for reputation's sake. Such a short animation, of course, cannot sustain day-to-day airing. It'll be over in one day. But Lin Yuan has already found a successor. That is the animated version of Journey to the West. Don't forget, Starlight has been working on the animated version of Journey to the West all this time. Previously unfinished, so Lin Yuan has been urging them on. Recently, it's still not completed due to larger investments in special effects. But under Lin Yuan's urging, they've completed a portion, enough to start airing. If worst comes to worst, they can continue producing while airing, as many of Starlight's animations are done this way. With the merging of continents, the Journey to the West IP continues to be promoted. Animated films are also one of the methods to promote an IP. This monkey is a trump card Lin Yuan has been brewing for a long time. And so, in the following days, the internet grew increasingly lively. 2 children's channels are about to be launched. Are you planning to watch the first or second channel? I'm betting on the first channel. I'm betting on the top 5. The second channel only has Shadow, but in comparison, the first channel seems more powerful with 5 major filming companies and 2 strong animation companies. I still want to bet on the second channel to win. Well, support for the second channel isn't that common. It's not that much, nor too little. I'm also supporting the second channel because I've read all of Shadow's comics, and in my opinion, Shadow's capabilities are really underestimated by everyone. After all, animated films come down to the storyline, and everyone's production won't be too bad, but none of Shadow's works have a bad plot. The second channel does indeed have a fighting chance. The big 5 on this side do sound powerful, but it's their subsidiaries that are taking action. It seems like the headquarters in Zhong Continent aren't making a move, and that's Shadow's chance, although it seems slim to me. The official hints say as much. Between the first and second channel, normally the first would be considered more important. At least the second channel has a work that even the first channel doesn't dare to trifle with, and that's Doraemon. That's indeed strong. But that's just one of 11 animations. They can't all depend on Blue Fatty, can they? In fact, not just the netizens. Similar discussions are also going on within the industry. But unlike ordinary netizens, the industry pays more attention to Shadow itself. Everyone knows what the big 5 are capable of. Shadow's capability is unfathomable to all. Some say he's not up to snuff, yet the success of Doraemon is right there. Others argue he's got potential, but Doraemon is his only work so far. A complete newbie in the animation industry. Of course, although WALL-E was a film, it could be counted as well if we really wanted to. Yet even with that, Shadow is still considered a newcomer to animation. Everyone is just curious now. What exactly makes Shadow so valued by the Literature and Art Association? Time passes at a steady pace. The final days. Online, some started the countdown. For days. 3 days. 2 days. 1 day. The 20th. It's finally here. At this moment, there's still a little over a month until Blue Star's Spring Festival and Zhong Continent's anticipated merger with Blue Star. Logically speaking, the whole world should now be looking forward to the complete unification of the 8 continents of Blue Star and discussing it nonstop. However, unexpectedly, the people from the 7 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei have recently been utterly captivated by a series of animations. At this time, in the 7 continents, in many households, many people begin turning on their TVs. It's on. The first children's channel. The second children's channel is on too. The logo of the second children's channel is quite distinctive. It looks a bit dark like shadow. Ha ha ha, it must be a coincidence, but it's pretty amusing. When does the cartoon start? Seems like it starts at 4 in the afternoon. Not at 4. It's been officially moved to 5 o'clock, considering the kids' school dismissal time. Okay then. Both channels are just showing ads right now. It must be testing. After all, it's a new TV station. The animations that everyone is curious about don't start right off. Both TV channels simultaneously broadcast ads, seemingly aware that the first day of the new station will attract many curious viewers. And after the lengthy commercials, time inches closer to 5 o'clock. The first children's channel. The second children's channel. The staff at both channels are tense in the control room, with even the heads of the stations present, keeping an eye out for any changes in the ratings. Start the countdown. Don't mess up the subtitles again. Use last night's corrected version. Each department check again. Don't let me see any low-level mistakes like audio and video not syncing up. We've already had 2 slip-ups in the tests. Time's up. We are officially on air. Keep a close watch on the ratings. 5 o'clock arrives, and both channels' operations are perfectly synchronized. The first children's channel is airing an animation called The Young War God. The second children's channel is airing an animation called Tadpole Looking for Mom. Netizens, too, are in their respective camps. Some are watching the first channel, others the second. It's not that they are particularly fond of cartoons. Many are merely joining in on the excitement, taking a trip down memory lane to their childhood. Nevertheless, some kindergarten and elementary school students who have just come home from school have also heard the news from their teachers and clamor to watch cartoons, claiming it's an assignment from the school. After all, it's organized by the Literature and Art Association. The major schools are indeed very cooperative. And at this moment, Lin Yuan is also sitting on the sofa, silently watching the cartoon Tadpole Looking for Mom. Chapter 1334, 1110, Finding Back a Childlike Heart. The first children's channel. The animated series, The Young War God, is currently being broadcasted. TSK Tisk. Is this an animation by Situs? The special effects are really good. Animations these days have much better effects than back in our time. Indeed. But somehow, it feels like they lack the soul of the animations from our childhood. It feels like a very kitsch kind of childishness. It's not bad. I think it's quite interesting. Adults and children seem to see animated films differently. Not long after, the first channel released another animated series. This time it's a mythological theme called The Primordial Chaos, prequel. An animation about the primordial chaos? A prequel. This looks interesting. Kid, do you like it? I like it. That's good. Daddy likes it too. Mommy grew up watching The Primordial Chaos. Is The Primordial Chaos good to watch? The second best in the world. What's the first then? Journey to the West. The release of the Primordial Chaos animation took parents by surprise. They did not choose to follow the original work, but created a prequel instead. The plot is set very interestingly. Many parents who have affection for the Primordial Chaos love it. Even children who are exposed to the Primordial Chaos for the first time find it very engrossing. The second children's channel. Lin Yuan is sitting on the sofa engrossed in an animated film, inviting his family to watch together. This is a work directed by my friend. Woof woof woof. Antarctica somehow sneaked over, lying beside Lin Yuan on the right. Sister comes over and squeezes Antarctica away, sitting down beside Lin Yuan herself. Antarctica can only move to the left side. Big Yao Yao suddenly runs over. Seeing Big Yao Yao, Antarctica simply shrinks to the corner of the sofa, wisely making room. Mom is cooking and seeing the 3 siblings gathered together watching the animated film, she can't help but laugh. The children are well grown up and still watching animated films together. Turn up the volume a bit. Mom will cook dinner here first. Let's watch it together later. Is it good? It's good. I mean the drawing. Was it drawn by Shadow? Such a strong foundation in ink painting. I also feel the plot is pretty good. It's a bit too childish for kids to watch. Sister has no childlike innocence. The siblings chat while watching Tadpole Looking for Mom on TV. 15 minutes later, 3,000 Whys of Blue Cat is now on air. 1 episode, 2 episodes, 3 episodes. In a certain household, the little kid is dancing with joy. Big Brother Cat, Blue Cat Fei is a good friend. Naughty is the mouse. Kids, have you learned it? Good son, have you learned it? I've learned it. The little kid answers loudly. The parents show a satisfied smile. This animation is good, although the plot is childish, but it's meant to teach children knowledge. No wonder it's called 3,000 Whys of Blue Cat. It turns out that each episode teaches the kids a piece of knowledge. And then, Calabash Brothers is airing next. Powerful Calabash boys made of steel. I am your grandfather. Hey, you little demon. Take this. Evil spirit, release my grandfather right now. Otherwise, I'll smash your den to bits. In front of the TV, the child watches with a face full of excitement and a heart pounding with zeal. This kid is already in elementary school, uninterested in the very youngest animations, but has a special passion for Calabash Brothers. After Calabash Brothers, here comes the adorable SpongeBob SquarePants. What is this? A bit ironic, isn't it? Can little kids understand this? They can understand. SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick Star, they really do understand. Feels like it's an animation made for adults? Indeed, it's more interesting for adults than the previous ones. Later on, it was My Little Pony's turn. Many girls were starry-eyed. This is good. So cute. So beautiful. Impressive ponies. Magic. The girls burst with enormous enthusiasm. Many animations are preferred by boys, but this one seems to be made just for girls. And yet, many little boys also watched it with great interest. Heroic entrance. The special effects show Ultraman Tiga. The theme song is so catchy. Ultraman is so cool. Tiga, transform. Defeat that monster. Cool. I love it. This is probably a theme that preschool children and elementary students would all like. Mythology. Legend of Nezha. Is this the story of Nezha? Nezha was born as a ball. Nezha's master is so powerful. Red armillary sash. Qiankuan ring. Wind and fire wheels. The young hero is little Nezha. At this time, Little Carp arrives. The special effects of the seabed are so beautiful. Little Carp is also very cute. An interesting story. Little Carp has so many little friends. Carp leaping through the dragon's gate. This is Little Carp Adventure. Many people were captivated. Of course, there is also things like Doraemon, things like Captain Tsubasa, things like the tales of Effendi. Hours and hours of uninterrupted animation. Some are suitable for girls, some for boys, and even some are very suitable for adults. 11 animations. Styles are so rich. There's adventure, science, inspiration, comedy, mythology, science fiction, magic, art, and so on and so forth. Many people initially paid attention to the second children's channel just out of curiosity, wondering what Shadow had come up with to make the Literature and Art Association make such a bizarre arrangement. However, as these people watched so many animations along the way, they felt their souls were mysteriously stirred. Even, many adults found animations that interested them, something many people had not anticipated. Most of them are very interesting. The tadpole looking for mom at the beginning, although short, has such a powerful ink painting charm. This is the first time I've seen ink animation. I unexpectedly like SpongeBob SquarePants. Is this animation really not just made for adults? Kids can watch too, but to tell you the truth, a lot of things went over their heads. Watching Captain Tsubasa with my son was the best part. That's Tsubasa Ozora, right? It feels a bit like Slam Dunk, but with a soccer theme. Effendi was actually a puppet. I didn't expect puppets could be turned into animation. It's amazing. What about puppets? Calabash Brothers are made from paper cuts. Really, I couldn't tell at all. The animations that Shadow put together are really interesting. Seems even more fun than the ones I watched when I was a kid. I mysteriously feel like I've found my inner child again. I really still like Shadow's Doraemon. The healing power of Blue Fatty is too much. Love it. Love it so much. The animations on the second children's channel are loved by countless people. Chapter 1335, 1111. The animated show's ratings are out. The next day, the news was all about the two children's channels. First children's animation channel receives high praise. The biggest surprise on the first children's channel, The Legend of Deification prequel. Discussion about the works of the second children's channel. Puppetry, paper cutting, ink wash, animation as an art form. Viewership ratings for the two major children's channels to be released. Who will prevail in the first round? Countdown to viewership statistics for children's channel animations. The ever high-quality top 5 film and television companies. The continuous surprises from Shadow. Can one person carry a channel? Within the industry. Outside the industry. The reputation is similar. The heat of the news is similar. Then it all comes down to the first day's viewership ratings. At this moment, countless people online are waiting for the release of the viewership ratings. Many parents are ready to consider it as a reference. If one TV station has higher viewership ratings when choosing children's channels in the future, people will undoubtedly consider the ratings to make a choice. This is a very real concern for both the first and second children's channels. First children's channel. Have the viewership ratings not been tallied up yet? Be assured, station manager, we don't have any issues with popularity or audience reviews. Compared to our overall positive feedback, the second channel has stirred up controversy. What controversy? The second channel has an animation called SpongeBob SquarePants, and many people say this work is more suitable for adults than for children. There's another thing. That ink wash animation Tadpole Looking for Mom, that kicked off on the second channel. Although it's highly praised by parents, the children didn't have a very enthusiastic response. It's a classic case of critical acclaim without box office success. Second children's channel. The first children's channel is in a great position. Everyone is praising the steady quality of the top 5. Let's think about it differently. Stability can be a compliment, but sometimes it's also a shortcoming. How so? There's no surprise. Everyone knows the level of the top 5. It's impossible for them to be bad, but how to surprise the audience is a problem the top 5 need to consider. Do we have any surprises? If you think our station's cartoons aren't surprising enough, then what else could be considered a surprise? Within the industry, many people are enthusiastically discussing, which TV station's cartoons have you watched? I watched the first one. The top 5 made a strong move indeed, with a rich variety of animation genres and overall storylines well above the standard, without any work dragging it down. The top 5 is the standard answer. Has anyone watched the second one? I have. How was it? I don't know how to describe it. It's just really special. For example, have you heard of ink wash animation, paper cut animation, or puppet animation? Oh, it seems you haven't. They belong to animations for adults. Have you watched them? The top 5 and the other 2 animation companies. At this moment, everyone is laughing. It looks like we can set the date for the celebration banquet. Don't rush to celebrate success. Let's first consider our next work. This is definitely a long-term competition. Whenever one animation ends, a new one must take its place. We need to seize more opportunities to be that replacement. That said, aren't you worried about Channel 2? That Shadow is really something else. I've made a special effort to understand Channel 2's situation. Shadow really has created a bunch of unexpected forms of animation, but I feel like Shadow always takes a less conventional path, essentially chasing the unexpected for the sake of it. It might have the effect of taking an alternative approach, but when it comes to competing over viewership ratings, our most traditional animation style is easier for audiences to accept. Haha. I heard that Channel 2 even made an animation specifically for girls, called My Little Pony. They could have appealed to everyone. Why make something that targets girls exclusively? I think the idea is quite good. The idea may be good, but as I've said before, when it comes to viewership ratings, the traditional animation style wins out. All these flashy and fancy tricks might look impressive, but really, the audience is just looking for a good laugh. Online, netizens have started betting. Viewership ratings are coming out in 10 minutes. Which children's channel do you favor more? Is that even a question? Definitely Channel 1. The big 5 are seriously impressive. The works of orange-yellow animation aren't bad either. And there's Orchid Pictures. These are all top-notch companies. Sweat. Doesn't anyone support Channel 2? I think Channel 2 is very good. The overall impression is very positive. However, many people online say that Shadow's works are too niche, like Tadpole Looking for Mom, that started yesterday, which is incomprehensible to children due to its ink wash painting style. Then there's SpongeBob SquarePants, which is actually an adult animation. And My Little Pony is aimed at young girls. I didn't watch Channel 1, but I think the animations on Channel 2 are made with great care, and there are many excellent works. Starlight Animation is pretty good too. That Dream Factory by Shadow is also high quality. Channel 2 will win. Channel 1 has got this in the bag. I feel like Channel 1 could win, but judging by everyone's reaction, if they win, it won't be by much. Discussions from all sides. Everyone is concerned about the viewership ratings. Just then, the department under the Literature and Art Association responsible for viewership statistics finally made a move. Viewership ratings released. The first to be announced is Channel 1 for Kids. Each animation's viewership rating from Channel 1 for Kids is out, but what everyone is really concerned about is the average viewership, since it's a comprehensive comparison. Channel 1, 1.69. This is the average viewership for Channel 1's animations. Haha, the result is close to what I imagined. The level of the Big Five is solid, emphasizing stability. Their lower limit is the upper limit for many animation companies. Amazing. The announcement says that Zhong continent is not included, which means this is the data from the other 7 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei. The number of viewers represented behind this is terrifying. Not bad. It's no surprise that it's the official government-supported children's channel. Most of the children on Blue Star must have been watching animations from Channel 1 for Kids yesterday. Right. It's a win without any suspense. It's a pity for Channel 2. Their opponent is the Big Five. I sincerely think that the animations from Channel 2 are especially good. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst countless discussions, the viewership ratings for Channel 2 for Kids on Blue Star are also out. Holy shit. Following the exclamation that someone blurted out first, netizens from all continents were dumbfounded. At the same time, the Big Five were also stunned. Countless people in the industry were slack-jawed with astonishment. Clearly, this was a viewership rating that no one had anticipated. Chapter 1336, 1112. The first round of battle draws to a close. Second Children's Channel, cartoon average viewership 2.09. Specific viewership of each major work as follows. The viewership has been released. The results shockingly scattered eyeballs everywhere. Broke 2. The average viewership for cartoons on the Second Children's Channel broke 2. Look back. Now let's look at the First Children's Channel. Countless people from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei were caught off guard, and a sense of horror actually rose in their hearts. First Children's Channel. What? Are you kidding me? How did it break 2? Because we are Channel 1, so we broke 1. And they are Channel 2, so they broke 2? Are you messing with metaphysics with me? No. How did they achieve such high viewership when we've already reached a break 1? Viewership? Aren't these kids supposed to be doing homework instead of watching cartoons? Over at the Big Five, many had just seen the viewership ratings and were clapping in celebration, discussing where to have dinner together later that night, when suddenly they saw the ratings for Channel 2 and immediately got their hackles up. This is impossible. This is unreasonable. This is not scientific. Why is it like this? Broke 2. How could it break 2? What's the deal with Shadow? Did his fanciful tricks actually freaking work? This guy understands children's interests better than us. It's over. We are going to be held accountable by Zhongzhou headquarters. We 5 branches actually lost to Shadow. Second Children's Channel. The whole station is jumping for joy. Shadow God. Long live. I told you so. The Big Five are formidable and indeed stable, but they lack surprise. Our cartoons are all about surprise. Shadow is awesome. Haha, just look who the Shadow God usually hangs out with. Chu Kuang, Xianyu, Shadow. These 3 brothers never mess up. Everyone says Shadow is not as good as Chu Kuang and Xianyu. As an animator, I really want to say, Shadow is not just a comic master, but also an animation master. He's not inferior to those 2 at all. Animation master? Still lacking a bit now, but as long as Shadow has time, becoming an animation master is only a matter of time. Starlight Animation. Everyone is in an ecstasy. Oh my god, our produced cartoons broke 2 in viewership. Have I glorified my ancestors with this wave? How many people watched the cartoons I took part in making yesterday? Thanks to Shadow God. Praise Shadow God. May Shadow God lend us his mighty thighs to cling to. Chase Shadow Dream Factory. Screams were resounding continuously, and someone even started whistling. Take off. Big 5 equals invincible. Yeah, the one with Shadow God conquers all. Look at the name of our company. Chase Shadow. It's not about Shadow God trying to catch up with Chu Kuang and Xian Yu. It's about our peers striving hard to catch up with our Shadow God. Ha ha. This battle has indeed made us famous. From now on, we are also a first-class animation company. Online, tribe blogs and other major platforms are downright exploding. Wait a minute. Have I seen this episode before? Strange. Why does this scene look so familiar? We should have thought of it when the official second channel was set up. Thought of what? Initially, when the Literature and Art Association had to choose short fairy tale works to promote, Chu Kuang, that old rascal, strong-armed the officials to open a special channel for him to promote Fairy Tale Town. It's the same with Shadow this time. The intense DJVU in this episode is because, back then, Shadow fought an entire league by himself. Now, Shadow is taking on the Big 5 all by himself. Not just the Big 5, but also 2 top-tier animation companies. Although the Big 5's headquarters didn't participate, the power of their branches has always been overwhelming in each continent. And this is the first time someone has rolled them over in reverse. No more talking. I'm watching Channel 2 tonight. Shadow Studio. Lin Yuan got the news. Jin Mu was extremely excited and brought several of Lin Yuan's comic lands over to celebrate together. Teacher, you're so formidable. Teacher, can we learn animation from you? Our comics are already drawn very well. Let us join Dream Factory too. Why not just merge the studio with Dream Factory? Exactly. Let us help Teacher out. Teacher doesn't need our help. He should be the one guiding us. The disciples babbled and argued. They laughed and horsed around for a long time before dispersing. Jin Mu chuckled. The viewership is much better than I had imagined. Lin Yuan nodded. The viewership had broken the 2% mark. Lin Yuan himself was surprised. But the 2% is the average viewership. In fact, if you look closely, you'll find that these animations have different ratings. For example, the ratings for The Tales of Effendi aren't high. Puppetry, while artistically valuable, is still not very familiar to the general public. However, Calabash Brothers has very good ratings. Probably because, despite being a paper-cut animation, the plot is extremely thrilling, the story resonates with children's aesthetics, and paper-cutting itself doesn't alienate the kids. The best reputation lies with Tadpole Looking for Mom. However, the lowest viewership belongs to this ink wash animation. The others are fairly good. The best performer is still the recently popular across continents, Doraemon. Additionally, the tokusatsu show Ultramantiga also unexpectedly boasts high viewership. Lin Yuan said, "It seems like we can make some adjustments." Jin Mu nodded. "Let's schedule SpongeBob SquarePants for the evening broadcast." Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Then Ultramantiga could be moved up a bit earlier. This animation is indeed more suitable for adults. Broadcasting it in the evening makes more sense when fewer children are watching TV. The two analyzed for a while. But the analysis wasn't just a mere exercise. The suggestions were summarized by Jin Mu and sent over to the second channel. Speaking of Blue Star's second children's channel, as a newly established TV station, it will rely greatly on Shadow in the future, so it also accepted these suggestions. After all, the suggestions are reasonable. Besides, it's still the early days of the TV station's establishment. The public hasn't formed the habit of watching at set times yet, so adjusting the broadcast sequence of certain shows won't have much impact. The main measures are also very simple. Simply put, SpongeBob SquarePants would be aired later. Conversely, Ultramantiga would have its broadcast time moved up slightly. Additionally, the animated series The Tales of Effendi would also be moved to a less favorable time slot, while simultaneously streamlining the content, aiming to finish its broadcast within a month and replacing it with new animations. This is standard practice for TV stations. Popular works? Just keep broadcasting them. Unpopular works? Wrap them up quickly to start new ones. With that, Blue Star's first major battle for animated show viewership ended with Shadow utterly triumphant. But this was only the first round of battle. The flames of this great war are set to keep burning on. On one side are the Big Five, eager to reclaim their position. On the other side stands Shadow, ready to become the animation god of Blue Star. Yes, Lin Yuan has now made it clear that his goal is to make Shadow the god of animation. Forget about the animation departments of the Big Five. Even if the Big Five's headquarters were in the way, Shadow would still break through. Chapter 1337, 1113. The Monkey King reappears, ratings break 3. The next day, the media were all reporting on the ratings battle between the two major children's channels. The animation ratings battle comes to an end. The second children's channel's average viewership breaks 2. All 11 of Shadow's animations received praise. Shadow, Blue Star's animation master. The mighty dominant. 5 actually defeated by Shadow. An unexpected outcome. The second children's channel is on fire. Just last night, the dominant 5 fell before the same person. The dominant 5 were about to lose their minds. Though it was just animation, even in this field, the dominant 5 had always been ahead of Blue Star's other major entertainment companies. And now they had lost to the same person? This was an absolute humiliating defeat for the dominant 5. The image and status of the dominant 5 as industry overlords were challenged. This can't go on. The Zhongzhou headquarters has started holding us accountable, questioning the capabilities of our branch. We can only wait and see how it goes tonight. Premiere ratings don't represent everything. There's still a chance we could come back. Yes, it's common to start high and end low. The second channel's high ratings, I feel, are largely because the audience is very familiar with the quality of our dominant 5's works, so they're just curious why Shadow can carry a TV station all by himself, leading to a successful opening. If I were them, I'd also be curious and want to go check it out. The second channel indeed has a lot of tricks up its sleeve. All these paper cut and ink wash animations are flashy. It's normal for the public to find them fresh, but ultimately, it is our type of animations that are mainstream. They try to cover too much ground and end up losing focus. Tonight's viewership will be key. We have no reason to lose so badly. The second channel's viewership is propped up by novelty, which should fade by today. Everyone's curiosity has been satisfied, and the viewers will naturally come back to watch our channel 1. The dominant 5 hadn't given up yet. Just like that, time came again to the evening. The first children's channel, an animated show, was broadcasting. Got to say, this animation of the primordial chaos is really exciting. The plot is very well designed. Not only kids, but I, as an adult, like it a lot too. For real. On this channel, my favorite is also the Primordial Chaos prequel. It's so thrilling. Every fan of the Primordial Chaos and those with a nostalgia for it should come watch this. Have you guys watched the second channel? I haven't yet. I think the dominant 5 are more reliable. The second channel's high viewership is largely driven by anticipation. Everyone is too curious about what work Shadow has produced. I don't have that kind of curiosity. Productions from the dominant 5 are the biggest guarantee. The viewership will surely be higher on our channel 1 later on. Same here. I'm actually quite curious. I'll check out the second channel. Holy shit. Guys, you have to watch the second channel. What happened? The second channel has a new animation, and the subject matter is absolutely more intense than the Primordial Chaos. For real or not? For real, it's just started. Hurry up and watch. Immediately, many switched to the second channel. And when they saw the animated show broadcasting on the second channel, everyone was stunned. The second children's channel. Because the second channel's premiere day's first animation, Tadpole Looking for Mom, was just a short film, lasting 15 minutes, and it finished on the first day. Today, a new animation took over the former's slot. The new animation had just begun. In front of the screen, viewers from Channel 1 and many who had just switched from Channel 2 were suddenly listening to the new animation's opening song. Monkey Bro, you are truly incredible. The 5 Elements Mountain cannot hold you down. You pop out as Sun Xingxia. Monkey Bro, you are truly rare. The tight fillet spell can't change my true Monkey King nature. Pluck a single hair to blow out thousands of monkeys. A blink of an eye reveals the ghosts. A somersault can take you 18,000 miles. A shake of your majesty can split earth and crumble mountains. Wherever there's difficulty, people think of you. Wherever there's danger, there is bro. Leading battles, never fearing. Punishing evil and promoting good, with a heart like Buddha. Your renowned name is spread by thousands. Your stories are told by many. The ever-shining golden cudgel clears the world of filth. This song was called Monkey Bro, sung by Sun Yaohua from the Yu Dynasty. As the new animations. Opening song finished, the three glowing, three-dimensional big characters of Journey to the West appeared on the screen, and all the viewers screamed in excitement. Damn, it's Journey to the West. Chu Kwang, you old rascals, Journey to the West. Goodness me, almost forgot about Shadow and the old rascal's relationship. Given the relationship between Shadow and the old rascal, getting the rights to Journey to the West would be a piece of cake. Bloody hell, he went and made it into an animation. Ha ha ha, this move is too damn targeted. Channel 1 airs the Primordial Chaos and Shadow just whips out Journey to the West. It's a complete counter-move. The Primordial Chaos would hold its own against anyone except Journey to the West. It panics. The Primordial Chaos, the novel and TV series, are always trumped by Journey to the West. Finally gaining some momentum through the animation, and you bring out Journey to the West too. Journey to the West. Yo, old friend, long time no see. Surprise. Excitement. Who would have thought Shadow would come out with Journey to the West? Everyone knows that the hottest animation on Channel 1 is the Primordial Chaos prequel. Yet, the Primordial Chaos theme has always been outmatched by Journey to the West. How about switching to the animation battlefield? The Primordial Chaos is still no match for Journey to the West. Shadow adapting Journey to the West into an animation was a stroke of genius. The moment the second channel brought out Journey to the West, that well-received and high-rated Primordial Chaos on Channel 1 was done for. Chapter 1338, 1113, Monkey King reappears, viewership breaks 3.2. On the internet, the news spread rapidly. Hurry to the second children's channel to watch Journey to the West, an animated adaptation by Shadow. What? There's an animated version of Journey to the West. Support. Definitely support. Old Journey to the West fans reporting in. Great Sage, here I come. Been looking forward to the animated Journey to the West. Now watching it with my son. Shadow actually used the old rascal's Journey to the West to make an animation. These two are truly great bros. CNU is involved too. You guys just missed the opening theme of the animation. It's written by CNU according to the intro. Journey to the West is so popular. Even the animated version instantly attracted countless people. Swipe, swipe, swipe. In an extremely short amount of time, numerous fans of Journey to the West have tuned into the second children's channel. For no other reason than those three words, Journey to the West. At this moment, the second children's channel was already broadcasting the animated content of Journey to the West. The first episode is titled The Birth of the Monkey King. At the top of the mountain of flowers and fruit, a rock absorbed the essence of heaven, earth, and the sun and moon, and gave birth to a miraculous stone monkey, who, through his strength and wisdom, became the handsome Monkey King of the mountain. No detailed introduction needed. Many people across all continents of Blue Star have read the original Journey to the West. Even those who haven't read the novel have at least seen the TV series of Journey to the West. Many are already familiar with the storyline. When the first episode aired, many viewers could guess what would happen next with their eyes closed. However, nobody found it boring. Everyone watched with great engagement. This is the eternal charm of a great work. No matter how it's presented, it can always win people's love. The adaptation is so accurate. This Sun Wukong feels so familiar. It feels somewhat like the TV series, but with the style of an animation. Looking forward to the havoc in the heavens. Ha ha, I want to watch the episode where the monkey catches the 7 fairies. Dude, you're so bad. You're more suited for Zhu Beiji peeking at the spider spirit taking a bath. Why? Because you relate to that scene the most. Dang, this scene was truly magical. Journey to the West animation was made for kids. Yet at this moment, countless adults are also discussing this animation with great interest. Of course, Adults loving Journey to the West doesn't mean kids don't like it. Young and old, men and women, nobody can resist the charm of the great sage. Heaven's equal. In many families, the children's excited voices are rising everywhere. It's good. Brother Monkey. Sun Wukong is so cool. Mom, who is Sun Wukong's dad? Why did Sun Wukong come from a stone? Is Sun Wukong a demon or an immortal? Dad, I want to be the handsome monkey king. No way. Why? Because I'm not a monkey? No. Because I am the handsome monkey king. Sometimes adults can be childishly playful with kids. Seeing their children fall in love with the same work as themselves, many parents feel a warm contentment in their hearts. And when the first episode ended, the audience didn't miss even the ending theme. White Dragon Horse, hooves headed west, carrying Tang Sanzang followed by 3 disciples. The journey west to obtain scriptures, thousands of miles they stride. No demons or ghosts, no skinned beauty's disguise, no blade mountains, fire seas, or traps and designs can block the cudgel with fiery golden eyes, escorting the master and disciples to the west. White Dragon Horse, bell ringing urgently, jolting Xuanzang as the brothers trot. The journey west for scriptures is no easy task, reaching no great feats if it is. Whatever harsh magic, there's always a miraculous trick. 81 difficulties block the way, 72 transformations fight the foe. Together the master and disciples slay demons and fight evil, as evil never triumphs over justice. This song is called White Dragon Horse. The singer is Jiang Kuei from the Yu Dynasty. The lyrics are simple, catchy, and easy to remember. Many kids could hum it after just one listen. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, Journey to the West is airing 2 episodes tonight. And as the animation airs, both the opening and the ending themes have also launched on major music platforms. Time flies. On the second children's channel, in the blink of an eye, everyone has finished watching 2 episodes of Journey to the West. Then there are the animations from yesterday. Only the timing has been relatively adjusted. At this time, the first children's channel had already received the news. What? A new animation on Channel 2? Adapted from Chu Kuang's Journey to the West. Chu Kuang, that old rascal. Shadow, that old rascal. Why Journey to the West? Why on earth Journey to the West? The primordial chaos, as a classic myth of Blue Star, is something we should fear nothing. It's our channel's strongest support. But the only thing it really can't beat is Journey to the West. Ever since Journey to the West appeared, we've fought for so many years and have never bloody won once. We're done for. We were counting on the ratings to surpass them, but with Journey to the West coming out, we're in trouble. The Big Five. Many others have received the news as well. Among these people, many are aware of Journey to the West, while some are not. This is bad. Isn't Journey to the West Chu Kuang's novel? Since when has Shadow adapted it into an animated series? The Primordial Chaos prequel is going to suffer now. Why? Isn't the Primordial Chaos invincible? You used to work in Zhong Continent. You might not understand. The Primordial Chaos has long been not invincible. It's been whipped by Chu Kuang's Journey to the West. What about the ratings? The ratings might be in danger now, but if we go by our previous strategy, Channel 1 still has a chance to fight for it. Blue Cat appeared. Calabash Brothers appeared. My Little Pony appeared. Ultraman Tigo appeared. Shadow's 11 animations took their turns on stage. The difference is that the timing order has been adjusted a bit. The emergence of Journey to the West is the only variable. No one knows what consequences this variable will bring. Online, everyone is looking forward more to today's ratings. Feels like Channel 2 is going to have even higher ratings. Journey to the West is so powerful. Not necessarily. I've seen analysis online saying Channel 2's first-day ratings are boosted by the novelty effect. Today, as the novelty wears off, the ratings might drop, but Journey to the West should help stabilize it a bit. That's true. It's still the Big Five, after all. Why do you all worship the Big Five so much? Yesterday, the Big Five were all dumbfounded. Do you still think they can make a comeback? I clearly say, it's not about any novelty effect. Channel 2's animations are simply good. I just like the Big Five. I just like Channel 1. Have you watched Channel 2? Haven't? Then continue to like Channel 1. Hope you stick to the end. never to watch Channel 2. There's nothing to argue about. Tonight will determine everything. Yes, tonight will determine everything. But the ratings won't be announced until the next day. The next day, morning, under the attention of thousands, the new ratings are finally released. Swish. The moment the ratings were announced, media and everyone both inside and outside the industry were suddenly wide-eyed. The first children's channel, 1.02. The second children's channel, 3.01. Boom. The entire internet is boiling. It's exploded, exploded, exploded. Channel 2's ratings are skyrocketing, dominating the Big Five. Shadow God is too awesome. Damn. Broke 3. This is even more outrageous than yesterday. The first children's channel's ratings have plummeted. I don't understand this data. According to the law of one rising as the other falls, why is it that Channel 1 has decreased by about 0.5, but Channel 2 increased by about 1? You still need to ask? It's definitely Journey to the West. Channel 2's Tadpole Looking for Mom from yesterday may have good reviews, but children don't care for ink wash animation, unlike Journey to the West, which children and adults even love, because many adults are fans of Journey to the West. The Big Five this time, completely disgraced. Ha. Go ask your headquarters for help. One branch is simply not enough for Shadow. Not to mention Shadow has the support of Chu Kwang and Xianyu behind him. Go ask your Buddha for help. At this moment, even those audiences who had always supported Channel 1 due to their belief in the Big Five were dumbfounded. All right then, Channel 2 has crushed Channel 1. The ratings are 3 times that of the former. Tonight, let's see what exactly Channel 2 is playing that's so lovable. Chapter 1339, 1114. Zhong Continent is about to join the merger. Average animation viewership exceeds 3%. Blue Star's second children's channel is on fire. The next day, online, all sorts of discussions are centered around the second channel's animations. Blue Star's first children's channel's animations rarely get mentioned anymore. Among them, several of the second channel's best-performing animations are so entertaining that even many adults are hooked. But the most enthusiastic fans are still the children. Morning, a certain kindergarten. The children are chirping away. Have you watched Journey to the West? Yes, I've also watched Ultraman. I love watching 3000 Whys of Blue Cat. The best one is Little Carp Adventure. I like Calabash Brothers. I think Doraemon is the best. Captain Tsubasa isn't strong. My Little Pony has magic. Then the strongest is Calabash Brothers. Calabash Brothers aren't as strong as Sun Wukong. He has the golden cudgel. The Primordial Chaos is also great. The Young War God is really strong too. What's the Primordial Chaos? What's the Young War God? I haven't watched it. Never heard of it. You must be watching the first channel, right? We all watch the second channel. The second channel is way better than the first. When a few children brought up animations from the first channel, most of the class wasn't interested. The kids who usually watched the first children's channel showed sad expressions. Children are very sensitive. When they realize they can't keep up with their peers' conversations, they feel an inexplicable sense of inferiority. After school in the afternoon, those few children went home and sulked. I don't want to watch the first channel. I want to watch the second channel. I want to watch Ultraman. I want to watch Handsome Monkey King. I want to watch Little Carp Adventure. The first channel is boring. None of my classmates watch it. Little Bright even laughed at me today. Clearly trivial matters, but some children directly burst into tears. At this age, tears flow easily. Parents were exasperated. Some parents, who didn't care much for the second channel and only trusted the 5 major broadcasters, could only soothe their children and obediently watched the second channel's animations with them. And similar incidents were occurring in every continent. In many kindergartens and even elementary schools, discussions about the second channel's animations were everywhere. This phenomenon directly made kids who watched the first channel's animations go home and demand to watch the second channel. This is the influence of peer pressure. Following trends is human nature. Kids are no exception. The 2 children's channels are, after all, direct competitors. In the following days, as more and more children embraced the second channel, the first channel's ratings began to decline, while the second channel started rising steadily. 3 days. 4 days. 5 days. With this seesaw effect, The first children's channel situation grew increasingly dire. Netizens watched as the gap between the two children's channels widened. The outcome was clear. No one believed anymore that the high ratings on the second channel were just due to the novelty factor. 7 days. The novelty had long worn off. When the tide recedes, it's clear who's swimming naked. Shadow single-handedly defeated the alliance of the Big Five, and his animations were now influencing children across all 7 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei. At home, Lin Yuan opened the system's prestige interface, skipped unnecessary information, and focused on several key data points. Age, 26. Life expectancy, 40. Music, 7,089,767. Literature, 5,987,668. Painting, 4,097,123. Shadow's prestige value in painting still lagged behind Chu Kuang's in literature and Xian Yu's in music, but the gaps were no longer as dramatic as before, especially the difference between Shadow and Chu Kuang. It seems this wave of children's channel promotions has really worked wonders. At the current broadcasting pace, except for a few long-form works, basically every other month there would be an animation concluding. By then, Shadow could release new animations. Shadow could then continuously collect more and more prestige value for painting through his animations. Though Lin Yuan didn't quite understand why most of the prestige value from Shadow's animations counted under painting. Either way, it was a good thing. It meant he could complete his system task sooner. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and looked downstairs. It turned out his sister was moving things into the house. Help out. Coming. Lin Yuan hurried down to help his sister carry the items. In the past, tasks like these were always taken care of by his sister, younger sister, and mom. Lin Yuan's poor health meant no one asked him to do physical work. But now Lin Yuan's body had gotten better. After his family confirmed that his health had improved to almost an unnatural level, they began asking Lin Yuan to do tasks requiring male physical strength. Lin Yuan could finally put his manly physical strength to good use. After moving some things, Lin Yuan asked, "What's all this?" "New Year's goods." His sister replied with a smile. Lin Yuan only then realized the new year was approaching. His family had a tradition of stocking up on New Year supplies every year. Lin Yuan sighed. Only 7 or 8 days left until New Year. Huh. Yep. I think this year's Spring Festival will be especially lively since Zhong Continent will be joining the consolidation and Blue Star has finally achieved true unification. Put this in the living room. It's so heavy. It's a treadmill. Help me set it up. Oh, and what's this? This? Just some yoga props. This counts as New Year's goods. You don't get it, huh? During New Year, people eat too well, lots of rich food. It's easy to gain weight. Preparing fitness equipment in advance means I can burn off those calories as much as I eat. Oh, his sister was now a refined woman who loved fashion and makeup, kept up with the trends, and enjoyed fitness activities. Quite unlike Big Yao Yao. She was always barefaced. Still, the Lin family had good genes, with all 4 members boasting high attractiveness. Even without makeup, they were stunning. Soon, the treadmill was set up. His sister wanted to test it out, but noticed Antarctica was eager to try. She rolled her eyes mischievously. She pushed Antarctica onto the treadmill and sneakily set it to the highest speed. Immediately, the belt started spinning. Antarctica's little legs began running frantically. His sister gleefully clapped her hands beside him. Antarctica went wild, barking joyfully. Lin Yuan shook his head and silently returned upstairs. He had always been one of those people with a naturally lean body, healthy and fit, so this kind of equipment wasn't necessary for him. Closing the door again, Lin Yuan began pondering his next steps. With Zhong Continent about to join the consolidation, many challenges undoubtedly lay ahead. Blue Song Olympics had already given Lin Yuan a heads up. Zhong Continent's dominance in various fields was indeed formidable. The grand consolidation was drawing closer. Soon, global culture would be interconnected. Should Xianyu hold a concert? Should Shadow delve into traditional painting? Should Chu Kuang unveil some of his crowning literary works? Chapter 1340, 1115, The Great Merger of Blue Star's 8 Continents. Crossing a span of 7 years, Zhong Continent is finally joining the integration. At this moment, there are only 10 days left until this year's Lunar New Year. The media's focus is no longer limited to the concluded battle of animation viewership rankings. News about Zhong continent joining the integration is starting to flood the screens. This is a treatment no other continent has received. Although the joining of other continents also received countless news reports, only Zhong continent can make all. Others feel on edge. There's no way around it. As the most powerful continent, Zhong continent's invincible image in various fields has long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. Not to mention, in the other continents, many citizens hold countless fantasies and aspirations for Zhong continent. Just look at the immigration applications to see. The number of immigration applications Zhong continent receives each year exceeds the total of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei combined. Even though Zhong continent's housing prices are unimaginably high for people from other continents, Zhong continent is about to join the integration. 10 days from now, we will usher in a new era of 8-continent integration. Blue Star's strongest continent is making a fierce entry. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei are about to face a new challenge. Official accounts from all continents speak out. Welcome Zhong continent to the integration. All fields in every continent will now face pressure from Zhong continent. Future rankings and comprehensive continental strength may undergo significant changes. Zhong continent is joining the Great Integration. The 8 continents are fully merging. This matter is being watched closely by the entire globe. The Literature and Art Association even set up a grand 10-day countdown. You have to understand, this kind of official countdown is only activated for future events that bear historical significance. On the internet, netizens from all continents are getting excited. I've been waiting for this day since 7 years ago. Zhong continent joining the integration will absolutely have a massive impact on global continental dynamics and development. Zhong continent is teaming with giants in every field. The continents have been consistently restricting Zhong continent's cultural influence on their territories. Now, they won't be able to impose various limitations anymore. Yeah, exactly. Zhong continent's films, novels, even games, it was hard for other continents to import them before because they were afraid of the cultural shock. But in the end, a lot of it still leaked out. I feel like in all disciplines, throughout the 7 continents, few people can contend with Zhong continent. From now on, every field might be dominated by this group of Zhong continent elites. Zhong continent. The people here are equally enthusiastic. The integration is finally happening. Let Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei feel the fear. The outside continents have always been restricting us. After the integration, they won't be able to anymore. Our Zhong continent culture will completely dominate Blue Star. After the integration, will we get to see Qin continent's Xianyu every day? I wonder if the Yu dynasty can still maintain its power after we Zhong continent people join the integration. Those guys from the Yu dynasty really aren't simple. But over here in Zhong continent, many of our masters haven't even stepped forward yet. After the integration, they'll understand just how terrifying we are. I've been meaning to experience the culture of the outside continents too. I heard there are 2 people from the outside continents who are on par with Xianyu. No way. Are they also musicians? Not quite. I think one's a novelist and the other draws manga. A novelist? Manga. Ha 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 ha. Do they even realize how formidable Zhong continent's novels and manga are? The Zhong continent novel scene. The integration is finally happening. It's time for the world to witness the might of Zhong continent's novels. Are there any impressive novelists from the outside continents? From what I know, there are a few who are decent. Chu Kuang. You've heard of him too? I read 2 of his books, brought over by a friend from Qin continent. He's really something. Guess we'll have to greet him properly afterward. Zhong continent manga industry. We joined the integration too late. The manga market in the outside continents is already dominated by someone named Shadow. Shadow, the author of Dead Sea of Fire, right? Looks like you all pay quite a bit of attention to this guy from outside. As for me, I couldn't care less. Someone ruling the market? It's just because we Zhong continent people weren't there yet. When the tiger is away, the monkey reigns as king. Looks like We'll need to apologize to this guy. His era of dominance is coming to an end soon enough. From now on, Zhong Continent will decide the future of Blue Star's manga. Zhong Continent film industry. These years have been stifling. My movies were repeatedly rejected by the outside continents, with no chance of being shown. But now it's finally fine. Zhong Continent is about to take over Blue Star's film industry. I heard Chi Continent is called a film base. They must have some skill. Does Chi Continent have someone of Xianyu's caliber? No, but they do have a few notable figures. A few won't cut it. I see our directors are already preparing new films and can't wait to strike. Zhong Continent music industry. Time for another showdown with Xianyu. He completely disrupted our performance at the Blue Song Olympics. Now many people in Zhong Continent have already become fans of Xianyu. This isn't good at all. Zhong Continent people should only listen to Zhong Continent music. But honestly, most people can't compete with Xianyu. Only someone at Abigail's level could defeat him. Abigail lost too, didn't she? Don't worry. We have more than one Abigail in Zhong Continent. In every major field within Zhong Continent, countless people are itching to make their move. At the same time, every major field in the 7 continents is preparing nervously for battle. Although every continent acknowledges their own inferiority to Zhong Continent in terms of strength, Blue Star's integration also presents an opportunity for them. An opportunity to learn and improve. A strong opponent isn't entirely a bad thing. Amid Zhong Continent's enthusiasm and the anxious anticipation of the other continents, the countdown to Blue Star's great integration proceeds. 9 days, 8 days, 7 days, 6 days, 5 days. Amid the tension, nervousness, and overwhelming anticipation, blended with the joy of the approaching new year. Starlight. High-level meeting. The real challenge is about to begin. Zhong Continent's music will soon invade all the other continents. How our company responds may determine our future trajectory. The situation is already unfavorable. Many of our artists are getting fewer gigs. Even some A-list stars have had their appearance fees slashed. Because now, many brands can directly hire Zhong Continent celebrities. It doesn't matter. We have Xianyu and Yang Zhoming. When it comes to music, these two are the only ones who can hold their ground against Zhong Continent. And in film, we still have to rely on Xianyu. But as great as Xianyu's filmmaking skills are, taking on Zhong Continent will be tough. Let's focus our efforts on music instead. Silver Blue Books. The novel world is already stirring up waves. Indeed, many of the booksellers we've worked with for a long time are now heavily stockpiling Zhong Continent works, waiting for the integration to release them. Since the cultural wall will disappear in a few days, the authorities won't have a reason to block it anymore. Let's set up a branch in Zhong Continent. If Zhong Continent wants to invade our novel market, we'll invade theirs too. With whose works? Isn't it obvious? Chu Kuang will be our trump card. Even if Chu Kuang's novels are sold in Zhong Continent, they can still absolutely captivate readers there. But Zhong Continent isn't familiar with Chu Kuang yet. They might not buy it right away. We'd better stir up some noise with that old rascal, so Chu Kuang can gain fame in Zhong Continent. The countdown continues. For days. 3 days. 2 days. 1 day. Finally, the last day. The Lunar New Year arrives. Zhong Continent officially joins the integration. Almost at the exact moment integration begins, as if triggered by a starting gun, Zhong Continent's culture floods into Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei like a tidal wave. Music, novels, manga, film, animation, games, and much more. On the first day of the new year, every sector of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei is impacted by Zhong Continent's surge. Citizens from all continents are fully immersing themselves in Zhong Continent's culture, as if a new era has dawned. But what no one knows is, on this very morning of the first day of the new year, Lin Yuan, just after waking up, receives a special system. Task. Task name. Sweep the 6 directions. Task content. Zhong Continent's cultural invasion has begun across Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei. In every major field, unprecedented challenges loom. As a Qin continent native, The host has a duty to restore Qin people's prestige and confidence across the arts, proving to all continents that Zhong continent is not invincible. Task reward, mysterious gift. Task note. Please strive to ensure that the three brothers achieve top 10 status in each major artistic field across Blue Star before your identity is revealed. Zhong continent has arrived. From now on, Lin Yuan stage will be the entire Blue Star. Chapter 1341, 1116, Invading Various Domains. Accept the task. Lin Yuan got out of bed, washed up a bit, and already his phone was almost ringing itself apart. Lin Yuan, Happy New Year. Thanks. Wishing you a Happy New Year. You too. Teacher Admirable Fish, Happy New Year. Same to you, same to you. Wishing teacher a wonderful new year. All the best. I hope teacher stays healthy in the new year. Stay healthy. People from Yu Dynasty, from the studio, from the company, along with Lin Yuan's familiar friends and relatives, all sent New Year's blessings. Even those less familiar but who had exchanged contact information also sent texts one after another. This is the Spring Festival. This is the first day of the Lunar New Year. After taking a series of calls, Lin Yuan went downstairs and discovered his sister exercising on the treadmill alongside Antarctica. His younger sister was lying on the sofa watching cartoons. Their mom had set up a lavish breakfast spread. The scent of happiness filled the air. Online, the same cheerful scene was playing out. All the companies across the continents were on holiday. Without the barriers of cultural walls, the newly integrated Zhong continent had quickly blended with its counterparts. After all, this was the Spring Festival, a shared cultural celebration across continents, bringing a lively and festive atmosphere to the entire planet. Welcome friends from Zhong continent. Haha, I'm watching a romance action movie from Chu continent. Honestly, we in Zhong continent aren't as good at these. You're too kind. Your Zhong continent films are great too. Not really, not really. Zhong continent's technology is definitely impressive. I've just bought an ergonomic chair, and my chronic neck pain feels like it's cured. Zhong continent's games are fun as well. I'm watching a Zhong continent movie. Any good Zhong continent novels or comics to recommend? We've got plenty of incredible works. Just check out the ratings on Starlink Network. They've archived works from all continents now. Happy New Year. No hostility. No confrontation. Zhong continent's people showed a friendly attitude, and netizens from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei continents were equally enthusiastic. In fact, as long as regional conflicts weren't involved, netizens across the continents generally got along quite well. Post-integration, the atmosphere among the 8 continents was exceedingly harmonious. The joy of the new year was everywhere. However, with the opening of cultural walls across the continents, on battlegrounds invisible to many, a silent yet smoke-free war was underway. Various fields were experiencing waves of impact from Zhong continent's presence. For instance, in major bookstores and online e-book stores, numerous novels from Zhong continent were selling out completely. For instance, on music streaming platforms, the download counts of Zhong continent's classics were skyrocketing. For instance, in the comic industry, comics from Zhong continent were being widely praised and chased by fans. For instance, on video streaming platforms, series and films from Zhong continent were being released en masse and heavily streamed across continents. For instance, since the implementation of integration policies, every year that a new continent joined, similar phenomena occurred. People inevitably grew curious about their new neighbors. But Zhong continent's inclusion had greatly amplified this trend, making it far more intense than when any other continent had joined before. Moreover, the endurance of this trend far outpaced prior instances. It seemed some sort of transformative change was brewing invisibly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. When the 7th day arrived and the continents resumed work. After several days of build-up, Zhong continent's culture finally blossomed brilliantly in the lands of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei. On this day, the internet exploded with various news headlines. The most popular books on Blue Star during the Spring Festival period, 60%, are Zhong continent creations. Zhong continent's TV dramas are hugely popular. During the Spring Festival, 7 out of the top 10 songs downloaded were from Zhong continent musicians. Zhong continent's culture sweeps across Blue Star, Local cultures across continents struggle to hold their ground. Over the past week, Wei Continent's electric vehicle sales have been surpassed by Zhong Continent's products. Zhong Continent's smartphones are bestsellers. Qi Continent's variety shows have been dethroned by Zhong Continent. 7 days. In just 7 days after joining the integration, Zhong Continent had begun devouring market shares in various fields across all continents, like a behemoth descending. Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, Han, Zhaowei. Many industries couldn't hold up. Online, netizens from all continents were stunned. Zhong Continent's momentum is insane. Is this what makes it the #1 continent on Blue Star? Come on, Wei Continent, support our local car brands. Honestly, our Wei Continent car brands are somewhat weaker than Zhong Continent's, but we've got better cost effectiveness. The business world across continents is being crushed by Zhong Continent. The cultural market, in particular, is getting completely overwhelmed. Zhong Continent's movies are indeed stunning, better than Qi Continent's. Their drama series are top tier too. I've recently fallen in love with Zhong Continent's symphonies composed by some maestros. Zhong Continent's novels are so good. Is Zhong Continent's culture going to dominate Blue Star from now on? Have we lost in every single industry? Of course not. Look at book sales. Chu Kuang's books are still the strongest. Shadow's comics haven't been overtaken by Zhong Continent yet either. As for Xian Yu's music, his total downloads remain staggeringly high. And plenty of field leaders still hold the lead. The wolf that walks miles eats meat. Some top talents from the 7 continents continue to dominate, even in Zhong Continent. The question is how long these leaders can maintain their edge since Zhong Continent's foundation is so terrifyingly deep. Lin Yuan read these headlines. To be honest, Lin Yuan wasn't too surprised. The Blue Song Olympics already demonstrated Zhong Continent's strength, and the Song Olympics only compared musical prowess. Yet Zhong Continent's dominance extended across almost every field. Well then, it seemed the system had assigned him an epic-level task. Zhong Continent was too formidable, and the system required him to break into the top 10 in all the fields he dabbled in, even as Zhong Continent's culture nearly monopolized Blue Star. Isn't this pushing him to wage a full-on battle against Zhong Continent across all disciplines? Keep in mind, Lin Yuan's 3 aliases spanned a multitude of fields: music, literature, painting, film and television, gaming, calligraphy. And when Shadow completed his tasks, the system would even reward Lin Yuan with master-level sculpting skills, implying he'd venture into sculpture next. Tough stuff. Fortunately, the foundation of his 3 aliases remained rock solid. Zhong Continent might be a latecomer and perhaps had seized 70% of the fields in Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continents. However, the final strongholds were always the toughest to conquer, because the defenders of these positions were each top-tier experts in their respective industries. Take comics, for instance. Shadow, the acknowledged king of comics, wielded a staggering level of influence across the 7 continents. Even Zhong Continent couldn't easily topple him. Moreover, who said the 7 continents could only defend? In reality, some top experts from various fields were already planning counters, including Lin Yuan, who was beginning to consider how to fully conquer Zhong Continent's fertile market. In Zhong Continent, countless citizens were celebrating cheerfully. Let the whole world experience our Zhong Continent's culture. Haha, I enjoy reading novels. I'm checking out some works from the outer continents. To be honest, they're far inferior to ours. Next, I'm planning to read something by Qin Continent's Chu Kuang. This person seems to be as famous as Xian Yu within the other continents. Really? As famous as Xian Yu? I'm reading comics. Comics from the outer continents are rubbish. You should try Shadow's comics. This person is called the King of Comics and is also considered on par with Xian Yu. Uft. King of Comics. The kings from the outer continents are so easily crowned. Take a look if you want, but the markets across all fields in the outer continents will eventually be entirely swept by us in Zhong Continent. When it comes to novels or music, Zhong Continent remains unmatched. In Zhong Continent, all sectors were equally elated. Zhong Continent is unbeatable. Every field has taken over a significant portion of the markets. Just a few tough nuts left. We'll take them down slowly. Soon, it'll all be resolved. The whole world will eventually be ruled by zone continent's culture. Exactly. Sure, there are individuals across some outer continents who are extremely formidable and just as strong as us, but they can't compete with how many top talents we have. In the end, it's all about depth. Take someone like Xian Yu in the music world. He barely defeated Abigail at the Blue Song Olympics after much effort. He indeed has top-tier talent, but there are still several more musicians in Zhong continent stronger than Abigail. By the way, have you heard? Even though Zhong continent novels are selling like crazy across all continents, there's apparently someone out there stubbornly holding us back. Who? Some guy called Old Rascal or something? Chapter 1342, 1117. The Unsurpassable Silhouette. This is a cultural invasion from Zhong continent. If this were a game, after Blue Star's unification of its 8 continents, Zhong continent would inevitably be the final boss all other continents must face. In fact, Zhong continent has indeed presented itself as a final boss-level existence. However, even a final boss like Zhong continent hit a hard wall when faced with some tough opponents. Take the field of novels in Zhong continent, for example. In reality, even 6 months before Zhong continent joined the Blue Star unification, some of Blue Star's biggest publishing houses had already begun contacting top authors from a variety of genres in Zhong continent to seek business collaborations. On the day Zhong continent officially joined the unification, the publishing houses filled their countless stores with overwhelming advertisements, promoting and selling all the works of these top authors from Zhong continent. During the Spring Festival period, the sales of works by these top Zhong continent authors surged across Blue Star's continents. A 7-day frenzy. The sales numbers of authors from other continents couldn't compete with them at all. Within just 5 days, in Blue Star's monthly individual sales rankings, 7 out of the top 10 spots were taken by Zhong continent writers. Only 3 non-Zhong continent writers remained in the top 10. These 3 were Chu Kuang, the sales champion, ranked first, Min Ryu in 6th place, and Master Ren in 9th place. The rest were all Zhong continent writers, including the author in 2nd place on the sales rankings. Regarding this situation, most Zhong continent writers believed that it was only a matter of time before one of their own would claim the top spot in the monthly sales rankings. However, another 7 consecutive days passed. Min Ryu and Master Ren both dropped 1 rank each, but the top spot, occupied by Chu Kuang, remained rock solid. 7 days. No Zhong continent author's monthly sales could knock him down. It's important to understand. The total monthly sales ranking for individual works is updated monthly. Comparing cumulative sales alone, the writers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei would undoubtedly be the strongest. No matter how excellent the Zhong continent authors are, they couldn't make up for the gap of several years in only 7 days. After all, Zhong continent joined the unification far too late. But why can't Zhong continent authors surpass the towering mountain that is Chu Kuang, even in monthly sales? Standing like a lone sentry, impenetrable by countless challengers, Chu Kuang single-handedly blocked all the authors of Zhong continent. A small number of Zhong continent writers who knew of Chu Kuang could only smile wryly, but most others who were unfamiliar with him immediately began to investigate this figure. In truth, there wasn't much need for investigation. The cultural barrier had already been broken. Blue Star's encyclopedia had detailed information about Chu Kuang. Mystery, fairy tales, science fiction, martial arts, wuxia, immortal cultivation, xinxia, sports, suspense, and exploration, short stories. Chu Kuang had written extensively in all these genres, and his biography on the encyclopedia came with detailed sales data for these works. The terrifying sales figures for each book left many Zhong continent writers fuming in astonishment. After completing their research, the writer groups of Zhong continent collectively lost their minds. Holy sh*t. Trying to scare us to death, huh? What the hell is up with this Chu Kuang? How is he this insane? The range of genres he's tackled is absurdly broad. He's practically written in every genre, and each one has had some level of explosive success. Even in niche genres like martial arts and sports, he's achieved phenomenal results, and they're full-on groundbreaking. Monster. No wonder Chu Kuang's individual monthly sales are so sky-high. His range of genres is just too vast. Readers from every continent and from all sorts of niches have read his books, and the sales of many of his works are still terrifying even today. Like that Hercule Poirot series, its daily sales figures are incredible, as well as several other marquee titles. Some of these works have been completed for years and yet still outperform many bestsellers in the market. How does he do it? How can he be so good at so many genres? Some of these genres are completely unrelated. Can you even imagine a top-tier mystery writer also being the king of fairy tales? How the hell do we even compete with that? There's no shortage of genre continent authors with single works stronger than his, but when it comes to total individual sales, no one can match him. You guys have gotten too full of yourselves. Blue Star isn't composed of just genre continent. I've been following Chu Kuang's achievements for a while now. His abilities are beyond what you can imagine. Even in genre continent, not everyone could contend with someone like him head-on. Do you know what people outside our continent call him? What do they call him? He's called the Xianyu of the literary world. South Xianyu, North Chu Kuang. He's a figure on par with Xianyu. You could indirectly understand it like this. If Xianyu's dominance in music is unmatched, then Chu Kuang has that same level of dominance in literature. A genre continent writer began to explain. Even though Blue Star had cultural walls in the past, in truth, many top-tier writers had silently taken note of Chu Kuang long before genre continent joined the unification. Instantly, genre continent's writer groups were abuzz with discussions about Chu Kuang. In some large genre continent writers group chats, even some of genre continent's top authors couldn't resist chiming in to explain. A genre continent fairy tale writer, Chu Kuang was rated by the Literature and Art Association as the king of short fairy tales. At that time, genre continent wasn't even part of the unification, but you all know how stringent the standards of the Literature and Art Association are. If this man wasn't truly extraordinary, they wouldn't have granted him such a title. A genre continent mystery author. I've read his mystery works, including the Hercule Poirot series and Sherlock Holmes series. These two works are enough to make countless genre continent mystery authors ashamed of themselves. At least for me. I pale in comparison. I just can't match his skills. A suspense and exploration author. My book Uncharted drew inspiration from Chu Kuang's Candle in the Tomb series. He's a pioneer, single-handedly creating the tomb-raiding genre of novels. A martial arts author. Chu Kuang's level of martial arts novel creation is unquestionably among the top 3 on Blue Star. The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy is something every genre continent martial arts author should read. A fantasy author. Chu Kuang's fantasy novels are exceptional. He's even founded several subgenres, some of which have already spread to genre continent. A science fiction author. Chu Kuang's sci-fi is very solid. While he might not yet match the top-tier sci-fi authors of genre continent, he absolutely isn't someone your average sci-fi writer can challenge. Swish, swish, swish. In the major group chats, numerous top authors from genre continent expressed their utmost admiration for Chu Kuang. Only these heavyweight authors would broaden their gaze beyond genre continent, refusing to underestimate the heroes from other continents. Unlike mid-tier writers, who never paid attention to those outside, and certainly never considered reading the works of non-genre continent authors. At this point, the pride of many genre continent writers lay shattered into pieces. Yet, a portion of writers furrowed their brows even more tightly. South Xianyu, North Chu Kuang? Xianyu could even defeat Abigail. And now this Chu Kuang could stand as Xianyu's equal? Believe it or not, Chu Kuang's reputation within genre continent's literary circles had skyrocketed, thanks to his dominance atop the personal sales charts. Chapter 1343, 1118. 3 famous vests known globally. Genre continent invades various fields of Blue Star, but suffers a major defeat in the novel circle. The news quickly spread to various fields in genre continent. Many people in different fields are laughing. For example, the genre continent manga circle. Many people here are discussing. It seems that our genre continent novels are being suppressed by some guy named Chu Kuang. Looks like we've hit a tough spot. I thought genre continent novels were invincible. Haha. Whether genre continent novels are invincible is hard to say, but our genre continent manga is truly invincible. Yeah. Some manga from genre continent have been selling worldwide these days, especially those top-tier genre continent manga artists. It's said that their works are selling out all over the continents. What's the exact sales figure? It's still being compiled. The Literature and Art Association is connecting data from major charts worldwide, so we'll soon see this month's global manga sales rankings. Actually, there's no suspense about the result. Zhong Continent's ranking is the world's ranking. The top 3 manga artists in Zhong Continent are among the top 5 in the world. That's being conservative. Similar to other fields, the top 3 in Zhong Continent are the top 3 in the world, and Zhong Continent's number 1 is the world's number 1. Oh my, look quickly. The chart is out. Huh, what's with this chart? None of the top 3 works are from Zhong Continent. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the monthly sales chart of Blue Star manga was released. First place, One Piece, Qin Continent, Shadow. Second place, Naruto, Qin Continent, Shadow. Third place, Detective Chu Yu, Qin Continent, Shadow. Fourth place, Phantom Sword, Zhong Continent, Zhongxian. Fifth place, Summoning Thunder, Zhong Continent, Zhongxian. Sixth place, Kingdom of Martial Arts, Zhong Continent, Zhuyi Xinfeng. Seventh place, Blade of Moonlight, Zhong Continent, and Yuping. Eighth place, Doraemon, Qin Continent, Shadow. Ninth place, Silver Lance Knight, Zhong Continent, Zhongxian. 10th place, Dunk, Qin Continent, Shadow. The Zhong Continent Manga Circle. Countless manga artists were dumbfounded. This ranking is completely different from what they imagined. What the heck? The top 3 are all Shadow. Not just the top 3, half of the top 10 are his works. We don't have a single manga in the top 3 sales ranking. Who is Shadow? This person is hailed as the king of comics, overseas. I've heard of him too, but I always thought it was an exaggeration by outsiders. I didn't expect this guy's sales to be truly the king of comics. Even Zhang Xian's Phantom Sword is suppressed to 4th by him. Zhang Xian is a legendary figure, ranking number 1 in our Zhong Continent manga circle. Most importantly, many of Zhang Xian's works besides Phantom Sword were introduced to major continents early on, and their sales have always been terrifying, with a very high fame base. Darn it, the novel circle was suppressed by a monster named Chu Kuang, and now there's another monster in the manga circle suppressing our Zhong Continent manga. I've heard that Shadow is as famous as Xianyu and Chu Kuang. Damn, no wonder they're equally renowned. This is just so abnormal. How many manga has he drawn? Meanwhile, netizens from various continents are also paying attention to the various charts from the Literature and Art Association, which are gradually being released. When the manga chart was announced, netizens from Qinchi, Chu, and Hanjiaowei continents who are familiar with Shadow were amused. My goodness, Shadow is too awesome. Half of the top 10 monthly sales are his works. Although these works are mostly drawn by his disciples now, and he no longer personally takes up the pen, the Literature and Art Association still attributes these works to Shadow. God of comics. He even beat Zhong Continent. Now, Shadow is the true god of Blue Star comics. Even Zhang Xian lost. I've been reading Zhang Xian's works since I was young. Such a legendary figure, and his monthly sales were suppressed by Shadow, with even 3 of Shadow's comics overshadowing him, leaving him only in 4th. By the way, in the novel circle, isn't that the personal monthly sales chart? And Chu Kuang is also number 1. Zhong Continent. Netizens here also saw the chart. Countless Zhong Continent people were shocked. How is this possible? Zhang Xian lost. Who on earth is this Shadow? Who has read his works? The sales are too abnormal. One Piece? Naruto? Detective? Chuyu? Even the lowest selling of those 3, that Detective whatever, outsells Phantom Sword. That's a manga Zhang Xian is currently serializing, which has always been dominant in our Zhong Continent, and the animation views have always been top in various rankings. By the way, the animation. Manga sales don't represent everything. Animation views are also very important. Zhang Xian's animation views should be number 1, right? Darn it, the animation chart is out too. Look, amid endless discussions, the monthly play counts ranking for Blue Star animations was also released. First place, One Piece. Second place, Naruto. Third place, Detective Chuyu. Fourth place, Phantom Sword. Fifth, the hopes of Zhong Continent people were dashed. The manga sales ranking and the animation play ranking are almost exactly the same. The top 3 are still the 3 works of Shadow. No way. I'm too curious now. I'm going to buy Shadow's works. I went to the comic book store today, and Shadow's works are already on the shelves for sale. Oh dear. You guys are too slow. I've already bought Naruto, and it's really good. You can just watch the anime directly. Zhong Continent's video websites have already launched it now. Is it good? I'm not sure about Naruto. I'm watching One Piece right now. Initially, I thought it wasn't good. The art style is so weird, but as I watched further, I got totally hooked. It's extremely exciting. My goodness. Is this the power of the King of Comics? The King of Comics. This is a title Shadow has in the 7 continents. I used to look down on it, but now it seems this person is truly terrifying. Have a look at the novel circles chart. There's a guy named Chu Kwang, who is just as freaky as this Shadow. Although a single work sales didn't top, the monthly total sales of his personal works have always been champion. I noticed that too. Let me tell you a fun fact. In Qin Shi Chu Yen Han Zhao Wei, there's a saying, Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kwang in the north, Shadow in the center. Shadow and Chu Kwang, both as famous as Xian Yu. Xian Yu? Zhong Continent is not very familiar with the famous people from other continents. But when it comes to Xian Yu, their reputation definitely precedes them. This Shadow and that Chu Kwang can actually stand on par with Xian Yu? At this moment, the names of the 3 brothers were widely known in Zhong Continent for the first time. They truly stepped onto the world stage. Chapter 1344, 1119, Blue Star Writers Power Ranking. Regarding various fields on Blue Star, the Literature and Art Association has compiled many rankings. However, in the past, the continents were not fully integrated yet. Most of the rankings were localized, with each continent playing its own game. For example, before the integration, the Qin continent seasonal rankings only allowed Qin people to compete. But now, with Blue Star's integration, the Literature and Art Association has been working tirelessly to collect data across all continents and fields. From now on, all rankings released by the Literature and Art Association will be global rankings. Among these, some rankings have already been published. Others are still under review. After all, the sheer volume of data from each continent is immense, and the Literature and Art Association prioritizes authority and credibility. The comprehensive data involved in each field is overwhelming, and the workload cannot be completed overnight. At present, as the Literature and Art Association continues to release its rankings for various fields, the reactions from netizens across the continents have been nothing short of remarkable, especially from Zhong Continent, because many celebrities from other continents are relatively unfamiliar to people in Zhong Continent. Whenever they see figures from other continents surpassing Zhong Continent's talents on some rankings, it inevitably sparks great curiosity and amazement. We've been overly arrogant before. We can't underestimate the people from other continents. And it's not just in the fields of novels and comics. Many of the rankings being published are still dominated by people from other continents. These rankings are undoubtedly authoritative, but we in Zhong Continent are at a slight disadvantage due to our late integration. People from other continents aren't yet familiar with some of our big players. Once enough time passes, we'll reclaim many of the top spots. That's true. Although Zhong Continent is a leader across various fields, the restrictions on introducing our works in other continents over the years have curbed our full potential. This gap will take time to bridge. On the flip side, it does highlight the strength of some big names from other continents. For example, in the music industry, besides Xian Yu from Qin Continent, Yang Zhoming has been absolutely formidable. Even Abigail has long yearned for a direct face-off with him. Let me go familiarize myself with some of these celebrities from other continents. There should be more truly heavyweight rankings forthcoming. The Literature and Art Association mentioned before that official rankings for all industries will come, right? Sales rankings are temporary. The truly major rankings will be personal rankings for big names across continents. Exactly. After the Blue Song Olympics concluded, the Literature and Art Association did announce such plans. However, the specifics of how the Literature and Art Association intended to rank top talents in various fields remained unclear. After all, these rankings involve numerous factors. Any overlooked aspect could stir controversy. Take, for instance, Rankings in the film industry. Some directors or screenwriters have films with astounding box office numbers, but mediocre reviews. Others have films with relatively lower box office numbers, but stellar reviews and awards that crush those of box office blockbusters. So, who ranks higher among them? Director-centric models versus screenwriter-centric models, whose influence outweighs the other. Therefore, this type of most prestigious ranking requires factoring in multiple weights, making it extremely challenging. Even as the Literature and Art Association has released a slew of rankings, it has yet to publish this most major one. Over the next few days, various rankings across Blue Star's fields continued to trickle out. And in most rankings, Zhong Continent's performance remained exceptionally strong. The entirety of Blue Star was paying attention. Then, when most of the rankings had been released, on January 10th, the official accounts of the Literature and Art Association on various platforms suddenly announced this shocking news. The Literature and Art Association will soon unveil Blue Star's inaugural Most Valuable ranking through television stations and online platforms. The Blue Star Author Power Rankings. This ranking will combine Blue Star authors' sales, fame, influence, literary merit in their preferred genres, awards received, and overall contributions to create an official, comprehensive ranking. It will be updated monthly. When the news broke, the entire world was stunned. The much-awaited heavyweight rankings had finally arrived. The Blue Star Author Power Rankings. This marks the first time in Blue Star's history that authors will be ranked comprehensively. Tribe, blogs, global networks. Netizens from various continents went into a frenzy discussing the news. The first heavyweight ranking is on its way. Literature really is a fitting entry point since authors across all genres will be accounted for. Zhong Continent people are still at a disadvantage. Actually, this ranking is fairer to Zhong Continent now, because the works of truly top-tier figures on our literary scene are widely distributed across continents and haven't faced many cultural barriers. In fact, Zhong Continent's reputation has amplified their global influence. Does this mean most of the top 10 will be Zhong Continent authors? Not necessarily. Each continent has its own giants. True, the smaller rankings already revealed that top figures from other continents perform almost on par with Zhong, and some even surpass Zhong's stars. Do you think Qi Continent's heavy hitter will make it? OL Zhong. Yeah, I think Chu Continent's OL Li has a good chance too. We have a big name in Yin Continent, whose sales have been unbeatable for years. They'll surely make the top 20 at least. Each continent has its heavyweights. What about Qin people? Do you think Chu Kuang can break into the top 10? That old rascal seems quite likely. Although his career isn't as long as some true veterans, his recent sales are astronomical, and he spans multiple genres effortlessly. The author community went absolutely wild. Authors from all continents were on edge with anticipation. Countless authors' eyes turned red in excitement. Even literary stalwarts couldn't contain themselves. Writers naturally chase recognition. Who doesn't want to make it onto the list? This is the ultimate ranking for all authors on Blue Star. Teacher Wang will definitely make it into the top 50. I think you have better chances than me. Hard to say. This kind of thing is weighed comprehensively. It involves so many factors. Who knows what the Literature and Art Association prioritizes in the rankings? Doesn't matter. This list gets updated monthly. Even if someone's ranking isn't great now, just dropping a blockbuster might push them higher up. Qin Continent. At home, Lin Yuan also saw the announcement from the Literature and Art Association. The Blue Star Author Power Rankings. This is the so-called world-class author ranking. Under his pen name Chu Kuang, Lin Yuan had written so many works, yet he wondered what rank the Literature and Art Association would give him. Top 100? Top 80? Top 50? Top 20? Or perhaps top 10? Lin Yuan had seen the previous sales rankings and, to be honest, didn't think they meant much. They only reflected short-term trends. Whoever had a major hit recently would skew the standings. Zhong Continent was slightly disadvantaged in terms of reputation, causing some of its members to be overshadowed by him for now. But the future remained uncertain. Only this ranking could truly represent an author's standing. This is the definitive ranking for authors across Blue Star. Beside him, his mom, his sister, his younger sister, all were gathered around him. This ranking had captivated the hearts of people worldwide. Sister, our company has authors who might have a shot at making it. But the most likely candidate for a high rank is Chu Kuang. He's the backbone of our company. I bet right now countless publishers around the globe are waiting for this list, as the author rankings will have direct implications on the future of major companies. Younger sister puzzled. Why is that? Sister chuckled. The Literature and Art Association's list is the gold standard of authority. If a certain author makes it into the top 100, then whenever their next work is released, just mentioning their position in the Blue Star author rankings will convince countless readers to buy it. Beyond that, many other factors are influenced. You'll understand later just how much this ranking will drive people crazy. Mom, I'm only interested in the music rankings. Younger sister, the novel rankings involve brother's friend Chu Kuang. Mom instantly perked up at this, showing interest in supporting her son's friends like Shadow, Chu Kuang, and the Yu dynasty. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression changed. The Blue Star author power rankings had been released. Big Yao Yao immediately stepped forward. Mom hurried over as well. Sister's eyes widened in curiosity. When they saw the list, the entire family's eyes were glued to the screen. Mom, where's Chu Kuang? Younger sister, eyes wide. Start looking from the 100th spot. Sister laughed. Try somewhere around the 50th spot. He'll surely make the top 50 at least. Lin Yuan focused his gaze. I found it. Chapter 1345, 1120. Chu Kuang's World Ranking. Found it. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice, the entire family got excited. What's the rank? Did he really make the top 50? Shouldn't it be higher than the top 50? I couldn't see it anywhere. Top 40? He's not in the top 40 either. Could it be top 30? That would be insane. Keep looking further ahead. What? Holy crap, found it. Woof. The whole family saw the ranking. Antarctica jumped up excitedly. On the leaderboard, Chu Kuang's name appeared at the 13th spot. Silver Blue Books. Plenty of people had already skipped work to wait for these rankings. It's out. Quickly check how many of our company's authors made it into the top 100. What's Chu Kuang's rank? We're counting on this pillar. Chu Kuang's rank won't be low. Chu Kuang's rank. Damn. Ha 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 ha, awesome. This ranking proves Chu Kuang, the old rascal, is impressive. 13th place. Chu Kuang is 13th. Global Author Rankings 13th. Starlight Entertainment. Because the company is deeply intertwined with Chu Kuang, countless people were paying attention. I found Chu Kuang. What's his rank? I couldn't find it. Did you look from the bottom up? I started from 60th place and looked forward. Chu Kuang must be top 60. You're way too conservative. This is Chu Kuang, the old rascal we're talking about. Found it, 13th place. Wow, considering this ranking among global authors competing together, it's definitely not low. Shadow Studio. Lin Yuan's apprentices were curious too, wondering where their teacher's friend ranked. 13th. 13th, B-level. Meaning badass. Haha, that's way badass. This is the global top-tier author ranking. Chasing Shadow Studio. Everyone knew Shadow, and Chu Kuang were good friends. 13th. Almost made top 10. With Chu Kuang's creative energy, he might actually break into the top 10 someday. Unbelievably impressive. No wonder he's Shadow God's buddy. Qin Continent. The entire internet was buzzing. Tribe and blogs were flooded with discussions. The rankings are out. 13th place. Our Qin Continent's two best authors. One ranked 11th, the other 13th. The 11th ranked author announced his retirement at the end of last year, given he's already 58 years old. His ranking is bound to drop in the future. From now on, Qin Continent's literary pride will rest on Chu Kuang. If only Chu Kuang could make the top 10. What are you thinking? The top 10 is practically dominated by middle-state authors. I feel the old rascal can push through. His writing speed is astonishing. Go, go, go. Rankings like these are exhilarating. At this moment, the global literary scene, global publishing houses, people from all continents worldwide, they were all intensely focused on the rankings, especially the top 10. 8 of the spots belonged to middle-state authors. Middle State's literary dominance over Blue Star cannot be denied. However, the other continents had already anticipated this. With the top 10 nearly monopolized by Middle State, seeing authors from their own continents make it into the top 20 was already astonishing. Media outlets rushed to report. All of it centered around these author rankings. In Qin continent particularly, there were countless stories about Chu Kuang, and the author ranked 11th. Lin Yuan returned upstairs. The chairman called. "Congratulations." "Thank you." 13th place is very impressive, especially when the top spots are almost entirely taken by middle state. Are you satisfied with it yourself? It's okay. So you're not satisfied? Then, Jin Mu called. 13th place, globally ranked 13th. Saw it. You don't seem happy. It's fine. So you're not happy. It's expected. The blog. Fans were gathering, full of joy. The old rascal is ranked 13th. Congrats to the old rascal. Ranking this high globally, this is the mark of a truly world-class author. Most of the top ranks are middle state authors anyway. If we exclude middle state and look only at Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei, the old rascal is technically top 5. Everyone knows middle state is formidable. No one expected the old rascal to be this remarkable. Still, I think the Literature and Arts Association's ranking is fairly reasonable. Stay strong, old rascal. The rankings will update monthly. Who knows, there might be changes next month. After all, middle state authors have been on a streak, with many of their works recently exploding in popularity. Lin Yuan glanced at the comments section but didn't say much. Happy, just as Lin Yuan mentioned in his phone calls with Jin Mu and the chairman. It's fine. It's okay. But disappointment? That wasn't the case either. Chu Kuang's works over the years have truly performed exceptionally, but middle state's dominance in the literary realm has always been substantial. The system's requirement. Lin Yuan must break into the top 10 in various fields. With Chu Kuang now at 13th, getting into the top 10 isn't far off. All that's needed is to release another world-class piece, and it might bump him up a rank. While middle state works are booming, Chu Kuang's works will eventually make waves in middle state too. Let's aim to break into the top 10 first. The system's task goals now have formal benchmarks. This author ranking list is the most authoritative industry standard. Breaking into the top 10 is the goal. However, waiting for Chu Kuang's works to slowly gain traction in middle state or allowing time to brew greater influence feels inefficient. Lin Yuan needs to take the initiative. He'll have to produce another heavyweight work. What should he write? Lin Yuan decided to examine Blue Star's literary landscape, particularly middle state. Because middle state's market is the last one Lin Yuan hasn't successfully tapped into. After all, middle state was merged only less than half a month ago. Better check with his sister. She's a professional editor, after all. Lin Yuan headed to Lin Xian's room and knocked on the door. Opening the door, Lin Xian gestured for him to wait a moment. She was on the phone with a colleague. These past few days, Fairy Tale Town has been selling pretty well in middle state. Now that the rankings are out, we need to ramp up promotional efforts for teacher Chu Kuang's fairy tale collection. Let's push his title as the king of fairy tales. In the short story fairy tale category, Chu Kuang's accomplishments are unmatched across Blue Star. He's the highest-ranking fairy tale author on the overall list, which is a fantastic publicity point. After 5 minutes, Lin Xian hung up and looked at Lin Yuan. Things have been hectic lately. Every department in the company is brainstorming ways to help our authors break into the middle state market. Our fairy tale division plans to go all out promoting Chu Kuang's Fairy Tale Town, especially since it's officially endorsed by the Literature and Arts Association. What brings you here? Lin Yuan asked. Are Chu Kuang's fairy tales selling well? Lin Xian smiled. They were selling decently before, but hadn't exploded in popularity since Chu Kuang didn't have much reputation in middle state. But now that this overall ranking came out, sales should pick up. Just in time. The Literature and Arts Association has decided to promote them in middle state schools this year. Lin Yuan. What about his mid to long form works? Sister, you mean Chu Kuang's works like Peter Pan? Those are selling well too, but definitely not as much as the Fairy Tale Town series. Chu Kuang's short fairy tales are undoubtedly his biggest hit. Mid to long form fairy tales are still more popular with middle state audiences. Also, middle state tends to categorize fairy tales and similar works under children's literature. Remember, children's literature isn't just fairy tales. It includes magic-themed and fantasy novels, too. Children's literature? Lin Yuan was intrigued. His sister's eyes lit up slightly. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Does Chu Kuang have plans for something new? Yeah. Lin Yuan smiled. Chu Kuang might consider writing some mid to long-form children's literature. Lin Yuan needed to climb the author rankings. 13th place. Lin Yuan can accept it. But Chu Kuang wouldn't settle. If this was the limit, so be it. But Chu Kuang's mid to long-form children's literature hasn't shown its full potential yet. Chapter 1346, 1121. Harry Potter, The Door to the Vault. Yes, Chu Kuang is preparing a big move. Don't be fooled by the number of novels Chu Kuang has written over the years. In fact, some of his works don't quite qualify as big moves. For example, his early works like Zhu Xian. While these works were indeed popular with many young readers in Zhong continent at the time they were published, their influence has significantly diminished over time. Placed on the global stage, they wouldn't stir much of a ripple. Looking across the world, Chu Kuang's true representative works at the moment are Journey to the West, the Sherlock Holmes series, the Hercule Poirot series, and the Fairy Tale Town series, among others. Even The Martian Rescue, a science fiction novel that won the Galaxy Award, or several other works that sparked enthusiasm across various continents, are only secondary global representative works in the broader literary landscape. Now, with the global merger, the world stage has become incredibly vast. Chu Kuang must come up with heftier works to truly stand out. Children's literature happens to be a very promising entry point. Lin Yuan hasn't forgotten Chu Kuang's fairy tale universe. Xian Yu's song, Fairy Tale Town, mentioned multiple fairy tales. Among them, most of the fairy tales have already been written by Chu Kuang, leaving only two unfinished. One is The Little Prince. The other is Harry Potter. Fans from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei frequently urged Chu Kuang to complete the puzzle by filling in the last two pieces of Fairy Tale Town. Given the influence of these two missing pieces in his previous life, Lin Yuan has every reason to believe. Once these two pieces are completed, Chu Kuang will undoubtedly become Blue Star's true fairy tale king. But which one should he write first? After all, the lengths of these two works are entirely different. The former is less than 100,000 words and can only be considered a mid-length fairy tale, while the latter is a monumental series totaling nearly 3 million words. As for weight, both works are at the big move level. Whichever one is chosen won't tarnish Chu Kuang's current world ranking. Returning to his room, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for long. He decided using the simplest method, counting soldiers and generals, riding horses into battle. With money drink wine, without money get lost. Oh wow, the result pointed to Harry Potter, so that settles it. He'll write this novel. Harry Potter series. It is divided into 7 parts in total. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. The sequence must be followed, otherwise, the storyline won't connect logically. The first book is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, which totals over 200,000 words, a manageable project for Lin Yuan. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately spent a fortune to commission the system for the work, then opened his computer document and began typing furiously. Soon, on the screen appeared the title of the first chapter of the first book in the Harry Potter series, The Boy Who Lived. Then, the first chapter began. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, of number 4, Privet Drive, were proud to say that they were perfectly normal. Thank you very much. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious, because they just didn't hold with such nonsense. With the cultural integration and fusion of Blue Star's continents, Lin Yuan didn't need to worry about maintaining Harry Potter's Western background. He only needed to make minor revisions to Earth-specific details. The reading habits of Blue Starians suggest they view any genre, story, or setting with a tolerant and embracing perspective. Indeed, over 200,000 words isn't a massive undertaking. Lin Yuan completed the first book of the Harry Potter series in less than a week. Finally unlocked this treasure trove. Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at the content of the first book. The Harry Potter series is a treasure trove. Why? Because on Earth, the Harry Potter series has been translated into over 70 languages and has sold more than 500 million copies worldwide. Each book sold better than the last. The Harry Potter movies, based on the books, became the highest-grossing film series in the world. The box office for each subsequent movie surpassed the previous one. By the time the final movie was released, the total box office revenue reached $7.8 billion. Converted to Celestial Dynasty currency, that's roughly $50 billion. It's the most profitable movie series globally. And let's not even mention the merchandise. For instance, in certain countries, there are magical products like Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans, iconic candies frequently mentioned in the HP novels, Quidditch uniforms, and socks made by house elves. All of it generates licensing fees, leveraging the impact of the work itself and countless merchandise development. Author J.K. Rowling became the world's highest-earning author. Even up until Lin Yuan's time travel moment, J.K. Rowling was still one of the richest authors globally. Make no mistake, Chu Kuang's various novels are incredibly profitable. For example, the Sherlock Holmes series has long since made a fortune through its merchandise. But the Harry Potter series' future earning potential could far surpass all of Chu Kuang's other works. If this isn't a treasure trove, what is? Speaking of treasure troves, their full exploitation takes time. Lin Yuan, of course, couldn't expect to earn such astronomical amounts immediately. Only when movies and merchandise explode in popularity would the treasure trove be fully mined. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan felt a wave of eager anticipation. He immediately sent the manuscript to Jean Mu's email, instructing him to forward it to Silver Blue Books for preparation for publication. The issue of rights wasn't a concern. Chu Kuang is a shareholder of Silver Blue Books. His contract terms are considered top-tier in the industry. The profits from future series development were guaranteed to flow into Lin Yuan's pockets. Meanwhile, at work, Lin Xian screamed with excitement upon receiving the manuscript titled Harry Potter. It finally arrived. Her brother's words from a few days ago were true. Chu Kuang had indeed written a mid-to-long children's novel. Specifically, a bona fide long children's novel. This first installment alone was over 200,000 words. That night, on the blog, Silver Blue Books officially announced the 13th-ranked global top-tier author of Blue Star, Chu Kuang, has just completed a new long children's literature work, the first installment of the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, which will be released globally on the 20th of this month. Stay tuned. The present is unlike the past. With Zhong Continent now part of Blue Star's global merger, Chu Kuang's novels would no longer be restricted to one continent, but sold worldwide, especially in Zhong Continent. This is the only market Chu Kuang hasn't fully dominated globally. Thus, Silver Blue Books treated this release with unprecedented seriousness. And the moment Silver Blue Books announced Chu Kuang's new book, readers from every continent turned their attention toward it. This is Chu Kuang's first book release since being ranked 13th on the global chart. Chapter 1347, 1122 Harry Potter is here. Online. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhaowei. The Old Rascal's new book is finally here. Zhong Continent just joined the unification not long ago, and now he's releasing a new book. Is he aiming to climb the global rankings? Not that dramatic. He's probably just looking to open up the Zhong Continent market. The global author rankings are not something you can easily climb, especially because Chu Kuang's initial rank is already frighteningly high. This kind of global list requires immense effort to move even a single step upward. True, the lower ranks might be easier to advance in, but once you're in the top 20 or even the top 50, it's impossible without world-class works. Even if Chu Kuang manages another The Martian, it's likely he won't climb any higher. He'll need more accumulation. Whatever the case, The Old Rascal's new book is definitely worth looking forward to. Absolutely. It might take some time to push the world rankings, but breaking into the Zhong Continent market shouldn't be a problem. The genre, though, I'm not particularly interested. Children's literature? Is it a fairy tale? Zhong Continent. After joining the unification, with websites now fully interconnected, The news of Chu Kuang releasing a new book has obviously reached here. What? Chu Kuang isn't well known in Zhong continent? If it weren't for that global author ranking, in the current post-cultural wall phase, Chu Kuang might indeed lack a foundational reputation here. Yet, after the Blue Star Author Power Ranking was released, Zhong continent's people have become somewhat familiar with the name Chu Kuang. To be precise, any name that appears near the top of the rankings wouldn't be unfamiliar to people worldwide. Especially in recent days, netizens from all continents have been obsessively dissecting the Blue Star Author Ranking, discussing each author one by one. After so many rounds of conversations and exchanges, everyone is now even more acquainted with the top names. Particularly the Zhong continent people, who are wrestling with one big question. Which authors from outside Zhong continent could possibly threaten the top-ranked local elite authors? The result is clear. A figure like Chu Kuang, ranked 13th globally, is already considered one of the threats to Zhong continent's top authors. This author from Qin continent moves fast. He's probably eyeing our Zhong continent market. Out of the top 20 authors on the Blue Star rankings, only Chu Kuang from Qin continent has announced a new book. The other dozen or so authors haven't made any moves yet. Will this novel boost his ranking? Don't be ridiculous. Even though the Literature and Art Association says the ranking updates monthly, haven't experts analyzed this before? The fiercest competition is in the lower ranks. Even with 10 updates, the rankings for the top 20 or even top 50 are unlikely to change much. At their level, every writer has a vast collection of works amassed over countless years, achieving world-class status. A mere one or two books won't stir the waters significantly. Recently, I read Chu Kuang's novel, The Martian. How was it? The book is undeniably high quality and even won the Galaxy Award, but it hasn't reached the height of top-tier science fiction. There's a slight gap. But this time, he's writing children's literature. Children's literature? Isn't he a sci-fi author? It seems you haven't been keeping up. Chu Kuang is one of the most versatile authors among the top ranks. He has written novels across various genres. While his foray into science fiction is limited, his expertise truly shines in mystery and fairy tales. That's pretty impressive. Of course, being ranked 13th globally makes him a legend in Blue Star's literary world. Even for an outsider, attaining such a rank is phenomenal. Some Zhong continent readers have already started exploring Chu Kuang's works. Since the Blue Star rankings were released, top-ranked authors' books have been gaining traction in Zhong continent. Zhong continent readers, curious, are diving into the works of these elite authors from elsewhere. But the unification came too recently. Many Zhong continent readers still only know about these top-ranked authors through one or two books, or through cold, clinical online encyclopedia entries. The novel circles of other continents. Chu Kuang has made his move. At his writing speed, it wouldn't be surprising if he manages to produce a few more books soon. His rank could very well rise further. Indeed, his potential is terrifying. Given the speed of his output compared to that of normal authors, he's probably written several books in the same span of time. The key thing is that his works consistently maintain such a high quality. But his collection of world-class masterpieces isn't very extensive yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck at 13th. Exactly. His earlier works, like Ghost Blows Out the Light and others, while incredible, aren't technically considered world-class. But why children's literature? Isn't it fairy tales? Fairy tales are primarily written for children, but children's literature has a broader audience scope, potentially including teens too. Is this, like his move for Wei continent, an attempt to penetrate the Zhong continent market? In Zhong continent's literary circles, thanks to local authors providing insights, people here now understand Chu Kuang on a deeper level. Chu Kuang, huh? Releasing another book so soon. He must be well prepared. It looks like he has a clear plan in mind. After all, ranked 13th, he does have hope of breaking into the top 10. Maybe he's trying to accelerate the accumulation process. Chasing speed isn't necessarily a good thing. I've heard that if a new work from an author is subpar, their weight will be reduced and their rank may drop. That's why other top-tier authors are holding back while he's rushing to release a new book. Since it's children's literature, he must have some confidence in it. Yeah, as a top-tier fairy tale author, his ability to write children's literature shouldn't be underestimated. Let's see if Zhong continent readers buy into it. Either way, the authors ranked above Chu Kuang aren't in a hurry. His rank isn't something you can challenge in a short time. Various parties have different thoughts. Silver Blue Books, however, wastes no time making bold moves. In the following days, promotion, publication, distribution, the company held repeated meetings to ensure every process was flawless. In a short span, S for Chu Kuang's new book appeared everywhere, especially in Zhong continent, which was the primary target of their campaign. A top-tier author ranked 13th on the Blue Star ranking. Releasing a new book obviously attracted a lot of attention in Zhong continent. Many Zhong continent booksellers were optimistic about the sales of Chu Kuang's new book. In fact, let's not even talk about an author like Chu Kuang, ranked 13th globally. Even those ranked in the top 100 or even the top 500 are regarded as absolute elites from their respective continents. Zhong continent's booksellers, as long as they have common sense, wouldn't dare to doubt the potential here. Quickly enough, Chu Kuang's new book was distributed across all continents. Interestingly, Zhong continent actually had the lowest distribution volume. But it wasn't because confidence was lacking. The main reason was that the other continents' distribution volumes were excessively high, alarmingly high. This created an awkward situation. Zhong continent's booksellers were immensely puzzled. Why did the booksellers from other continents go all in on Chu Kuang's book? They placed unrealistically massive orders, leaving Zhong continent unable to order more copies. Thankfully, Zhong continent booksellers felt the stock they had was sufficient to meet the demand of local readers. As for the booksellers from other continents, Zhong continent's sellers simply snorted dismissively. Aren't they afraid of being stuck with excess stock in the end? Perhaps only the booksellers from other continents knew exactly why they adopted a full-send approach for Chu Kuang's books. Mindlessly placing the most aggressive orders was the only thing that made sense. In recent years, they've learned from too many painful experiences of blood and tears. They've been surrounded by frustrated readers after selling out. They've endured the agony of waiting days, even desperately scrambling to restock. They've been furiously denounced by countless readers with the words, "Why didn't you order more copies?" Without these soul-crushing lessons, Zhong continent's self-assured booksellers wouldn't possibly understand. And when the 20th rolled around, Chu Kuang once again proved his terrifying power of influence. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhaowei. Countless bookstore entrances were almost trampled flat by the Muggles. Chapter 1348, 1123. He's so furious. Morning. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhaowei. The entrances of countless bookstores were packed with people. Some of the larger bookstores were even more exaggerated. Take the new Cathay bookstore in Qin continent, for example. There was already a line of over 100 people forming at the entrance. A massive crowd of customers completely clogged the doorway. The queued-up crowd was chattering noisily. "Hey, stop shoving. What? Trying to cop a feel. Anyone coming later, just get to the back of the line. Damn it. Hey, you up front. Cut in line one more time, and see if the crowd doesn't lose it. I've been here since 7 o'clock, so what? I came at 6. Why do you bother coming so early? You think I want to? The thing is, if you're late buying this old rascal's books, they're bound to sell out. Then you'll have to wait days for restocking. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Damn it, there are way too many people. Didn't the promo say Chu Kuang's new book isn't even children's literature? How many of these folks actually look like kids? Who cares about the genre? The old rascal's books, you can't go wrong with buying them." Nearby, some passers-by, having overheard snippets, couldn't help but stop and ask. Chu Kuang's new book just dropped. Of course. Look at the line. A girl in the queue answered, adding a small grumble. It's even longer than the one I saw outside that new bubble tea shop last time. Whoosh. The passerby's eyes lit up and they quickly ran to the back of the line. It was obvious they were among Chu Kuang's diehard fans. Suddenly, clatter. The bookstore doors swung open. The crowd immediately surged inside, their excitement akin to bargain-hunting grandmas at a discounted market. Where is it? Chu Kuang's new book. I found it. This one, checking out. I want the old rascal's new book too. Give me a copy of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. I'll take 2. You guys are all adults. Are you really into children's literature? I'm buying it for my kid. The old rascal's books, whatever they are, I buy them no questions asked. Since it's children's literature by the old rascal, it's bound to be perfect for kids. I'm bringing one back for my son. Second floor of the bookstore. The manager watched the crowd frenzy downstairs, grinning so widely his legs were practically doing a happy jig. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look at this, would you? It has to be Chu Kuang, doesn't it? We're relying on his Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone to make this month's quota. Today, every customer's here because of him. The readers are even more excited than I expected. Well, of course, Chu Kuang's ranked number 13 on Blue Star's author list, so his fans are even more passionate now. Some folks are just following the buzz. It's the classic herd mentality. When they see so many people buying it, they want in too. I wonder how Zhong Continent is doing. Over there, they should be into it as well. Zhong Continent. Various bookstores. Some customers, seeing the promotional banners about Chu Kuang's new book, said, Chu Kuang, that author ranking number 13 on Blue Star. Let's grab his new book and see what the buzz is about. I haven't read his novels yet. Time to figure out what makes him rank so high. I'll take a copy of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Me too. I'm with them. A novel about magic, huh? Happens to be my favorite genre. Seeing how highly ranked this author is, I'll grab one for sure. Haha. I came here specifically for him. Given Chu Kuang's high ranking, his work must be worth looking forward to. Sales in Zhong Continent were fairly strong, though it didn't quite match the blockbuster launch of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei. It still saw plenty of customers coming in just for the new book. After all, Chu Kuang's place on Blue Star's author rankings spoke for itself. Still in Zhong Continent, outside a single-family villa, a man carrying 2 books walked into the house. 2 kids came running out. It was still vacation time, and school hadn't started yet. The man was their father. The older sibling, a boy, was 15, and the younger sibling, a girl, was 11. Dad, what's that in your hand? Novels. Your new book. No, Dad hasn't written anything new recently. These are novels by another author. I bought them just for you too. Oh, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone? The brother spotted the title and instinctively read it aloud. The sister was delighted. Magic. I love magic. The man handed the books to the kids with a smile. If you like them, take one each and have fun reading. Thanks, Dad. Their gratitude was obedient and in unison before they scurried off with their books clutched tightly. In the bedroom, their mother spotted them holding the books and walked out, saying, You bought Chu Kuang's new book for the kids? The man, Yep. The mother teased, Watch out. That rival might overtake your ranking. The man chuckled, Thinking one book can surpass me? Not that simple. Besides, this isn't even just one book. It's only the opening of a series. Yi Tsong, a native of Zhong Continent, ranked number 12 on Blue Star, well known for his versatility in novel genres, with a particular prowess in science fiction. Yes, on Blue Star's author power rankings, Yi Tsong was just 1 rank above Chu Kuang. That's why his wife joked about being cautious of getting overtaken. Looks like you're pretty worked up about him. He does make me feel the pressure. I need to release my new book soon. If I drag it out too long and get overtaken a few months down the line, well, that'd be awkward. After all, his skills are solid. I've read his sci-fi books. They're really distinctive. And let's not forget, this time he's writing in his forte, children's literature. So you thought you'd let the kids check it out first? When it comes to children's literature, they've got sharper judgment than me. Because of our family setup, the 2 of them have been reading books since they were little. Their taste in kidlit is pickier than Dad's, that's for sure. Let's ask their opinions at lunch then, the mother said with a smile. Time slipped by. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. 4 hours later, Yi Tsong's wife had prepared lunch and called from the dining table. Kids, time to eat. Come on, little ones, come eat. Too lazy to even move. Yi Tsong added 1 call of his own before simply staying seated. No one's answering. His wife rolled her eyes, lazy as ever. Go call them properly. All right. Yi Tsong dragged himself up, knocking on his son's bedroom door. Lunch is ready. I'm not hungry. Go ahead without me, Dad. The 15-year-old didn't even glance up, his focus glued to the novel in his hands. Yi Tsong froze. When his son noticed Yi Tsong hadn't left, He frowned slightly, though his gaze remained firmly on the book. Just go eat. I'll join you later, don't worry about me. Yi Tsong, finally snapping back to reality, turned and gently knocked on his daughter's door. The door, slightly ajar, opened immediately. Inside her pink room, there was his 11-year-old daughter, stretched out on her bed propped up by a pillow. Her hands grasped her copy of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, absorbed entirely in the story. Indeed, utterly engrossed. She hadn't even noticed her father at the door, nor did she register the noise around her. Just then, his wife, sitting at the table with her phone, suddenly let out an inexplicable exclamation. He's so famous now. Yi Tsong's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1349, 1124. Is this children's literature? Online. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhaowei. Oh my god, this is divine. It's so captivating. I love this book. I'm obsessed with it. Brave Harry Potter, adorably silly Ron, and little genius Hermione. This trio makes everyone envious. Ha ha ha, you bunch of muggles. I envy the students studying at magic schools. Sorting Hat, please send me to Gryffindor. The imagination is simply extraordinary. Ghosts roaming the halls, moving. Portraits and staircases. How is this magical world so real? I thought this was just some fairy tale similar to Fairy Tale Town. Never expected that this novel, labeled as children's literature, could totally captivate me, a high schooler. Flying into the sky on a broomstick. This is what a true magical world looks like. The fantasy novels with magic elements written on Blue Star before seem a whole level inferior in comparison. It was meant to be for kids, but I myself am completely absorbed. My daughter absolutely loves reading it. Just as I told her to put the book down and start her homework, she called me a muggle. When I flipped through the book to figure out what muggle meant, it cracked me up. What a surprising novel. The elaborate setup and world building are absolutely thrilling. The description of Voldemort is quite chilling, but the many adorable details, like the letter-delivering owls, are so endearing. The old rascal deliberately skipped using pigeons, huh? Side-eye laughter. The novel was released this morning. The content of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, spanning a little over 200,000 words, is enough for many people to finish it in a single morning. To Yi Tsong's son and daughter, to countless Blue Star readers encountering this work for the first time, the magical world is dazzling. From glimpses of wizardry at platform 9 3/4, to the marvelous Sorting Hat, Gryffindor and the other, 3 great houses, and the incredibly imaginative Quidditch. From the bustling streets of the wizarding world to the dazzling Magic Academy, with owls seemingly everywhere and the mysterious forbidden forest that is both dark and surreal, and so on and so forth. A revolutionary explosion of brilliance. It's as though a door to a new world has been opened. Zhong Continent. The number of readers here purchasing Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone is considerably smaller compared to the other 7 continents, but still substantial. At this moment, on a certain novel forum in Zhong Continent, discussions about Harry Potter are already heating up. Nearly everyone who has finished, or is close to finishing the book, is brimming with excitement. Have you read Chu Kuang's novel? I have. How was it? Absolutely, ridiculously, stunningly incredible. This is the level of a top-tier Blue Star author. No wonder he's ranked 13th globally. Awe-inspiring. This is called children's literature. At 19 years old, I still can't resist the charm of this work. My 9-year-old cousin and I are equally enthralled reading it together. Authentic. Marvelous. A glamorous magical world. Wizards are even divided into purebloods and half-bloods. Look at Malfoy, so smug about it. Poor Hermione. A wizard born of muggle parents being called a mudblood is just unfair. The terminology in this book is so clever. Like Quidditch, the Golden Snitch, it feels like a unique blend of handball, dodgeball, and a dash of hockey. Master Chu Kuang is truly incredible. I'm officially a fan of Chu Kuang. This is my first time finding an outer continent writer so likable. World-class children's literature. This novel is absolutely an epic fantasy. It feels far too grand to be confined to a category like children's literature. Enjoyed by both refined and vulgar. Suitable for all ages. Many world-class works share these qualities. In truth, the debate over whether Harry Potter qualifies as children's literature persists to this day. Because it's clear, the audience for this series includes a massive number of adults. The cultural elements and world building in the book are sophisticated to the point of not feeling solely aimed at children. Yet the storyline itself carries a hint of fairy tale charm, like jelly beans with a booger flavor, or how Gryffindor's trio of kids somehow always manages to defeat the mighty Voldemort, and so on. On the same forum, plenty of Zhong continent netizens who hadn't read this novel yet, or who were unfamiliar with Chu Kuang, or who weren't interested in children's literature, are now finding their curiosity piqued. So many people praising it. Seems really good by the looks of it. From their descriptions, it sounds fascinating. I'm going to buy a copy and check it out. Same here. After all, he's ranked 13th globally among Blue Star's top tier writers. The quality should indeed be excellent. I'll head down to buy one right now. There's a bookstore right downstairs. I wasn't interested before because it's children's literature and I don't have kids. But now it seems plenty of adults are reading it too. Exactly. I just checked discussions in other continents. Their reviews are glowing, with heaps of praise for this novel. Let's go. Off to buy the book. The process of word-of-mouth spreading is just this simple. A novel universally praised by everyone who's read it manages to spark curiosity even among indifferent onlookers. Afternoon. Major bookstores in Zhong continent. The number of customers is visibly increasing. When these people walk in, the first thing they say is they want to buy Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. The staff are completely flustered. Why does it feel like sales this afternoon are much higher than in the morning? A subtle sense of something brewing seems to be in the air. But the bookstore managers are quicker to realize what's happening. Within certain retail industry groups, discussions are heating up. Something seems odd here. The reputation of this novel, is it ridiculously high? Have you seen the online reviews? I have. All net acclaim. Almost every reader is raving about it. The speed at which this reputation is spreading is otherworldly. This Chu Kuang is something else. Good thing I stocked enough. Inventory. Haha, I did too. Well, you didn't order as much as the outer continents. Their stockpile is absurd. Wait a second. Something's come up. By evening, a bookstore manager puts down his phone, turning to a breathless assistant stumbling into the office. Why so frantic? Ho, ho, ho. Singing carols? Chu Kuang's new book. The inventory can't keep up anymore. Then send someone to the warehouse. I mean the warehouse. It doesn't have much left. That's impossible. I stocked 8 million copies, planned with S-tier standards in mind. It's really not enough. We might sell out tonight. More and more people are coming to buy the book. The manager's face suddenly changes. The assistant's words become prophecy. That very night, bookstores across Zhong continent are shocked to find even the stock prepared under world-class writer standards isn't enough. Sold out. Sold out. Sold out. Bookstores in Zhong continent send out reports of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, selling out one after another. Harry Potter. Emerging Brilliance. Chapter 1350, 1125, Breaking into the Zhong continent market. This was the first time for the vast majority of Zhong continent's people to encounter a Chu Kuang novel. Before this, to Zhong continent people, Chu Kuang was merely the writer ranked 13th on Blue Star's writer influence chart, leaving nothing more than a superficial impression. Now, Chu Kuang seemed to have kicked off a world wave. This impression was solidified and deepened. The charm of Chu Kuang nearly equated with the allure of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. It was the first time Zhong continent people became infatuated with a writer from another continent. After seeing the recommendations from netizens, I bought a copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone out of curiosity, and now I can't stop reading it. In the words of other netizens, no wonder this Qin continent writer named Chu Kuang is ranked 13th on Blue Star's writer chart. This is frustrating. I wanted to buy a copy to see for myself after being recommended by friends, only to be told that Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone is sold out. Why is it selling so fast? These lousy bookstores don't care to stock more copies. I want to spend my money, but they won't let me. I managed to get a copy, but I can't even keep hold of it. My daughter snatched it away and got completely hooked. She's totally absorbed, refusing to put it down. Is this novel really that good? It's children's literature. Must be childish, right? Why would I lie? It's not your typical children's literature. There's a touching segment where the protagonist accidentally discovers the mirror of Ariste, seeing his long-lost parents reflected back at him. Every day, he sits in front of the mirror, hoping to reunite with them again. But Professor Albus Dumbledore tells him, the happiest person in the world is the one who sees their true self in the mirror. The mirror shows us what we desire most in our hearts, yet it doesn't provide real knowledge or truth. Humanity often wastes life pursuing illusions in the mirror, sometimes even descending into madness because of it. However, one cannot live in dreams. Do not rely on fantasies to forfeit real life. This contains profound truths worth reflecting on. It's far beyond just children's literature. Now I really want to buy a copy. You won't find it anywhere now. Don't go to the traditional Jeune continent bookstores. Search your map to see if new stores have opened nearby. Look for bookstores under foreign brands. You might find surprises. Just keep this tip to yourselves. Encouraged by hints from netizens, some Jeune continent people ventured into newer bookstores and actually snagged copies. Word spreads like wildfire. Soon, a wave of Jeune continent people looking for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone flooded foreign brand chain bookstores across the continent. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhaowei. All major booksellers could hardly conceal their grins. Chu Kuang finally taught Jeune continent bookstores a serious lesson. Take notes, Jeune continent booksellers. That rascal Chu Kuang does it like this. Still wondering why we ordered so much stock? Because we knew your Jeune continent stocking levels wouldn't come close to meeting demand. Don't blame us. We're merely calming down angry readers for you. Our dear fellow booksellers across continents. The painful lessons we suffered before weren't for nothing. This move broke through to Jeune continent's market so smoothly. Precisely. With sharp foresight, booksellers from other continents anticipated Jeune continent stock shortages and had prepared ahead of time. And now, the results were extraordinarily successful. Jeune continent. Countless booksellers were almost spitting blood, especially upon seeing foreign booksellers open stores in Jeune continent to sell Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Heavens have mercy. They hadn't underestimated Chu Kuang at all. Their stocking levels were quite high. This chaos occurred simply because the sales volume of Chu Kuang's work was outrageously abnormal. Who would have guessed that Chu Kuang, who had no roots in Jeune continent, would have his new book outsell many top-tier local authors in Jeune continent? Restocking. Placing additional orders. Major booksellers across Jeune continent simultaneously rushed to contact Silver Blue Books. However, Silver Blue Books had to supply the global market. In the short term, they couldn't provide Jeune continent with new stock. For a few days, Jeune continent bookstores might have to endure the embarrassment of being out of stock. But Silver Blue Books wasn't worried. Booksellers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei happily opened stores in Jeune continent, easily absorbing demand from Jeune continent readers trying to purchase books. Within Jeune continent's literary world, someone chuckled bitterly. I have to admit Chu Kuang's prowess. I never imagined a children's book could blow up like this. That was one gorgeous world wave. This is clearly a world-class novel. I know this guy reasonably well. I can only say he has achieved another breakthrough in the field of children's literature. No wonder so many prominent figures in Jeune continent's literary circles have been wary of this person. The crucial issue now is that this book seems to be part of a series, with only the first installment released so far. That's just absurd. If the first installment is selling like this, who can imagine what'll happen when the second installment drops? Suddenly, teacher Yi Tsong, ranked 12th on the writer chart, feels slightly endangered. It's not that serious, is it? The series has just started serialization. I'm not talking about now. I mean, if it continues at this momentum throughout serialization, Yi Tsong might actually be at risk, assuming Chu Kuang doesn't mess it up. At home, Lin Yuan smiled upon hearing about the explosive sales of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The anticipated frenzy. This was Harry Potter's charm. To be clear, even Lin Yuan's inventory of such a world-class creation was relatively limited. When facing Jeune continent's market, Lin Yuan had to play his trump card to open the floodgates effortlessly. Now, Jeune continent's market stood wide open, like an opulently adorned maiden, ever ready to welcome Chu Kuang's presence. Lin Yuan's brilliant trump card resonated across the globe. Of course, successfully breaking into Zhong Continent's market also owed something to the Blue Star Rider ranking. Chu Kuang's position on the chart dispelled Zhong Continent readers' skepticism toward an author from another continent, encouraging them to step into bookstores confidently and buy. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Yuan had already begun working on Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. This was the second installment of the Harry Potter series. The word count wasn't much different from Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and the quality remained consistent, capable of firmly stabilizing Chu Kuang's market presence. In the following days, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone continued to dominate. Every day, news headlines from all continents were brimming with coverage. Media outlets everywhere eagerly reported. Asterisk, Chu Kuang's new book penetrates Zhong Continent's market. Asterisk, asterisk, the Harry Potter series transcends children's literature. It's a magical epic. Asterisk, asterisk, Zhong Continent netizens. No wonder Chu Kuang's global rankings are so high. Asterisk, asterisk, enjoyed by all ages, appreciated by both the refined and vulgar. This is Harry Potter. Asterisk, asterisk, a milestone for Blue Star's magical literature. Asterisk, asterisk, global readers collectively anticipate Harry Potter's second installment. Asterisk, asterisk, thanks to the popularity of Harry Potter, owls have become a sensation at bird zoos. Asterisk, asterisk, the Harry Potter phenomenon. Broom sales soar in supermarkets. Asterisk, asterisk, Harry Potter becomes the favorite book among teens. Asterisk, it was all true. Harry Potter mentions of brooms and owls even influenced real-life purchases. Moreover, readers were genuinely clamoring for the second installment. Ever since the Harry Potter series promotion declared it a long-running series, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was just the beginning. The conclusion of the first installment plainly laid the groundwork for the sequel, something most readers could readily discern. However, unlike Chu Kuang's prior children's fairy tales from the Fairy Tale Town series, the Fairy Tale Town series appealed mainly to children. The Harry Potter series attracted not only children, but also vast numbers of adults. Still, the main demographic of readers remained below 18 years old. This was ultimately why the Harry Potter series was classified within the realm of children's literature. Gradually, the end of the month drew near. Disregarding all the buzz outside, Lin Yuan finally completed the second installment of the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Looking at the finished second installment, Lin Yuan smiled. Opening his email, he uploaded the manuscript. Lin Yuan couldn't help pondering. I wonder if Chu Kuang's ranking will rise. The end of the month was approaching. Blue Star's writer influence chart was about to update. While Lin Yuan had immense faith in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, he remained uncertain about the rankings. It wasn't that the Harry Potter series lacked impact. The real issue lay in its brevity since release. So far, only the first installment had been serialized. Its full force had yet to unleash. Truthfully, if Chu Kuang had debuted a few years earlier, even without writing Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, his ranking would likely surpass 13th place. The underlying cause was insufficient time accumulation. Consider this. Even Journey to the West took centuries to embed itself deeply within Celestial Dynasty's cultural fabric. Lin Yuan may have authored it, but its true impact hadn't yet fully erupted like its peak in his previous world. Nevertheless, the current wave was already astonishingly strong. Chu Kuang's prior major works, combined with the newly released, wildly successful Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, raised plausible aspirations for the rankings update. Moving his mouse, he sent the second installment to Jean Mu after uploading. Lin Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. The date was January 30th. Only one day remained until Blue Star's writer influence chart's first update of the month. Chapter 1351 to 1126, promoting 12 names. A new year, January 31st. Finally, the entire internet is no longer one-sidedly talking about Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The reason is simple. The Blue Star Writer Power Rankings are about to be updated. It's not just Lin Yuan who's paying attention to the Blue Star Writer Power Rankings. Across the vast blue star, everyone has their favorite writers. Every continent has countless local writers supported by its people. Although everyone knows, the Blue Star Writer Power Rankings just launched not long ago, and even if updated, there likely won't be major changes. Still, countless people are eagerly anticipating. Even without anticipation, there's bound to be curiosity. Curiosity about whose ranks will rise and whose are about to fall. Keep in mind, since the merger of Zhong continent, it's not just Chu Kuang who has released a new book. Writers from various continents have released new works aiming to penetrate the Zhong continent market. The reason why everyone seems only focused on Chu Kuang is because among the writers with new books, he is the highest rank. Don't forget, the Blue Star Literature and Art Association has only released the comprehensive rankings for the literature domain so far. The rankings for other major art domains are still under consideration. Therefore, at this moment, the Blue Star Writer Power Rankings stand as the single most prestigious list in the entire Blue Star art scene. Unrivaled. When this list was established, the Literature and Art Association had already announced in advance. The Blue Star Writer Power Rankings would be updated every month at midnight. Currently, it's not yet midnight on February 1st. Countless curious Blue Star netizens about the upcoming rankings updates are already refreshing the webpage like crazy. Blue Star. The whole internet. 5 more minutes. 3 more minutes. 1 more minute. Ah, it's updated. Quick, check Teacher Zhang's rank. Teacher Zhang's rank went up. Haha. Teacher Zhou finally made it into the top 100. Li dropped 3 spots. Seems the list doesn't just consider works, but also character. Wasn't Li embroiled in a scandal last week? His rank dropped this time. Guess it's due to tarnished integrity. Then why did Wei Continent's Mr. An's rank go up, even though he hasn't published a new book recently? Mr. An donated 5 million to help children with disabilities. I bet it has to do with that. Writers like this deserve rank boosts. Well done, Literature and Art Association. Wait. Look. Holy crap. Chu Kuang's rank. Why did it go up too? Didn't many experts say the top 20 positions wouldn't change much? How come there's a shift near the top 10 on the first update? It's Harry Potter. It's definitely Harry Potter. You mean just one book lifted him a whole rank? It's not even a whole series yet, just the first installment of the Harry Potter series. The second book hasn't even been released, and the rankings list has only been out for a few days. And yet, he shot up by 1 rank. That's right. Amid the exclamations, many people clearly saw. Chu Kuang has risen 1 spot on the Blue Star Writer Power Rankings, becoming the 12th ranked writer on Blue Star. At the same time, Zhong continent's top-tier writer Yi Song, who originally held the 12th spot, has been bumped to 13th. Bear in mind, for the writers ranked near the top, each one is a Blue Star heavyweight with walls of literary achievements. The performance of a single work usually hardly affects their rank. Yet, Chu Kuang managed to brute force his way up 1 rank with nothing but his novel Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Is it reasonable? It feels unreasonable, but giving it more thought, it also feels perfectly reasonable. True, a single novel rarely impacts heavyweight writers' ranks. Unless the novel is of global significance. Unless the work carries a special meaning. Unless the novel's influence surpasses most of the writer's previous works. Clearly, Chu Kuang's Harry Potter is such a novel. This is a work that has given countless Blue Star youths wings to dream, healed and warmed countless hearts, and helped Chu Kuang break into the Zhong continent market. From this novel onward, Chu Kuang has truly become a top-tier household name in Blue Star. Even so, netizens remain utterly stunned. A dark horse. Chu Kuang is the biggest dark horse of this ranking update. Don't ask if it's reasonable, just ask if you're convinced. What's there to not be convinced about? Fast promotion doesn't mean he's undeserving. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone is indeed explosively popular, much fiercer than Chu Kuang's previous novels. South Xianyu, North Chu Kuang. What do you mean, South Xianyu, North Chu Kuang? You must be from Zhong continent, right? It's been over a month since the merger, and you folks still don't know Chu Kuang and Xianyu are equally matched. Whoa, really? Xianyu is genuinely terrifying, and yet Chu Kuang rivals him. No wonder he's so fierce. Fierce, sure, but we aren't surprised. Chu Kuang jumping to rank 12 might be a dark horse moment for you. But for us, this sort of thing is actually pretty normal. You could check out Chu Kuang's other novels to understand the weight behind my statement. I'm off to check now. Readers across continents exchange thoughts. Jeune continentairs grow increasingly familiar with Chu Kuang, and some even start getting interested in his other novels, which are readily available in bookstores. In the Blue Star literary circle, writers from various continents are starting to bond, and even some Jeune continent creators are connecting with peers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continents, as Blue Star has already been merged for over a month. Oh my gosh, he rose in rank. He even bumped Yi Tsung down. Just one book managed to deliver such results. Not necessarily just one book. Maybe the gap between them wasn't too wide to begin with. So Chu Kuang's book easily closed the distance and surpassed Yi Kong. So now Chu Kuang is ranked 12th? Teacher Yi Tsung barely warmed his seat at 12th before Chu Kuang stole it from under him. Those experts love spewing nonsense. Weren't they saying earlier that ranks at the top wouldn't budge on the first update? Actually, the experts' predictions weren't far off. Apart from Chu Kuang, the other ranks really didn't change at all. This guy is the sole outlier. No one anticipated the sheer impact of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone to be this overwhelming. At home, o'clock, Lin Yuan saw the updated rankings, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. Beside him, Antarctica tilted its head to glance at the screen, its tail wagging vigorously. I'll treat you to something delicious. In a great mood, Lin Yuan opened a can for Antarctica. This was a specialty can Sun Yaohua sourced from Wei continent, reportedly top-notch in both flavor and nutrition. The priciest and the best dog food brand in Blue Star. Ranked 12, Lin Yuan could sense that Chu Kuang still wasn't satisfied. However, for the first update of the Blue Star Writer Power Rankings, Chu Kuang had risen one rank. An auspicious start, well worth celebrating. Soon, the chairman and Jean Mu called consecutively. Congratulations. You moved up a rank. Are you happy? Satisfied with this update's ranking? It's alright. Rank 12 is just alright. Clearly, you're not satisfied. Come on. Are you aware how difficult it is to climb ranks at this level? Didn't you notice? I compared closely. Among the top 30 writers on the rankings, aside from you and Yi Tsung swapping places, everyone else's positions remain completely unchanged. What rank would satisfy you? The top 11? Top 10? Someone has to be in the top 10. Why not Chu Kuang? Chapter 1352, 1127. The second part of HP is coming soon. February 1st. Morning. The news has already spread across the globe. First update of the Blue Star Writers Power Rankings. Chu Kuang moves up to number 12 on the Blue Star Writers Power Rankings. Blue Star's 12th ranked writer, Chu Kuang. Terrifyingly fast ascent. Chu Kuang climbs to 12th place on the rankings with the Harry Potter series. Chu Kuang's popularity reaches new heights. Conquering middle state, conquering the writers' rankings. On TV, plenty of news about Chu Kuang could be seen. Blue Star. Jeune Continent, First Channel. Host. Earlier today at dawn, the Blue Star Writers' Power Rankings were updated for the first time, with Chu Kuang rising to the 12th spot. He's the only top-tier writer among the top 30 to experience a ranking boost. Thanks to the impact of this event, the sales of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone have surged once again. It seems this global magic craze will only continue. Chu Kuang is a Qin continent writer. Online information about Chu Kuang is incredibly scarce. Almost no one has ever seen him. Journalists went to Silver Blue Books to investigate, but even Chu Kuang's editors stated that he has never been to the company. Many are intensely curious about him. Notably, although Chu Kuang is shrouded in mystery, Blue Star's top music artist, Xian Yu, is a close friend of his. These two are equally famous across all continents, giving rise to the internet saying, Xian Yu of the South, Chu Kuang of the North. Additionally, netizens are speculating that Blue Star's top-tier writer Yi Tsung, who was previously ranked 12th but has now been pushed down to 13th, might be planning a countermove. We look forward to seeing what happens next. Now, on to the next piece of news. Famous film director Luo and has been shockingly ousted by investors from the Black Soul series he originally pioneered. The host's pace was swift. But Zhong Continent's first channel dedicating this level of coverage to a foreign continent writer was a nearly unprecedented occurrence. It was all because Chu Kuang had created such a massive commotion. Even Zhong Continent's TV stations could not ignore it. Middle State. In front of the TV, Yi Tsong silently watched the news report, his expression somewhat bitter. He hadn't expected Chu Kuang to snatch his ranking so soon. Blue Star's 12th ranked writer. Recently, many friends had been calling him by this title. Although Yi Tsong would play modest outwardly, inside he was immensely proud and even took great joy in it. But Yi Tsong didn't expect his friends would have to change their tune so quickly. Although being ranked 12th versus 13th might seem like a small difference, at this level of the rankings, the gap was monumental. This was the global rankings, after all. At the top tiers, even a single spot was of vastly different significance. Not to mention, Chu Kuang's move was akin to blowing up Yi Tsong's butthole asterisk in front of the world's netizens. Beside him, Yi Tsong's wife smiled wryly. Don't be so serious. Rankings update every month. Fluctuations are normal. Besides, isn't your new book already in the works? Yi Tsong took a deep breath. The gap between us shouldn't be too big. Let's prepare to release my new book on the 10th. I'm taking my spot back. Soon, Yi Tsong would make his announcement to the entire world. Middle States Yi Tsong has reclaimed his position as number 12 on Blue Star's Writers' Power Rankings. Online, Blue Star netizens were going wild discussing Chu Kuang's ascent to the 12th place on the rankings. Before you know it, the old rascal is famous all over the world now. When I first started following him, he was just writing Candle in the Tomb. Who would have thought he could make it this far back then? Old rascal? What's that all about? Looks like another friend from Middle State. There's been a lot of Middle State folks paying attention to the Old Rascal today. Old Rascal is Chu Kuang's nickname. Why do we call him that? Read a few of his books, and you'll understand everything. Recommend me a book? I recommend Poirot the Great Detective, Zhu Xian, Sherlock Holmes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, or Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. That last one is a TV drama. The commenter above, you're an absolute menace. Hell is empty, and the devil walks among us. That said, great job. The old rascal is the real devil. He actually blew up Yi Tsong's butthole in front of the world's viewers. Ha ha ha, blowing up the butthole. Something about that phrase just feels off. If I were Yi Tsong, there's no way I'd let this go. The discussion was heated. Suddenly, a piece of news popped up online. Blue Star's 13th ranked writer Yi Tsong is set to release a new sci-fi book titled Above the Moon. The news was shared by multiple major Blue Star media outlets. Yi Tsong, news of a top-tier writer's new book warranted this level of attention. Instantly, the discourse hit a boiling point. Netizens across the globe were buzzing with excitement. Well, a new book from Yi Tsong? The smell of gunpowder was in the air. The rankings had just been taken, and now a new book was coming out. No one would believe it wasn't an act of revenge. The intent couldn't be more obvious. Ha 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 ha. Tsong is mad. It's about to blow up. A new novel, Above the Moon. Is this the rhythm of a counterattack? When will the mutual explosion end between these two lovebirds? Commenter above, you're hilarious. I almost thought you made a typo. Let's stay serious for a second. Does Yi Tsong stand a chance to turn things around? Of course he does. Yi Tsong is one of Blue Star's sci-fi big three. Who hasn't read his sci-fi novels? Back in the day, he almost single-handedly wiped out the Way Continent's contestants in a certain edition of the Galaxy Awards. Chu Kuang is in danger. Will these two start an epic love-hate rivalry? Imagine if Yi Tsong manages to retake 12th place. That'd be amazing. Super hyped for Brother Tsong's new book. This battle is a clash of eras, a fight for the 12th position on the writers' rankings. The debates raged on. Just when people thought one storm was settling, another whirlwind erupted. Several major Blue Star media outlets released yet another explosive update. Chu Kuang's second book in the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, will be released on the 10th of this month. Boom. A wave of even greater shocks swept across the globe. Netizens everywhere stared dumbfounded at the news. Especially those from Middle State, who began to doubt their eyesight. Was it playing tricks on them? Harry Potter? The second installment? Didn't Chu Kuang's first Harry Potter book just come out not long ago? And now the second book was already on its way. This completely shattered the norms for many middle state folks. Normally, there's at least a 6-month gap between series installments. Extremely slow-paced authors can drag things out for years. Plenty of middle state readers who had just finished Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone had been lamenting online, worried it would take forever before they could read the continuation. But who would have thought? So soon, Chu Kuang's second Harry Potter book was already here. Could he have written it in advance? Meanwhile, those familiar with Chu Kuang across Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continents smiled knowingly. Haven't seen this before, huh? Ignorant middle state folks. Clearly, they don't understand the magic of the turbo typing master. Blue Star's undisputed king of writing speed. Chu Kuang takes second place to none. Chapter 1353. Part 2, even more popular. The rankings were overtaken by Chu Kuang. Yizong taking action was expected by the public. Chu Kuang releasing the second book in the Harry Potter series was also anticipated since this story hadn't been completed yet. But the netizens didn't expect these two would act so quickly that their new book release schedules bumped into each other. However, their goals must be the same. With the tides turning, Chu Kuang aims to defend his writer ranking, while Yizong seeks to reclaim his writer ranking. Their competition isn't about themes nor personal grudges. It's all about rankings. The smell of war begins to pervade. The media stirs the pot with sensational coverage. Chu Kuang versus Yizong in a head-to-head showdown. Yizong's new book seeks revenge on Chu Kuang. Can Harry Potter replicate the brilliance of its first installment? Zhong continent netizens worry that Chu Kuang's fast updates might affect his novel's quality. A sales war between top global authors. Facing the counterattack, can Chu Kuang defend his rank? The battle for rank is filled with suspense. Eyes from both within and outside the industry are drawn to this showdown. Some even speculate that Chu Kuang releasing his second installment so soon might be just to stabilize his ranking. This is a misunderstanding. Lin Yuan isn't releasing the second Harry Potter book hastily because of Yizong's new book. Lin Yuan simply writes at incredible speed. The second book is already done. Why wait until New Year's to release it? As for Yizong, Lin Yuan is actually quite familiar with him. You have to know that over the years, Lin Yuan has read many books, especially those from Blue Star's top authors, including Yizong's science fiction works. This man is best known for science fiction. He's hailed as one of the big three of Blue Star sci-fi, a true master of science fiction whose every novel is magnificent. After Chu Kuang's many years in the industry, Yizong unquestionably stands out as the strongest rival he has ever encountered in the world of novels. However, though the opponent is formidable, Lin Yuan has great confidence in the sales of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. The future of the Harry Potter series is destined to keep gaining momentum. No matter how strong the rival, a direct clash is inevitable. So, upon learning that Yizong plans to reclaim the rankings, Lin Yuan didn't feel overly nervous. If they want to take away my 12th ranking, there's only one possibility, that Chu Kuang climbs to an even higher rank. Until then, Chu Kuang will firmly occupy the position beneath me and won't let anyone touch it. Indeed, because Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was such a massive hit, many companies have already seen the potential of this work and are aggressively pursuing the movie rights, constantly raising the asking price. But Lin Yuan isn't planning to hand over those rights. Starlight has already begun preparations for the movie adaptation of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Right now, they are selecting suitable directors and actors. Shooting will start soon. Regarding this series' rights, even the chairman called Lin Yuan personally to discuss it. This is a golden vault, after all. The outside companies can see its potential, and Li Songhua sees it too. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan will certainly give Harry Potter's movie rights to Starlight for internal processing. As for what's next, Lin Yuan has already begun writing the third book in the Harry Potter series. A few days later, Yizong's new book, Above the Moon, was released before Harry Potter's second installment. That very day, sales skyrocketed across all continents. And by the evening, as the first batch of readers started diving in, the reputation of Above the Moon exploded rapidly. So satisfying. Yi Tsung's sci-fi never disappoints. The pacing is perfect, and I'm already completely mesmerized. I'll be pulling an all-nighter reading this. Hard sci-fi is just so damn good. Since humanity couldn't colonize the moon on a large scale, Blue Star's authorities sent robots to settle and develop the moon, only to encounter an alien spaceship. The two sides used the moon as a battleground and started a war. Though the alien design is a bit kitsch, the author's sheer talent pushes the limits of imagination and technology. The depiction of tech warfare is simply electrifying. Non-stop adrenaline. Looks like Yi Tsung will reclaim his ranking. At this level of quality, he'll definitely retake his position, especially since Chu Kuang only recently overtook the rank, showing the gap between them isn't wide. I'm not so sure. Chu Kuang's new book hasn't been released yet. Look at the sales of Harry Potter's first book. As long as Chu Kuang doesn't sabotage himself, the second book will undoubtedly perform well, unless the story collapses entirely. The top writers unleash their strengths. From any perspective, Above the Moon starts off as an annual blockbuster-level masterpiece. But then again, Harry Potter is also a blockbuster, isn't it? The netizens remain rational, knowing that with similarly strong results for the two writers' works, whether Yi Tsung can reclaim his second place will depend entirely on the performance of Harry Potter's second installment. In the following days, however, as Yi Tsung's Above the Moon continued to dominate, uncertainty intensified surrounding the outcome of this ranking battle. Fortunately, when February 10th rolled around, Chu Kuang's Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets finally released, and the suspense surrounding Blue Star's author rankings was about to be resolved. In the morning, lines once again formed outside major bookstores. Countless readers came to purchase Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. And by evening, the reviews were in. Who we become doesn't depend on our abilities, but on our choices. I felt fond of Dumbledore since the first book, but when he said this line in the second book, it turned me into a full-blown fan. The second book didn't flop. Even in the magical world, class disparities and bloodline discrimination are everywhere. But as children's literature, the emotional undertone conveyed remains positive. The trio of protagonists is just as charming as ever. Reading both books together doubles the joy. I was worried that releasing the second book so quickly would make it feel rushed, but after reading it, I realized my worries were totally unnecessary. The story is just as captivating, and the funniest moment was when Dumbledore announced the cancellation of exams, causing all the students to cheer, except Hermione, who said a single, mournful word. No. Hermione. Keep grinding, damn it. Ha ha. After reading the two books, I find Hermione is incredibly dependable. They should rename the series Hermione and Her Two Useless Men. I thought the second book would introduce a new villain, but it's still Voldemort. Young Voldemort. He's kinda handsome, don't you think? Turns out the magical world has prisons, like Azkaban. The concept of unforgivable curses is fascinating. It feels like Chu Kuang is gradually fleshing out the magical world step by step. Unforgivable curses, Avada Paranora, anyone cry laugh. Harry Potter's owl is named Hedwig. It oddly sounds like a female protagonist's name. Sorry, the female lead is Hermione. I want more romantic scenes between Harry and Hermione. But then I remembered, they're still kids, no early love allowed. I'm already eagerly anticipating the third installment. The reviews didn't flop. The sales didn't either. On the contrary, because the Harry Potter series continued into the second book, the series is now even more popular. Many readers eager to dive into the second installment are also going back to buy the first book. This is the massive advantage of serialized novels. At this moment, the entire industry knew Yi Tsung reclaiming his rank with Above the Moon was virtually impossible. Not because Above the Moon was insufficient, but simply because Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was too outstanding. The fierce momentum Yi Tsung had shown was directly blocked by Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. At this moment, Yi Tsung accepted his fate. His counterattack fizzled into nothingness. Meanwhile, the author ranked 11th on Blue Star's rankings suddenly got nervous, feeling an inexplicable itch in the butthole. Interestingly, this author ranked 11th, just like Chu Kuang, is from Qin Continent. The current #1 author of Qin Continent, Chapter 1354, 1129, securely seated in the top 12. Lu Yang, ranked 11th on the Blue Star Riders list and the top rider in Qin continent. This man is 58 years old this year. He officially announced his retirement at the end of last year. Retiring at this age is actually considered a bit early for riders. Lu Yang thought, with money, fame, and status, there's no need to keep pushing himself. He should take advantage of his remaining energy to relax, enjoy his later years, and savor life. But this year, the Literature and Art Association suddenly introduced a rider's ranking list. When Lu Yang, who had already announced his retirement, saw he was ranked 11th on the Blue Star Riders list, inspiration struck him like lightning. Help me up. I can still write. Retiring like this feels too unfulfilling. Lu Yang was itching to break into the top 10 of the Blue Star Riders list. Rank 11? What kind of nonsense is that? This ranking is way too awkward. Besides, age 58 is practically the golden age for a rider when experience and accumulated wisdom reach their peak. It's the perfect time for creative techniques to be elevated and for the depth and substance of their works to reach new heights. Exactly. At this age, he may not write as quickly as young writers, but the quality of his work would absolutely surpass everything he's written before. The gravity and depth of his writing are on a level young writers can't touch. How could he justify indulging in laziness during such a time? As for concerns about being inconsistent or going back on his retirement, that's really not worth worrying about. It's far too pretentious. A writer's words are meant to be fickle by nature. Just explain to the readers like this. I missed you all. Let's be honest, at a certain age, what famous writer hasn't casually announced their so-called retirement? Forget Blue Star. Let's talk about Earth as an example. Never mind. Too many examples. Anyway, Lu Yang had made up his mind to pick up the pen once more. In fact, before announcing his retirement, Lu Yang already had a half-written novel. The reason he hadn't published it was because he got writer's block. He was blocked to the point of agony. Blocked to the point where he decided to retire. Recently, stimulated by his rank on the Blue Star Riders list, Lu Yang suddenly felt less stuck and vaguely found himself in a new creative direction. And just recently, when he saw Chu Kuang, a fellow writer from Qin continent, climbing up to rank 12 on the Blue Star Riders list with the Harry Potter series, now just one step away from surpassing him, Lu Yang's writer's block was completely cured. A crisis loomed. His inspiration erupted, because Lu Yang understood Chu Kuang's abilities very well. After all, Lu Yang, being from Qin continent, had long been paying attention to this rising star from his own region. If he truly retired now, his current rank really might be overtaken by Chu Kuang, especially since Harry Potter only has 2 books out so far. Judging from the popularity of the first 2 books, if he finishes writing the rest of the series, would Lu Yang's rank 11 still be safe? Definitely not very safe. Fortunately, he still has enough time. Chu Kuang's series has only published 2 books, and it would take a while to surpass him. Lu Yang will only face a real ranking crisis when the rest of that series is completed. Nonetheless, Lu Yang's new book can definitely be completed before that happens, allowing him to widen the gap again, and perhaps even shoot for the top 10. Thinking this through, the once-retired 58-year-old writer immediately got up, opened his laptop, and started working. He was determined to secure a top 10 placement before Chu Kuang caught up. Well then, Lin Yuan, of course, had no idea that he had inadvertently pressured Lu Yang, driving the 58-year-old to tirelessly write once again. Over the next few days, as Lin Yuan watched Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets continue to rise in popularity, he felt completely at ease. And by the end of the month, when the Blue Star Riders list updated again, the rankings in the top 30 remained unchanged. Lu Yang was still at rank 11. Chu Kuang was still at rank 12. Yi Tsung was still at rank 13. As for the lower ranks, competition was fierce, with some riders practically at each other's throats. Several even fired up battles worthy of Yin continent's literary dual traditions, reenacting classic writers tearing each other down drama. Online, as netizens watched the second update to the writers list, they expressed their expected reactions. Chu Kuang has solidified his rank completely. After Yi Tsung's current novel is finished, who knows how long it will take for his next one. Before that happens, Chu Kuang's rank likely won't change much, unless some dark horse emerges from those beneath him in the rankings who aren't too far behind. Won't happen. The Harry Potter series will undoubtedly continue its serialization, and Chu Kuang's reputation will keep rising. I actually think Lin Yuan at rank 11 is in danger, especially since he's retired. He's basically just waiting for Chu Kuang to surpass him. Once Harry Potter is finished, that might be when Lin Yuan gives up his rank to Chu Kuang. Others might be harder to surpass, but an already retired writer is relatively easy to beat. Maybe Yi Tsung could surpass Lin Yuan in a couple of years too. Honestly, a disciplined Chu Kuang is terrifying. Previously, Chu Kuang caused all kinds of controversy, dropping unexpected tragic twists left and right, earning him tons of backlash. His reputation online was full of haters. Those scandals definitely had an impact on him, but ever since, Chu Kuang's latest books have been seriously written with no chaotic surprises. The storylines have been refreshingly wholesome, which has significantly improved his reader reviews and word of mouth. I'm just worried he might drop a bombshell in the back half of Harry Potter. Don't worry. This is children's literature. It's written for kids. No matter how psychotic he's been in the past, he wouldn't mess around with children's literature. This time, you can trust him. Fair point. I'd be skeptical about his other works, but when it comes to children's literature, I trust him wholeheartedly. Even if he wanted to throw a curveball, there wouldn't really be an appropriate opportunity in this genre. Maybe soon people will even stop calling him an old rascal. I'm still a little nervous. Don't be. If you don't trust him, just wait for the third book and study the direction of the plot. Absolutely no problem. Longtime readers of Chu Kuang's novels always approach them with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. But the Harry Potter series is children's literature, so readers across all continents feel very reassured. The truth is, they're absolutely correct. The Harry Potter series is incredibly heartwarming and soothing. With 2 books in, there hasn't been anything eyebrow-raising in the plot at all. Many readers can't help but marvel. Chu Kuang writing children's literature is certainly the most reassuring. No one has to worry about him suddenly losing his mind. No matter how wild he might be, he would never harm children. Just like his fairy tales, which are always warm and healing. This old rascal has always been especially gentle with kid-related themes, even writing an entire fairy tale for a single child once. Some also analyze. It's not necessarily that he's gone soft. It's more likely because this is Chu Kuang's critical phase, and he needs to solidify his place in the hearts of Zhong Continent's readers. That's why he's taking his time writing Harry Potter and avoiding brain-melting plot twists. Future works might be another story, but at least this book is absolutely safe. Chapter 1355, 1130, Poison Tested, It's Safe. Lin Yuan hopes Chu Kuang can quickly climb into the top 10 on the Blue Star Writers rankings. This requires Chu Kuang to speed up the updates for the Harry Potter series. In fact, Lin Yuan is indeed doing just that. Only 2 days into February, Lin Yuan has already written the 3rd installment of Harry Potter. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Reviewing the creative process for this series, Lin Yuan discovered that in a little over a month, he wrote about 700,000 words. A typist powerhouse performing at a normal level. If he wanted to, Lin Yuan could be even crazier, but that doesn't seem necessary. Better save some money for the readers. After all, reading books is quite pricey. However, the completed 3rd book can now be published. That evening, after receiving the manuscript, Silver Blue Books couldn't wait to announce the news. The 3rd installment of the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, is officially complete and will be released in a few days. Immediately, the entire internet erupted, especially readers from Zhong Continent, who were absolutely stunned. What the? So fast? Not even 2 months, and the 3rd book is coming out. I've been reading for 15 years, followed novels by hundreds of authors, and I've never seen someone write this fast. The first 2 books each have over 200,000 words. If the 3rd book is the same length, that's 600,000 words. A normal author would need at least half a year to write that. Many words. How did he manage it in just over a month? Could it really be pre-written drafts? I've investigated his past works. This guy has always been quick with updates. It's impossible he has drafts every single time. This speed is unbeatable. Following this series is just too satisfying. Finish the first book? Here's the second. Finish the second book? Here's the third. It's happiness overload. The ultimate joy of a reader is when their favorite work updates faster than they can read. Chu Kuang has accomplished this. Across Blue Star, this is a one-of-a-kind phenomenon. For other authors, unless they have pre-written drafts or something, even the fastest can't compete with him. There might be someone faster, but their fame wouldn't even be in the same league as Chu Kuang. Without recognition and popularity, even the fastest updates wouldn't matter. Meanwhile, readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei don't feel particularly moved. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, has always been renowned for rapid updates. The shock Zhong continent readers are experiencing now. Other continents have long gone through this countless times. At this moment, outside of Zhong continent, readers from other continents were filled with the confident superiority of experienced fans. Such fuss over nothing. There's no way it was pre-written drafts. The old rascal's been writing books for years. With the speed he updates, it's insane to suggest he always has drafts ready. We generally call him a typist powerhouse. Typist powerhouse. How come I've never heard that title? I just made it up. Tell me, doesn't it fit perfectly? It totally fits. But honestly, compared to typist powerhouse, the nickname Old Rascal is way more ingrained in people's hearts. Whoa, don't jinx it, bro. I'm scared. Every time I think of this guy's nickname, I hesitate to continue reading the Harry Potter series. You can relax about this one. The term children's literature is the biggest guarantee of all. Besides, you've already read the first 2 books. Were there even slight hints of tragic moments? Forget tragedy. There were barely even moments of hardship for the protagonist. I don't care. I don't trust this guy's credibility. I'm waiting for reviews before deciding whether to keep reading. Same. This guy did the same thing with his Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy. The first book was going great. Guo Jing and Huang Rong's love was infinitely beautiful. Then in the second book, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Yang Guo lost his arm, and Little Dragon Maiden lost her purity. Who knows if the Harry Potter series might follow the same pattern, lowering our guard in the first 2 books, only to suddenly hit us hard in the third. Then you better wait and see. But I trust Chu Kuang. Delay too long, and you might not even get the book. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of ropes. Chu Kuang is the snake that bites. Many people haven't just been bitten once by Chu Kuang. After being repeatedly hit by Chu Kuang, countless readers have wised up, deciding not to rush into buying his new books. First, they check the reviews to see how the word of mouth fares. If the reputation is good, they buy. If the reputation isn't great, they hesitate, and then buy anyway. Alright, no matter how aware people are of the traps, many still jump into them, reenacting the iconic scene. The old rascal torments me 1,000 times, yet I remain devoted to him like a first love. Still, there are indeed some readers holding back, even if this is a children's literature series. Fortunately, the majority of readers are willing to trust Chu Kuang this time, not to pull any surprises. Especially the readers from Zhong continent. Although many Zhong continent readers have learned about Chu Kuang's dark past through the internet, they're even poking fun at the readers from other continents. What's the fuss all about? Why so cautious when reading a book? Afraid to read Harry Potter? Such a heartwarming and soothing novel. How could it possibly be a tragedy? I've read some of Chu Kuang's works. While a few were chaotic, most were pretty normal. Chu Kuang pulling tragic moments is ultimately a low-probability event. With children's literature, that probability is basically 0. What do you know? This guy is a devil. You'll understand sooner or later. This scene is so familiar. When Zhao continent joined the merge years ago, they said the same thing. Then the return of the Condor heroes crushed their souls. History is repeating itself now with Zhong continent. Having endured the Zhao continent Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy debacle, readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhong continent readers. Children's literature? The Harry Potter series is indeed harmless and wholesome. Even readers thoroughly acquainted with Chu Kuang admit this. But what about later? Old habits die hard. This old rascal is bound to revert to his ways someday. Judging by patterns, it won't be long now. Because his recent books have been unusually good, almost suspiciously so. Feels like he's brewing up something big. Perhaps, once Harry Potter is done, he'll start again. Unless his next book is also this harmless children's literature type. And amidst the mixture of anticipation and nervousness across continents, the third installment of Harry Potter was released. Just like the previous two, the third book's sales exploded from the start. In fact, with the foundation of the first two books, the third book's buyers were even crazier. Thankfully, major booksellers in Zhong continent had learned their lesson and prepared ample stock. There'd be no awkward scenario where the novel sells out on the first day. After getting the third book in the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, readers from across continents began reading immediately. That evening, as readers finished the third book, the reviews came rolling in. From Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei, countless readers, feeling utterly content like adventurers returning from a perilous journey, rushed to inform the skeptics. Tested for poison. It's safe. Chapter 1356, 1131. The painter rankings are out. Seeing the positive reviews emerge, those who were hesitant can now confidently buy the book. As more people finished reading the third installment, with the Harry Potter series world building becoming increasingly complete, the buzz around this work finally reached full eruption. All readers found themselves immersed in this bizarrely magical world, sharing the joys and sorrows of its characters. This novel is truly extraordinary. After reading all three books, I've thoroughly fallen in love with it. I really like Dumbledore. He's a strong, kind, gentle, insightful, and wise mentor who patiently guides the children. He's the only headmaster Voldemort fears. Without him, Harry Potter, who's burdened with hatred, might have grown up twisted. My favorite is Snape. Add me to the Snape fan list. Beneath his harsh, caustic, and gloomy exterior lies a kind heart. In the first book, he was misunderstood by the trio, yet secretly helped Harry during Quidditch. In the newly updated third book, when Harry was in danger, Snape was the first to rush forward to protect him without hesitation. He reminds me of many teachers we've encountered in life, always appearing strict, severe, and humorless, but deeply caring about their students' safety. Whenever there's a crisis, he sacrifices selflessly, though I genuinely sense that he doesn't actually like Harry. I'm not sure Snape is a good person. Am I the only one who loves Dobby the house elf? Dobby's combat skills are quite impressive. Honestly, there are so many lovable characters in this book. Take George and Fred, the Weasley twins. They're such joyful mischief makers. Seeing them always makes me laugh. Sirius forever. Godfather Sirius is indeed amazing. I thought this book's finale would follow the pattern of the first two, with the protagonist dueling Voldemort, but instead, it featured Black's reversal of fate, wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years before escaping. Finally, Harry has a true family member. It's rare for a novel to make me fall in love with so many characters. Every character is uniquely crafted. They may not all be perfect, but their shining traits are irresistibly captivating. With the first book, readers started to like the series. With the second book, they fell in love with it. By the third book, readers were completely immersed in the Harry Potter world, forming deep emotional bonds not just with the three protagonists, but also the other characters within the story. Like Sirius Black. This character, who didn't formally appear until the third book, won the love of countless readers almost instantly, an incredible testimony to how well the novel develops its supporting cast. So many people adore this work. Fan groups began popping up all over the internet. Some readers even banded together to form an unofficial organization called Potterheads, forums spanning various continents, online discussion groups on various platforms. Everywhere, the footprints of self-proclaimed Potterheads could be found. These fans were passionately gathering to excitedly discuss the three books of the Harry Potter series already released, even engaging in heated debates over certain plot points. For instance, is Snape a hero or villain? In truth, this was not the first time Chu Kuang's readers had formed fan communities. When Sherlock Holmes became wildly popular across continents, fans formed an organization called Holmesians, whether they were Potterheads, Holmesians, or other fan groups. At the root of it all was the readers' profound love for the works. Lin Yuan also followed online reviews. It appeared readers were already growing emotionally attached to the characters in the book. This was entirely natural. Having followed the series for 3 books, reading over 700,000 words of content, the characters' images had largely solidified. At such a stage, the Harry Potter series' popularity was bound to reach a new peak. This was completely predictable, given these circumstances. No matter how the plot unfolds next, readers wouldn't be able to let go of the book. Indeed, the first few books offered warm, healing stories. Even though Harry Potter carried the weight of deep animosity, the overarching tone of the story was still uplifting. Starting with the 4th book, however, the narrative style would shift for the first time. Readers' favorite characters would die, and as the series progressed, the pace of beloved characters meeting their doom would only escalate. This is the cruelest aspect of J.K. Rowling's storytelling. She wouldn't deliver heartbreak too early or too late. She deliberately waited until readers grew deeply fond of those fan-favorite characters to strike. Brutally harsh, nothing like typical children's literature. However, compared to the first 3 books, the 4th book, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, would be over 500,000 words long. Lin Yuan would need quite some time to finish writing it. Until then, readers could continue to bask in the warmth and healing brought by the Harry Potter series. As Lin Yuan continued writing the next installments of the Harry Potter series, the Blue Star Literature and Art Association suddenly issued a preview. Soon after, they officially announced the Blue Star Fine Arts and Painting rankings. Instantly, the entire internet exploded. This was the second global domain ranking after the writers' rankings. It's worth noting, fine arts has been one of the most important and traditional art forms since ancient times. With painting as the core, top-tier painters hold extremely high status in Blue Star's traditional art circles. Furthermore, fine arts encompasses not just painting but also animation production, various sculptures, embroidery, and other formats, which is why attention from all continents was quickly drawn. At home, Jinmu immediately called Lin Yuan. Have you seen the news? The fine arts and painting rankings are about to be released. Shadow's ranking won't be low. Yes. What's your expectation? No matter where the initial ranking stands, we'll find a way to climb higher. Haha. Soon after, the company chairman also called. Following the writers' rankings, the ultimate Blue Star painters list is here. It's not just painters. I know it's not just painters, but the top spots will definitely be dominated by painters. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. After all, painting is one of Blue Star's most traditional art forms. In ancient times, Qin, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were regarded as the 4 noble pursuits. Historically referred to as the 4 arts, these were essential skills for scholars and aristocrats. Qin in those times referred to the guqin, representing traditional national music, which has now evolved into the broader category of music. Chess primarily referred to Go, emphasizing strategic play. Compared to other art forms, it has declined significantly today. Calligraphy referred to handwriting, not books. The significance of calligraphy remains high even today, but doesn't surpass music. Finally, painting focused broadly on visual art. In ancient times, this chiefly meant ink and wash painting, while today it encompasses modern drawing. Painting's importance in modern times is equal to music's. Strictly speaking, in ancient times, painting's significance was on par with poetry. Given such a ranking, everyone was bound to care. Countless Blue Star painters felt an unbearable itch, their eyes glued to the Literature and Art Association's bulletin boards. And at that moment, the Blue Star Fine Arts and Painting rankings were updated. Chapter 1357. Let's blast our way up. Under the watchful eyes of countless people across Blue Star's 8 continents, the global art rankings were officially released. At home, upon hearing the news, the family immediately called Lin Yuan downstairs to gather in front of the TV, and even Antarctica was too excited to stay calm. The painter rankings are out. It's called the art rankings, not purely a painter's list. Look at the introduction from the Literature and Art Association. It includes Blue Star's top sculptors, animation masters, and anyone working in art-related fields. All of them are eligible for the rankings. Oh, I see. No matter what, painting has to be the main focus. I remember Lin Yuan's friend named Shadow is a painter, right? What's his rank? Shadow's ranking is probably just average. Why? Isn't he really famous? Well, Shadow is a manga artist after all. Manga artists in the field of painting aren't exactly respected. But he's recently started doing animations, and his show on the second children's channel has created incredibly high viewership ratings. That should give him quite a few extra points. I don't believe it. Check the rankings. He's got to be in the top 50 at least. Hey, found him. Look, everyone. His ranking isn't low at all. The family finally spotted Shadow's ranking. Lin Yuan saw it too. On Blue Star's art rankings, Shadow was ranked 21st globally. Shadow Studio. Have you found where Master is ranked? I couldn't spot him. Found it. 21st place. Why is the ranking so low? Low. This is a global ranking, including everyone in the art field. Master's ranking is absolutely not low. But Master is the god of comics. You already know the status of manga in the painting domain. If it weren't for Master's recent animated series doing so well, his rank might have fallen out of the top 30. But Master's traditional painting is also impressive. The influence isn't strong enough. This list considers too many factors. Everyone knows Master is a manga artist, but how many people are aware of his skills in traditional painting? Dream Factory Studio. Our boss is ranked 21st. Holy crap, that's impressive. I counted. The top 20 just so happened to include 10 people from Zhong Continent, and most of them dominate the top 10. As expected, Zhong Continent leads the pack. It's not just painters who made the list. Several top-tier animation directors from Chu Continent and one Zhong Continent sculptor also secured good rankings. I only care about the boss's rank. What a pity, just shy of making the top 20. It feels like the boss can push higher. We've got to work harder to support his animation projects. What support are you talking about? Didn't the boss handle most of the work on his own anyway? This was a new company. The director of the company's works was Shadow himself. Interestingly, the employees preferred calling Shadow boss instead of director. Starlight Entertainment. Shadow is ranked 21st. He's the highest-ranked manga artist on Blue Star. That manga artist from Zhong Continent, who's second only to Shadow in influence, was ranked 48th. It seems manga truly isn't valued in the painting field. Shadow is the biggest name in the manga world. That Zhong Continent manga artist's cumulative sales for individual works are incredibly high. In fact, due to starting earlier, his sales even surpass Shadow's. Yet his ranking is so much lower. Of course, that guy just draws manga and doesn't do anything else. Shadow isn't just a manga artist. He's also an animation director, which is counted in the rankings. I'm satisfied. Anyway, you're satisfied, but who knows if Teacher Shadow is happy. Ranking 21st feels a bit awkward, just a little bit higher, and he'd be in the top 20. It'd sound way better. Still, all things considered, there's no major issue. Across the continents, countless netizens were scanning the rankings. When Shadow's fans saw his position, blogs, Shadow's comment section exploded. The Blue Star art rankings are out. Shadow God is the 21st ranked art master globally. Feels a bit low. I don't think it's low at all. This is the limit for a manga artist. If Shadow God hadn't recently done animations, his rank might have dropped even further. Traditional painters dominate the list. Animation directors perform decently too, but there isn't a single animation director ranked in the top 10. Who cares? The rankings will update again. As long as Shadow keeps drawing manga and making animations, forget about the top 10. Breaking into the top 20 still feels achievable. Go for it, Shadow God. Fans began hyping Shadow up. By now, these fans understood Shadow's personality well. He's basically like a lazy donkey staring at a carrot. Before seeing the carrot, Shadow will milk every chance to loaf around. If he can lie down, he absolutely won't stand up. But once the carrot appears, whether it's being challenged by Xianyu or Chu Kuang, or exploring a new market, or receiving official recognition, if there's a tangible benefit, the fans barely need to prod him. A gentle nudge is enough to set him into motion, charging full throttle. No breaks. Even the farm donkeys working overtime would be embarrassed to compete with his productivity. Like when he juggled multiple manga series. Or when he jumped at the chance for the Children's Channel's animation contest. Who would have thought Shadow could produce so many animated works all by himself? Besides, over on Blue Star's writers' rankings, Chu Kuang, ranked 13th, managed to climb a position in a short time. Shadow's starting point is lower. Is it really impossible for him to move up? Ranked 21st? No matter the specifics, Lin Yuan thought it was an acceptable outcome. But Shadow was far less content. Extremely dissatisfied. As the god of comics, with master-level painting skills and a string of hit animations recently, including an animated feature film, to only rank 21st? That's far behind Chu Kuang. When the global music rankings are announced, Xianyu's ranking will likely be high as well. The gap among the three brothers still persists. Considering system tasks, Lin Yuan wasn't feeling entirely happy either, because one of his system tasks requires Shadow must catch up to Chu Kuang or Xianyu. Xianyu hasn't been ranked yet. Shadow is currently at 21st. Shadow must at least climb to 12th to count as catching up, right? No way. It's not enough to just write novels. Animations still need to be made. Animated films must continue to be developed. Fortunately, over the holiday season, Shadow wasn't resting idly. He prepared a lot of projects, many of which have already been handed over for production at the company. Let's see how much those works can help Shadow climb in the rankings. If that's still not enough, then the traditional painting scene will need a visit. Eyes unconsciously moving upward, Lin Yuan knew Shadow had already set his sights on the top-tier positions. Let's charge all the way to the top. Chapter 1358, 1133. Preparing for Shadow's solo art exhibition. Everyone says Shadow is a nobody. Lin Yuan knows better. Shadow's current standing can hardly be considered transparent. Shadow is a painter with master-level skills, a rarity on Blue Star with fewer than 5 such individuals across the entire planet. And let's not forget Shadow's almost mythical paintfection ability. Using this skill as the foundation, Shadow created 7 Painting Soul series works, which are sought after by elite circles and impossible to acquire for most. From this perspective, ranking 21st is far below Shadow's actual abilities. If we were to compare all the painters across the continents based on pure skill, even without using the paintfection ability, Shadow would be ranked at least in the top 5. However, the rankings take many different factors into account. What hurts Shadow the most is the lack of public influence. The Painting Soul series is highly impressive, yet netizens across the continents are barely aware of its existence. It's practically exclusive to the ultra-wealthy. It makes sense, though. After all, there are only 7 works in the Painting Soul series. 2 of them are privately held and rarely shown. The remaining 5 are displayed in the top-tier suites of the Yu Dynasty Hotel, where a single night costs $500,000, and bookings are perpetually full. Ordinary people can't even dream of seeing these paintings. Even wealthy individuals who don't quite reach the top tiers have no chance. It's like walking in magnificent clothes in the dead of night. How could public influence possibly arise from that? Rich people don't bother promoting these works to the masses. For example, would billionaires like Pony Ma or Jack Ma talk to you about such things? Art enjoyment is private, a personal indulgence shared solely among like-minded, qualified friends. And yet, public influence is precisely one of the key criteria for these rankings. In other words, Shadow's traditional paintings are barely known. But that's also Lin Yuan's own decision. Back when the Painting Soul series was created to boost the Yu Dynasty Hotel's prestige, it was always meant to take the most exclusive path, with no consideration given to public influence. Now that Lin Yuan has accepted a system task, Shadow needs to compete with Xianyu and Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan understands that he must adjust his strategy. With the recent global consolidation of Blue Star, perhaps it's time to participate in high-level Blue Star art exhibitions or to host a personal art exhibition. Such steps would be the best way to establish Shadow's public influence. A personal art exhibition might be the starting point. The impact of 1 or 2 works alone wouldn't be enough. It would require a large-scale, high-level solo exhibition. However, the creation of Painting Soul pieces must still be approached with extreme caution. The principle of rarity equals value never goes out of date. The fewer there are, the higher their worth, to the point of being beyond Lin Yuan's control. If Lin Yuan were to mass-produce the Painting Soul series, the works would no doubt attract countless wealthy collectors, but their caliber would inevitably decline. Lin Yuan has no intention of draining the pond to catch the fish. The good thing is, Master-level painting skills are more than enough to support Lin Yuan in hosting exhibitions of any scale. All it takes is 1 or 2 painting soul works at the exhibition to elevate it. Display too many, and they lose their impact. Anyhow, Lin Yuan tends to paint in his free time. His study is filled with the masterful works Shadow has accumulated over the years, including those from the Painting Soul series. These pieces are more than enough to sustain an exhibition. Once the exhibition joins forces with animation and comic efforts, surpassing Chu Kuang in rankings shouldn't be too difficult. After all, Chu Kuang needs time to write books. Meanwhile, many of Shadow's works are already prepared. With that thought, Lin Yuan picked up the phone to call Sun Yaohua. 3 seconds? Sun Yaohua's speed in answering calls is always a step quicker than anyone else's. This never fails to amaze Lin Yuan. He strongly suspects his senior spends all day glued to his phone. Hey, Junior. I have a friend looking to host a personal art exhibition. By friend, are you talking about Teacher Shadow? Yes. It's about rankings, isn't it? Sun Yaohua immediately grasped Lin Yuan's intention. His previously enthusiastic tone turned solemn, and he suddenly became indignant. I've been saying Teacher Shadow's ranking is way too low. The level of the Painting Soul series deserves to be first on the painter's list, but who knows what those people at the Literature and Art Association are thinking. There's a bit of a public influence gap. Lin Yuan could understand why the Literature and Art Association structured the rankings that way. The lists were clearly designed to drive intense competition across all fields. Lin Yuan had good reason to suspect that the higher-ups were hoping he'd use something like an exhibition to boost Shadow's influence in the painting world and outshine competitors entirely. Don't worry about it. Sun Yaohua patted his chest. Leave the personal exhibition to me. I'll make sure it's a spectacular event. Rank 21 is an insult. I'll let the entire world witness Teacher Shadow's genius. The entire world. Of course, the entire world. If we're doing an exhibition, we should tour all 8 continents. Ideally, we'd start in Zhong Continent. Whether we admit it or not, Zhong Continent is the global hub and focal point. Hosting the first exhibition there guarantees maximum impact and sets the stage for the most effective tours across other continents. Most of the world's top wealthy elites gather here or have industries here, so rallying them to attend will be easier. Truthfully, ever since seeing Shadow's ranking, Sun Yaohua had been unable to suppress his frustration. He knew all too well the power behind the Painting Soul series. Not to mention, just look at how the Yu Dynasty Hotel's elite suites are booked solid through the end of the year. For this reason, Sun Yaohua even terminated all previous bookings. Once those reservations ended, the Yu Dynasty Hotel would stop accepting new ones. Guests trying to book the suites would have to secure their reservation on the day itself. No shortage of customers was expected. Which modern painter on Blue Star could achieve this level of attraction? All right, Lin Yuan approved. His senior had thought things through more thoroughly than he had. The idea of a global tour was indeed the best way to maximize influence. At that moment, Sun Yaohua added, by the way, I was thinking about discussing something with you. Aren't all 5 Painting Soul works currently placed in Qin Continent? Might we be concentrating them too much? What are you suggesting? I haven't been idle these past 2 years. I've invested in hotels across Zhong Continent, Qi Continent, Chu Continent, and Yin Continent. Should we consider distributing the 5 paintings to these hotels instead? Same as before, equity shares distributed among us. You take 40% this time, I'll take 30%. After all, the backbone of our hotel chain remains Shadow's Painting Soul series. A chain? Lin Yuan was a bit surprised to hear this. His senior's commercial ventures seemed to expand every couple of years. Something like that. Sun Yaohua chuckled somewhat sheepishly. I don't understand much about business planning. The idea is pretty straightforward. With 8 continents on Blue Star, why not aim for 1 Yu Dynasty hotel in each continent? 8 continents mean 8 hotels, no more, no less. This way, if anyone from the Yu Dynasty needs to travel to another continent for work, they'll always have a place to stay. We'll also make some money to maintain operations, rather than relying on others for accommodations. Building hotels? Convenient resting places? Such a simple and unpretentious idea. Lin Yuan had no objections and even said, you should still keep 40%. I haven't put up any money. But I don't want you to take a loss. When there's an opportunity later, We can release 3 more painting soul works. That way, all 8 hotels can have one on display. The Yu Dynasty hotels were Sun Yaohua's enterprise. However, Sun Yahua himself only owned 40% of the shares. Lin Yuan hadn't invested any money, yet by contributing the Painting Soul series, he held 30% of the shares. This made him feel a bit guilty, so there was no way he'd claim more than his senior. The remaining 30% had already been divided among other members of the Yu Dynasty. This made the hotels a collective project of the Yu Dynasty. While Lin Yuan intended to maintain strict control over the quantity of Painting Soul works, he also had to ensure that each hotel could sustain its appeal to wealthy clients. That said, the timeline had to be pushed back. The release cycle for Painting Soul works had to be stretched as much as possible. Great. With Lin Yuan's approval, Sun Yahua gladly remarked. Then I'll start preparing for the exhibition. For a rough schedule, Junior. Sun Yahua paused before saying, I mean, what does Teacher Shadow think? Since the preliminary preparations may take some time, like figuring out the venue, Teacher Shadow's first exhibition needs to be held in the most prestigious location to reflect its significance. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Every time Sun Yahua mentioned Shadow, Lin Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that his senior was indirectly speaking about him. Has he figured it out? Whatever. Even if Sun Yahua had realized the truth, he wasn't the type to reveal it publicly. A tacit understanding between them would suffice. Not dwelling on this further, Lin Yuan thought for a moment before saying, let's aim for some time between September and December. Before the end of the year? That'll give me plenty of time to prepare. Chapter 1359, 1134. The Goblet of Fire has arrived. The art exhibition is scheduled until the end of the year. This was Lin Yuan's carefully considered decision. The main reason was the inability to juggle multiple tasks. Not to mention that Sun Yahua needed time to prepare. Chu Kuang still had to write the Harry Potter series, and Shadow also needed time to slowly select paintings for display. Furthermore, Lin Yuan did not plan for Shadow to completely abandon the comic and animation fields after stepping into the traditional painting circle. What needs to be done still has to be done. This is the true public-friendly route. Just like how Xian Yu can't completely stop writing pop songs in the future and focus solely on high-profile concerts. It needs to be enjoyed by both refined and vulgar tastes. These 4 words have always been Lin Yuan's pursuit. This includes Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan also has a series of plans arranged for him. Because Lin Yuan specifically studied the top-ranking authors on Blue Star's literary list, he found that these people all had literary works. Pure literary works, that is. Chu Kuang, on the other hand, has always written popular novels. The popular part is covered. So can he lack refinement? To become a top writer on Blue Star, Chu Kuang will inevitably write some pure literary works in the future. Perhaps these works might not perform well in sales, but the value of such works doesn't lie in sales numbers. Like Earth's The Old Man and the Sea, these works became timeless classics, not because they were sensational in sales. Moreover, the sales of these works on Earth weren't actually bad. They just couldn't compare to works like the Harry Potter series. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan continued writing Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. This was the 4th installment of the Harry Potter series, slightly over 500,000 words in content. Lin Yuan had already completed half, and barring unexpected circumstances, he could officially publish it by the end of the month. Meanwhile, after ending his call with Lin Yuan, Sun Yahua discussed the idea of expanding the chain of Yu Dynasty hotels to other continents in the group chat. Actually, I've had a dream since I was a kid that in every city on Blue Star, I'd have my own house. That way, I'd always have a place to stay wherever I go. So I want to set up Yu Dynasty hotels across all continents, so that everyone doesn't have to rely on others wherever they travel. The group chat buzzed with excitement. Chun Jiyu, what a simple and unpretentious dream. Jiang Kuei, I think it's a great idea. Zhao Gu, follow. The business genius and invest. Wei Haoyun, how much do you need? I'll invest. Xiao Fan, let's go. Yu Dynasty hotels were everyone's collective enterprise. None of the others had any objections to Sun Yahua's decision. In fact, the profits from shares in the Yu Dynasty Hotel in Qin Continent over the past 2 years had brought everyone massive earnings. Following Sun Yahua's lead in investments was undoubtedly a safe bet. In everyone's eyes, Sun Yao's business acumen was almost on par with Xian Yu's talent in the music industry. After greeting his friends in Yu Dynasty, Sun Yao contacted another acquaintance. "Brother Wang, do you have time for a chat?" "Oh, Yao, my boy, of course I have time. Yesterday, I was gathering with some old friends and mentioned you. I saw in Qin Continent's rich list that you've already climbed into the top 50. I can't compare to you, Brother Wang. You're globally ranked in the top 100. I might get overtaken by you eventually. At my age, I can't push as hard anymore. But you're young and full of potential, a rising star, and your company hasn't even gone public yet. Once it does, your assets will skyrocket." The wealthy Wang, a major figure in Zhong Continent, had much to say when facing Sun Yao, not just indulging in mutual compliments. 2 years ago, I remember you had just squeezed into Qin Continent's top 100 rich list. Now in 2 years, you've climbed to the top 50. I also heard that your restaurant chain has even expanded to Zhong Continent. There's a hot pot place just 3 kilometers from my house, and its business is booming. Plus, didn't you open some hotels in other continents as well? Will there be any Painted Soul series in those hotels? Brother Wang, don't try to pry information out of me. Sun Yao's wealthy friends would probe him about Shadow's Painted Soul series every 3 days. There will be Painted Soul series, but they're all brought over from Qin Continent. As for new works, I have no control over them. All right. The wealthy Wang seemed slightly disappointed. In truth, some people wanted to be friends with Sun Yao partly because they saw his limitless potential and partly because he could connect them with Shadow. Everyone was too eager for the Painted Soul series. Yet this treasure existed as only 7 pieces worldwide. Despite being Zhong Continent's top 100 ranked rich man, there were hundreds stronger than him globally. Without Sun Yao's assistance, it was hard to compete. What? Shadow can't create any more of the Painted Soul series? Such claims were no longer believed by the wealthy. If Shadow could create one, they could create another. More so, Shadow had already painted 7 pieces. Here's the deal. Sun Yao stated his purpose. Teacher Shadow wants to host a personal art exhibition in Zhong Continent. You have a knack for this. Can you help arrange a venue? What? Teacher Shadow wants to host a personal art exhibition. The wealthy Wang instantly became excited upon hearing this. Arrange a venue, right? I'll help you with that. I'm a hardcore fan of Teacher Shadow's paintings. Sun Yao replied seriously. It needs to be of the highest standard. I made a promise to Teacher Shadow. The wealthy Wang laughed. You keep claiming you don't know Teacher Shadow and that you always communicate through indirect channels. But now it's obvious you're just scared we'll badger you endlessly. After a pause, the wealthy Wang continued. Of course, Teacher Shadow's exhibition should be held at the highest standard. Let's go for the Central State Art Exhibition Hall. It's a semi-official venue, and only Blue Star's top-ranked artists can host exhibitions there. Their director has stated that only artists ranked in the top 50 on Blue Star's artist list are qualified to apply. Teacher Shadow's ranking meets the criteria, though I honestly think Shadow's rank is far too low. In my heart, Shadow is number 1. Why else host an art exhibition? Sun Yao replied with a smile. Then I'll leave this to you, Brother Wang. The wealthy Wang probed further. Be honest with me. Will the Painted Soul series be featured at the exhibition? Probably. Sun Yao's answer was a bluff. It was purely speculation to stir up enthusiasm among the wealthy. Of course, Sun Yao believed his guess was accurate. A personal art exhibition for the first time. Surely the ambiguous relationship Teacher Shadow shared with his junior would prompt him to showcase the Painted Soul series as the centerpiece. Really? The wealthy Wang's voice quivered with excitement. I'll sponsor the costs for the exhibition. Consider it a way to connect with Teacher Shadow. Yao, my boy, let's work on this together. The wealthy Wang could already envision. Shadow's hosting of a personal art exhibition might even feature the 8th piece of the Painted Soul series. This news, if spread, would surely cause top figures from across the wealthy circle to swarm to the event. After all, in the wealthy world, Shadow's Painted Soul series had already attained legendary status, coveted by countless top-tier magnates. It's one of the rare artistic pieces that even money couldn't buy. When the day of the exhibition arrives, the scene is bound to be beyond imagination and utterly wild. Preparations for the art exhibition began. Applications, approvals, The process proceeded far more smoothly than anticipated, and the date was tentatively set for around October. When Sun Yaohua informed Lin Yuan of the news, it was already March 20th. On this day, Lin Yuan had just finished writing Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. After reviewing the entire manuscript, Lin Yuan felt the ending was somewhat bittersweet, which might be hard for some readers to accept, but it was within controllable limits, since the deaths involved characters who hadn't received much focus before, even if this installment heavily developed them. Speaking of which, if readers' favorite characters weren't killed off, it wouldn't qualify as heartbreak, right? A mere trope character's death wasn't a big deal. Readers would soon understand. The fourth installment's degree of tragedy was just dipping toes into the water. In reality, the Harry Potter series would get darker with each installment, with its tone becoming increasingly oppressive and escalating deaths. The fourth installment marked the beginning. Afterward, it would unleash its fury. Presently, Blue Star's readers were about to embrace this new chapter of the saga. That evening, Silver Blue Books released an announcement. The fourth installment of the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, will be published at the end of this month. Whoosh! Readers who had long been awaiting this moment immediately erupted in cheers. It's here. The fourth installment. It's finally here. Chu Kuang, this powerhouse writer, remains as consistent as ever. Chapter 1360, 1135, The Death of Cedric. Times have changed. The Harry Potter series has already published 3 books, each more popular than the last. And now, here comes the 4th book. The Potterheads community has grown immensely, and its popularity has reached new heights, surpassing even the previous 3 installments. Now, any news about it instantly sparks online discussions. The 4th book is coming. Chu Kuang's writing speed is unparalleled. The 4th installment already? How many books is Chu Kuang planning to write for this series? The more, the better. I'll buy however many he releases. Haha. So are you no longer afraid of the old rascal's sneaky twists? How could there be a tearjerker twist? After all, this is still categorized as children's literature. I've read all 3 books. They only get warmer and more heartwarming. This one can be bought with confidence. No need for readers to test the poison. Retire, testers. There's a saying, 3rd time's a charm. The old rascal has written 3 amazing books in a row, with no signs of losing it. There's really nothing to worry about. Technically, someone dies in each book, like Voldemort. Whether alive or dead, everyone's showing off, except Voldemort, who's getting beat up. I hereby declare, the world where only Voldemort gets hurt has been achieved. I'm furious, trembling and cold. When will my dear Voldemort rise again? By the way, does this one have Quidditch? There's been 1 Quidditch match in each of the first 3 books. It's making me want to grab a broomstick and join. It's just like our school sports day. I love Snape. Adoration for Dumbledore. Voldemort, hang in there. Voldemort doesn't seem completely defeated yet. Feels like the day he can no longer hold on will mark the end of the series. Previously, there were worries that Chu Kuang would throw in a tearjerker twist. After all, he does have a notorious track record. However, after keeping an eye on 3 books, old readers are now confidently consuming his work. With the 4th book's arrival, everyone is eagerly awaiting with bated breath. And in the midst of countless anticipation and discussions, the end of the month finally arrived. On this day, the shelves of bookstores across Blue Star's major continents were filled with the newly released Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, its promotional banners prominently displayed in the most eye-catching spots. Alongside this, the first 3 installments of the Harry Potter series were also displayed in key spots at major bookstores. Recently, a flood of new readers was drawn in by online word-of-mouth and passionate discussions from fans. It's the typical bandwagon effect. Unlike readers who've already completed the first 3 books, this group of newcomers often buys all 4 books in one go, planning to binge read them for maximum enjoyment. As a result, bookstores stocked the first 3 books in large quantities. Some booksellers had previously worried about old inventory piling up, ultimately requiring discount sales to move them. But now, those fears have vanished completely. They can sell at full price without issue. As long as the story doesn't flop, new readers will keep flowing in, one wave after another. Only booksellers and readers in Zhong Continent, who are less familiar with Chu Kuang, might worry that his speedy writing pace could lead to a slip in quality. But those well acquainted with Chu Kuang know. Despite how fast he writes, he always nails the quality aspect with razor-sharp precision. Zhong Continent. At a certain high school, Zhao Qian happily carried her newly purchased copy of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire back to her dormitory. Zhao Qian was a new reader of Chu Kuang's works. In fact, 99% of Zhong Continent readers were reading Chu Kuang's books for the first time. Previously, people from Zhong Continent were not familiar with this author from overseas. But, given Chu Kuang's impressive ranking as a writer, many Zhong Continent readers approached the Harry Potter series out of curiosity. After taking a look, Zhao Qian, and many Zhong Continent readers like her, was hooked instantly. After devouring the first 3 books, Zhao Qian had become a full-fledged fan of Chu Kuang. Today marked the release of the 4th book, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Zhao Qian, living on campus, took advantage of the weekend morning to head out early and buy a copy, then returned to her dormitory excitedly to start reading. Her roommates were all out. Zhao Qian could enjoy a quiet reading session. Like the previous 3 books, the 4th was no less brilliant. In the novel, 3 years had passed since Harry Potter first entered Hogwarts. During these 3 years, through various learning experiences and challenges, Harry had gradually grown into an outstanding wizard. Before the new school year began, Harry, along with his close friends Ron and Hermione, went to watch the spectacular Quidditch World Cup. There, they accidentally discovered that the Dark Mark, absent for 13 years, had reappeared, hinting that Voldemort was about to return. And when the trio arrived at the school, the century-old magical Triwizard Tournament was set to begin. The Goblet of Fire, as a magical artifact, would select one adult contestant from each of the 3 competing schools. Somehow, someone tampered with it. After the Goblet of Fire had already chosen 3 participants, it unexpectedly spit out a 4th name. Harry Potter. The rules could not be broken. Harry had to enter this dangerous, yet highly prestigious, Triwizard Tournament. In the dormitory, Zhao Qian was completely immersed in Harry Potter's magical world. This installment's world building was even more detailed, depicting magical academies outside of Hogwarts for the first time and unveiling more mysteries of the magical realm for Zhao Qian. Familiar characters returned one by one. Although, at one point, Harry Potter and his friend Ron had a falling out, they quickly reconciled. This was one of the elements Zhao Qian admired about the novel. It felt like her own life at school, where she might quarrel with her girlfriends, but always make up in the end. Chapter 1361 to 1135. The Death of Cedric_2. The novel is derived from reality. Everything is so warm and healing. There are still some people online saying that Chu Kuang loves to deal brutal blows to his characters while writing. No matter what happened in the past, no matter what his other novels were like. At least with this one, Zhao Qian finds it absolutely delightful to read. Chu Kuang is the best and understands his readers' thoughts and expectations exceptionally well. Take this moment, for instance. Even though Harry Potter isn't considered a favorite in the competition, as the protagonist, he is bound to make it to the final round. The ups and downs of the plot. The shadow of Voldemort lingers over him. But so what? In every single book, doesn't Voldemort show up to cause trouble? Harry Potter always manages to defeat him. In the humorous words of some internet users, this is a world where only Voldemort gets hurt. The reading continues. Before she knows it, several hours have passed. Not realizing it was already lunchtime until she felt hungry, Zhao Qian ordered some takeout, ate quickly, and resumed reading, oblivious even as night began to fall. At this moment, the plot is just as Zhao Qian had anticipated. Harry Potter and 2 other contestants have reached the final round. Among them is one character Zhao Qian particularly likes, Cedric. Honestly speaking, Chu Kuang's character development is truly outstanding. Though Cedric was mentioned earlier in the story, Zhao Qian didn't feel much for him at first because of the limited focus on his character. Her favorites up to that point were Snape, Hagrid, and, of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. But in this installment, Cedric's character has truly come to life. Cedric, who is 3 years older than Harry, is something of a senior to him. He is a calm, talented, and graceful boy. People admire him for embodying everything one could hope for in a Hogwarts student. The story initially paints him as almost flawless. Perhaps that's why Zhao Qian had no strong feelings about his character at first. This kind of larger-than-life, morally upright character always feels somewhat unrelatable. But in this installment, Zhao Qian completely falls for Cedric. When Harry became the fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament, the students from other houses misunderstood him, accusing him of using underhanded methods to qualify. Many began wearing "Potter stinks" badges in protest. Even his good friend Ron started distancing himself from Harry. Cedric, however, urged those students to remove these obviously insulting badges targeting Harry. It's worth noting that at a school where students fiercely defend their house's honor, this was no small gesture. Every Quidditch match is fought with relentless determination, regardless of the dangers involved. And this wasn't Quidditch. This was the Triwizard Tournament, a competition among the schools held once every 100 years. And the trophy for this match represents an honor that Cedric's house, Hufflepuff, hasn't won for centuries. In the original text, this is the most important competition of Cedric's life. And yet, Harry shared what he knew about the first task with Cedric. As a result, Cedric successfully advanced. Cedric, a firm believer in fairness, displayed that characteristic Libra-like pursuit of justice by revealing to Harry how to decode the second task. Even though they were competitors, Dreamboat, Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with little stars. Girls just can't resist characters like this. Before, Cedric's perfection and righteousness had felt hollow to Zhao Qian, almost making her resistant to liking his character. But upon witnessing Cedric's actions, his nobility and perfection became grounded in reality, no longer just empty descriptions. His charm exploded onto the pages, and Zhao Qian genuinely fell for him. In fact, any reader reaching this point would develop immense admiration for Cedric. He's a character that represents the light, his overall image undeniably positive, a flawlessly depicted figure. She realizes she might be fangirling a little too hard. Zhao Qian pats her blushing cheeks and continues flipping the pages. The final round begins. Cedric charges toward the trophy. By all accounts, Cedric should have been the first to seize the trophy. But then the unexpected happens. A giant spider entangles Cedric. Thankfully, Harry intervenes, helping him escape the clutches of the spider. Seeing the trophy within reach, Cedric lets out a strained smile. With all his determination, he urges Harry to take the trophy, because he believes Harry is the one who truly deserves the final victory. Fairness. Fairness. Still fairness. This is quintessential Cedric. It seems to be his life mantra. For this, he relinquishes the most important competition of his life. He gives up an honor Hufflepuff hasn't seen in hundreds of years. Isn't it outrageously cool? Zhao Qian's affection for Cedric is now off the charts. It's not just about his pursuit of fairness, but also his inherent kindness. No wonder the novel described him as having everything one could hope for in a Hogwarts student. Handsome, noble, and kind. On top of that, he's so capable. In any other novel, he'd be the main hero, no doubt about it. But Harry Potter is also amazing. The actual protagonist invites Cedric to jointly claim the trophy and share the honor together. Yes, Zhao Qian loves this arrangement. Cedric and Harry achieving a win-win scenario. When the two lift the trophy together, Zhao Qian's smile is unstoppable. This is probably why she loves the Harry Potter series so much. But then, at that very moment, a shocking turn of events unfolds. Someone tampered with the trophy. Harry and Cedric are dragged to a graveyard. It turns out this was all Voldemort's plan. He was using Harry to regain his physical form. In the next moment, Zhao Qian froze. Her vision started to blur. In Voldemort's grand scheme targeting Harry, Cedric became an innocent casualty and was killed by the enemy. Cedric died. The character Zhao Qian had just fallen in love with died like this. Even at the last moment of his life, surrounded by the most terrifying enemies in the wizarding world, he tried to draw his wand to fight. For several seconds, she was completely stunned. Only after some time did Zhao Qian regain her senses. Her eyes began to sting, and her heart ached deeply. For the first time after reading 4 Harry Potter novels, Zhao Qian experienced such heart-wrenching pain. In a daze, she wasn't even sure how she finished the rest of the story. During Voldemort's duel with Harry, their wands reacted strangely. The spirits of everyone Voldemort had killed appeared. Among them was Cedric's spirit. He didn't blame anyone. Even though he had tragically become an irrelevant sacrifice in the confrontation between Harry and Voldemort, he simply asked Harry to take his body back, to return him to his parents. Perhaps the thing that saddened him most before his death was the thought of how his parents would react to the tragedy. And at the end of the story, Headmaster Dumbledore expressed his deep condolences for Cedric at the end of term feast. Cedric exemplified the unique qualities of Hufflepuff. He is a model worth learning from. He was a kind and loyal friend. He cherished fair competition, and his death was a shock to everyone, whether they knew him or not. Please remember Cedric. When you must choose between what is right and what is easy, never forget the ordeal of a boy who was upright, kind, and brave. Why did it have to be like this? Why did Chu Kuang make him so noble and wonderful? It was the most important competition of his life, and he even worked together with Harry, so kind, so fair, with unlimited potential for the future. Yet he had to be killed off? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhao Qian was utterly heartbroken. Only at this moment did she truly realize that Hufflepuff's perfect boy was gone forever. Chapter 1362, 1136. Young and fragile readers of Zhong Continent. With her eyes moist, Zhao Qian suddenly thought of those words from Outsiders. Chu Kuang often gives a knife to the characters in his writing. Previously, Zhao Qian didn't believe it. She didn't even have a concrete understanding. Until now she truly grasped the meaning of this phrase. Meanwhile, countless Zhong Continent readers like Zhao Qian were deeply provoked by this story. Voldemort has returned. In each installment, Voldemort, who must face a knife, has finally turned the tables. I can accept the big villain's resurrection because the upcoming plot is indeed worth anticipating. But why did Cedric have to die? Cedric's death made me cry so hard. The saddest part is when Harry carries Cedric's body out of the graveyard, and Cedric's father watches the body and desperately says, "That's my son. That's my son." It's so painful. I really liked Cedric. I thought he would become a popular character in subsequent plots. I never expected he would face a plot-driven death at the end, his life snuffed out so suddenly. The Outsiders weren't wrong. This Chu Kuang is really crazy. Presenting Cedric in his most perfect form to us readers, then personally destroying him, and using the headmaster's eulogy at the end to trick my tears again. Isn't this supposed to be children's literature? Does Chu Kuang have some misunderstanding about children's literature? The plot was clearly good in the beginning, and the story started targeting a broader readership, with vivid and complete character portrayals, even filled with adult world implications and metaphors. Yet, the sudden heaviness at the end caught everyone off guard and made everything terrible. Did he write off Cedric because he was Harry's rival in love? The opening Quidditch, the campus romance in the middle, the thrilling Triwizard Tournament in the latter half. The story is more exciting than the previous 3 books, and the content is very rich, easily over 500,000 words of plot, but I still ended up crying my heart out at the end. Chu Kuang, you old rascal. Give me back Cedric. The story is indeed captivating, and the angst is real. 2. The ending is a bit too oppressive, all because of Cedric's death. This is the first time Zhong Continent readers realized the weight of the word old rascal. Before this, only readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei like to call Chu Kuang old rascal. On the Zhong Continent side, they've always just called him Chu Kuang. Some even like to add teacher at the end. Now it's all gone. It feels like Zhong Continent has been assimilated too. Chu Kuang's old rascal name echoed throughout the Zhong Continent reader circle. Strangely enough, while Zhong Continent readers jumped in anger, readers from other continents didn't curse out loud like before. Although they were equally heartbroken by this character's death, those familiar with Chu Kuang even felt an untimely sense of relief. Thank goodness it was Cedric who died. It's not that they didn't like Cedric. In terms of character portrayal, Cedric's image was very successful. Otherwise, his death wouldn't have caused countless Zhong Continent readers to break down in tears. Veteran readers from various continents were relieved purely because the old rascal didn't swing his axe at those more beloved characters. Like Hagrid, like Snape, like Dumbledore, like. This book has too many characters worth loving. And given Chu Kuang's style, just writing off Cedric, a supporting character first formally described in this installment, The old rascal has already shown mercy. So young. These young continent readers are still too young and fragile. This is the old rascal we're familiar with. No deaths in 3 consecutive installments is so unlike Chu Kuang. That being said, I never thought he'd dare to do this in children's literature. Fortunately, we've maxed out our resistance skills. After enduring countless blows, my heart has become hardened like stone. When Cedric died, I only choked back a small sob. Reading Chu Kuang's books really trains your endurance. If this was the first time reading Chu Kuang, perhaps I would be suffering like the Zhong continent readers too. This time no testing like with Shinong. Tested. Formaldehyde indeed. You're probably already poisoned and dead. Give a proper burial to fallen comrades. Cedric can never return, but that old rascal has returned. Don't say that. It's just a supporting character that died, and one who appeared only in this installment. Although it's children's literature, this plot handling is understandable. Overall, the story direction becomes more engaging, and the introduction of other houses is a big surprise in this book. That's true. This remains a work of children's literature. Over 95% of the content still makes readers smile, with Ron and Hermione having a romantic line, and Harry Potter's first crush on Cho, which I find a bit regretful. I still prefer Harry and Hermione as a couple. This is a very real point. After all, Cedric wasn't a popular character. Just for this installment, to make Cedric's death more impactful, the story gave him some attention. The main focus for everyone invariably won't be this supporting character. Compared to Cedric's death, it's the resurrection and return of Voldemort that is the biggest highlight of this installment. Conflict becomes more intense. The storyline grows more complex and unpredictable. Moreover, romantic lines are added. The romantic line between Ron and Hermione, and the main character Harry Potter's crush on Cho, are all points of curiosity for everyone. This helped the vast majority of readers to quickly move on from the shadow of Cedric's death, brimming with infinite anticipation for the subsequent plot. But some are worried that even more important characters may die later. After all, Cedric's death in this installment already gave many veteran readers a familiar scent. However, more are willing to believe. This arrangement of character death was to highlight the brutal struggle between Voldemort and Harry Potter. This is gentle angst. Chu Kuang's readers can totally handle it. This level of heart-wrenching plot isn't just something Chu Kuang would write. Many other authors would occasionally write such a part too. But these people would never have thought. From this installment on, the Harry Potter series is no longer purely children's literature. The 3 main characters have love lines. This means the 3 main characters are gradually growing up. After all, children wouldn't have love lines. To be precise, this is the turning point of the Harry Potter series, transitioning from children's literature to setting a dark tone. At this moment, Lin Yuan, of course, also paid attention to the reactions online for the 4th book. To be honest, very surprising. If we exclude the reactions of Zhong continent readers, fans from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei, it seems their resistance has greatly improved. Only the world wounded by Voldemort is shattered. If it were before, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei would likely join Zhong continent readers in cursing the old rascal. This comforted Lin Yuan. It seems Chu Kuang has quietly cultivated a batch of readers with quite resilient nerves over the years. Resilience is good. Resilience is indeed a good thing. Chapter 1363, 1137. Why are there so many monsters in Qin continent? Resilience is good. Lin Yuan muttered thoughtfully as he typed out a line in the document on his computer. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. This is the 5th installment of the Harry Potter series. The hottest days of the summer were drawing to a close, and an eerie, drowsy silence hung over the large, square houses on Privet Drive. Dust-covered cars gleamed in the sunshine as they sat abandoned on the scorched yellow lawns that had once been green. The opening of this installment. Harry and Dudley encounter Dementors. That's what sets this apart from the earlier parts of the series. The opening chapters of the previous installments were relatively serene. Only in this one, the plot immediately gives off a sense of an impending storm, with an oppressive atmosphere running throughout the narrative. Additionally, this installment is also the longest in the series, with all chapters combined nearing 700,000 words. The goat of wordsmithing indeed. Chu Kuang plans to complete Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix within a month. At this moment, more than 3 months had passed since the unification of Zhong continent. With the Harry Potter series, Chu Kuang had successfully won over countless fans in Zhong continent. Just like last year, when Xian Yu, through the Blue Song Olympics, left an indelibly deep impression on the people of Zhong continent. And as yet another member of the three brothers, Shadow unexpectedly entered the radar of the Zhong continent audience. Even Shadow himself hadn't anticipated this. Clearly, the art exhibition hadn't even started yet. So how could Zhong continent people become so familiar with Shadow so quickly? This had to do with the Blue Star artistic and drawing rankings. As the highest-ranked comic artist on the chart, Shadow attracted widespread attention, which was somewhat expected. Because when the rankings were first released, there was considerable discussion in Zhong continent about the status of comic artists. The reason behind this discussion was simple. Zhong continent's top comic artist, Teng Zhai, was ranked only 48th. That's too low. Is the artistic value of comics really this low? Blue Star's top comic artist, the king of the comic world, only ranked 48th. Ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous is that other artists slightly less influential than Teng Zhai, but still incredibly impactful, were ranked outside the top 50. I think Teng Zhai's drawing technique is really impressive. His renown even surpasses that of many acclaimed veterans in traditional art circles. Hold on. I noticed an overseas comic artist who ranks higher than Teng Zhai. He's actually 21st on the chart. Who is it? Qin continent's comic artist, Shadow. Both are part of the same professional field of comics. So why would this person rank higher than Blue Star's single highest-selling comic artist, Teng Zhai? Is the Literature and Art Association insane? The Literature and Art Association certainly isn't insane. This Shadow is hailed by readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei as the King of Comics. King of Comics? That title is way too arrogant. Even Teng Zhai wouldn't dare call himself that. At the time, Shadow faced plenty of doubt, and it was amidst this whirlpool of skepticism that he entered the sights of regular readers in Zhong continent. And swiftly thereafter, numerous Zhong continent readers, with a sense of disbelief, sought out Shadow's representative comic works. When they did, Zhong continent's comic community was completely stunned. Titles like Death God, titles like One Piece, titles like Doraemon, titles like Naruto, titles like Slam Dunk, titles like Detective Chuyu, titles like Mobile Suit Gundam, and many more. Shadow is downright incredible. He created so many works, each one fresh and captivating to Zhong continent readers. It's no exaggeration to say, almost every Zhong continent reader can find their true favorite among Shadow's myriad comic works. If comparing individual works, it's difficult to objectively determine who's stronger between Shadow and Teng Zhai. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses, and opinions vary across individuals. However, when comparing the complete body of works between the two comic artists, Shadow undoubtedly eclipses Teng Zhai, Zhong continent's top comic artist. The reason being Shadow is overwhelmingly prolific. Many of his works rival Teng Zhai's quality. In contrast, despite having been in the industry for years, Teng Zhai has only produced 4 comics. How could they possibly compete? This marks the beginning of Shadow's penetration into the Zhong continent market, leveraging the influence of Blue Star's artistic rankings. The global rankings, curated by the Literature and Art Association, were newly released but carried significant credibility and authority. Soon, Shadow's various comics boomed in popularity across Zhong continent, and the animated adaptations of these comics also achieved immense success there. Not long after, a certain truth that Zhong continent people found even more terrifying came to light. Shadow wasn't just a comic artist. He was also an animation director. Most of the animated content on Blue Star's second children's channel was created by Shadow. Keep in mind, following Zhong continent's integration into the unified Blue Star, both of Blue Star's children's channels became accessible to Zhong continent. Many families in Zhong continent with kids unanimously chose to watch the second children's channel for its superior animation quality. Only now do many Zhong continent people realize. The cartoons aired on the second children's channel were mostly conceived by none other than Shadow. Where did this monstrous talent come from? This is terrifying. Tung Zhai can't compete at all. A comic artist producing such phenomenal cartoons and serving as the director of these animations. Qin Continent strikes again. Xian Yu is from Qin Continent. Xu Kuang is from Qin Continent. And now Shadow is also from Qin Continent. What in the world is going on in Qin Continent? Admittedly, freakishly talented individuals are rare. I asked some overseas friends about it, and they said Shadow, Xu Kuang, and Xian Yu are extremely close and private. Foreign netizens even call them the three brothers and rank them equally. By now, everyone's aware of the saying Xian Yu reigns in the south, Xu Kuang rules in the north, right? Yes. Well, there's an additional phrase, and Shadow stands central. Holy, Zhong Continent people were blown away. This marked the definitive moment when Shadow established his fame in Zhong Continent. Even though he hadn't released a new project following Zhong Continent's integration into Blue Star's unification. Meanwhile, however, the Zhong Continent comic industry was relatively calm. Being more perceptive, they had already anticipated all of this since the unification began. There was simply no avoiding it. Blue Star's unification brought an influx of news from foreign continents. By the time the Zhong Continent public had absorbed the flood of information, they were already 3 months behind. In truth, if Xu Kuang hadn't written the Harry Potter series, his earlier works alone could have brought him the same recognition in Zhong Continent as Shadow. The difference was whether it happened sooner or later. However, Shadow was also gearing up to release new works. 3 months in, some of the short animated films directed by Shadow on the second children's channel had already finished airing. As the backbone of the second channel, Shadow needed to deliver fresh content. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Chapter 1364, 1138, King of Comics and King of Animation. Since the establishment of the Blue Star Children's Channel, the ratings of the second channel have consistently overshadowed the first channel. However, things have recently begun to change. Over at the first children's channel, with the conclusion of a batch of old animations, they have aired new ones. Behind these productions are none other than the headquarters of Blue Star's 5 major film and television companies. The skill level of these 5 headquarters is undeniably higher. These 5 animations have performed exceptionally well in both ratings and reputation, helping the first channel gradually reclaim viewership from the second channel. Conversely, on the second channel, with Shadow's animations gradually coming to an end, the new animations that have replaced them are not on par with the previous works, resulting in a continuous decline in ratings. This has made the leadership of the second channel realize, without Shadow's support, the second channel fundamentally cannot compete with the first. Currently, the second channel is still holding its ground against the first, solely because Shadow's remaining animations have not finished airing. On this very day, Shadow's 100-plus episode animation, Captain Tsubasa, is heading toward its finale. The second channel's relevant personnel urgently contacted Jin Mu, seeking Shadow's animation support. By this time, Lin Yuan was already aware of the situation. Inside the studio, Jin Mu said to Lin Yuan, "The 100-plus episode animation Captain Tsubasa wraps up today, and the second channel is asking for support. If we don't provide them with new animations, they're going to be crushed by the first channel." Lin Yuan, "Which works are still running?" Jin Mu responded smoothly. "Right now, we still have SpongeBob SquarePants, 3000 Whys of Blue Cat, My Little Pony, and the second channel's current top-rated show, Doraemon. The other 7 works have all concluded." Wow. At the end of last year, 11 animations were released, and now only 4 are still ongoing. These 4 are considered long-running titles. The combined length of several seasons for these works generally exceeds 200 episodes, so 3 months of broadcasting hasn't finished them yet. 7, huh? Since the last expansion, Dream Factory's employee numbers have surged. The newcomers haven't had any leisure time after joining the company. Under the guidance of veteran employees, they have been quietly producing numerous animations. At the same time, Starlight's animation department also has a substantial workload, similarly assisting Shadow in producing animations to meet the demands of the second children's channel. Thus far, both sides, according to Shadow's requirements, have completed 10 animations. This is the benefit of company expansion. Without it, Shadow might struggle to meet these demands. The second channel has a gap of 7 works to fill. Lin Yuan now holds 10 new animations, with plans to continue more. Production entirely capable of filling the schedule gap, just in time. Now that Zhong Continent has joined the Blue Star merger, Shadow intends to reassert dominance over the Blue Star animation market, making a powerful statement to boost its fame and influence. And while doing so, it can also serve as promotion for the year-end art exhibition. Why not? Thinking this through, Lin Yuan listed 7 animation titles on his computer. The first animation is called A Pig Beiji Falls from the Sky. This one picks up the baton from the Journey to the West animations, aiming to raise Zhu Beiji's popularity and enhance the influence of the Journey to the West IP. The second animation is called Astro Boy. This work was immensely popular in its previous life, even selling overseas and becoming a ratings phenomenon in Neon that remains unbroken to this day. Additionally, it's worth noting, this animation was the first foreign animation introduced into Celestial Dynasty. Lin Yuan believes that this work could certainly garner impressive ratings. The third animation is called Lotus Lantern. This one picks up where Little Neza left off, continuing with the mythological theme of animations. Incidentally, Starlight once produced a drama version of Lotus Lantern, which is also a well-known IP derived from the Journey to the West series. The fourth animation is called Martin's Morning. This one is considered one of the most beloved animations among the Celestial Dynasty's 90s generation, also known as Martin the Transformer. It has an excellent rating on Dubon, a co-production between Celestial Dynasty and foreign creators. The fifth is Black Cat Detective. This work was cut short for certain reasons. Luckily, the regret of being cut short in its previous life can be rectified in Blue Star. With fewer restrictions here, slight modifications would allow it to be broadcast. The sixth is The Little Tiger Returns. This one picks up where Little Carp Adventure left off, continuing the tradition of animal protagonist animations. Many of the earlier works from Celestial Dynasty were, in fact, of very high quality. The seventh is Ultraman Mebius. The success of Ultraman Tiga has already been firmly established. Continuing to expand the Ultraman universe would make it the most popular tokusatsu series. A blend of Eastern and Western cultures, essentially. Lin Yuan quickly finalized 7 choices. Each decision was made with crystal-clear rationale. In the animation circle, industry insiders have continued paying close attention to the ratings war between these two children's channels. The Big Five are about to pull off a reversal. Their ratings are catching up fast. It's actually quite normal for the first children's channel to pull off a reversal since, before, it was the continental branches of the Big Five film companies taking action. Now, it's the headquarters of the Big Five in Zhong Continent stepping in. The quality of their works is indeed on a higher level, instantly reviving their ratings. The ratings battle is constantly evolving. Because many animations gradually reach their conclusion, if you want high ratings, you must continuously release new works. Every few months, the two channels replace their batch of animations, pushing everyone back into a new round of tug-of-war that resets competition. Exactly. Having strong ratings for your previous animation doesn't guarantee continued dominance. The first channel is backed by 5 top companies, while the second channel only has Shadow behind them. Chapter 1365, 1138, King of Comics and King of Animation _2. The pressure at Channel 2 is really intense. I wonder if Shadow will make another move. His previous opponents were just the 5 major branches, but now their headquarters have stepped in, and yet his new animation still hasn't emerged. Will he make a move? If Shadow takes action again, will his opponent be the 5 major headquarters this time? On the side of the 5 majors, both headquarters and branch members were laughing. Your branches really don't measure up. The branches of 5 companies combined still couldn't beat a single person from the other side, and headquarters couldn't bear to watch anymore. Well, we've caught up now. We caught up because our headquarters stepped in. After this, Channel 2 won't even matter anymore. Blue Starians. We'll watch animations made by the 5 majors. Don't let our guard down. That Shadow isn't simple. This person excels at both comic creation and animation creation. If Channel 2 asks him to make another move, we may not have absolute confidence in winning. Let him come then. Who's got deeper roots than us 5 majors? Our company did market research, And now everyone's trust in Channel 1 is climbing steadily. Channel 2 is gradually losing its appeal. But this wasn't just the boastful talk of the five majors. There were indeed children whose interest in Channel 2 was waning. Take this very evening, for instance. Qin Continent. A family household. Two kids were chatting. Channel 2 doesn't seem to have as many good animations as it used to. Yesterday, Captain Tsubasa finished airing. How about we switch over to Channel 1? But I want to watch Doraemon. That's okay. When Doraemon airs, we can switch back to Channel 1. All right. Hey, wait a second. Looks like Channel 2 has a new animation. What's that? The two kids, brothers, would gather each evening to watch animations. Their favorite had always been Channel 2. But recently, the overall quality of Channel 2's animations had declined. That night, while they were planning to check out Channel 1's increasingly talked about animations, they suddenly noticed that Channel 2 had aired a new animation. This new animation was called Astro Boy. In no time, the kids forgot about switching channels and curiously started watching. And just like that, they were captivated. It was so good. Absolutely amazing. Astro Boy, this mechanical boy with human thoughts, was incredibly appealing. No child could resist. Not to mention that Astro Boy was also immensely powerful. Kids admire powerful heroes more than anything. After watching just the first episode, the two brothers completely forgot about searching for another channel. With just one animation, Astro Boy, Channel 2's ratings crisis that night was significantly alleviated. However, this was just the beginning. In the following days, Channel 2 began incessantly airing Shadow's new animations, replacing those older shows that wrapped with little acclaim. Before anyone could react, Channel 2's ratings had already surpassed Channel 1. As if, for Shadow, neither the branches nor the headquarters of the five majors could stand against him in making animations. The first big hit, naturally, was the earliest replacement, Astro Boy. The day after it aired, preschool kids were enthusiastically discussing, "Did you see Astro Boy on Channel 2? Who's that? My mom said he's a 10,000 horsepower little hero. A robot. Astro Boy's a robot, and he looks so awesome when he flies." The ratings for this animation were sky high. Next came A Pig Beiji Falls from the Sky. Zhu Beiji is so silly. He's not as powerful as Sun Wukong, but he's so adorable. That chubby belly cracks me up. I love that song. I know the lyrics. Beiji, Beiji, good-hearted and kind. Beiji, Beiji, silly and cute. Big ears and fat cheeks, living carefree. Kids were even more familiar with Journey to the West now. Then came Martin's Morning. Martin, Martin, every morning you wake Martin. Martin, a new miracle awaits. It's so fun. I love the episode where Martin became a king. Every episode, he transforms into something new. That's my favorite part at the start of each show. The creativity in this animation was incredible. Next in line was Black Cat Squad Leader. It's kind of scary. Poor Mr. Mantis. But it's so good. Black Cat Squad Leader and White Cat Squad Leader. The startling scenes in this animation brought some controversy, but the level of suspense was still acceptable. Then there was The Little Tiger Returns. Boo-hoo, so touching. Those two bad guys keep chasing the little white tiger with guns. I hope Little Tiger can return home soon. This was the quintessential parent-child animation, a bit childish, but with a steady audience. Lastly, Ultraman Mebius. Ultraman. He's kind of like Ultraman Tiga. I think Mebius is even stronger. They're all amazing. Riding on the foundation laid by Ultraman Tiga, this tokusatsu series ignited countless discussions. Shadow. Shadow. Still Shadow. In just over a month. Every time Channel 2 wrapped up an underperforming non-Shadow production, they immediately launched a new Shadow-directed animation. And at the same time, every time a new Shadow animation aired, Channel 2's ratings would climb noticeably. By the time 7 animations were fully released, Channel 2's ratings had securely suppressed Channel 1, despite the latter being backed by the headquarters of the five majors. The industry was utterly stunned and at a loss for words. Over on the side of the five majors, everyone felt like they were living in a dream. Chapter 1366, 1138, King of Comics and King of Animation _3. Oh my god, what's going on here? Who knows how Shadow did it? Each of the 7 new animated films is more amazing than the last. especially that Steel Fortress Astro Boy. That, Martin's Morning, such a great idea. I'm going to faint. I'm already fainting. The whole animation scene is going to faint. So many great animations being put out like they're free. Even our Big Five's resources can't keep up. This is unscientific. The headquarters of the Big Five are all on their knees. I just don't believe this sorcery. Does he have more great animations? Bring them out. If we drain him dry, we can win. This group of people was all talking gibberish. But soon something even more baffling happened. Because Black Cat Detective finished its run. This was a short animation, concluded in half a month. The new show following it up is called Clever. IQ. That's right. The one with the theme song that goes IQ, 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 IQ. Swoosh. In just a few days, this one got hot too. Even more popular than the now finished Black Cat Detective. Kids quickly got familiar with IQ. At this moment, the animation departments of the Big Five film companies collectively collapsed. The entire industry was in awe. No one dared to question Shadow's animation skills anymore. 2 waves. This was already the second wave. In the last wave, Shadow put out 11 animations. Some thought he would be drained, but then he turned around and released 7 classic animations in this wave. No, wait. Including Clever IQ, Shadow released 8 animations this wave. What more is there to say? The Blue Star animation field for so many years. The industry has never seen someone this insane. Don't forget, the Blue Star is in a big merger right now. These animations from the second channel are not only popular in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei, but also have become well known in the newly joined Zhong continent. This is truly global impact. Although the influence is mainly among children, adults naturally know about these works by association, not to mention many families where parents watch animations together with their kids. Quickly, these animations sparked national discussion. My kids are more and more into watching cartoons now. I control the time. I only let them watch for 2 hours a day. They're watching the second channel, right? Yes, all the kids are watching the second channel now. It seems that there's no need for the Literature and Art Association to make 2 children's channels, as most kids are watching the second channel anyway. By the way, I heard all the animations on the second channel are made by one person. I heard that too. Shadow from Qin Continent. Qin Continent really seems to be a place that produces talent. Amid countless discussions, media across continents fueled the fire. Global celebration for children. The Blue Star's second children's channel has a phenomenal viewership. All animations on the second children's channel were created by one person, Shadow from Qin Continent. Is Shadow the king of comics? Or the king of animation? The top cartoonist of Blue Star is surprisingly most skilled at animation. Shadow's animations and comics both explode in popularity. From Blue Star's children to teenagers, they have all been captivated by Shadow. Shadow informs the Blue Star animation scene. Shadow's 3 brothers from Qin Continent sweep Zhong Continent. That's right. This wave is a clean sweep. The Middle State people who just found out that Shadow is not only invincible in comics, but also skilled in making animations, finally got a direct feeling of Shadow's animation prowess after learning about the second channel. Wow. Increasingly, it seems Teng Zhai's loss was justified. Even though they are both cartoonists, this gap is huge. Teng Zhai. I'm going to make animations too. Haha. First, Teng Zhai has to beat the Big Five on his own. The Big Five have always been invincible, and still are, but their animation departments have faced an unprecedented terrifying opponent and are no longer invincible. TSK. In my lifetime, I can actually see the Big Five embarrassed in front of outsiders. Before, it was just competition between the Big Five. Now the Big Five have teamed up against Shadow, yet in animation, they still can't handle him. By the way, do you think Shadow's world ranking will increase after this wave? It definitely will. This wave is too crazy. So many classic animations. It's like one person has sustained a Blue Star level TV channel. Crazy. 2 months. The Middle State people were just getting familiar with Shadow, and this person put on an unparalleled personal showcase of madness. At this moment, the official media under the Literature and Art Association even reported on Shadow and the second children's channel. In the report, the Literature and Art Association confirmed Shadow's achievements. With countless popular cartoons being aired consecutively and enthusiastically embraced by all children, we have reason to believe that Shadow has become the undisputed king of animation of Blue Star, a title as dazzling as his crown of King of Comics. Outside, people have always referred to Shadow as the King of Comics. This is the first time that media under the Literature and Art Association has used this title to report on Shadow, marking official recognition. Moreover, the Literature and Art Association officially awarded Shadow a new title of equal value to the previous one, that is, King of Animation. At this moment, everyone knew. With such endorsement from the Literature and Art Association, Shadow's world ranking will surely rise next month. Chapter 1367, 1139, Preparing a Solo Concert. After being crowned the King of Comics, Shadow has now earned the title of King of Animation, successfully conquering the Zhong continent market, just like Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, and becoming a global sensation. Even Lin Yuan himself is somewhat surprised. But on second thought, it all makes sense. Shadow has long been a household name across the 7 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei. This foundation is not something everyone possesses. Blue Star only has 8 continents in total. And after the global rankings were released, Shadow's comic works quickly became a hit in Zhong continent. Coupled with his string of 8 consecutive hit animations, it is only natural that Shadow's fame has spread worldwide. The end-of-year art exhibition has laid its groundwork with this wave of popularity. As for Shadow's rising ranking, Lin Yuan is actually not that concerned anymore. Once the art exhibition launches, the Painting Soul series makes its debut to the public, and Shadow's ranking is bound to sweep across the entire leaderboard. That will be the moment when Shadow truly takes flight. Compared to the future gains from the art exhibition's rankings, what does this current increase even matter? Lin Yuan is even suspicious. After the exhibition, Shadow's ranking on his leaderboard might end up surpassing Chu Kuang and Xian Yu's rankings on their respective leaderboards. The family, however, is exceptionally excited, because everyone in the family knows Lin Yuan is good friends with Shadow and Chu Kuang. Mom, our Yuan really knows how to make friends. Each one of them is so outstanding. But I used to think Chu Kuang was more impressive than Shadow. Now it seems Shadow is just as incredible. Indeed. The elder sister nodded. My colleague's son watches Shadow's animations all the time. The younger sister rolled her eyes. My former classmates still indulge in Shadow's comics, posting all kinds of references from them in their social media feeds. For instance, last night one of my classmates suddenly posted a line from Naruto. My pain is greater than yours. How do you know that's a line from Naruto? Because I'm watching it too. Aren't people of our generation in Qin continent all listening to Big Brother's music, reading Chu Kuang's novels, and watching Shadow's comics? I wonder how much Shadow's ranking will improve this time. I saw people online saying, it might rise more than just one spot. I'm more concerned about Yuan's ranking. Why hasn't the music leaderboard been announced yet? Woof! Antarctica barked excitedly. Compared to Shadow and Chu Kuang's achievements, the family is most looking forward to Xian Yu's ranking, but the music rankings haven't been released yet. Meanwhile, on the internet, the buzz around Shadow continues. His comics are becoming more popular. His animations are becoming more popular. Even his older work, Robot Wally, which was a huge hit in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei, has now been rediscovered by many Zhong continent viewers. Many people joked, when those kids watching his cartoons on the second channel grow a bit older, they'll definitely start reading Shadow's comics. Through the journey from childhood to adulthood, Shadow is truly like a shadow that has always stayed by their side. The netizens from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei marvel. As the integration process continues, the 3 brothers have finally taken Blue Star by storm. Every time a new continent joins in, they make their presence felt. But Xian Yu was the first to achieve fame. Before Zhong continent joined the integration, the Blue Song Olympics had already etched Xian Yu into the minds of Zhong continent's people. Some predictions suggest, when the music rankings come out, Xian Yu might have the highest initial ranking among the 3 brothers in his domain. The Blue Star. Leaderboards across various fields are topics people talk about constantly. And now, as Shadow's animations continue airing on the second channel, April approaches. On this late March day, once again, everyone turns their attention to the writers' power rankings and the art and painting leaderboard, as usual. At midnight, the writers' power rankings are updated. There were indeed some shifts amongst the top 50, but mainly between placements 30 and 50. Clearly, many people were motivated by the leaderboard and are now working harder. But the top 30 remained rock solid, without any changes whatsoever. Even the much-watched Chu Kuang held his position at 12th place. That rank is too high for changes to happen easily, even though the Harry Potter series keeps getting hotter with each release. On the other side, the Blue Star art and painting leaderboard is updated. Many people immediately searched for Shadow's ranking. Shadow had previously held the 21st spot. Now, 21st was no longer occupied by Shadow. Everyone started searching for him within the top 20. 20th place? Not there. 19th place? Still not there. 18th place? They found him. Shadow had moved up to 18th place. Immediately, global uproar. Is this the first time someone has jumped spots on both the writers' power rankings and the art leaderboard? Isn't this jump a bit much? I thought Shadow would land at the 20th spot. He leaped 3 ranks in one go. Is this because of the 8 animated series on second channel? But this was so fast. Animation doesn't hold that much weight, though. True, but Shadow released 8 hit animated series all at once and directed them all himself. Who else in the animation industry could pull this off? That's bonus points for a genius. In games, when you overachieve a task, you can get an SSS rating and experience points doubled. Don't forget about the official title of King of Animation too. But that's not all. You might have noticed, Shadow's comic sales in Zhong Continent have completely exploded this month. Yes, and those animations adapted from his comics are breaking records on major video sites too. This month has been Shadow's full-force breakout. The formerly obscure one among the 3 brothers has officially risen. I'm extremely curious. Who exactly is Shadow? Why can't we find any information about him online? The 7 continents of ours have been searching for him all along. But Shadow and Chu Kuang are just too mysterious. Not even the paparazzi have found a trace of them. Some Zhong Continent folks are curious about Shadow's identity. Similarly, some in Zhong Continent are curious about Chu Kuang's identity. But the netizens of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei have been curious for years. No one had found an answer. Xianyu was seen as a potential lead. But unfortunately, Xianyu would never leak any information about those 2. A reporter once tried prying it out from him, but he outright refused to answer any related questions, so no journalist dared to ask him again. There's no way around it. No one would want to offend Blue Star's youngest maestro unless they were ready to sever ties with Xianyu for good. Elsewhere, upon seeing the rankings, Starlight's animation department was thrilled. Dream Factory was thrilled. Jin Mu called Lin Yuan right away to congratulate him. After congratulating him, Jin Mu asked, "Have you finished writing the 5th installment of the Harry Potter series?" Yes. This month, Lin Yuan had written nearly 700,000 words, completing Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Jin Mu laughed. "Then I'll contact the publisher." Lin Yuan agreed. Shortly afterward, the chairman called with more congratulations. It seemed like every time it was Jin Mu and the chairman taking turns to congratulate Lin Yuan, as they were the only ones privy to his multiple identities. Just as the call was about to end, Lin Yuan suddenly told the chairman, "Could you help me book a music hall this year?" "Huh, I want to hold a solo music concert." When the chairman's voice immediately grew excited, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and answered, "Next year. This year, there's Shadow's art exhibition. Chu Kuang's affairs also require attention." The chairman calmed down slightly. "It's high time for you to hold a solo music concert. How about starting with one of the 5 major music halls?" "Sure. In Zhong Continent or Qin Continent. Either works. Then I'll start arranging it. Let me know what you need. I'll handle it for you. And if the company doesn't have what's required, I'll source it externally." The chairman treated the matter with utmost importance. After the sensation caused by Xianyu's previous concert, organizing another one might recreate that kind of grand spectacle. Preparations for a music concert take time. Lin Yuan needed to pick the right personnel to complete the music, while also going through extensive rehearsals and adjustments. This was a demanding task. Starting the preparations this year would allow him to be more composed when hosting his solo music concert next year. Indeed, Lin Yuan has already planned out his year. In the year Zhong continent joins the Union. Shadow's primary goal is to successfully host his art exhibition. Xian Yu's primary goal is to plan his solo music concert. And Chu Kuang's primary goal remains to complete the Harry Potter series. This task is the simplest one. The Harry Potter series is now on its 5th installment. If nothing unexpected arises, the remaining 2 books should be finished within 2 months, by June this year. If Chu Kuang hasn't entered the Writers' Power Rankings top 10 by then, he'll keep writing. Chu Kuang must break into the top 10 before year-end. As for why Xian Yu's task seems easier this year, Lin Yuan suspects Xian Yu's initial ranking is likely in the top 10. Once all 3 identities secure top 10 spots in their respective fields, the system's task will be complete. Yes, clear goals. Complex yet meticulous. Lin Yuan is highly satisfied with his plan. He'll make a new plan next year. By then, he'll set fresh objectives centered around the various field leaderboards. As Lin Yuan thought about this, his phone suddenly pinged with a message. The new book's promotion is out. Lin Yuan quickly logged into Chu Kuang's blog account. Sure enough, Silver Blue Books had officially announced the news. Chu Kuang's new book, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, will be published soon. This will be the 5th installment in the Harry Potter series, with a word count around 700,000. We look forward to the reader's anticipation. Good grief. Even the word count was revealed. The comments section under the announcement exploded instantly. It's here. We've been waiting for ages. Such prolific writing, terrifying. 700,000 words. Even more than the last book. The last book ended with Voldemort's return, so I feel like this time, if the main antagonist dies again, it might be for good. When that happens, the series might conclude. Please don't bring up the last book. Mentioning the last book just reminds me of Cedric, and all my heartbreak and sorrow come rushing back. Will there be fewer tragic scenes this time? If the plot demands it, we can endure small doses of heartbreak, but please no major tragedies. Let's trust the old rascal. This series has an enormous fan base. Everyone anticipates the next book eagerly. Their enthusiasm for the upcoming installment has completely overshadowed the pain caused by Cedric's death. Chapter 1368, 1140, The Fall of Sirius. April 10th just happened to be a Saturday, the official release date for the 5th installment of the Harry Potter series. Morning. Across the continents of Blue Star, readers, with their excitement already through the roof, rushed into bookstores to pick up the newly released copy of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix as soon as possible. In response, major booksellers were ecstatic. TSK Tisk. Thriving prosperity. This series just keeps getting bigger and bigger. The ending of the last book was shocking. Chu Kuang suddenly killed Cedric off. I even thought it might negatively impact the sales of the 5th book. You worry too much. Cedric, after all, isn't a key character. Chu Kuang is really clever. He knows killing Cedric might sadden readers, but that storyline also highlights the brutality of Harry Potter's battle with Voldemort. Cedric's innocent death makes readers hate Voldemort even more deeply. Far from abandoning the series, readers will be even more eager to see what's next. Everyone is waiting for this book. They want Harry Potter to kill Voldemort and avenge the countless lives lost because of him. Indeed, just look at these sales numbers, and you'll see how wise a decision it was for Chu Kuang to write Cedric's death. The Harry Potter series is wildly popular. Even among major booksellers on Blue Star, many are fans of the book themselves. Take, for example, Norton Bookstore in Zhong Continent. The owner, Pullman. Pullman never imagined that, at his age, he would find himself so captivated by a piece of children's literature. At first, he only planned to skim the book for work purposes, to familiarize himself with the best-selling title under his bookstore's name. But after reading the first installment, he simply couldn't stop. The second book, the third book, the fourth book. Whenever the store got new stock, Pullman would always be the first to grab a copy and start reading. This morning was no exception. After casually observing the surge in customer enthusiasm for purchasing the 5th installment, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, a level seemingly higher than the previous book, Pullman enthusiastically took a copy off the shelf and began reading in his office. Witnessing Voldemort's resurrection firsthand, helplessly watching Cedric die before his eyes without the power to stop it, Harry woke up countless times from nightmares. This was likely the longest and loneliest summer of his life. In that supposed home, his aunt and uncle still treated him like an annoying pest, snapping orders left and right. His cousin Dudley used him as a punching bag whenever he felt like practicing boxing. And to make matters worse, two Dementors, creatures who feed off souls, had escaped the Ministry of Magic's control and appeared on Privet Drive to ambush Harry. Dudley was also attacked by the Dementors. Luckily, the brave Harry cast the Guardian God charm and drove the Dementors away. Who could have guessed that the Ministry of Magic would use the Dementor incident as grounds to falsely accuse Harry of using magic outside of school, thereby violating the wizarding world's regulations? The Ministry of Magic has always prohibited underage wizards from reckless magic use outside of school. That day, Harry arrived at the Ministry of Magic for his trial. Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore appeared as Harry's witness and successfully helped him clear the charges. Poor Harry, after enduring a string of upheavals during this interminable summer, finally looked forward to the new academic year. This would be Harry Potter's 5th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, the trees longed for stillness, but the wind would not cease. The Minister of Magic seemed deeply dissatisfied with Hogwarts and sent his deputy, Umbridge, to become the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the year. In Umbridge's words, she was sent by the Ministry of Magic to correct the unhealthy atmosphere at Hogwarts. On the very first day of class, Harry got into trouble with her because he couldn't keep his mouth shut, resulting in his punishment, detention. As he read, Pullman's brows would occasionally knit tightly and then relax. But for the most part, his expression remained heavy, suffocating, dark. The content of the 5th Harry Potter book maintained an atmosphere of an imminent storm from the very beginning. The plot was just as engaging, but it was no longer as lighthearted. Pullman even noticed some allegorical undertones meant for adults. For instance, the reason why the Minister of Magic and his deputy were targeting Harry so vehemently was his claim that Voldemort has returned. Out of fear, the wizarding community categorically denied this truth. Minister of Magic Fudge was convinced that the venerable Headmaster Dumbledore intended to leverage Voldemort's return to undermine his authority and ultimately usurp his position. Thus, he sent Umbridge to Hogwarts as an instructor, with the true intention of monitoring the school's every move. This was a tangled web of power and desire. This was the selfishness and despotism of the head of the Ministry of Magic. Chu Kuang had infused ideas that strayed from the typical children's literature theme. Simply to maintain his authority, the distinguished Minister of Magic could even turn a blind eye to Voldemort's relentless assault on wizards and muggles alike, recklessly disregarding the safety of the world. The critical undertones were unmistakable. Harry Potter soon learned of the Order of the Phoenix. This was an organization founded by Dumbledore to fight Voldemort. Harry Potter's parents were former key members of this group. At this moment, Harry longed deeply for the comfort and guidance of Headmaster Dumbledore. Yet for reasons unknown, Dumbledore seemed unwilling to see him. This once kind and approachable headmaster even avoided Harry's gaze. This only made Harry more restless and uneasy. Thankfully, the plot wasn't solely oppressive and grim. In some sense, it could be considered a sort of seasoning for the narrative. Chapter 1369, 1140. The Fall of Sirius_2. Harry and Cho's romantic storyline makes a groundbreaking advancement. They start dating. Yet the process is filled with the bittersweet awkwardness of first love. For example, Cho is the quintessential little woman, someone who needs comfort and companionship. But Harry Potter happens to be an utterly clueless blockhead, even managing to ruin their dates with misunderstandings. Growing pains, huh? Pullman mused thoughtfully. In Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter faces the struggles of adolescence during a turbulent phase of growth. The beautiful ideals in his heart and his yearning for a wonderful life are shattered by a series of unforeseen events. Harry Potter's innocent, trusting, and dependent childlike mentality is forced to transform into an adult mindset in a very short span of time. He must rely on his own judgment to handle the complex issues before him. This creates immense, nearly overwhelming pressure for him. But Harry Potter does not crumble. After all, there are still people at school who are willing to believe in Harry Potter. Chapter 18. Led by Harry Potter, this group of people secretly forms Dumbledore's army, right under Umbridge's nose. Clearly, Harry Potter is mimicking the model of the Order of the Phoenix, assembling his classmates to stand against Voldemort. By now, it was already noon. Pullman's assistant ordered a takeout burger for him. Pullman continued reading Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix while eating his burger. The themes elevated. The depth became even richer. The worldview grew ever more expansive. This was Pullman's evaluation of the first 18 chapters, from being doubted by his fellow students to forming and leading Dumbledore's army. The series of encounters shaping Harry Potter, the myriad metaphors for the adult world in this installment, along with the suspense and crises that create the narrative tension, all of it utterly captivated him. Perhaps this explains why the Harry Potter series, marketed and sold under the guise of children's literature, still manages to utterly obsess so many adults like Pullman. Indeed, the suspense in this installment runs deep. The story revolves around two ultimate mysteries throughout. The first mystery, why were Harry and Dudley attacked by Dementors in Little Whinging? The second mystery, why does Harry repeatedly see a door at the end of a corridor in his visions? This is his recurring nightmare. Because of the scar on his forehead, Harry's thoughts have somehow become linked with Voldemort's. In one such dream, Harry witnesses Ron's father, Arthur, being bitten by a snake. He warns the others just in time, saving Arthur's life. Then, in Pullman's afternoon reading session, the story takes a turn. Due to a betrayal from within Dumbledore's army, Umbridge eventually discovers that Harry has been secretly teaching others defensive magic against the dark arts. Everyone barely manages to escape with their lives. But in the end, Harry is caught while covering for the others. The informant turns out to be none other than Cho's friend, whom Cho had brought along to join Dumbledore's army. And Dumbledore, taking the blame for Harry, is ousted from Hogwarts by the Ministry of Magic. At this point, the two mysteries begin to unravel. It turns out the Dementor attack on Harry was orchestrated by the Ministry of Magic. As for the riddle of Harry's nightmare, it stems from Voldemort's yearning to obtain the prophecy orb that holds clues to his future. Voldemort invades Harry's mind, discovering that Sirius is the most important person in his life, and uses this knowledge to lure Harry to the Ministry of Magic. A chaotic battle breaks out at the Ministry, but Voldemort could not have anticipated. Though the members of Dumbledore's army are merely teenagers, they manage to hold their ground against his Death Eaters until the members of the Order of the Phoenix arrive to reinforce them. Chu Kuang's descriptive prowess is incredible. The whole battle thrilled Pullman to his core, especially the moment when the Order of the Phoenix descended like saviors, tipping the scales in favor of Dumbledore's army. It made every cell in Pullman's body come alive. By now, it was already evening. Across the continents of Blue Star, countless readers who had purchased Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix reached this chapter, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. For the story had been unbearably tense for far too long. Everyone desperately craved this explosive moment of victory. Moreover, the battle finally moved beyond the usual one-on-one duels between Harry Potter and Voldemort. In the earlier installments, it was almost always Harry single-handedly facing off against Voldemort. Readers had long desired to witness a different kind of battle scene. Now it came. Under Dumbledore's leadership, the members of the Order of the Phoenix stormed the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, giving rise to this wizarding war. During the battle, Sirius Black, as Harry Potter's godfather and a member of the Order of the Phoenix, valiantly fought to protect Harry from harm with his considerable strength. Well done, Sirius. Pullman couldn't help but cheer like a child for once. Though Pullman had given glowing praise for the protagonist's growth arc, the previously oppressive narrative had weighed heavily on him, making him yearn for this climactic eruption. Besides, who wouldn't love Sirius, the only remaining family Harry Potter has? In the darkness, Sirius was the one who had always stayed by Harry's side. As a godfather, Sirius's guidance and support for Harry rivaled even Dumbledore's. But, just as Pullman's jubilant cheers died out, his breath hitched, and the sound stopped abruptly in his office. At that moment, a deep sorrow filled Pullman's eyes, as though the surrounding air grew colder in sympathy. Even colder was Chu Kuang's writing. Sirius was struck by a spell from his cousin, the Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange. Sirius fell. It felt as though his fall lasted a long time. As he fell backward through the ancient veil hanging from the archway, his body curled into an elegant arc. When Sirius disappeared behind the curtain in the ancient corridor, Harry saw a mixture of fear and surprise on his once handsome but now careworn face. The curtain fluttered for a moment, as if stirred by a gust of wind, and then settled back into stillness. Harry heard Bellatrix's triumphant laughter, but it meant nothing. Sirius had merely fallen into the corridor. He would reappear any moment. But Sirius did not reappear. Sirius. Harry's breathing grew hot and desperate. Sirius had to be just behind the curtain. He could pull him back out. However, when Harry rushed toward the platform, Lupin grabbed him, holding him back. "There's nothing you can do, Harry. Help him, save him. He's just behind the curtain." "It's too late, Harry. We can still save him." Harry struggled wildly, but Lupin refused to let go. "There's nothing you can do, Harry, nothing. He's gone." Sirius Black, Harry Potter's godfather, the prisoner of Azkaban. This Phoenix member, who descended to protect Harry and fight against the evil Voldemort, perished at the hands of his cousin's spell in this cruel battle. Pupils contracting. Pullman began flipping through the pages quickly. He was desperately hoping for a miracle. He wanted Sirius to rise again, as Harry's heart-wrenching cries insisted. He isn't dead. But the miracle never came, just like Harry's sudden, painful realization. Because Sirius had never made Harry wait like this. To meet Harry, to help Harry, Sirius had always been willing to take any risk. If Sirius still did not emerge from beyond the veil, despite Harry's desperate screams, the only plausible explanation was that he wasn't coming back. He was truly gone. Pullman had no choice but to confront this crushing truth. Harry Potter's only remaining family, this man who cared for him like a father, had fallen, just like Cedric before him, in the war between Harry and Voldemort. At this moment, tears clouded Pullman's vision, and two shimmering trails streaked down his cheeks, faintly reddened with emotion. Sirius was one of his favorite characters in the book, and at this very moment, all across the continents of Blue Star, readers clutching Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, who reached this scene in the story, broke down in tears. Chapter 1370, 1141. Chu Kuang thinks it's awesome. It's still the 10th of April. The time is roughly around 11 o'clock at night. The internet, which should have been relatively calm at this hour, suddenly turned into a pot of boiling oil, with a few unexpected drops of water splashed in. Instantly, oil splattered everywhere. On a certain novel forum in Zhong continent. Nobody knows whose post was the first to bring up the death of Sirius, but in any case, the poster who read ahead and mentioned it was swiftly muted. The post got 404D. The reason? Too many obscenities. Besides the barrage of colorful insults, it was also peppered with random gibberish like #UN% and *at. Following that, more posts began to appear. These kinds of posts successively exploded across major forums in Zhong continent, causing countless readers to completely lose it. Chu Kuang. Old rascal. Give me back Sirius. Give me back the Godfather. How could this happen? How could Sirius die? If I were Voldemort, the first thing I'd do is send Death Eaters to kill Chu Kuang. I won't accept this. // Damn it, crying in the middle of the night until my eyes are swollen. How am I supposed to work tomorrow? Wasn't Cedric enough? Has Chu Kuang the old rascal become addicted to breaking our hearts? This is a sickness, and it needs to be cured. Someone hand me my 80-meter broadsword. I can understand Harry Potter needing to grow, but why drag the tone into despair for hundreds of thousands of words just to end it like this? One of my favorite characters ever is dead. I've cried myself into a wreck. Sirius will never come back. Change the plot. This part of the story must be changed, old rascal. In fact, it wasn't just Zhong continent. Readers from other continents felt the same. Even those veteran readers who prided themselves on their emotional resilience completely broke down. Qin continent. You're telling me this crap qualifies as children's literature? Explain to me. What counts as children's literature, huh? Qi continent. He's back. That blood-soaked executioner is back again. Cedric's death was the first cut, a wound to the body. Sirius is the second cut, stabbed straight into the heart. Chu continent. Cedric died in the fourth book, Sirius in the fifth. What? Are we scheduled to lose one character per book going forward? I don't agree. Yin continent. Wayo. This has gone too far. This time, it's just way too much. Han continent. This is criminal. Killing Cedric was bad enough. Killing Sirius is even worse. It's unforgivable. Zhao continent. Here we go again. Here we go. Again and again. I'm scared to read the next book now. Why does Voldemort get away with everything? Someone kill him already, damn it. Wei continent. Why read children's literature? I mean, seriously, isn't sci-fi better? Clearly, Chu Kuang has some deep misunderstanding of what children's literature is supposed to be. This book is so suffocating, more oppressive than anything else I've ever read. From start to finish, it's pure torment. Among writers, countless authors were stunned. This guy really has guts, huh? Killing Cedric, I could still understand as a plot necessity. But killing off Sirius, what kind of warped thinking is this? How does he even dare? Does he not know how beloved Sirius is? This is completely different from killing Cedric. And he still dreams of climbing Blue Star's author rankings? At such a critical junction, he still finds ways to upset his readers, both old and new, ruining his standing with Zhong continent readers entirely. Why can't he just play it safe? He didn't even need to kill off Sirius, and readers would have still eaten it up. It's always like this. Does he not know how to be a decent human being? He's always been like this. You Zhong continent authors don't get it. This guy's a repeat offender. Every other author tiptoes around their readers, terrified of disappointing them. This guy, on the other hand, actively looks for ways to mess with our emotions. Then how has he not crashed and burned yet? If you're asking me, who the hell am I supposed to ask? Readers cried for blood. Authors were left helplessly amused. Even celebrities couldn't sit still this time. A well-known actor posted, "I'm losing sleep tonight. Sirius's death is so hard to accept." A famous singer posted, "I can't get over this." Who was it that recommended I read the Harry Potter series back then? A prominent internet influencer posted, "My mindset has completely collapsed." The ripple effect spread. In the face of Sirius's death, all other news seemed irrelevant. Hashtag the death of Sirius hashtag. These 5 words skyrocketed to the top of trending topics across all platforms in every continent. In an incredibly short time, news of it was already everywhere. Countless media workers were jolted awake in their sleep, scrambling to publish emergency articles with sweat on their brows. Public outrage boils over. Chu Kuang's in big trouble. The fall of Sirius. After Cedric, another blow from the Harry Potter series. Readers demand, Cedric was hard enough, but Sirius? This is too much. The Harry Potter series fan-favorite Sirius Black dies. Readers cry floods of tears. Chu Kuang's double kill complete. No, really. A siege. Many readers didn't even have blog accounts, but for Sirius's death, they started registering accounts en masse. This caused Chu Kuang's comment section to fall into complete chaos. Sorrow, heartache, agony. The death of Sirius delivered a blow to readers that was exponentially worse than when Cedric died. Because Cedric's character, though portrayed vividly, had only a fleeting bond with Harry. But Sirius was Harry's only family. As his godfather, he had always helped Harry selflessly, giving everything without reserve. Not even the many years of imprisonment in Azkaban broke his spirit, bearing the title of Godfather. In truth, readers had already begun treating him as Harry's father. Harry himself loved him deeply, seeing Sirius as the most important person in his life. And just at this moment, Silver Blue Book's official account posted the following statement. Only by witnessing death can one see Thestrals. Only with enough concentration can one cast a spell. Only by remembering happiness can one summon a Patronus. Only after experiencing joy can one resist Dementors. Every great wizard once clumsily raised a wand, and no famous reign was ever established by rules tacked on walls. When the secret portal of the Order of the Phoenix opens, Muggles remain blissfully unaware. This winter, a Harry Potter in adolescence endures loneliness after the storm and learns in the ruins that every ordeal is a form of wealth. We know your sorrow, just as we understand Harry's sorrow. because this is his second time realizing that a simple spell, just one, can take a life. The first was his senior Cedric. Now it is his godfather, Sirius. And yet, Harry Potter is no longer the carefree boy who could immerse himself in the joy of Quidditch. This is the path of growth he must tread. Then, readers saw. Chu Kuang the old rascal gave it a thumbs up. Chapter 1371, 1142 Humble. Liked a post, not bad. This guy has been lurking the whole time. While the comments section exploded, he was pretending to play dead, but that one like exposed him, leaving readers across all continents in chaos. What is this? Feeling guilty now? Still has the nerve to like the post. Isn't this whole mess you're doing? The publisher comes forward to clean up the mess, but you don't dare say a word yourself. Tisk, this old rascal. Still, despite everything, I'm heartbroken, but I'm starting to accept this as part of growing up. Harry has truly grown. Sirius, forever alive in my heart. I just hope this is Harry's most devastating moment. May the future plot bring Voldemort to justice and vengeance for those he loved. Harry's life is so tragic. His parents died at Voldemort's hands, and Sirius, who loved him like a father, also indirectly died because of Voldemort. I truly hate his cousin to death. Resentment. All right. The truth is, no matter how much everyone protests, Sirius's death is irreversible. Everyone understands this. From this installment onward, Harry Potter is no longer pure children's literature. It's a dark and heavy-toned fantasy novel. The shift was evident right from the beginning, even foreshadowed by the ending of the previous book. Looking at the first 4 installments, none of them share the same tone as this one. Underneath this dark foundation, Sirius's death is shocking and sorrowful, yet not entirely abrupt. If this book ended with a happily ever after, it would undermine the oppressive atmosphere that was carefully built, feeling top-heavy and imbalanced. In other words, after the tonal shift, characters not dying would actually seem unnatural, though some readers might initially struggle emotionally to accept this. Sirius's death was always going to stir up turmoil, something Lin Yuan had anticipated, which is why he had been silently observing reader reactions all along. When he saw veteran readers completely lose their cool, he shook his head. These people's hearts are still too fragile. They couldn't handle the 5th book? What about the 6th? And the 7th? In fact, Lin Yuan has already started writing the 6th book, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. This is the second-to-last installment of the Harry Potter series, primarily centered on the character development of Snape. Even though this character is already incredibly popular. Why? Because Snape has significant screen time in every book. He's a sharp-tongued, soft-hearted Sundermentor. With his gloomy demeanor and frequent misfortunes, people often suspect he isn't a good person. Especially in the 5th book, Harry learned by sneaking a glimpse into Snape's past memories. It turned out that Snape, during his youth at Hogwarts, was often bullied by Harry's father and his gang. No wonder Snape seems to dislike Harry so much. In class, even the slightest mistake gets him scolded relentlessly. However, despite his distaste for Harry, Snape would always come to his rescue in times of danger. When Voldemort tried to invade Harry's mind, it was Snape who taught Harry how to fight back against the invasion. This teacher never forgot his role as a master. Thus, many readers tease that Snape embodies the classic Tsundere archetype. Of course, there's still a contingent of readers who remain skeptical of Snape, doubting his morality. After all, Snape was once a Death Eater. Speaking of which, Silverblue Books' response was quite decent. They even overshadowed Ian's work. Should let Ian create more presence later. Now they're the real invisible figure. Human nature proves itself forgetful. Readers who couldn't initially accept Sirius's death gradually began to come to terms with it over the following days, even calmly discussing the plot of the 5th book. Topics like Harry's romantic arc, or Snape and Harry's father's grievances, or whether Voldemort might meet his end in the next book, or the tonal shift in this installment. The conversation was lively. From this perspective, veteran readers did seem stronger than before. The damage control was fairly successful. Silverblue Books let out a huge sigh of relief. At least there were no reader riots. Mostly because of Chu Kuang, who had caused several reader uprisings in the past, leaving the publishing house on edge. People still hadn't forgotten the uproar after Holmes's death. Back then, angry readers surrounded the publisher's office building, making editors anxious about commuting and causing a significant commotion. Thank goodness, readers were somewhat rational this time. I'm starting to feel sorry for the science fiction department folks now. I heard they had an all-night meeting when they got Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, brainstorming how to collaborate with the PR department for possible reader backlash. They were scared out of their wits. The author wasn't afraid, but the editors were terrified. You wouldn't understand. When Chu Kuang was writing mysteries, the mystery department went through the same thing. This old rascal truly doesn't give people peace of mind. Wonder if he'll pull the same antics in the next Harry Potter book. A bit scary, huh? Scared, but what can you do? Silver Blue Books has zero leverage over the old rascal's creative process. Back during Zhu Xian, when Biao died, the company tried to negotiate with Chu Kuang many times to change the plot, but the old rascal didn't even agree to alter a single punctuation mark. All we can do is pray that he shows some restraint. Lin Yuan wasn't aware of Silver Blue Books' internal musings and complaints. He was laser-focused on crafting the 6th Harry Potter installment. And in between writing sessions, Lin Yuan occasionally visited the company to meet and collaborate with various performers, preparing for next year's concert. Finding people wasn't difficult, especially in Qin Continent. Just drop Xian Yu's name. Because Qin Continent's top-tier musicians had all participated in last year's Blue Song Olympics. Anyone who attended Blue Song Olympics had taken lessons from Xian Yu, Qin Continent's #1 master bishop. Finding people from other continents wasn't hard either. Blue Star's top 10 ranked maestro composers were all eager for collaboration. Even though Xian Yu had never hosted a personal concert, no one doubted his capability. As for the concert pieces, Lin Yuan already had them planned out. There's no need to stick to a specific form. All kinds of splendid performances are welcome. For instance, Yang Zhongming's specialty, violin compositions, or Abigail's prideful saxophone creations, and ultimately, wrap it up with an epic symphony. After all, since his debut, Xian Yu hadn't released any symphonic works. Yang Zhongming and Abigail, amongst others, did have works in this category. This format puts a composer's all-around skills to the test. As to which symphony should be chosen, Lin Yuan deemed one's first personal concert to be pivotal. Even if grand pieces like the Fate Symphony were reserved for later, the starting choice needed to be something universally acclaimed, at least worthy of a top 10 global symphonies title. Although readers had come to terms with Sirius's death, by the end of April, Harry Potter fans were still actively analyzing the 5th book story. On this day, the rankings for writers and illustrators were updated again. Yet Chu Kuang and Shadow steadfastly held their top spots. The real battles were raging below the top 30. That same night, Lin Yuan punctually submitted the 6th Harry Potter book to Silver Blue Books. At dawn on May Day, the expected announcement swept across the internet. The 6th installment of the Harry Potter series, written by Maestro Chu Kuang, will be released soon. After 5 volumes of build-up, prepare yourselves for the new chapter, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Half-Blood Prince? A new character? Many fans began speculating. Yet what no one saw coming was. Soon after the official announcement of the 6th book's launch, Chu Kuang's blog became flooded with Harry Potter fans' comments. We beg Maestro Chu Kuang to go easy on us. Please spare the characters we love so much. From Cedric to Sirius, we can't take another heartbreak. If no one dies in the 6th book, I'll stop calling you a rascal. I swear. Maestro Chu Kuang, have mercy. We're still children's literature, right? Save the kids. Even if the writing's terrible, as long as it's tear-free, I'll accept it. By the way, will Sirius resurrect in this book? After all, it's a magical world where resurrection isn't necessarily impossible. Now that you mention it, it might actually happen. Maestro Chu Kuang, please reconsider. The entire 6th book is already written. What use is saying this? I'm convinced one death per book will become a tradition. Better start thinking about which loss you'd find most tolerable. I can't tolerate any more losses. Maestro Chu Kuang. MWA, you're the best. Bring Harry Potter back to a world where only Voldemort gets hurt. The first 3 books were tranquil, heartwarming, and soothing. But starting from the 4th and 5th, beloved characters seemed doomed at every ending. Harry Potter fans were genuinely terrified this pattern would become a tradition, gathering en masse to beg Chu Kuang to take it easy. The sight was downright bizarre. Blue Star's literature community. Watching this unfold, countless authors were left shell-shocked. Pua. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, was pulling off a massive PUA on his readers. Wait, since when did following novels become this pathetic? You're supposed to be powerful, revered readers, the lifeblood of authors. What kind of readers seek mercy from a writer? Where's your sense of hierarchy? Back in the day, you weren't like this. Whenever the old rascal pained you, you'd shower him with curses. What happened to your pride? Damn it. Look at this. Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Just how far have you driven your little fans? Wait. Hold on. I think I understand now. So this is the key to writing success. Some authors suddenly felt enlightened, sparks of realization lighting their eyes. Elsewhere, readers across continents were equally amused. Since when did readers become this humble with an author? So insanely submissive. Hey, old rascal, try being human for once. Get up. Don't beg him. Chu Kuang, the old rascal's pen can't be constrained by anyone. You're still too young. Only seeing the readers trembling, but not Hogwarts trembling, nor the entire wizarding world trembling in fear of being targeted by Chu Kuang, the old rascal. What's Voldemort to him? Kills characters with zero effort. When a character faces Chu Kuang's lethal intent, not even Jesus nor the Jade Emperor can save them. Readers have clearly switched tactics after realizing they can't outmatch Chu Kuang the old rascal. It's all about begging now. Even the media found itself astounded. Readers beg Maestro Chu Kuang for mercy. Netizens plead, don't let Sirius's tragedy repeat. Will Black be revived in the new book? A twisted humanity or a collapse in morals? Chu Kuang's readers are definitely the most masochistic globally. Expert analysis, 1 death per book will become Harry Potter's new tradition. Who will die in the 6th Harry Potter book? A new suspense emerges. Will Chu Kuang commit a triple kill in the new series? Cedric died. Sirius died. And now, with Harry Potter's tone embracing darkness, few dared dismiss the idea that Chu Kuang, the old rascal, might pull off a triple kill in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 1372, 1142, live broadcast of Fish Walking with You. Although the promotion for Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince has started, it's still 10 days away from the official release. The next day, Lin Yuan got up early and went to the company to continue selecting collaborators for his personal concert. At this moment, Wei Haoyun and Sun Yaohua, along with the rest of the Yu Dynasty crew, suddenly came to the 9th floor representative office to find Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, why are you all here? Wei Haoyun said nervously. Representative, I have a small favor to ask. Go ahead. My niece really likes you, so I wanted to ask if you could come to my house tonight to celebrate her birthday. There won't be any outsiders, just us from Yu Dynasty gathering together. Her parents work out of town, so she lives with me most of the time. Sure. Lin Yuan responded with a smile. Wei Haoyun was instantly overjoyed. Thank you so much, Representative. Madam Haoyun, you're something else. The representative would never say no to you. Exactly. You dragged us along just to boost your confidence. Feeling reassured now, Sun Yaohua and the others teased Wei Haoyun one after another. Wei Haoyun smiled sheepishly. Given Xian Yu's current status and position, very few people in the industry dare to ask him for favors. She was naturally anxious about asking him to come over just to celebrate her niece's birthday. Lin Yuan, however, didn't think too much about it. Invitations like this are normal among friends. It's just a child's birthday celebration. How could he turn that down? Xia Fan said with a smile. Since we're all gathering tonight, how about we start a live stream? I recently joined a Zhong Continent streaming platform, and you guys can help me boost my traffic and attract some Zhong Continent viewers. Sure, Wei Haoyun grinned. Let my niece have her moment on screen, fulfill her little dream of becoming a celebrity. She's like me and keeps saying she wants to be a singer when she grows up. Sun Yaohua. What do you think, Junior? Lin Yuan nodded. As long as everyone's happy. Jiang Kuei chuckled. Doesn't this feel like we're recording the 4th episode of Fish Walking with You tonight? Chun Jiu was startled for a moment, then clapped his hands in excitement. It really does, doesn't it? Fish Walking with You was paused after just 3 episodes, and we haven't recorded a 4th one in over a year. Fans online are constantly asking when we'll do the 4th episode. Looks like we can use tonight as an opportunity to make it happen. Livestream. Livestream. Zhao and Gu looked genuinely excited. The Yu Dynasty's daily moments are always cheerful, and doing a live stream wouldn't make anyone feel awkward or restrained. After all, they're all big stars. Sun Yaohua turned to Wei Haoyun. What's her name? How old is she? In Lan Lan. She's 12 years old. All right, we'll start the live stream tonight. Got it. See you at 6 p.m. tonight. All right. Maybe we can play some werewolf kills or something. Not playing. You're terrible at it. Everyone joked and laughed before leaving. Lin Yuan started pondering over the issue of gifts. Madame Haoyun's niece was having a birthday, and he couldn't just show up empty-handed. He'd need to bring something. Ah, got it. A sudden inspiration struck. Lin Yuan came up with an idea. Tigerfish Platform, Blue Star's largest live stream website. This prestigious platform, headquartered in Zhong continent, has been signing top-tier celebrities from all continents since Blue Star's consolidation, surpassing other platforms in traffic every day. The times have changed. Live streaming used to be dominated by influencers. Now, with celebrities joining the scene, they've delivered a crushing blow to the influencer market. Audiences mercilessly abandoned influencers and turned to watching streams from entertainment stars instead. At noon, Xiaofan suddenly posted an update on his blog. Around 6 p.m. tonight, we from Yu Dynasty will celebrate a child's birthday. Feel free to join the live stream. At CNU at Yu Dynasty Sun Yaohua at Yu Dynasty Zhao Yinggu at Yu Dynasty Jiang Kuei at Yu Dynasty Qin Jiu at Yu Dynasty Wei Haoyun at Tong Shuwen. Director Tong won't be able to make it today, so is this the uncut, director-free edition of Fish Walking with You Episode 4? Whoosh. The message spread like wildfire across the internet. Countless netizens got excited. Director Tong Shuwen managed to claim the first comment spot like a man possessed. Don't believe her nonsense. It's not that I can't make it. I wasn't even invited, I roll. As the director, I do not recognize this as Fish Walking with You Episode 4 Rage. A few seconds later, the comment section exploded. I declare Director Tong officially removed from Fish Walking with You Smile. Founding director Tong Shuwen has been kicked out of the Fish Walking with You team, LOL. Finally, the Yu Dynasty reunites. The Yu Dynasty is back together, so it has to be Fish Walking with You. I think this should be Episode 5. The Blolympics was Episode 4, laughs. I know CNU. I know the Yu Dynasty, but what is Fish Walking with You? This person is obviously from Zhong or Wei continent. Besides these two continents, everyone else knows what Fish Walking with You is. This show was wildly popular a year ago in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and Zhao continents. Quickly, netizens from various continents started explaining. It's a variety show featuring the Yu Dynasty. Super entertaining. Is CNU going to be there? Of course, CNU is the emperor. He has to be. I want to see Fish Papa. When does the live stream start? Start it now. I can't wait anymore. It's been ages since we saw Fish Papa. I'm wiping my screen right now. Why are you wiping the screen? Huh? You don't lick the screen when watching Fish Papa? The unexpected surprise made fans from all continents ecstatic. The Yu Dynasty was going to stream. It didn't matter if it was Fish Walking with You Episode 4 or not. As long as the Yu Dynasty members were together, people wanted to watch. Especially CNU, who had captured so many hearts. To be honest, since Zhong continent joined the merger several months ago, the continents have been flooded with news. Chu Kuang and Shadow have been hogging the spotlight. But CNU, one of the 3 brothers, had barely made the news recently. Almost like he had disappeared. No one knew what he'd been up to. Fans had long been waiting eagerly. Even many people from Zhong continent felt the same. Because of the Blue Song Olympics, lots of Zhong continent residents had developed a strong interest in CNU. This was the same genius who defeated Abigail and left Zhong continent's audience in despair. Leading the Yu Dynasty and Qin continent's team, the works and performances he delivered still linger vividly in Zhong continent citizens' memories. Afternoon, 4 o'clock. Xiaofan arrived at Wei Haoyun's house. What surprised Xiaofan was, despite everyone agreeing to gather at 6 p.m., he arrived at Madame Haoyun's house at 4:15 thinking he'd be early, only to find Sun Yaohua and the others already there, crowding the kitchen like hawks. Hey, Xia Fan gave them a wary look. Why are you all here so early? The group, why are you here so early? Xia Fan, none of your business. Chen Jiu, oh, cut it. Each of you wants to cook for the representative, don't you? Jiang Kuei sneered. Heh. Sun Yaohua spread out his arms. You guys stand back. I'm cooking today. I actually work in the food business. Jiang Kuei blocked the cutting board. You wish. You're the owner, not the chef. I, Jiang Kuei, am known as the kitchen wizard. Zhao Yingge joked nonchalantly. I, Zhao Yingge, am Qin Continent's #1 kitchen goddess. Chun Jiu huffed. The representative will only eat the stuff I make. Nearby, Wei Haoyun couldn't stop laughing. All right, you guys, this is only dinner. No need to go overboard. Then her tone turned serious. This is my house. I know my own kitchen the best. I'll cook the dishes tonight. The kitchen immediately erupted in jeers. The group, no chance. Wei Haoyun rolled up her sleeves. Fine then. Let's make this fair. Everyone makes 2 dishes, and the representative will pick his favorites. We'll have a proper cook-off. Bring it on. The group became even more enthusiastic. Xia Fan rubbed his forehead. Can we table this debate for a sec? Did you guys see the blog update I posted? The group nodded. We did. Xia Fan groaned. Then why didn't anyone share it? My live stream needs to gain traction. Tonight, we're aiming for the #1 streaming room. Jiang Kuei laughed. Once the representative arrives, your live stream room will automatically hit #1. Chun Jiu added. Honestly, we might not even need the representative to show up. Fans online are passionate enough to boost your numbers. Sun Yaohua suggested. Why don't we just start the live stream now? Xia Fan hesitated. But the representative isn't here yet. Sun Yaohua countered. We can just stream ourselves cooking while we wait for him. The group agreed without any objections. Xia Fan didn't argue further. All right, let me post an update to notify the fans. You all better share it. Logging onto his blog, Xia Fan posted a new update, starting the live stream early. Here's the link. Come hang out. The notification went out. Jiang Kuei shared it. Sun Yaohua shared it. Chun Jiu shared it. Zhao Yingge shared it. Wei Haoyun shared it. Then Xia Fan launched the live stream. The live stream started successfully. Instantly, countless fans swarmed the room, and the barrage of comments shocked Xia Fan. Finally here. Love your constantly bad timing. Where's Fish Papa? Fish Papa. Fish Papa. Here. For Fish Papa. Where's Jiang Kuei, the little cutie? Xianyu. Perennial runner-up. Zhao Yingge. Zhao Yingge. Zhao Yingge. Rooting for Madame Haoyun. Where's Firebro? Welcome to Xia Fan's U Dynasty livestream. Thanks to Blue Song Olympics, the U Dynasty's popularity reached unprecedented heights. The livestream also attracted a massive audience from Zhong Continent. Amid the sea of comments, Xia Fan greeted the camera. Hello everyone. This is Xia Fan from U Dynasty. We're currently in Madame Haoyun's kitchen preparing to cook. The camera panned around. Xia Fan captured the others, Sun Yaohua, Wei Haoyun, Zhao Yingge, Chun Jiu, and Jiang Kuei, each giving warm greetings to the camera. Everyone behaved naturally. For this group of seasoned stars from U Dynasty, being on camera was second nature, especially when they were among friends, leaving no room for awkwardness. Once everyone finished greeting, Xia Fan said with a laugh, the representative hasn't arrived yet. Right now, we're in Madame Haoyun's kitchen, and we're about to hold U Dynasty's first ever Kitchen Master Showdown. Once the representative arrives, he'll act as the judge to score our dishes. My first dish will be braised chicken wings and steamed. Before he could finish, a panicked shout came from Sun Yaohua. Zhao Yingge, what are you doing? Adding sugar. Zhao Yingge looked puzzled. Sun Yaohua slapped his forehead. But you're clearly adding salt. Are you? Trying to poison the representative? And you call yourself Qin Continent's #1 kitchen goddess. Zhao Yingge panicked. Cut that part out. Cut that out. Don't let the representative see this. Instantly, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Before Xianyu even arrived, the show's entertainment value was already through the roof. Poison Xianyu, Qin Continent's #1 kitchen goddess. Cutting out the footage so Xianyu won't see, huh? Wait, isn't this live streaming, dear sister? So concerned about her image in Fish Papa's eyes? For anyone new here, there's some backstory. It's widely known Zhao Yingge has a crush on Xian Yu. Yep, this was confirmed during the Heartbeat game episode. This is the culinary skill level of the Kitchen Master Showdown contestants. I'll allow it. Very amusing. Starting to feel the fish walking with you vibes already. Fish Papa is probably watching the live stream on his way here and might just turn around to order a $5 takeaway. Chapter 1373, 1144. Xian Yu appears in the Tigerfish live room. In the kitchen, the live stream continues. In the so-called Cooking King competition, chaos ensues. Where's the salt? I swear it was just here. Hurry, hurry, the pot's about to burn. Madam Haoyan, why do your pans stick so easily? I think it's fine. Wait, are you seriously frying eggs without any oil? Ouch, it's so hot. Can someone cook some rice? Hold on for what? I'm Googling how to cook rice. Inside the live stream room, the audience watched and laughed. Clearly, most of these people can't cook. Some of them don't even know basic kitchen common sense, yet they insist on cooking. The audience seriously doubts whether these dishes are edible. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream room skyrockets. Soon, it's 5:30. By this time, nearly 10 dishes were placed on the table. The doorbell suddenly rang outside. The audience thought Xian Yu had finally arrived, but instead, they saw a delicate, cute young girl with clear brows and bright eyes at the door. My niece, Wei Lanlan. Wei Haoyun introduced to the Yu dynasty with a smile and explained to the audience. Today is Lanlan's birthday, so I invited some friends over to celebrate for her. Lanlan is very sensible. Without any adult prompting, she began to greet. Hello, Uncle Sun, Uncle Chun, Ms. Jiang, Aunt Zhao, Aunt Xia, I'm Wei Lanlan. Thank you all for coming to my birthday. I really like you all. Clearly, Lanlan is not unfamiliar with her aunt's group of friends, able to recognize every member of the Yu dynasty and precisely call out their names. Happy birthday, Lanlan. Everyone laughed and gave their blessings, then jokingly teased each other. Uncle, Aunt, are we really that old? Well, we're the same generation as Madame Haoyun. Lanlan is Madame Haoyun's niece. She can't call us brothers and sisters. According to seniority, the titles are accurate. Lanlan is very pretty, the kind of beauty that is charming, with a pair of big, beautiful eyes on her nose, and her features have a certain resemblance to her Aunt Wei Haoyun. Her voice is as clear and melodious as a nightingale. We're live streaming. Xia Fan reminded Lanlan. Lanlan understood, since her aunt's assistant had already informed her on the way home, and she waved at the camera. Hello everyone. 12-year-old Lanlan had a bit of a star-child aura, facing the live stream without any stage fright, and mischievously winked. Can you wish me a happy birthday? Immediately, the screen flooded with birthday wishes. The chat mixed with viewers' banter. So stylish. Looks very practiced. Madame Haoyun's niece is prettier than many star children. Just debut already. Having the Yu dynasty celebrate her birthday. This kid is so lucky. And the most important thing is that Fish Papa will be coming too. By the way, when is Fish Papa arriving? Speak of the devil. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Lanlan, who was closest to the door, instinctively opened it, and the next second, she let out a surprised scream, covering her mouth tightly with her small hands, her cheeks turning rosy, and her big eyes glimmered brightly. At the same time, the audience also saw who it was. A white coat and gray jeans wrapped around a slender figure, with long eyebrows over clear, dawn-like eyes, features sharp yet gentle. Such looks, such aura. Who else could it be but Xian Yu? Judging by the reaction after Xian Yu appeared on camera, the audience's feelings mirrored those of Wei Lanlan. Oh, fish, 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 fish. Teacher admirable fish. Long live Fish Papa. Missed you to death. All rise. My hubby is still as handsome as ever. The phone screen seems a bit dirty. Let me lick it clean first. Me too. Same here. Fish Papa, release a new song soon. Friends from Zhong continent coming to admire. Yu dynasty, your emperor is here. The chat exploded. Fans are all kinds of excited. Lin Yuan, of course, couldn't see the chat, but he knew Xia Fan was live streaming, so he gave a slight smile towards the raised camera. Hello everyone. Greeting the audience, Lin Yuan glanced down at the petite young girl in front of him. You're Lanlan, right? Xian Yu big brother knows me. Wei Lanlan was overjoyed, feeling like she could float up. The Yu Dynasty members' faces suddenly stiffened, as if they were all shot in the chest. Xianyu, big brother. This girl calls us uncles and aunts, and calls him brother Xianyu? In the live stream room, the audience noticed this detail and burst out laughing. Uft, so real. Forgive me for laughing impolitely. What seniority, it's all self-deception. With Xianyu's face, even kids just call him big brother, okay. Looks are justice. Lin Yuan didn't. Notice the change in the Yu Dynasty members' expressions. Placing the gift box aside, he reached out and patted the young girl's head. I've heard your aunt talk about you. Happy birthday. The young girl was enamored, staring blankly at Lin Yuan, finally saying, Xianyu big brother is even more handsome than on TV. After saying this, she blushed and quickly corrected herself. I mean, thank you, big brother Xianyu. All right, since we're all here, let's eat first. Wei Haoyun invited everyone to sit down. Everyone took their seats. Xia Fan called in the assistant for live stream filming. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the crowd, the number of viewers in this live stream room continued to soar. On the Tigerfish website, the simultaneous live stream popularity rankings, Xia Fan's stream had risen from 12th place at startup all the way to the top 3. And with Xianyu's appearance, the stream's popularity suddenly skyrocketed, directly shooting to first place for its time slot, and the gap with second place kept widening. At the peak of the live stream's popularity, even the staff at Tigerfish were alerted. Countless supervisors expressed shock. Wow, this celebrity's live stream viewer numbers are rising so fast. Is there a data issue? Who? Xia Fan. Let me see. Oh my god. You all take a look. The Yu Dynasty members are all in her live stream room. They seem to be celebrating a birthday for a young girl. Xian. You. It's Xianyu. Xianyu appeared in Xia Fan's live stream. No wonder her popularity is skyrocketing. I think it's the first time Xia Fan's stream heat has reached first. What are we waiting for? Quick, promote. Immediately arrange the homepage promotion. Why didn't the Yu Dynasty inform us in advance? It's so sudden. Otherwise, we could have promoted it earlier. Let's arrange the homepage promotion first. The so-called homepage promotion means, as soon as you open the website, you will see this live stream. Under normal circumstances, this sort of promotion on the Tigerfish platform only occurs during high-profile events or site activities. However, the Yu Dynasty collectively appearing in Xia Fan's live stream, in the eyes of Tigerfish, was clearly worthy of such promotions. Soon, the homepage expressway was opened. This live stream's title was fully loaded with hype. Teacher Admirable Fish with all Yu Dynasty members. Surprise appearance in Tigerfish live stream. Instantly, more people noticed this live stream, and the number of viewers in the live stream room began to climb even more crazily. Chapter 1374, 1145. Is the space battleship free today? All the live stream rooms. Suddenly, the barrage lit up with messages. Xianyu started streaming. Xia Fan stream. The Yu Dynasty is here. What? Xianyu? The Yu Dynasty? They're streaming together? Ah, it's a full reunion. My youth is back. Haven't seen them in ages. I love the Yu Dynasty. Yu Dynasty diehard fans reporting in. Charge brothers. A certain game streamer stared in disbelief. Teacher Admirable Fish started streaming. The entire Yu Dynasty joined Tigerfish's stream room. Brothers, we're not playing games today. Let's go watch Fish Papa stream. A certain dance streamer was in a frenzy. No more dancing. I'm watching Xianyu's stream. I won't log off. Let's all watch my husband stream together. A certain singing streamer cracked their voice. Huh? Teacher Admirable Fish and the Yu Dynasty are in Xia Fan's stream room? Sorry, everyone. No songs tonight. I'm out. A certain ASMR sleep age streamer. Sleep? Forget it. Let's get hyped. Fish Papa's live. You still want to sleep? A certain outdoor streamer. All set, brothers. I prepared a virtual spaceship just for the Yu Dynasty's stream room. Every type of streamer went nuts. Some familiar streamers connected directly. Xia Fan's stream room. Yu Dynasty's crew is all there, including Fish Papa himself. OL Wong, get over here. Damn, I just started a peak showdown game. Stand still then. Damn it, guess I'll have to AFK. Wait a sec. Looks like the opponent's AFK too. Ha 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 ha. Why did this other player also AFK? Barges. Streamers. The news spread everywhere. Many viewers in diverse stream rooms noticed homepage promos. Once people realized the Yu dynasty was fully reunited, with Xian Yu, the central figure, showing up to stream, the entire platform was thrown into chaos. Swish, swish, swish. Countless viewers rushed into the stream room in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the screen suddenly twitched. Tigerfish system popped up a full-screen alert. Sister Swallow gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. On screen, stylishly designed virtual spaceships shot skyward, dazzling the crowd. Holy crap! Spaceship. A $10,000 super gift. 6666666. Fish Papa swag. Just alright. Xia Fan's stream had spaceships coming in right from the start. I counted it all up. Today's spaceship total for Xia Fan's stream reached 38 already, not including smaller gifts. Damn! Whoa! Look at that! Amid the exclamations of countless netizens, those addicted to live streaming witnessed a moment they'd never forget in their lives. Lin Yuan Shui gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. Sister Swallow gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. Winter Plum Blossom gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. Taoist Monk gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. Fire Dance Crimson Phoenix gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. Following Sleepwalking gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. Tiny Dino Eats Fish gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. Forest Spirit gifted Xia Fan a virtual spaceship. The live stream became unwatchable. People could only hear the sound. The faces of everyone from Yu Dynasty got completely covered by spaceships one after another. The golden glow of legendary status flickered in countless viewers' eyes, those spaceships soaring with an unprecedented aura. At that moment, it seemed like spaceships had become free gifts, frantically dominating the screen in the stream room. Lots of people had seen spaceships in streams before. Spaceships were nothing new, but this many spaceships firing off together, as though launching some interstellar war against aliens. Now that was a first. Even the screen started lagging. Veteran viewers noticed that Tigerfish's top-spending mega-rich users were taking turns throwing gifts. Moreover, the major streamers on Tigerfish were also bombing gifts like crazy. Even many top-tier celebrities, plus A-list superstars, showed up to join the fun and unload gifts. They were honoring Xian Yu. The more absurdly wealthy ones, like that mega donor, Sister Swallow, had already spent over 1 million Blue Star coins. The scarier part? This person hadn't even stopped yet. You kidding me? Can you chill for a bit? The stream room viewers were shocked into blurting out curses. Shit, it's a plant. How do you even watch this stream? Spaceships are flying everywhere. I can't even see a hair of Fish Papa. It's freezing up. Are aliens starting an invasion? Are spaceships free today? Xian Yu footed the bill for all the spaceships tonight. Wait, they're all gifted to Xia Fan. Damn, technically meant for Xian Yu. Xia Fan is cashing in big time. This is her streaming room. And just from Xian Yu showing up, all the gifts go straight to her account. Holy moly. We're talking tens of millions in gifts tonight at this rate. Small time. Your perspective is too narrow. But seriously, I'm trying to watch the stream. Tigerfish's dumb interface design needs fixing. Whenever spaceships land, the full screen trembles to the point no one can watch anything. Haha, Tigerfish management was probably flustered. Normally, one spaceship taking up 5 seconds of screen time isn't a big deal. But now, the never-ending barrage of spaceships created a bug that shouldn't even exist in theory. Totally. Under regular conditions, a single spaceship is already top tier. That's because in Blue Star's entire live streaming scene, it's arguably the priciest gift. It's worth $10,000, my 2 months' salary, and these folks tossed them to Fish Papa without blinking. Viewers were losing their minds. Tigerfish platform, in order to give mega donors their rightful spotlight, implemented a unique design. Whenever a spaceship appeared, it would trigger a full site notification. And in the recipient stream room, the spaceship would travel from the screen's base to its top, lasting a full 5 seconds. During those 5 seconds, viewers couldn't mute or block it. All they could do was stare at the spaceship soar skyward, waiting for those 5 seconds to pass. But now, with this many spaceships, activating 5 seconds, clearly impossible. 3 minutes? 5 minutes? 8 minutes? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Finally, the spaceship madness calmed down. Just kidding. No way it calmed down. The barrage of spaceship-level gifts showed no signs of stopping. Except Tigerfish's technical team performed emergency tweaks, ensuring spaceships wouldn't obstruct the live stream directly anymore. Meanwhile, Tigerfish staff quickly reached out to the donors, apologizing and offering reparations for cutting their spotlight short. Because without adjustments, nobody could watch the stream. Yep, the spaceship barrage notifications continued, now shifted to the screen's sides. This was the only real solution. Otherwise, forget viewing the stream. It'd just be endlessly watching spaceships ascend into the sky. At least for now, those spaceships seemed infinite, like they'd never stop. At that moment, everyone was entirely overwhelmed. The viewers couldn't begin to fathom. With such a never-ending parade of gold ships soaring upward, just how much money had Yu Dynasty's live stream already raked in from gifts tonight? Chapter 1375, 1146, The Happy Birthday Song. In Wei Haoyun's home, Xiaofan's assistant suddenly let out a gasp. What's wrong? Everyone turned to look at Xiaofan's assistant. The assistant's voice trembled, as though they had witnessed something utterly shocking. Spaceships. After Teacher Admirable Fish appeared, so many spaceships started appearing too. Huh? Lin Yuan looked confused. Spaceships, what even? However, Xiaofan responded quickly. Check the livestream. Spaceships are the most expensive gift in the livestream room. Sun Yaohua and the others promptly snapped back to their senses, hurriedly opening the livestream on their phones. Once they watched, everything became clear. Oh my god, it's all tips. If I remember correctly, a spaceship on Tigerfish costs 10,000 yuan, right? How many spaceships are there? Impossible to count. They just keep coming. All for the representative. Before the representative arrived, how many spaceships did our livestream get? Quite a few, but the number of spaceships wasn't this high. TSK Tisk. Total jackpot for Xiaofan. Xiaofan, remember to treat us tomorrow. Gifts. Lin Yuan finally understood. It turned out fans were showering tips because they saw him in the livestream. An inexplicable feeling bubbled up inside. Lin Yuan faced the camera and said, Thank you all for your tips, but please don't spend too much. Just enjoy the livestream cheerfully. You Dynasty members. Livestream viewers. If this were a Tigerfish livestream host, even if it were a celebrity from the entertainment industry running the stream, upon seeing such an outrageous flood of gifts, they would surely repeat the names of the tippers over and over, expressing endless gratitude. If it were a mid-level host, even receiving a single spaceship might make them cry on the spot. It would be perfectly normal. But when it came to Xianyu, all he said was a simple thank you followed by urging viewers not to send any more gifts. However, at Xianyu's level, handling it this way seemed entirely normal. It was just as expected. Someone of his status appearing in Xiaofan's livestream could easily drive wealthy fans into a frenzy. Audience across various continents. Is this what it means to be a big shot? I've watched live streams for years, and it's the first time I've seen someone this calm about spaceships. Obviously, this is Fish Papa. Fish Papa doesn't even accept ad endorsements. If he were willing to endorse products, the fees would be in the billions. This has to be the most impressive big shot Tigerfish Live has ever seen. Hee hee, it's rare to catch Fish Papa's live stream. I won't tip. I've got money to burn. Spaceships incoming. Keep them coming. Stop it. Fish Papa already told everyone not to send gifts. What Fish Papa probably meant was, rich fans can do whatever they want, but non-rich fans should stop and act within their means. Don't let it affect your life. If Fish Papa were willing to live stream, I'd live off instant noodles just to support him. By this point, the tips in the form of spaceships finally slowed down. Perhaps Xianyu's words had worked. Though less luxurious gifts continued to flood in without pause. There were gifts ranging from a few yuan to dozens to thousands, all mixed in. Not everyone is wealthy, but everyone supported Xianyu in their own way. As for the wealthy fans, they joined the audience to watch this unconventional Yu Dynasty livestream. Lin Yuan wasn't overly concerned about the tips. The Yu Dynasty members simply smiled at the camera, thanked viewers a few times, and returned to their casual chats. Money? Sun Yaohua didn't care. The Yu Dynasty members, world champions each, were top-tier celebrities who cared little for such things. A simple thank you suffices. After all, celebrities are different from internet streamers. Besides, the prestige of the Yu dynasty was established. Their live streams were just for fun. They didn't even interact much with the viewers. If they wanted to make money, the Yu dynasty could just book a group appearance, which would undoubtedly earn far more than the gifts. Only Xia Fan's assistant, who was filming the live stream, shivered timidly. "Let's eat," Lin Yuan suggested, but nobody touched their chopsticks. Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan didn't hesitate, starting to eat first. They picked up some food. Lin Yuan took a bite of fish. Lin Yuan tried some shredded potatoes. The next moment, both of them simultaneously changed expressions and spat out the food. "So bitter. Is this a prank?" Both of them wore expressions of agony. The others quickly avoided their gaze. Chun Jiu passed the blame. "The fish was made by Zhao Yingge." Zhao Yingge deflected. "The shredded potatoes were made by Jiang Kuei." Lin Yuan looked at everyone helplessly. "So these dishes were all made by you guys?" Everyone nodded. Lin Yuan looked at the group and boldly said, "Then let's eat together." The group showed conflicted expressions, reluctantly picking up their chopsticks. Burned dishes, oversalted dishes, dishes with too little oil, and dishes where soy sauce was mistaken for vinegar. Each dish was uniquely awful in its own way. Even those with passable cooking skills found their creations sabotaged by their pig teammates, making everything almost inedible. After a few bites, the group tacitly put down their chopsticks and declared they were full. Livestream chat. Viewers burst into laughter. This table full of disaster cuisine can be felt through the screen. That fish has blood in it. Nobody bothered using ginger to remove the fishy smell. Those chicken wings turned into charcoal. Poor fish papa. Poor Lin Yuan. Is this the Yu dynasty's culinary competition? A battle of noobs. The Yu dynasty members, who dominated the Blue Song Olympics as if they were heroes, turned into bumbling fools in the kitchen within seconds. Lin Yuan couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Do we have noodles at home? I'll make a bowl of longevity noodles for Lin Yuan. We can all share it." Lin Yuan's cooking skills were average, but boiling noodles was easy. These days, who doesn't know how to make a simple bowl of noodles? Yay! Lin Yuan cheered enthusiastically. The group fell silent in embarrassment. Soon, Lin Yuan prepared a pot of noodles. With a few vegetable leaves and some handmade noodles stored in the fridge, seasoned lightly with salt and garnished with scallions, the aroma had everyone's mouths watering, soon followed by the sound of slurping. So tasty. Delicious. Ah. Steaming hot noodles. This is happiness. I hereby declare the champion of the Yu dynasty's inaugural culinary showdown to be Xian Yu. Champion my foot. It was simply that the dishes they made were so bad that even slightly normal food tasted divine. After finishing the noodles, Zhao Yingge stood up and announced, "Next up, let's eat cake." I ordered an extra-large one. Everyone perked up. Sun Yaohua brought out candles. "Let's light them up and let Lin Yuan make a wish." The group got busy. Soon, the candles were all lit. Wei Haoyun walked to the door and turned off the lights. "Now it's more atmospheric. Lin Yuan, go ahead and make your wish." Hold on. Lin Yuan felt the mood wasn't quite right. Before making a birthday wish, how could you skip the singing? In the darkness, Lin Yuan cleared his throat and began singing solo. "Happy birthday to you." Huh. Everyone froze. The livestream viewers were also stunned. But Lin Yuan's voice didn't stop. With subtle changes in the melody, the simple, repetitive lyrics exuded a warm vibe. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." This was, in every sense, a universal song. Unlike Earthlings who had heard this happy birthday song, so often it wore their ears out, for the Yu Dynasty members and the Blue Star livestream viewers, it was their first time hearing it. Not particularly groundbreaking. Like a pebble gently plopping into a lake, it stirred faint ripples in the hearts of the audience. What song is this? First time hearing it, kind of catchy. It's literally just 4 lines repeated, but why does it feel touching somehow? Must be a song written by Xian Yu. Xian Yu's talent is amazing. Did he write it specially for the birthday celebration of a kid? I love this song. Xian Yu healed me. Next time my younger sister has a birthday, I'm singing this. So simple, I already learned it. This straightforward melody fits the birthday vibe perfectly. Warmth, healing, Songs don't need to be overwhelmingly powerful. As long as they touch people's hearts, they're good songs. Speaking of which, on Earth, Happy Birthday, a song so simple in rhythm and lyrics that even 3-year-olds know it, achieved an astonishing popularity rate because it resonates deeply with people. Lanlin's eyes started glistening with tears. It was undoubtedly the most unforgettable birthday she'd ever had. Sun Yaohua suddenly felt inspired, clapping his hands softly to the rhythm. Happy birthday to you. Jiang Kuei and Xia Fan joined in, clapping. Happy birthday to you. Chen Jiu and Wei Haoyun smiled as they clapped. Happy birthday to you. Lin Yuan clapped along with everyone. Happy birthday to you, Lin Yuan. It was indeed an easily learned song, especially since they were professional singers who could memorize it after just one listen. Of course, no special technique was needed. Without any instruments, everyone simply used their hands to beat the most primitive rhythm while singing it casually. During the singing, Lin Yuan folded her hands, quietly making her wish. The simple happy birthday song filled the hearts of viewers with unspoken emotions. At this moment, the screen suddenly shivered as more spaceships zoomed across the feed. Oh dear, the audience was beyond numb. Looks like the rich fans were delighted. And now launching spaceships to fight aliens on behalf of Xianyu again. Chapter 1376, 1147. Only magic can defeat magic. After singing the happy birthday song, everyone started sharing the cake. With his mouth full of cream, Sun Yaohua laughed and said, "We've had food and cake. Now it's time for everyone to bring out the birthday gifts they've prepared for Lin Yuan." Everyone had prepared a gift. Soon, a lot of exquisitely wrapped gift boxes were displayed, and Lin Yuan also brought out his gift box. "Lin Yuan, can I open it and have a look?" Wei Haoyun chuckled and replied, "Of course you can." Lin Yuan started opening everyone's gifts. Someone gave a watch. Someone gave a bracelet. Someone gifted headphones. Someone brought shoes. Someone even gifted clothes and pants. Finally, Lin Yuan turned to the gift box presented by Lin Yuan. "What's inside this one?" Lin Yuan calmly said, "A gift." Everyone was caught between laughter and tears. Listening to Lin Yuan's words felt just like listening to more of Lin Yuan's words. Lanlin's anticipation was almost spilling over as she quickly tore open Xianyu's gift box. Livestream. The audience was curious. What will Fish Papa give? Surely it's not an entire set of practice books, right? Whoever suggested a full set of practice books, you're a devil. Of course it wasn't practice books. Inside the gift box were a few books. The book on top was titled Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. It's the Harry Potter series. The camera zoomed in on the book cover, and the comment section of the live stream instantly erupted. "Ah, Old Rascal's Harry Potter series. Goodness gracious. Is this a promo for Chu Kuang? Got it, buying now, buying now." Honestly, gifting the Harry Potter series is probably worse than gifting practice books. At least doing homework only tires your body, but reading this will tire your soul. Fish Papa is ruthless. How much hatred and revenge is this? Save the child. Kid, don't read it no matter what. This series is toxic and will seriously harm the mental and physical health of teenagers. Damn that old rascal Chu Kuang. My Cedric, my Sirius. The Harry Potter series stirred up lots of painful memories for many people. That's right. This was the gift Lin Yuan prepared for Lin Yuan. The Harry Potter series that he was currently writing. Thank you, Xianyu Gij. Lanlin's face showed a trace of surprise, though there was an unavoidable hint of disappointment. But I've already read the Harry Potter series. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Lin Yuan had already read it? The audience was also taken aback, before quickly teasing in the comment section. Looks like the study load isn't heavy enough. At this moment, Lin Yuan curiously asked, "I heard from my aunt that Chu Kuang is a good friend of yours. Xianyu Gij?" Lin Yuan, "Yeah, Lin Yuan." Xianyu Gij, "Could you ask him why he had to write Sirius to his death?" Lin Yuan, "That." Lin Yuan. "And Cedric too." Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan suddenly clenched her little fists and, in her innocent childlike voice, angrily declared, "I will never share the same sky as that old rascal Chu Kuang." Old rascal Chu Kuang? Lin Yuan was speechless. This little girl had clearly identified the culprit, and yet he had no way to defend himself. The comments section in the livestream became even more chaotic as viewers enthusiastically cheered her on. Well said. She spoke straight to my heart. I will never share the same sky as that old rascal Chu Kuang. Just look at the poor kid, completely poisoned by the books. Fish Papa, go blow on the old rascal's ear. Is resurrecting Sirius really too much to ask? How about bringing Cedric back too? Huh. Fish Papa must feel so awkward being caught in this crossfire. Look at Fish Papa's embarrassed little side eye. At this moment, Wei Haoyan flipped through the topmost Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix and suddenly widened their eyes. Is this a signed copy by teacher Chu Kuang? Chu Kuang's signature? Everyone immediately leaned in to take a closer look. On the title page of the book, with bold and flamboyant handwriting, was a line of text. To Wei Lanlan. Happy 12th birthday. Wishing you good health, all the best, great progress in your studies, and everlasting happiness, from Chu Kuang. Ah, it's really teacher Chu Kuang's signature. Representative, I want one too. Me too, me too, me too. I'm one of teacher Chu Kuang's diehard fans. This has to be the only set of Harry Potter books on the market with teacher Chu Kuang's autograph, right? I recall that teacher Chu Kuang's autograph books are incredibly rare because he's never held any book signing events. Back in the early days, he only signed a few books for Silver Blues publishing campaigns, which makes his signed copies practically priceless. The Yu Dynasty crowd was buzzing with excitement. As they stared at the signature, everyone's eyes lit up, clearly wishing they could claim it for themselves. Swish. Wei Lanlan was beyond thrilled, hurriedly clutching the books to her chest, her earlier disappointment already swept away. Thank you, Xianyu Gij. Thank you, teacher Chu Kuang. Her crisp and clear voice was filled with uncontainable joy. Huh, teacher Chu Kuang? Wasn't this little girl just moments ago declaring, I will never share the same sky as that old rascal Chu Kuang? Livestream. The audience watching this scene was dumbstruck. A signed copy. Ah, an authentic autograph from that old rascal Chu Kuang. How could this little girl accept this? Moments ago, you said you'd never share the same sky as Chu Kuang. If you really mean it, send those books to me, and I'll destroy them for you. Let me handle destroying them. I'm dying of laughter. Oh no, it's truly fragrant. Well played, iron-willed Wei Lanlan. This little rascal has two faces. Wei Lanlan. I will never share the same sky as that old rascal Chu Kuang. Xianyu, these are his signed books. Wei Lanlan. I absolutely adore teacher Chu Kuang. I'm crying with envy. Signed books by Chu Kuang are just too rare. Chapter 1377, 1147. Only magic can defeat magic_2. This makes the value of Chu Kuang's signature incredibly high. No matter how much fans enjoy cursing the old rascal, deep down they dream of owning a signed book by Chu Kuang. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly smiled and said, Are you sure you've read all these books? Wei Lanlan nodded earnestly. I've read all 5 books of the Harry Potter series without missing a single one. I even reread the first 3 books. As for the 4th and 5th, I didn't dare to read them twice. Lin Yuan pried open Wei Lanlan's hands. She was clutching a pile of books to her chest like a kitten guarding its food, as if afraid others would snatch them away. Lin Yuan managed to pull out the book at the very bottom with some effort. He smiled. Lin Yuan asked, Have you read this one? Wei Lanlan was perplexed. Of course I've read all of them. Before she finished speaking, Wei Lanlan suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Because the cover of the book Lin Yuan had pulled out was somewhat unfamiliar. Unfamiliar? That's exactly right. This was the 6th book in the Harry Potter series. The yet-to-be-released Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince that wasn't available in any region of Blue Star. Ah, an immense surprise. Chu Kuang's handwritten signature was already a huge thrill for Wei Lanlan. And when Lin Yuan unveiled Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, a new book that countless readers across Blue Star had been eagerly awaiting but hadn't been released yet, Wei Lanlan suddenly felt an unprecedented happiness. God knows how much she had been looking forward to this book. Perhaps this was destined to be her most unforgettable birthday. Nearby, Sun Yaohua and the others' expressions changed drastically, clearly aware of the significance of this book's presence here. The 6th book, the 6th installment in the Harry Potter series, wasn't releasing for a few more days. What kind of relationship must Xianyu have with Chu Kuang to secure a copy of this book pre-release? This thing could be considered Silver Blue Book's commercial secret. In the livestream room, the audience was dumbfounded. Damn, what am I seeing? The yet-to-be-released sixth installment of the Harry Potter series. Xian Yu is incredible. This book hasn't even been released, and he's already got it. A signature, fine, that's just a small effort for Chu Kuang. But how did he even get this unreleased Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince? So jealous of the little girl. I want it. I really want it. Has Fish Papa read the story yet? Spoil it for us. No, no, no. Don't spoil it. Just tell us if anyone dies in this book. Harry Potter fans were truly numerous. Most of the live stream viewers had gone completely crazy, each one wishing they could break through the screen and seize the book. Amidst shock, Xia Fan approached her assistant and glanced at the comments scrolling across the screen. Sure enough, the comments section was already inundated. Xia Fan couldn't help but laugh. Should the boss engage with the viewers a bit? Everyone's asking whether you've read the new book. Lin Yuan answered truthfully. Yes. Of course he had read it. He was the one who typed it out word by word. Xia Fan continued. The viewers are also asking if anyone dies in this installment. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Beside him, Wei Lanlan also looked at Lin Yuan nervously. This was probably the question Harry Potter fans were most concerned about. Lin Yuan paused, deep in thought. Xia Fan suggested with a smile. Maybe we should skip that question. Lin Yuan interrupted Xia Fan out of the blue. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Just as the audience's hearts started racing, Lin Yuan suddenly chuckled. None of them die. Livestream comments. Fish Papa scared me half to death just now. So cheeky. Too cheeky. Damn, if the main trio died, what's the point of the story? My blood pressure almost shot up. Ha 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 ha. Fish Papa just doesn't want to spoil things. My breathing almost stopped just now. Give us something juicy. Tell us something we really want to know. Looking at the comments, Xia Fan prompted. Everyone wants you to give them something juicy. Juicy? Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious, sadness flashing in his eyes as he began listing names. Lupin, Dobby, Moody, Colin, Tonks, Snape, Fred, Hedwig. Who else was there? Lin Yuan rattled off a bunch of familiar names, then abruptly changed his tone and flashed a smile. None of them die in this installment either. The livestream audience nearly jumped out of their seats after hearing the last sentence. Damn, I knew it. He's doing it again. Even though I knew it was a joke, I still broke into a cold sweat. My emotions were all over the place. These are some of my absolute favorite characters. You almost fell for it again. Ha ha ha. Chu Kuang wouldn't go that far. If so many beloved characters died, it'd be unbearable. Fish Papa's learning bad habits from Chu Kuang. That sad expression just now genuinely terrified me. Life is a stage, and it's all about acting. Ha ha ha. The sixth book seems like it's in safe hands. Fish Papa's word should be trusted. After all, he's seen the sixth book, so he definitely knows. Safe. Amidst the laughter and relief, the viewers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Perhaps only Lin Yuan knew now just how brutal his spoiler truly was. A reversal spoiler. Something that only readers finishing the Harry Potter series finale would eventually realize. Chapter 1378, 1147. Only magic can defeat magic_3. This is psychology. First, use truthful information like Harry Potter and other protagonists won't die to confuse and interfere with the authenticity of the next piece of information. The birthday party is over. The livestream is also about to end. When Xia Fan said that the livestream was going to end, the audience couldn't help but feel reluctant, clamoring to hear the Yu Dynasty sing a few songs in the livestream room. At this moment, everyone also looked at the livestream on their phones. Chun Jiu laughed and said, "Since everyone's not letting us log off, why don't we each sing one song before ending?" All right. The group nodded in agreement. Xia Fan found a backing track, connected it directly to the livestream via computer, and sang the song Initial Dream. Jiang Kuei sang Big Fish. Chun Jiu sang Change Myself. Sun Yaohua sang Life Like a Summer Flower. Zhao Gu sang Easy to Ignite and Explode. Everyone, as if on cue, chose the first song Xian Yu had written for them. When it came to Wei Haoyun's turn, Madame Haoyun also wanted to sing the first song Xianyu had written for her, that catchy tune, Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Who would have thought the audience went crazy? Not Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. It plays at our local square every day. Madame Haoyun, spare us. Sing Flowing River. That song's a bit sad. Let's go for something more cheerful. How about Good Luck Come? Yeah, sing Good Luck Come. Madame Haoyun, let me bask in your lucky aura. Madame Haoyun chuckled and simply indulged everyone's request by singing Good Luck Come, which was practically her signature song. Finally, it was Lin Yuan's turn. The comments suddenly took a dramatic turn, spamming the screen with Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Serves you right for being cheeky. Just sing Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Nervous works too. As long as it's an internet-famous song, we're good. Another internet-famous song, please. Fish Papa, brainwash me. Madame Haoyun burst out laughing uncontrollably. The audience refused to let her sing Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, citing reasons like tired of it and too torturous. But when it came to the representative, everyone suddenly wanted to hear that song again. Clearly, they were intentionally making things difficult for Xianyu. The other members of the Yu dynasty were also exasperated yet amused. Represent, didn't you duet Most Dazzling Ethnic Style with Madame Haoyun before? Though the entire lyrics only had 3 words. Sun Yaohua shouted, stay. Everyone shouted along, stay. At that moment, Wei Lanlan sliced a few apples and thoughtfully handed them out to everyone. Lin Yuan took a peeled apple, said thank you, and suddenly had an idea. Apple, little apple? Now isn't that a song? Lin Yuan turned to the camera and said, since everyone's tired of Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, let's switch to another square dance song. The audience was stunned. Square dance song? You'd seriously go for another one? Before they could process this, Lin Yuan had already pulled up a backing track on his phone. It was none other than Little Apple. He'd recorded this song during some downtime before, so the backing track was ready to go. A moment later, the livestream room suddenly filled with an incredibly rhythmic tune. The mere introduction made people instinctively want to sway with the beat. Amid the music, Lin Yuan began to sing. I planted a seed. Finally, it bore fruit. Today is a great day. What song is this? The Yu dynasty crew looked on with shocked expressions. Lin Yuan continued to sing. I'll grab the stars for you. Pull down the moon for you. Let the sun rise for you every day. Simple lyrics, a simple melody, yet it had a strangely contagious vibe. Sun Yaohua and the others couldn't help but start tapping along with the rhythm. Turning into a candle to burn myself just to light up your world. Giving you everything just to see you happy. You make every tomorrow meaningful for me. Though life is short, I'll love you forever without hesitation. Everyone munched on apples cheerfully, keeping time with the music. Lin Yuan also took a bite of his apple, then suddenly belted out. You're my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never enough. Your rosy cheeks warm my heart, light up the fire of my life. Fire, 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 fire. Sun Yaohua and the others froze in their movements, then collectively burst into hysterical laughter. Little apple? What the heck is this? Good thing Lon Lon brought apples. If she'd brought bananas just now, would you be singing, You're my little banana now? Apples are still better. Catchy. Lin Yuan's every word hit a rhyme. You're my little apple. Just like the most beautiful cloud on the horizon. Spring is here again. Flowers bloom across the hills. Planting hope will surely yield harvests. In the livestream room, the audience watched in disbelief. New song. Brainwashing in progress. What is this? This song's vibe is so strong. Its catchiness rivals Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Definitely a square dance hit. I'm hooked. Fish Papa's cheekiness knows no bounds. Curse you. Why didn't Lon Lon bring a pear just now? Xianyu. Then peel a coconut shell, and you dare give me a pear? In front of the camera, Lin Yuan continued singing while munching on his apple. To be honest, his diction was becoming less clear. I've never felt annoyed by you. I love everything about you. Every day with you is refreshing. With you the sunlight is brighter. With you the night isn't dark. You're the white cloud. I'm the blue sky. In spring we stroll through blooming flowers. In summer we gaze at the stars together. In autumn, we wander through golden fields at dusk. In winter, with dancing snowflakes. You make it even warmer. The Yu Dynasty crew all munched on apples together. The fastest eater, Chun Jiu, had already tossed aside his apple core and enthusiastically joined Lin Yuan in singing. Chapter 1379, 1147. Only magic can defeat magic_4. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never enough. Earworm. Ultimate earworm. It doesn't even have many lyrics. Yet Chun Jiu remembered the chorus after hearing it just once. Others finished their little apples and joined in the chorus, and those who couldn't recall the lyrics just hummed. La 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 la. La 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 la. Your rosy little cheeks warm my heart. La 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 la. Blazing, 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 blazing. The Yu Dynasty Ensemble was singing the ultimate earworm song, Little Apple. And this bunch of world champions was letting loose like goofballs at the moment. In the livestream room, the viewers went wild. The energetic rhythm of the music crashed like waves on the shore, and people in front of the screen bobbed their heads, unable to resist the urge to dance. No one expected Xian Yu's new song to debut in such a way during a live stream. Nor did they expect it would turn out to be another instantaneous hit comparable to Most Dazzling Ethnic Style on the square dance scene. Epic. Listen, just listen. This is what I call music. I'm done for. I can't escape. Is this Fish Papa's new song? How is it Little Apple? Did he just come up with it casually? And those lyrics. This is insane. Shocking. A Blue Song Olympics heavyweight creating a song like this? It's so mesmerizing. Keep the music going and keep dancing. Blazing red and utterly bewildering. Folks, it's time to refresh the Square Dance playlist. This song can definitely rival Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Harry Potter. Didn't lie to me. We need magic to beat magic. Isn't it always magic that defeats magic? Master, I beg you, please stop chanting. I surrender. Giving up, okay. Fish Papa, you're the ones asking me to mess around. How many songs can outdo Little Apple in terms of being an earworm? This song once snatched countless ant-level fans from Most Dazzling Ethnic Style on Earth. In the square, don't you see? Two groups battling it out in square dance duels. On the left, Little Apple with its blazing theme. On the right, Most Dazzling Ethnic Style with its stay melody. If Most Dazzling Ethnic Style represents half the empire of square dancing, then Little Apple has arrived to claim the other half. Mesmerizing. Earworm. Bring it on. On both sides of the screen, cosmic battleships were firing relentlessly. Lin Yuan saw the situation and got a bit anxious. Let's talk this out calmly. Why is everyone showering gifts again? It's not because Lin Yuan was pretending to be aloof. It's mainly because Lin Yuan had read many stories about disastrous consequences caused by excessive livestream gifting, like how some company accountant embezzled funds just to reward a female streamer. Alright then. Anyway, Lin Yuan didn't want such things happening in his channel. Most importantly, Lin Yuan wasn't in dire need of money anymore. If he were strapped for cash, accepting some rewards might be fine. After all, his skills earned it, so there's no guilt in that. But today, he hadn't even showcased any talent. It was merely the Yu Dynasty hosting a kid's birthday party while opening a casual live stream, so small gifts were enough. But these tigerfish cosmic battleships, according to Xia Fan, each one costs 10,000 yuan. It's excessively pricey and unnecessary. Lin Yuan didn't need that, and accepting it felt unearned. With those thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan suddenly noticed a block paid gifts option nearby. His eyes lit up. With a tap of his finger, the cosmic battleships on both sides shut down. A notice popped up for viewers, informing them that paid gifts were disabled in the live stream. Uft. Ha 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 ha. Blocking rewards? Seriously? Tigerfish. Wait, someone actually uses this feature? Fish Papa, you're incredible. Damn, I was about to send a cosmic battleship. Turn it back on. Turn it back on, I said. Great content deserves a reward. Come on, let me send you rewards. My cosmic battleship is out of fuel. If Xian Yu started live streaming seriously, no other streamer would stand a chance. Look at this. The rich fans weren't frustrated because gifting was blocked. They were actually overexcited about it. Meanwhile, thrifty leopard heads in the room burst into hearty laughter. laughed themselves silly. Who's seen such a scene before? Normally, streamers beg fans for rewards. But here, it was the fans pleading for CNU to accept their rewards. Yet CNU paid them no mind and even shut off the gifting feature, extinguishing countless cosmic battleships instantly. CNU was just that willful. The entire livestream room brimmed with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 1380, 1148. Truly an unforgettable birthday. Madame Haoyun's home. The live stream ended. Everyone was in a very good mood. Wei Haoyun laughed and said, "The live stream was pretty fun." Chun Jiu nodded in agreement. "Before, Tigerfish wanted to sign me, but I felt I didn't have time, so I declined. Now it seems this format is actually not bad. Whenever there's free time, you can host a live stream and engage with fans up close." Xiaofan chuckled. "It's definitely worth messing around with." Jiang Kuei agreed. "Before, my manager used to say that live streaming would lower a celebrity's image. Thinking about it now, it's actually okay. Live streaming is a very down-to-earth format. Who says celebrities must always act above everyone else?" Sun Yaohua hit the nail on the head. "If you're even considering this kind of thing, it just means your coolness level isn't high enough. A real big shot, like the boss, would never worry about such trivial matters. Heck, in ancient times, some emperors spent their downtime gardening in the royal palace. The boss is the same. When he live streams, even the live stream's cool factor itself gets elevated." Everyone rolled their eyes. Sun Yaohua's bootlicking skills had reached their peak, effortlessly drawing comparisons between the boss and ancient emperors in just a few words without feeling forced. Zhaoing Ji's eyes lit up. "I feel the boss has a natural gift for live streaming. He kept everyone entertained. Maybe he should consider starting more streams in the future, just casually like today. It'd be nice for us to get together once in a while and have fun." Lin Yuan smiled faintly. At that moment, Wei Lanlan suddenly chimed in. "Where can I download Little Apple?" Everyone laughed and said, "The boss can record and release it later." Lin Yuan immediately said, "If we're gonna sing, let's all sing together. Tomorrow, let's head to the studio and record it." Haha, you all laughed so happily earlier. How could I not include you in the fun? Huh. Everyone froze for a moment before resolutely declaring, "All right, together it is. Forget the so-called coolness factor. What's wrong with a viral song? What's wrong with a catchy earworm? If the boss is okay with singing it, what do we have to fear?" When U Dynasty's live stream finally ended, its impact quickly exploded across the internet. Media outlets across continents. CNU's first live stream on Tigerfish. U Dynasty live broadcast breaks Blue Star's all-time viewer record. Ultimate celebrity influence. CNU's stream sets Tigerfish's highest tipping record. CNU's live stream turns off tipping due to overwhelming audience donations. Little Apple. CNU's second viral square dance anthem emerges. U Dynasty goes live. Platform hosts and rich fans gather to cheer them on. How many Blue Star live stream records did U Dynasty break in this broadcast? Yes, Tigerfish had crunched the live stream's data. The peak viewer count for this live stream surpassed 1 billion. This was a performance that every celebrity and streamer on Blue Star could only look up to in awe. Another record breaker, the tipping amounts within the stream also surpassed 1 billion. This broadcast shattered countless records in Blue Star's streaming history. If Lin Yuan hadn't turned off the tipping option during the last hour of streaming, those numbers could have been even more jaw-dropping. Of course, everyone understood it was because this was U Dynasty's first live stream and the audience was being generous. If there's another stream in the future, things might not go quite as crazy again. Meanwhile, online, the live stream had received a flood of praise. "I've never watched a live broadcast before, not even of celebrities, but U Dynasty's stream. I enjoyed every moment. Authentic, not pretentious. Though most of the time they were just fooling around amongst themselves and barely interacting with the audience. In that final hour, they surprised us with talent performances. Watching their interactions felt so pleasant. It was nothing like other celebrity hangouts full of where fake smiles and shallow compliments abound. That song at the end is addictive." Jiang Kuei even asked for its name during the stream. "It's called Little Apple." Fish Papa played it with a mobile accompaniment. I strongly suspect his phone has tons of unreleased songs. If he ever loses that phone, it'll be hilarious. Laughing emoji. Anyone else feel the urge to steal Fish Papa's phone? I glanced at the viewership. It broke 1 billion by the end. Previously, Tigerfish held a celebrity event. Even that stream had just tens of millions of viewers. Isn't the main highlight all those tips? Tigerfish's records show the tipping tally broke the billion mark as well, mostly aimed at Fish Papa, though U Dynasty's other members wield impressive popularity too. After all, they're all world champions. Their combined power is unparalleled. I feel Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince is the key takeaway. Fish Papa made a point to promote Chu Kuang's work during the stream. The 6th installment in the Harry Potter series, he got it before release, and with Chu Kuang's autograph on top of that. With Xian Yu endorsing it, Harry Potter's sales are going to skyrocket. Why was this live stream such a success? Because it marked U Dynasty's first reunion since the Blue Song Olympics. Because it was Xian Yu's debut broadcast, and he unexpectedly performed a new song. Because U Dynasty's internal dynamics felt so natural. Their camaraderie is something audiences admire. In an entertainment world often fraught with cold competition among top stars, such genuine and harmonious friendships are a rare and heartwarming sight. And because Xian Yu had revealed the unreleased Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, multiple contributing factors, think this was the end of it? Of course not. It was only over the next few days that people realized the long-lasting impact of this broadcast. First, it sparked a wave of celebrity live streaming fever. Before U Dynasty's stream, many A-list, or even super A-list, stars shied away from live broadcasting, deeming it beneath them. In their eyes, streaming was largely the domain of internet personalities. How could someone of celebrity stature stoop to the level of influencers? But now, even Xian Yu is streaming. U Dynasty, full of world champions, went all in on streaming. This group is simply unmatched in the entertainment world in terms of stardom. Who else could rival them? If these folks are prepared to step down and bond directly with online fans, then what reason do others have to stay aloof? Besides, who wouldn't envy the tipping spree from U Dynasty's stream? They definitely wouldn't shut off tips like Fish Papa did. Only someone with a grudge against money would do that. We mere mortals could never reach Fish Papa's level. Still, they'd never amass the same level of tips U Dynasty received. Secondly, Little Apple went viral, just as netizens predicted. Thanks to this song's arrival, Blue Star's square dance enthusiasts split into two distinct camps. The first faction remained devoted to most dazzling ethnic style, while Little Apple was also catchy and well-suited to square dancing. Some people preferred sticking to the familiar beat of the older song, unwilling to accept fresh styles. The second faction fell completely in love with Little Apple. Some enthusiasts even choreographed new types of square dances around the song's melody. Which version are we talking about? Certainly not Lin Yuan's live-streamed rendition. U Dynasty teamed up to record a studio version of Little Apple, as the live-stream sound quality couldn't compare to professional recording, and Xian Yu sang more casually during the broadcast. Suddenly, as dusk approached, two very different melodies echoed across neighborhoods. The left ear heard, singing the most dazzling ethnic style, while the right ear chimed, "You are my little apple." The square dance showdown left netizens in amused heap. Fish Papa is truly the godfather of Blue Star's square dance scene. I had just gotten used to most dazzling ethnic style, and now he's dropped another hit. Most dazzling ethnic style is still the classic choice. True, but Little Apple is super impressive too. Xian Yu is practically the king of viral tunes. It's just two songs, isn't it? Not at all. Don't forget Nervous. Haha. And let's not overlook the great King Summoned Me to Patrol the Mountain. Hilarious. That Good Fortune Comes track was insanely catchy too. This is what it means to truly play music. Highbrow or grounded. Fish Papa excels at all of it. Now I'm just anticipating Chu Kuang's Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Fish Papa's promotion effort was phenomenal. Given Fish Papa's review, the book seems like a safe bet. Buying it for sure. Livestream sales pitches weren't uncommon. But as for Xian Yu personally endorsing something during his broadcast, only Chu Kuang could pull off such a favor. Just as Xian Yu was likely the only person privileged enough to get an early copy of Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Perhaps Shadow could manage it too? Either way, This promotion had maxed out audience anticipation for Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Amid this wave of excitement, a week flew by. On May 8th, the sixth installment of the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, officially launched, having been personally endorsed by Xianyu on Yu Dynasty's live stream. On the eve of the book's release, Wei Haoyun suddenly called Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan answered, Wei Lanlan's sobbing came through from the other end. Lin Yuan was startled. What happened to Lanlan? Wei Haoyun smiled wryly and explained, honestly, I'm not sure. She just finished Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince and immediately started crying her eyes out. Then, she demanded I call you. Something about Dumbledore's death. I haven't read it yet. Is Dumbledore really that popular? Lin Yuan hesitated for a second. His popularity is indeed quite high. Across various favorite character rankings within the Harry Potter series, Dumbledore consistently ranked near the top. His death carried shock value equivalent to that of Sirius Black. Nearby, the tearful Wei Lanlan suddenly shouted in rage, Xian Yuji, please relay a message to Chu Kuang, that old rascal. Lin Yuan, go ahead. The sobbing little girl cried out bitterly. I will never forgive Chu Kuang, that old rascal. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This was clearly his mistake. The birthday gift he had painstakingly arranged had turned Wei Lanlan into the first victim of Dumbledore's death. Sigh. Truly an unforgettable birthday. Chapter 1381, 1149, Phoenix Requiem. Lanlan was the first victim, but she was definitely not the last. Across continents, readers were already gleefully buying Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince to read at home. At the beginning, everything was exactly as everyone imagined. The Harry Potter series, each installment focusing on one school year story. This was the sixth book, so it started with Harry Potter entering his sixth year at Hogwarts School of Magic as the reset. However, the surprising part was, the plot of this book began with a significant focus on Malfoy. Malfoy had become a Death Eater. The Malfoy family colluded secretly with Voldemort and even contacted Snape. Snape promised Malfoy's mother that he would protect and assist Malfoy during his first Death Eater mission, and for this, he took an unbreakable vow. Unexpected, the plot immediately hit the readers with a massive shock. A certain Potterhead group. Many people were reading while simultaneously chatting in the group. What does this mean? Did Snape betray Hogwarts? I knew it. Snape was always a Death Eater. How could he turn to the good side? This guy is definitely working for Voldemort. Yet you all still like him. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Let's keep reading. If Snape is truly a villain, how could he fool Dumbledore? I suspect Snape is a double agent. This might be part of Dumbledore's plan. Agreed. Agreed, my ass. There's no way to redeem Snape here. He's been in contact with Voldemort all along. The plot is already crystal clear. The group was locked in heated debate. At that moment, a group member with the ID, Snape Fanatic, said, Snape has been misunderstood so many times. This is definitely another misunderstanding. Your ID just gave you away. The group members burst into laughter. This person, named Huji, was just like his ID. Huji was a fanatic Snape fan. He had liked the character since the first book. He couldn't believe that Snape was a villain. The plot would definitely have a twist. Huji firmly believed this. Fueled by this hope, Huji kept reading. The group didn't argue for long, knowing the plot ahead would surely provide the answer. Dumbledore successfully persuaded Horace to return to the school and take up the position of potions professor. This man had once taught Voldemort. Dumbledore hoped Harry Potter could learn Voldemort's secrets from him. As for Professor Snape, he became the defense against the dark arts teacher for this term at Hogwarts. In Horace's class, Harry obtained an old textbook signed with the name Half-Blood Prince. Who was the Half-Blood Prince? No one knew. But the book contained many notes left behind by the Half-Blood Prince. With these notes, Harry achieved potions class results that outshined even Hermione. At the same time, Harry's emotions matured as his secret feelings for Ginny grew stronger. Hermione's relationship with Ron hit a rough patch. Ron was holding hands with another girl, leaving Hermione quietly jealous. Just like the previous installment, this book dedicated a considerable portion to the emotional development of the main trio, which readers loved. Fans kept endlessly debating the different ships in the story. Gradually, through Dumbledore, Harry learned more about Voldemort's past and successfully obtained a piece of Voldemort's memory from his former teacher, Horace. From the clues provided in these memories, Dumbledore reached a terrifying conclusion. Voldemort had split his soul into 8 parts in the past and hidden 7 of them within soul devices. Why couldn't Voldemort be killed? Because as long as the soul devices weren't fully destroyed, he could remain immortal. But this was an extremely dark magic, with the caster's hands destined to be soaked in blood. Dumbledore also stated 2 of Voldemort's soul devices had already been destroyed. The eerie diary Harry destroyed in the second book was one, and the other was Marvolo Gaunt's ring, destroyed by Dumbledore. To kill Voldemort, the remaining soul devices had to be destroyed. Luckily, Dumbledore had already found the clue to the next soul device. It was Salazar Slytherin's locket. Dumbledore asked Harry Potter to help him and accompany him in destroying it. His only request of Harry was, no matter what happens, Harry must follow his orders. Harry agreed. Many readers had reached this part. The Potterhead group, who belonged to buzz to life once again. This is great. Though the tone is a bit dark, the storyline is grand, and the reading experience is exhilarating. I can't stop reading even while eating. No wonder Voldemort is as unkillable as Xiao Chong. It's because of these soul devices. This concept is quite intriguing. Why do I get the feeling this signals the story's conclusion? The publicity materials didn't call this the finale, so there should still be more to come. But the plot has indeed entered the later stages. Please don't end yet. I haven't had enough of this. Holy crap, have you guys checked the chapter titles? What chapter titles? The titles of the later chapters. I think there's mention of a white tomb. No way. Don't scare me. It was already afternoon by this time. Someone couldn't resist taking a peek at the chapter titles and discovered some unsettling ones. Huji glanced at the group chat. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly scanned through the titles himself. Sure enough, the final chapter of this installment was titled The White Tomb. Chapter 1382, 1149, Phoenix Elegy _2. This is a title that easily evokes unpleasant associations, forcibly suppressing the urge for wild thoughts. Huji looked down. Harry Potter and Dumbledore entered a cave. They passed through numerous dangers and finally stopped in front of a stone basin filled with green liquid. Dumbledore concluded that the soul device was inside. Strangely though, the liquid couldn't be scooped out by hand, nor could it be ladled away or siphoned off, and it couldn't be made to disappear with magic. The only solution was to drink it. This potion will certainly prevent me from obtaining the soul device. It might paralyze me, make me forget my purpose for being here, cause me extreme pain, make it impossible to concentrate, or incapacitate me in some other way. If any of this happens, Harry, you must ensure I keep drinking it, even if you have to force it into my closed mouth. Do you understand? Dumbledore spoke. Harry. Potter refused outright, but Dumbledore coldly insisted that Harry must comply. Why can't I be the one to drink the potion? Harry asked in despair. Dumbledore's reply was, because I am much older, much wiser, and far less valuable than you. At that moment, Huji felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Though his favorite character was Snape, Huji's love for Dumbledore was no less than for Snape. This was a kindly and great sage, like Harry Potter's life mentor. He always patiently guided Harry, leading the child out of confusion and bewilderment time and again. To your health, Harry, Dumbledore said before drinking the green liquid. Harry stared in terror, his hands clenching the edge of the stone basin so tightly that his fingertips went numb. Huji too was incredibly tense at heart. Yet Dumbledore showed no reaction, merely keeping his eyes tightly shut, making it impossible to tell if he was in pain. And so it went. Dumbledore silently drank 3 cups. By the 4th cup, Dumbledore suddenly staggered and fell forward onto the stone basin. His eyes still closed, his breathing became heavy. I don't want to. Dumbledore finally spoke, unwilling to drink any more, as if the liquid held a magical power that plunged him into unprecedented pain. Harry was at a loss, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and forced Dumbledore to drink the potions he had promised Dumbledore, despite Dumbledore crying and pleading with him. Don't make me stop. I beg you. Let me die. Kill me. Anything but that. Anything else I'll do. At that moment, Harry felt an intense sense of guilt. He despised what he was doing, making his whole body tremble violently each time he pried open Dumbledore's mouth. Simultaneously, reading to this point, Huji's heart also clenched tightly. This was Dumbledore, the greatest figure in Hogwarts history, now so humble. Agony. Too agonizing. Too oppressive. He knew he shouldn't blame Harry Potter for being too cruel, too heartless, too unfeeling, but he couldn't help it. At the same time, he understood. This was an inevitable means to defeat Voldemort. Harry Potter was following the headmaster's orders. To defeat Voldemort, someone had to endure pain and sacrifice. Cedric was like that. Sirius was like that. And now it was Dumbledore's turn. The good news is, Dumbledore was still alive. He needed water. Yes, Dumbledore was still alive. After drinking all the potions, Harry Potter obtained a golden locket. Countless corpses emerged from the lake. Harry was barely holding on. It was Dumbledore who used large-scale magic to save him and let him out of the cave. Holding the book, Huji sighed heavily in relief. The plot has reached this point, and the story is nearing its end. Huji recalled the frightening title of the last chapter. White Tomb. Whose tomb was it? He was somewhat hesitant to continue reading, but held on to a glimmer of hope. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Eventually, he continued reading. However, as he read on, Huji's hands suddenly started to tremble, turning a ghastly white from overexertion, just like his face, pale as paper. Dead. Dumbledore dead. Malfoy took advantage of Dumbledore's grievous injuries, disarmed his wand, but lacked the courage to strike. Nonetheless, Dumbledore still died. It wasn't Malfoy who killed Dumbledore, nor was it several Death Eaters, secretly brought by Malfoy through some hidden means. It was indeed Snape, Huji's favorite character, the one who was always suspected of not being good, but repeatedly protected Harry and stood by Dumbledore's side. Severus Snape. Moments before dying, Dumbledore made a plea, for the very first time, to someone. Severus, please. Yet, Snape only gazed at Dumbledore momentarily, his face marked with deep lines of disdain and hatred. Avada Kedavra. A green light shot from the tip of Snape's wand, hitting Dumbledore squarely in the face. Without mercy, Harry hid in the shadows. A scream of terror stuck in his throat. He was under a spell cast by Dumbledore, unable to make a sound or move, silently watching Dumbledore being struck into the air. Avada Kedavra. The dreadful skull exploded forth. Dumbledore seemed to pause for a second under the flashing skull, then, like a worn-out rag doll, slowly fell backward, vanishing from the battlement's edge. Still holding the book, Huji stared blankly at this brutally described chapter's end, seemingly frozen. Dazed, puzzled, furious, agonized. As a staunch fan of Snape, this moment of his was unprecedentedly bewildered. Betrayal? Huji turned the pages subconsciously, though his movements were utterly mechanical. Oh, it turns out Snape was the Half-Blood Prince. It turns out the soul device they got was fake. The real soul device had already been preempted by the Dark Lord. As these secrets were uncovered, Huji felt no emotional fluctuations, still dazed, mechanically flipping the pages. Phoenix Lament. This was the penultimate chapter's title. Harry knew the Phoenix of the Flames had left, never to return to Hogwarts, just like Dumbledore, forever leaving the school, leaving this world, leaving Harry. As for the final chapter, White Tomb, it belonged to no one else. It was Dumbledore's. And at this moment, the Potterhead group was completely erupting. No, not just the Potterhead group. Every reader was erupting at this moment. It should be said, once again, Chapter 1383, 1150. Eon, come out and clear your name. Potterhead group. The sky has fallen. I don't even know what kind of courage I had to finish the last few chapters. I broke down crying from the moment Dumbledore drank the water. Who can stop Voldemort now? Chu Kwang, you old rascal. Give me back Dumbledore. Hogwarts' greatest headmaster died so inexplicably and at the hands of the person he trusted the most. Snape. That traitor. I really thought Snape was a good man. How could this happen? Why, of all people, did it have to be Snape who killed Dumbledore? If it had been Malfoy, I wouldn't have felt this much pain. Malfoy couldn't do it, but Snape could. All the effort was meaningless. The real Horcrux was swapped out. Dumbledore died in vain. None of it had any meaning. The frustration is unbearable. It makes me feel like exploding. Even Hu Ji didn't try to defend Snape anymore, though he was now being hounded by everyone in the group. How could he defend him? The one who killed Dumbledore was Snape. No matter the reasons, it was an undeniable fact. Even though, in the finale, it was revealed that Snape stopped the Death Eaters from killing Harry Potter. His reason was, Harry Potter belonged to Voldemort. This left Hu Ji confused, but still believing in Snape, though doubt lingered. Why did it have to turn out this way? The tribe. Blogs. All major platforms. Chu Kuang, that old rascal, has completely crossed the line this time. I knew it. He stopped being human starting from the 4th book. Cedric was the first cut. Sirius was the second. Dumbledore is the third. I was still fantasizing about Sirius being resurrected, but now Dumbledore's dead too. It's a blood feud between me and this old rascal. I'd rather Dumbledore had the same kind of death as Sirius. At least Sirius's death wasn't painful. And Dumbledore? He drank that green liquid, endured unimaginable pain, barely made it out alive by clinging to Harry, only to be killed by Snape and the Death Eaters. Shown continent. Across all the continents. No wonder this guy is called Chu Kuang, the old rascal. How could he be so heartless? Dumbledore was my favorite character. It keeps getting more heartbreaking as it goes on. Each book is more tragic than the last. Someone important dies in every book. Has it really become a tradition in Harry Potter? Chu Kuang, you executioner. Who do you plan to kill next in the next book? When I saw Phoenix lament, it truly broke my heart into pieces. Didn't Xian Yu say this book was supposed to be safe? Go back and watch that live stream replay. I just went back to watch it. The characters he mentioned as safe indeed didn't die, but he didn't say anything about Dumbledore. I thought he just forgot to mention Dumbledore in the moment. Turns out it was a death flag for Dumbledore. My heart is shattered. Here's a joke. Harry Potter is children's literature. In the industry, the sudden eruption of reader emotions left countless writers stunned speechless. What the hell? This Chu Kuang, the old rascal. He really dares to kill off one major character per book. And each death is even heavier than the last. The media was equally shocked. Online, all platforms were rushing to publish breaking news. The death of Dumbledore, the Phoenix lament. What's next for Hogwarts? Snape turns to the dark side. Chu Kuang completes the deathly thrill-kill trio. A death per book, the Harry Potter series tradition. After Sirius, another beloved character bites the dust. Is he Chu Kuang, or just plain mad? Industry stunned. Why does Chu Kuang keep killing off fan-favorite characters? Never underestimate the fury of readers. Expert analysis. Will sales decline for the next Harry Potter book? There's no doubt. Chu Kuang was under fire yet again. His comment section was full of enraged messages. Old rascal, this time you've really gone too far. Killing one character per book. Do you think this is some kind of badge of honor? You won't stop until you've made us cry our hearts out, will you? Do you think my tears come for free? Pay me compensation for emotional distress. My eyes are swollen. This is the 3rd time this happened while reading the Harry Potter series. If I could choose, I'd wish I had never read this book in the first place. Do you know how much we love Dumbledore? With Dumbledore gone, the sky has completely fallen. This book really was safe, just spiked with a chemical reaction that created a tsunami of devastation. Back home, Lin Yuan read these comments. He thought he should do something. Have Chu Kuang explain? Forget it. Let Ian handle it. The old rascal couldn't be bothered to explain. Himself anyway. As for Ian's pseudonym, its very creation was meant for handling situations like this. People familiar with Ian even had a nickname for him. Chu Kuang's cleanup crusader. In a certain way, that nickname wasn't wrong. Thinking this, Lin Yuan quickly switched to Ian's account. It had been a long time since he logged in, but the moment he did, Lin Yuan felt the spirit of Ian rise within him. Hu Ji, after finishing Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, didn't join the other readers in cursing and ranting. Instead, he scrolled through various online comments. At that moment, his blog suddenly pushed a trending post under his nose. A post from Ian. Being from Chi continent, Hu Ji naturally recognized Ian and clicked on the post at once. More accurately, it was an article. The article's title read, Dumbledore's death was inevitable. Dumbledore. Only fans would call him Old Dumble. Chapter 1384, 1150 Ian. Come out and clear your name _2. The title already makes it clear that Ian is a fan of the Harry Potter series. The main body of the article reads, even in the 6th book, where important characters die and the protagonist faces a critical turning point, Chu Kuang still leisurely describes Quidditch, the festivals still happen, and the classes must still be attended. Because this series isn't just about the story, it's about another kind of life. It's not about how Harry defeated the Dark Lord. It's about how Harry grew over these years. That's right. It's still all about the theme of growth. We saw in the Harry Potter series the most despair-inducing storyline since its debut. The other volumes always left a glimmer of hope, but with Dumbledore's death and Snape's gut-wrenching betrayal, the ending leaves us with an enormous question mark. Voldemort is the wizarding world's most terrifying opponent. How can Harry, still a young boy who hasn't graduated from Hogwarts, confront him without the support of the older generation? This is the most torturous aspect for the readers. Whether you admit it or not, this torment even surpasses the significance of Dumbledore's death itself. Because all along, Dumbledore had been the impassable barrier to Voldemort. Without the fear of Dumbledore, Voldemort becomes unstoppable. Although in the narrative of this growth story, Dumbledore's death was inevitable. Remember this. Dumbledore's image had been built up as omnipotent in the first 5 books. Even in the 5th book and the first half of the 6th, he still held a power far greater than the final villain, Voldemort. For Harry to truly grow, Dumbledore had to die. Only with Dumbledore's death could the authority of magic truly dissolve. Killing Voldemort transformed into the ultimate ritual Harry and his friends had to complete. Once the conclusion is certain and the causes and groundwork are written, the development is inevitable. Everyone feels the pain. We all love Dumbledore. Dumbledore said, people find it easy to forgive others' mistakes, but it's hard to forgive others for being right. We lament. Dumbledore is still so wise, and this is how he describes the truth that Harry Potter speaks of. Yet the world is just like this. This is still a piece of children's literature. I always feel Chu Kuang often addresses death in her books to allow the children reading them, or the so-called adults too, to have a more comprehensive view of the world. The wizarding world and the human world are no different. Nobility and baseness, death and love, and that soul-crushing hatred. Chu Kuang succeeded. When Harry expressed this sentiment, being dragged into the arena to face a life-and-death struggle is different from walking in with your head held high. Some may say there's no difference, but Dumbledore knew. I know, my parents knew. This is the crucial difference in the world. As readers, we should also understand. In the post-Dumbledore era, Harry has truly begun to grow up. He will walk into the arena with his friends, shoulders squared, to face a life-and-death struggle. He will. Because this is the meaning of growth. That's it. Inevitable death. This is Ian's conclusion on Dumbledore's death. Unlike the mainstream criticisms, this is an exceptionally rational voice. Huji saw it. Many people saw it too. Some of them know Ian. Others, like those from Zhong Continent, are unfamiliar with Ian. But this article, or more specifically, this review, ultimately showcased its significance. Some relatively calm readers, or readers who weren't initially calm but began to think after reading the article, couldn't help but give it a like. Well said. Who is this person? I'm a fan now. Big shot, Ian. Let's get acquainted. Turns out it's Ian the GOAT. Haven't seen teacher Ian speak for a long time. These words certainly brought me comfort. Truly the old rascal Chu Kuang's cleaning goblin. This time, she made the old rascal spotless again. Dumbledore was killed by the plot. When Dumbledore was alive, killing Voldemort was the theme of the novel and his mission. But his death turns the act of killing Voldemort into a ritual that has to be completed. This isn't just about Harry nor Dumbledore, but a trial that the entire wizarding world must face. But it's still so painful. Who's going to die in the next book? Dumbledore and Sirius are both dead. Is Hermione or Ron next on the chopping block? With Chu Kuang's tendency, that's very likely. Because you should have noticed that the roles who die are becoming increasingly significant. Please no. But who do you think, other than the main trio, could carry the weight compared to Dumbledore's death? If one of the trio doesn't die, who else's death could be impactful enough to rival Dumbledore's? Ji finished reading and felt emotional. Teacher Ian truly deserves to be Chu Kuang's longtime fan, always able to cut straight to the heart of the matter. Ji even felt Ian might be the reader who understands Chu Kuang the best. Suddenly, Ji couldn't help but type a comment to ask, what does Teacher Ian think about Snape's betrayal? After all, the heartbreak remains unresolved. Snape is still Ji's favorite character. No matter what, he just couldn't bring himself to hate Snape. Ji didn't know whether it was his own worldview that was flawed, which left him confused and eager to find answers. He always felt Snape couldn't possibly be a villain. This sentiment wasn't limited to Ji alone. When browsing various reviews, Ji saw comments expressing similar thoughts. However, Ji didn't expect Ian to reply to him. There were simply too many people commenting on her posts. But then a notification popped up. Ji was stunned and overjoyed to discover that a big shot like Ian had actually noticed his comment and personally replied to him. Ian responded, "Don't forget Dumbledore's words to Snape until the very end." He pleaded with Snape, "Severus, I beg you." But was Dumbledore the type to fear death? Indeed. Why did Dumbledore beg Snape? Plead with Snape not to kill him? In a situation where death was inevitable, what was the point of begging? Or is it, did Dumbledore just not want Snape's hands stained with his blood? Just like he didn't want Malfoy to be the one to kill him? Ian's reply plunged Ji into deep thought, and other netizens also saw Ian's reply. However, unlike Ian's previous compelling analyses, this time, only a minority of readers, like Ji, seriously considered the deeper meaning behind her words. The majority of readers no longer agreed with Ian's interpretation. This Ian, the earlier analyses were spot on, but when it came to Snape, total nonsense. Another Snape fan? No wonder the article didn't mention Snape at all. You're cleaning up for the old rascal, but now you want to clean up Snape too? Immediately, many people replied to Ian expressing their disagreement. The highest-rated reply was filled with indignation. "We agree with everything you said earlier, but we cannot accept any form of whitewashing for Snape." Whitewashing? Lin Yuan, using the Ian account, saw this highly rated comment but didn't reply further. The plot carries more weight than any written words. He was about to write Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. The series was approaching its middle phase, and the grand finale of the Harry Potter series was about to begin. Chapter 1385, 1151. Whose turn is it to get the boxed lunch now? It's different from the previous 6 installments. The final chapter of the Harry Potter series is no longer set within the school. The returning Voldemort has already laid his hands on Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, occupied the Ministry of Magic, and successfully taken control of half the wizarding world. The situation has deteriorated rapidly. Harry, accompanied by Ron and Hermione, is forced to go on the run, hiding in secrecy. In order to fulfill Headmaster Dumbledore's last wishes, Harry, who has been secretly searching for opportunities to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, accidentally learns. If they are able to possess the 3 legendary Deathly Hallows, they might have a chance to defeat Voldemort. At the same time, Voldemort has already begun his quest to find one of the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand. He has sent numerous Death Eaters to set an all-encompassing trap to capture Harry. Clearly, in the post-Dumbledore era, the Deathly Hallows represent Harry's hope of defeating Voldemort. Reflecting on the storyline, typing on the keyboard, the story of the final chapter unfolds quietly in the document. On this, Lin Yuan is confident. Readers will not boycott the Harry Potter series because of Dumbledore's death. Even though some experts analyzed, from Cedric to Sirius to the great Dumbledore, Harry Potter fans, under blow after blow, have grown more and more sensitive. Yet Chu Kuang keeps challenging the bottom line of readers again and again, making the death of an important character a tradition in every book of the Harry Potter series. Perhaps Dumbledore is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. This time the old rascal has completely enraged the readers. What a joke. Harry Potter not selling well. Earth, July 21st, 2007. The release day of the final chapter of the Harry Potter series. The book, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, sold 11 million copies in just one day in the US and UK combined. This figure directly broke the previous record of 9 million copies sold in one day set by Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Harry Potter fans worldwide attended midnight book release parties, with many readers dressing up as their favorite characters, hoping to be part of this historic publishing event. Additionally, publishers spent 10 million British pounds on security measures for the book. The booksellers not only kept the storage locations of the new book strictly confidential, but also hired large numbers of security personnel, used guard dogs, implemented 24/7 surveillance, and required all personnel involved in transporting the new books to wear special blindfolds while working to prevent them from peeking at the book's content. Each truck carrying the new books was equipped with a $2,000 satellite tracking system to ensure the vehicles followed designated routes, and the books on the trucks were stored in sealed containers that would trigger alarms if tampered with. In fact, with each new Harry Potter book release, security measures became increasingly rigorous. In the US, 8.3 million copies were sold in the first 24 hours. This equates to an average of 300,000 copies sold per hour. In England, the first 2 days sales successfully exceeded 3 million copies. In the capital of the Celestial Dynasty, 10,000 copies were sold on the first day, even though they were not yet translated but in their original English version. The later translated editions sold even more within the domestic market. Of course, that was under the premise that the public knew Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows was the series' final book. At this moment on Blue Star, the readers were still unaware that this series was about to conclude with one last volume. And so, Lin Yuan wrote straight into the night. After carefully storing the completed content, Lin Yuan went online to secretly conduct some observation. All right, even though Ian's efforts to whitewash Chu Kuang were fairly successful, not everyone was buying it. The top trending topic on blogs was still #Dumbledore's death hashtag. Many readers were still full of grievances about the plot in this installment. Lin Yuan figured he needed to shift everyone's attention. The method was quite simple. 5 minutes later, Chu Kuang posted an announcement. The 7th book in the Harry Potter series, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, will be released next month. This is the final chapter of the entire novel series, and the story's conclusion will reveal the ultimate fates of all key characters. The final chapter? The last volume? Chu Kuang's single sentence stirred a massive storm on the internet. Just moments ago, Harry Potter fans had been discussing Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince and Dumbledore's death. But now, they couldn't think about anything else. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's attention was completely diverted by this news. The Deathly Hallows? What's that? Voldemort's Horcruxes? So the 7th book is the conclusion? While I'm also eagerly anticipating the finale, now that it's actually coming, why do I suddenly feel reluctant to let go? So this is really the end. I haven't had enough yet. Dumbledore is dead. In the final chapter, Harry will definitely take revenge and kill Voldemort, who caused all this. But honestly, I kind of hope Harry doesn't get his revenge so soon. Yeah, if Voldemort dies, the story doesn't have a reason to continue anymore. After all, the entire 7-book plot revolves around the feud between Harry and Voldemort. But don't rush to say goodbye just yet. Based on the Harry Potter series tradition, who do you think is going to die in the finale? Ron or Hermione? Or will our protagonist Harry go down with Voldemort together? Dude, don't scare me. That's terrifying. I'm not trying to scare you, but think about it. The war between Harry and Voldemort is so brutal. A finale where no one dies would seem odd. But if it's just a side character, it wouldn't carry enough weight compared to Dumbledore's death. Nor would it sufficiently reflect the severity of this war. So it has to be one of the main trio. If someone has to die, let it be Snape. Agreed. Snape must die. Snape definitely will. As cruel as Chu Kuang's stories are, they still follow a principle of justice. There won't be a plot where villains walk away scot-free in the end. Even if Snape was forced by Voldemort to kill Dumbledore, that doesn't mean the main trio will all survive the finale unscathed. It must be said, Chu Kuang's distraction tactic was very effective. The news that the Harry Potter series was about to reach its grand finale instantly excited readers. However, at the same time, people had countless worries about the finale. In every book, someone dies, and each death carries more weight than the last. This has clearly become a glorious tradition of the Harry Potter series. Now Chu Kuang was about to release Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, not only the 7th book of the series, but also its ultimate conclusion. Could the finale possibly not involve deaths? Could the characters killed off lack significance? This anxiety made readers both anticipate next month's final volume and filled them with unease and dread. So who's getting the axe this time? Something about this old rascal gives the feeling he's planning something big. Chapter 1386, 1152. The finale is a feel-good rhythm. Maybe it's because Chu Kuang the old rascal has too much dirt in his history, leading readers to be excessively worried about the grand finale. It's not that they're afraid he won't write it well. They're purely afraid he'll go too hard with the knife. With this fear in mind, countless readers actually banded together the day after the news came out and stormed Silver Blue Book's official account. The finale can't let Chu Kuang the old rascal mess around. You Silver Blue Books need to take responsibility. From Cedric to Sirius and then Dumbledore, this time it's definitely the turn of the three main characters. Silver Blue Books must stop him. If you don't stop the old rascal, we'll boycott your company. Agreed. Can't deal with the old rascal? We can still deal with you guys. Every time the old rascal causes chaos, you do nothing and ignore it. You need to take some responsibility now. We need a firm promise. Not a single one of the main trio can be missing. It's come to this. The readers have completely lost hope in Chu Kuang the old rascal. Even their previous meek pleas couldn't change Dumbledore's death. This proves that the old rascal doesn't listen to opinions at all. Instead, Silver Blue Books has become everyone's breakthrough point. Just like netizens say, if you can't deal with the old rascal, you can still deal with Silver Blue Books. So, the problem was kicked over to Silver Blue Books' side. Soon after, Jean Mu urgently contacted Lin Yuan. Silver Blue Books is being forced by readers to take a stand. You can't mess around in your Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows finale. Lin Yuan, what do you mean by mess around? Jean Mu said seriously, like killing off the main trio, Ron or Hermione, especially Harry. If even one of the three dies, the impact would be far too negative. Not just because Silver Blue Books reached out, pleading with him to hold back the old rascal's pen, but also because Jean Mu doesn't want to see yet another reader riot. He still vividly recalls the chaos caused by Sherlock Holmes' death. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't laughing at the reader's wild imagination. This absolutely isn't some baseless, eccentric speculation. Rowling once admitted in an interview, using emotions as a way to fulfill certain wishes, that was my thought process. In the initial drafts, I considered killing off Ron. Ron. This character was created based on one of Rowling's close childhood friends. Ron's mindset is also deeply rooted in Rowling's own thoughts. Because once upon a time, Rowling thought, let the wildly popular Hermione end up with the protagonist Harry, which would require Ron to sacrifice himself in a certain battle. But evidently, Rowling eventually abandoned this idea. In a certain sense, Ron is the true boy who lived. And unlike Chu Kuang the old rascal, whenever Rowling kills off important characters, she releases an apology to fans. In fact, apologizing for the death of fictional characters has even become a tradition for Rowling. Whenever she writes off a beloved character, Rowling tweets an apology. Evidently, Rowling has mastered this routine. As netizens put it, it's like she's apologizing for the sake of apologizing. Lin Yuan could only reassure Jean Mu. Neither Harry, nor Ron, nor Hermione will die. Jean Mu let out a heavy sigh of relief and followed up with, what about the other characters? Lin Yuan pondered. Other characters. Jean Mu sighed. Forget it, forget it. You've already killed Sirius and Dumbledore. It would look fake if nobody else dies in the grand finale, which depicts the most brutal war. If someone else must die, so be it. Still, I really don't want to interfere with your creative process unless it's absolutely necessary. Lin Yuan remained silent. Knowing the main trio wouldn't die had greatly eased Jean Mu's nerves. He didn't dwell much on Lin Yuan's silence. Jean Mu conveyed the message back to Silver Blue Books. To Jean Mu's surprise, the company still wasn't reassured and suggested this. To avoid negatively impacting finale sales, why don't we invite teacher Chu Kuang for a written interview? In it, Chu Kuang can personally assure readers that neither Hermione, nor Ron, nor Harry will meet any harm. Lin Yuan heard about this and was utterly exasperated. Even Silver Blue Books doesn't trust Chu Kuang now. Does Chu Kuang really seem that unreliable? After some thought, Lin Yuan agreed. A written interview. After all, wouldn't require Chu Kuang to show his face. That afternoon, Silver Blue Book's editor successfully added Chu Kuang as a friend and conducted a friendly written interview. Silver Blue. Hello, Teacher Chu Kuang. I'm the interview editor from Silver Blue Books. Chu Kuang, hello. Silver Blue. The Harry Potter series has 7 volumes in total. Did you decide on this length from the very start? Chu Kuang. Yes. Silver Blue. Everyone says characters dying in every installment of Harry Potter has practically become a tradition. What are your thoughts on this? Chu Kuang. Actually, I don't want any good people to die. Everything is destiny's choice. Silver Blue. The editor reviewing this nearly coughed blood. You don't want any good people to die? Coming from you. This sounds utterly ridiculous. I don't want to wield the knife, says old rascal Chu moment. Silver Blue. Now that readers know the grand finale is coming, they're very concerned whether the main trio will survive. Chu Kuang. They will live and successfully defeat Voldemort. This counts as a spoiler, though not a full one. Voldemort, as the ultimate villain, has to die anyway. Silver Blue. I'm sure readers will be happy to hear this. What about Snape? Chu Kuang. Dead. This spoiler is also partial. Silver Blue Books interview editor continued to ask various questions regarding the Harry Potter series. For instance, they asked whether there would be extensions like post-series bonus material after Harry Potter concludes. Chu Kuang's answer was yes. Another question was about Harry Potter's romantic destiny. Chu Kuang's answer was, there will be. Although brief, his responses were highly cooperative. The editor wasn't surprised. Chu Kuang, the old rascal's aloofness is well known across the world, and getting him to agree to an interview was achievement enough. Finally, Silver Blue Books editor asked, do you have anything to say to readers ahead of the release of the Harry Potter series' final installment? Chu Kuang. I hope everyone enjoys it. Rather than an interview, this felt more like a statement. A message to readers, reassuring them to purchase Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows with peace of mind. And proof showed. Such reassurances were well received by readers, carrying plenty of positive impact. Upon seeing the written interview release, readers even felt a little flattered. I can breathe now. Everyone can relax. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, promised the main trio will survive the finale. Plus, everyone's most hated Voldemort and Snape are confirmed to die. This is a full-on feel-good story. Enjoy it worry-free. I'm already feeling good about this. The old rascal says he doesn't want to kill any good people. Do you believe him, brothers? As long as Voldemort and Snape take their farewell, that's enough for me. A pity Harry and Hermione won't end up together, but as long as they survive, it's already great. Snape and Voldemort shiver under the old rascal's blade. The old rascal finally acted like a decent human. Given Chu Kuang's personality, him offering this preview as a courtesy to readers is rare. I've decided to trust him. You must trust him. I think we shouldn't get overly optimistic. Although the trio won't die, it doesn't mean other good characters won't perish. Yeah, I get it. With the final installment, sacrifices are inevitable. I won't blame the old rascal for that. After all, this is just part of growing up. Even though the old rascal didn't fully spoil the finale, based on the tradition of each volume claiming a death, surely one beloved good character will die. I really can't bear to lose any of them. The old rascal has done his best. We don't need to badger him unnecessarily. Hurry up and release the finale. I'm dying of anticipation. Across Blue Star's continents, countless readers screamed in excitement. Chapter 1387, 1153. Chu Kuang, the old rascal's retribution. It was May. Lin Yuan no longer paid attention to the various discussions and speculations online and planned to finish writing Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows by the end of the month. This was not difficult for him, even though this time, many highly popular characters would meet their deaths one by one under his pen. At home, in his room, amidst the crackling sounds of the keyboard, words rapidly emerged on the document on the screen. This was Chapter 5 of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. In the battle against Voldemort, George of the Weasley twins lost an ear. All right, George smiled and said to his mother, who was in tears, at least now you'll be able to tell us apart, Mom. The Weasley twins were always optimistic and upbeat. Even after losing an ear, George could still muster a smile. joking about how his mother could finally distinguish him from his brother. At this moment, George could never have imagined his brother Fred would die in the final battle. At that time, Voldemort, in an attempt to force the staff and students to surrender Harry, led his full forces to attack Hogwarts. Fred and Percy each defeated a Death Eater and were celebrating triumphantly when Rookwood cast an explosive curse. Fred was killed as a result. The finale for the Weasley twins, one dead and one injured, left countless readers heartbroken. It's worth noting, in previous storylines, their mother often couldn't tell the two brothers apart. Whenever one remembers this detail, it stirs an aching sorrow. In truth, there were many similarly tear-jerking scenes. For instance, during Harry's transfer, the owl Hedwig, who had accompanied Harry Potter for 7 years, died. Hedwig's death symbolized the passing of innocence. Harry was no longer pure. Another example is Mad-Eye Moody. The Order of the Phoenix planned to transfer Harry to Escape Chase, requiring 6 people to impersonate Harry. These 6 individuals, transformed to resemble Harry, scattered with the real Harry to divert Voldemort's attention. Voldemort assumed the real Harry would certainly be accompanied by the best Auror, and the best Auror, in Voldemort's mind, was Mad-Eye Moody. Mundungus Fletcher, who was partnered with Moody, fled out of fear and indirectly caused Moody to be hit by a curse and fall to his death from high altitude. Then there's the house elf Dobby. While Harry, Ron, and Hermione were chasing down soul devices, they accidentally spoke Voldemort's name. The name was taboo, immediately summoning the Death Eaters. The trio were taken to Malfoy Manor, where Hermione was tortured with the Cruciatus Curse while Harry and Ron were imprisoned in the basement. In desperation, Harry pulled out the mirror Sirius had given him long ago to seek help. In the mirror, Harry Potter saw a pair of bright blue eyes. Harry and the others thought this was Dumbledore, but in fact, it was Dumbledore's brother Aberforth, who sent Dobby to help. Soon after, Dobby arrived at their side. The elf's magic differed from that of humans, allowing him to directly apparate them out of Malfoy Manor. However, just as they left in the final second, Bellatrix's knife pierced Dobby's chest. Harry personally dug a grave for him and inscribed a tombstone that moved countless readers to tears. Here lies Dobby, a free house elf. Additionally, Professor Lupin died in the Battle of Hogwarts. Rowling seemed unwilling to leave Tonks, who dearly loved Lupin, separated from him by life and death, so she decided to write her off as well. Poor little Teddy, like Harry, was orphaned at a young age. Reflecting on the deaths of these important characters, Lin Yuan wrote, with inspiration flowing effortlessly, until he reached Snape. His fingers hovered in midair above the keyboard, and a trace of regret flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. It must be admitted, the deaths of the many characters in the Harry Potter series brought immense sorrow and regret to readers. And one of the most unforgettable moments for readers was undoubtedly Snape's death. In the finale, the depiction of Snape was intensely vivid and striking. As a child, Snape was a scrawny boy with a sallow complexion, messy black hair, and ill-fitting clothes. His jeans were always too short, his shirt styles were odd, and his tattered outer coat was clearly meant for an adult. From his appearance alone, he wasn't an appealing child. His personality wasn't appealing either. Timid, cowardly, peculiar. Snape turned out this way largely due to his parents. From a young age, his parents' endless arguments were his nightmares and shadows. Snape's father was a muggle, while his mother was a pure-blood witch. Inside, Snape believed that pure-blood wizardry was distinguished, yet he himself was a mix of muggle and wizard blood, leaving him unable to find his place. Under the extreme burden of inferiority, Snape dubbed himself the Half-Blood Prince. Prideful, yet insecure. As he grew older, Snape fell in love with Lily, Harry Potter's mother. Snape was highly talented in potions and had a strong interest in the dark arts, excelling in both. Voldemort became his idol. Because of Voldemort, Snape and Lily had a falling out. Rowling once joked in an interview, if not for all the twists and turns, Harry Potter's father might have ended up being Snape. Ultimately, Snape's pursuit and ambition in his career drove an irreparable wedge between him and the woman he loved. This is also why Snape despised Harry Potter. He was, after all, the son of his rival. After his rift with Lily, Snape turned his grief into determination, focusing on his career wholeheartedly. He pledged loyalty to Voldemort to achieve his ideals and aspirations. When he heard Professor Trelawney's prophecy about his idol, he immediately informed Voldemort, never expecting this action would lead to the loss of the woman he loved forever. From then on, he bore the shackles of his heart, spending his life in remorse and self-reproach. Chapter 1388, 1153. The Retribution of Chu Kuang the Old Rascal _2. Maybe it's to atone for his sins? Maybe it's for revenge. Severus decided to continue being the villain, serving as the double agent between Dumbledore and Voldemort. To gain Voldemort's trust, Severus was even willing to shoulder everything, killing the great Dumbledore, allowing himself to be misunderstood by everyone. But before seeing the final ending, who would have guessed? This was something Dumbledore had actually asked Severus to do. Before this, they had once had a fierce argument over this decision. I beg you. Dumbledore's final request before his death wasn't begging Severus for mercy. On the contrary, Dumbledore needed Severus to kill him, thereby earning Voldemort's complete trust. Their argument had to come to an end. Of course, Dumbledore had another reason. Malfoy could still be saved. He couldn't let this child's hands be stained with his blood. It was as if Dumbledore had forced Severus to act. It might have been one of the hardest decisions Severus ever made in his life. After all, moments of difficult choices weren't unfamiliar in his life. In his guilt, Severus chose to unconditionally and eternally protect Lily's child. Harry Potter. Lin Yuan wrote these words while reminiscing, when he completed the entirety of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. To be precise, when he typed the words "the end" on the screen, Lin Yuan finally let out a gentle sigh of relief. He turned back to look at the final sentence of the story. 19 years later, Harry's scar had never hurt again. All was well. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. 19 years after the story, the shadow of Voldemort had long since vanished like smoke. Harry and Ginny took their 3 children to Hogwarts. Platform 9 3/4. The Potter family encountered Ron and Hermione, and their 2 children. It's worth mentioning, Harry's kids were named James, Lily, and Albus Severus, respectively. Just like the final sentence of the book said, all was well. Since all was well, it was time to prepare for publication and release. The date was May 30th. The evening, around 7 o'clock, Silver Blue Books received the manuscript for Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Since the novel hadn't officially been published yet, and the Harry Potter series was unprecedentedly popular, the confidentiality level was extremely high. Only senior editors at Silver Blue Books were allowed to read it. The company took this very seriously and immediately organized the senior editors from various departments to read it overnight, sacrificing sleep to ensure there were no issues with the book. Lin Yuan had no idea about this. After finishing the novel, he went straight to bed. Who would have thought? At 3 in the morning, when Lin Yuan woke up to use the bathroom, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening downstairs. He went downstairs to have a look, only to see his sister Lin Xian had returned home. Why so late? It's all because of your good buddy, Chu Kuang. His sister gritted her teeth and said, after Chu Kuang finished the last installment of the Harry Potter series, the company scheduled an overtime reading session. The book was classified under children's literature, so it fell to our fairy tale department to handle, and I just happened to be the head editor of that department. Lin Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected to unwittingly be the reason his sister was working overtime. At this moment, Lin Xian turned on the main light in the living room. Under the sudden brightness of the room, Lin Yuan looked at his sister, and his expression changed dramatically. Lin Xian, who usually carried herself with elegance and radiance, now completely lacked her usual refinement. Her originally beautiful cabin shining eyes were dull and aimless, like someone recovering from a heartbreak, and her swollen eyelids looked noticeably different, as if she'd been crying heavily before coming home. Are you okay? Of course I'm fine, but your good buddy is in trouble. Playing word games with readers. He better not think he'll get away with this unscathed. His sister spat angrily. Lin Yuan shivered inexplicably, then said guiltily, You haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll make you some noodles. How many eggs do you want? 1. Got it. Lin Yuan promptly turned and headed to the kitchen. His sister suddenly looked at his retreating figure suspiciously. I saw your previous live stream. Chu Kuang already told you how the ending goes, didn't he? Lin Yuan coughed and said, "How about I throw in 2 eggs for extra nourishment?" His sister rolled her eyes. No wonder her brother was acting so unusually considerate. She had clearly guessed correctly that he already knew the ending from Chu Kuang in advance. But after all, it was Chu Kuang's work. What relation did it really have to her own little brother? She didn't bother to blame him further and instead said with a hint of exasperation, "Add more greens for me, and eat with me." "Fine, eat it is." With a sense of guilt, Lin Yuan earnestly prepared a bowl of noodles, adding 2 eggs and 2 stalks of greens. 10 minutes later, 2 bowls of noodles were placed on the table. The siblings started slurping and eating. Halfway through the meal, Lin Xian suddenly paused. Lin Yuan curiously looked at her, only to see his sister muttering softly. "Dabi died. Severus died too. Severus turned out to be a good person. We all wronged him. And then there's Professor Lupin, Fred of the Twin Stars, Mad-Eye Moody. He was the best orer. Even Voldemort acknowledged that. I know there have to be sacrifices in war. But why even Hedwig had to die? When the junior editors asked me what I thought of the book, I couldn't give anything away. I could only come home and talk to you about it." As his sister rattled off a string of deaths, tears were practically rolling into her bowl. Lin Yuan panicked instantly and blurted out, "I'll help you beat him up. You said it." His sister glared at Lin Yuan furiously. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. "Helping my sister vent is my duty as a younger brother." His sister said no more, quietly finishing her noodles, while shoving all the greens in her bowl to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan really hadn't expected. After all these years of Chu Kuang living carefree, karma had finally come for him, and apparently that karma meant Lin Yuan eating greens. Meanwhile, as the editors confirmed there were no issues with Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Well, there were issues, but nothing could be done about it. After all, in this world, who could truly call Chu Kuang to account? In any case, Silver Blue Books finally announced, "All is well. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows is now complete. We will arrange for global publication soon. Stay tuned." Online, readers who had been eagerly waiting couldn't contain their excitement. It's here. Oh, I'm so excited I can't sleep. Chu Kuang's speed has never disappointed. Severus, get ready to die. I need Doraemon to whip out a time acceleration device. The ending is going to be insanely satisfying. Haha, everyone seems to trust the old rascal this time. Of course we trust him. The old rascal already said the protagonist will be okay. Voldemort will definitively die, and Severus, the traitor, will get what he deserves. By the way, didn't Ian say Severus is a good person? Ian definitely understands Harry Potter well, but she doesn't understand Severus. If Severus turns out to be a good person, I'll do a handstand in the shower. I'll streak. I'll eat shit. You people are going too far. In it for the free food? No matter who ends up unlucky, someone's taking a hit for sure. It doesn't matter, after Dumbledore. As long as the 3 main protagonists survive, this old rascal can't possibly break my defenses. Silver Blue Book's announcement feels like they're hinting at something. This phrase, "all is well," says it all. It was 3 a.m. Even though it was late night, the night owls were clearly rampant. And because of time zones in certain areas, it was still daytime. The internet exploded with excitement from this news. Chapter 1389, 1154, The Prince's Story. Lin Yuan is one to keep his word. After finishing his noodles and going back upstairs, he pounded his own chest with his fists, successfully completing the beat-up Chu Kuang task assigned by his sister. More motivated than doing system tasks. Nearby, Antarctica looked utterly baffled and quietly distanced himself from Lin Yuan. The next day, after a good night's sleep, the sister had mostly regained her energy and even had the mood to recommend something to Big Yao Yao over breakfast. You've seen the Harry Potter series, right? Seen the earlier ones. The finale is about to be released. I'll grab a copy for you when it's out. Is it any good? The most exciting one in the whole series. Okay. Big Yao Yao was pretty happy. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, felt a bout of toothache and couldn't help but say to his little sister, "I'll make you some noodles tonight. I'll eat the greens, you eat the egg yolk." Big Yao Yao gave him a suspicious look. Since when did her brother become so nice? Same went for the sister. She hadn't brought her any of the earlier Harry Potter books, but now suddenly she's being considerate? Acting overly nice without cause can only mean ulterior motives. Breakfast was nearly finished. The sister cleaned her plate and patted Big Yao Yao on the shoulder with an enigmatic expression. Meanwhile, their mother, sitting on the sofa and watching TV, curiously asked, "Is that Harry Potter series any good?" Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, "Not good at all." Perhaps the unexpected answer piqued her curiosity even more, as Mom started looking intrigued. At that moment, the TV abruptly broadcast a news report. Chu Kuang's Harry Potter series is about to reach its final chapter. Countless readers, upon hearing this, are struggling to sleep and are gathered discussing their excitement for Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. It even made the news. Mom seemed even more interested now, and the news wasn't wrong at all. The readers' anticipation for the finale was at its peak, especially since the protagonist trio seemed to have snagged immunity from death. Chu Kuang had never revealed such details in advance before. As readers put it, only this time, we can fully trust Chu Kuang. Meanwhile, as other readers eagerly awaited the novel's conclusion, one reader, named Hu Ji, found himself in a bit of personal turmoil. Snape is going to die? Chu Kuang had confirmed it himself during an interview. Most readers were overjoyed at this revelation. However, as a fan of Snape, Hu Ji couldn't bring himself to be happy about it. His favorite character had essentially been officially scheduled for being written out. How could Hu Ji possibly feel cheerful? Even though Snape's killing of Dumbledore at the end of Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince had left Hu Ji thoroughly confused. But didn't Teacher Ian hint that Snape isn't actually a villain? If he's not a villain, why must he die? Or perhaps the Teacher Ian, who Hu Ji considered the expert on interpreting Chu Kuang's machinations, got it wrong this time? Waiting for the finale, Hu Ji felt somewhat tortured. In reality, waiting can be a bit agonizing for most people. Thankfully, Silver Blue Books moved with decent speed. A few days later, on May 7th, the highly anticipated Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows was officially released. That morning, swarms of readers flooded the bookstores. Hu Ji joined the massive crowd, queued for an hour straight, and successfully bought Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Back home, Hu Ji immediately started reading. At the same time, readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong continent, as well as all over Blue Star, opened the book as soon as they got their copy. The intensity of anticipation was stronger than ever before. The Harry Potter series finale spans over 500,000 characters. How long does it take to read 500,000 words? The answer varies depending on the person. Hu Ji belongs to the fast-reading type, and since he was desperate to uncover Snape's fate in the finale, he really wanted to skim through the pages quickly. However, Hu Ji didn't get far before hitting a brutally shocking scene. Charity Burbage was dead. She was a newly hired professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, responsible for teaching kids magic and sorcery courses. She was killed in front of the Death Eaters as a public spectacle. Though Hu Ji found it cruel, he wasn't terribly sad. She wasn't exactly a familiar character for everyone. What truly upset him was the next piece of news. Hedwig was dead. The owl that had been with Harry Potter for years was struck down by a killing curse while fleeing from the Death Eaters. At that moment, Hu Ji was utterly floored. He even forgot about pursuing Snape's storyline, completely swept up in the emotional blow of Hedwig's death. And in the Potterhead group that Hu Ji was part of, when members reached this part, the chat exploded. Oh crap, Hedwig died. That old rascal really kills off one per book, and this time he's targeted Hedwig. It's all Snape's fault for leaking the location of Harry right at the start, not even sparing an owl. Devastating. I thought this book's victim might be Lupin or some other elder mentor from the Order of the Phoenix. Never imagined the knife would strike Hedwig instead. So heartbreaking. I really liked Hedwig. Loving animals is just human nature, let alone the protagonist's animal companion. Hedwig's presence often eclipsed some major supporting characters. Forget it, just endure it. Every book with a death, it's already tradition for the Harry Potter series. Watching the group chat. Chapter 1390, 1154, The Story of the Prince_2. Hu Ji didn't speak. He kept reading, and reading. Suddenly, Hu Ji's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out instinctively. How is that possible? Moody is dead. Mad-Eye Moody, Dumbledore's friend. That righteous and reliable aura. The group chat hanging there exploded once again as expected. No way. Moody is dead. Voldemort did it himself. Damn, wasn't it supposed to be one death per book? Sacrificing Hedwig wasn't enough. Now they have to add Moody's death? No. The tradition of Harry Potter is one death per book. Hedwig is just an owl, so it doesn't count under that rule. Bullshit. Hedwig may be an owl, but to me, she's as important as any other character. Accept it, this is the old rascal. This is the cost of not killing off the three main characters. While it's an uncomfortable thing to say, if someone had to die, Moody's death is arguably better than the three main characters dying. Things will get better from here. Voldemort will die, Snape must die too. Amid depression, the readers were overwhelmed with rage. Huji saw the group chat and sighed powerlessly. Indeed, Snape revealed the Order of the Phoenix's plan from the start, letting Voldemort know they intended to move Harry. It was Snape who indirectly caused the deaths of Hedwig and Moody. But as the group members said, Hedwig is dead. Moody is dead. What comes next will certainly go smoother. Sure enough, the journey grew much smoother after this. The good side stopped losing people. The villain Peter Pettigrew was killed by Voldemort. Though before he died, Pettigrew seemed to feel regret and guilt for betraying Harry Potter's father. But this couldn't cover up the fact that he was one of the culprits behind Harry Potter's parents' deaths. Good riddance. I hate when villains have a moment of repentance and are then forgiven. Pettigrew deserved to die. He didn't just ruin the lives of Harry Potter's family. He also killed Cedric. Evil begets evil. Anyone who works for Voldemort should expect this fate. Is Snape dead yet? I'm just waiting for Snape to punch the clock now. Even if Snape feels remorse like Peter Pettigrew, he still must die. I can never forgive him. If he feels regret, that makes his death even sweeter to me. Let him die in regret, just like Pettigrew. Everyone released some pent-up emotions through Pettigrew's death. But clearly, the real source of their anger hadn't been dealt with yet. In terms of hatred levels, Snape ranks almost alongside the utterly despicable Voldemort. At this, Huji sighed again. The reading continued. Every time an important plot twist occurred, it stirred up strong emotional waves. For instance, when Snape became the headmaster of Hogwarts, the youngest headmaster in history, but the readers were unimpressed. This is the reward for killing Dumbledore? Haha. The headmaster of Hogwarts can only be Dumbledore. I refuse to accept anyone else. When will this guy just die? Huh. Oh crap. Damn you, Chu Kwong. Another one is dead. Amid countless readers' despairing screams, the house elf Dobby sacrificed himself heroically for Harry Potter during a battle, his chest pierced by Bellatrix. Dobby, the house elf who, from his very first appearance, always wanted to protect Harry Potter, had died just like that. The house elf Harry Potter had helped to achieve freedom. In his final moments, Dobby's last words were, Harry Potter. At that moment of their first meeting, Dobby's first words were also, Harry Potter. It felt like going back to the day they first met. Harry personally dug the earth to bury Dobby near the Shell Cottage and erected a headstone inscribed with, Here lies Dobby, a free elf. At that moment, the readers were completely shattered. Old rascal. What does he even want? Hedwig is dead, Moody is dead, and now Dobby has to die too. Wasn't it supposed to be one death per book? For gods sake, stick to your tradition and keep it to one death per book. That's 3 now, already 3. In the old rascal's mind, is Dobby not considered a person because he's an elf, and Hedwig not counted because she's an owl? I'm losing it. I'm afraid to keep reading. But I must read. I have to keep going. The dawn is near. What dawn is left? Snape. Snape is the one who dies next. It turns out some readers who read faster had already reached Snape's death chapter. At that moment, the gloom was instantly dissipated halfway, and some readers even cheered aloud. Finally feeling better. The old rascal finally did something right. My eyes are already numb from crying, just waiting for Snape to punch the clock. He's already dead? I haven't gotten to it yet. What chapter? Speeding up now. Chapter 32. Dead by 32. Great news indeed. Calling it great news? Are you serious? I'm going to read that chapter twice for sure. Almost couldn't keep going earlier, but now I'm motivated again. Snape's finally dead. Revenge achieved, revenge achieved. Meanwhile, Ji also reached Snape's death. Unlike other readers, who were excited and jubilant, for some reason, his heart clenched painfully. Snape was killed by Voldemort. It felt like fate. Previously, Peter Pettigrew had also died at Voldemort's hands. More precisely, Voldemort's snake had killed him. But the reason Voldemort killed Snape was utterly ridiculous. Simply because Voldemort believed that since Snape killed Dumbledore, he had become the master of the Elder Wand. By the rules, killing Snape would make him the new master of the Elder Wand, even though Snape pledges loyalty to him and personally killed Dumbledore. Harry, wearing the invisibility cloak, witnessed Snape's death in secret. After Voldemort left, Harry approached Snape. He didn't understand why he was doing it, why he approached this dying man. He couldn't explain the feeling in his heart as he saw Snape's pale face and his fingers trying to stop the blood flowing from his neck. Taking off the invisibility cloak, Harry looked down at the man he despised. Snape's wide, black eyes caught sight of Harry. He tried to speak. Harry leaned closer, and Snape suddenly grasped the front of Harry's robe, pulling him toward himself. Take them, take them. Alongside blood, something else was leaking out of Snape. Silver blue, not gas or liquid, flowed out of his mouth, ears, and eyes. Harry knew what it was. They were memories. Snape's memories. Yet he didn't know what to do. Then, a conjured long-necked bottle was pressed into his shaking hands by Hermione. Harry used his wand to collect the silver substance inside. When the bottle was filled, Snape looked as if he'd lost all his blood, the hand gripping Harry's robe loosening. "Look at me," Snape murmured softly, making one final request. Green eyes met black ones. A second later, something deep within those dim black eyes seemed to disappear, leaving behind emptiness, blankness, and hollowness. The hand clutching Harry fell to the floor with a thud. Snape never moved again. Ji's heart felt as if a piece had been carved out, and despite everything, he realized he truly couldn't hate Snape. Sigh. Ji sighed for the third time and absent-mindedly turned to the next chapter. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his trembling hand froze mid-turn as his entire body shot to his feet, as if his worldview had completely imploded. It was Chapter 33 of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. The chapter's title was The Prince's Tale. Chapter 1391, 1155. You have a pair of eyes just like your mother's. Just read Chapter 32, witnessing Snape brutally killed by Voldemort. The vast majority of readers were undoubtedly thrilled. Deserved it. The only regret is that it wasn't Harry Potter who killed Snape. Yeah, to die just like that. Thinking about it, it was too easy for him. When I think of Dumbledore, I wished Snape died even more miserably, though I suppose his manner of death was suffocating. Voldemort killed him over a misunderstanding without even blinking. Similar to Wormtail's death, Chu Kuang wanted to express the idea that evil breeds evil. In the end, he even gave a memory to Harry. This guy probably felt remorse before dying, or maybe he hated Voldemort, so he wanted to help. Harry. Humph. Even if he helped Harry, I won't change my opinion of him. Let's see what's in the memory. The plot didn't keep readers waiting long. In Chapter 33, The Prince's Tale unfolds, and Harry enters Snape's memory. What all readers didn't expect was, the first person to appear in Snape's memory was Harry Potter's mother, Lily. Snape actually liked Harry's mother, Lily. Is this why Snape hated Harry Potter? Did love turn into hate because he didn't get Lily? Not only that, this memory also reveals Snape's family. Snape was born into an unhappy family, where his parents' constant fights cast a huge shadow over him. And Snape's grudge with Harry Potter's father, James, also appeared in the fragments of memories. It turns out, Lily choosing James was related to Snape's choice to follow Voldemort. Because Snape followed Voldemort, they transitioned from childhood sweethearts to going separate ways. What Snape didn't expect was, because he revealed the prophecy about Harry Potter to Voldemort, Voldemort wanted to kill Lily. In regret and self-blame, Snape sought out Dumbledore, hoarsely saying, "Ensure her. Their safety, please." Is this the origin of the double agent? Snape chose to follow because he supported Voldemort's ideals. At this moment, because of Lily, Snape chose to betray Voldemort and sought Dumbledore's help. Dumbledore looked at the man pleading before him. So, as a return, what can you do for me, Severus? Return. Snape looked at Dumbledore, tongue-tied. Harry thought he would protest. Everyone thought Snape would protest. However, after a very long time, Snape said, anything. Unfortunately, even so, Snape still couldn't successfully stop all this. Originally, Dumbledore could have succeeded, but Harry's parents trusted the wrong person and were betrayed by James's friend, Wormtail. Lily still died. Through Harry's perspective, the memory scene returned to Dumbledore's office. Harry heard a horrible sound, like a wounded beast lamenting. Snape was sunk in the chair. Dumbledore stood beside him, looking down coldly. After a while, Snape lifted his head. He looked as if he'd been in pain for over 100 years. I thought you could protect her. They trusted the wrong person, but their son survived. It's over. She's dead. Do you regret it, Severus? I would rather it was me who died. But now like this, what's the use? If you love Lily, if you truly love her, then you know the path you should walk. Snape was immersed in the dark haze of pain. Dumbledore's words seemed to take a long time to reach his ears. Snape agreed to always protect Harry's son, but also made his own demand. Okay, but never tell anyone, Dumbledore. It's a secret between us two. You want me to swear to never reveal your true self to him? Dumbledore sighed, looked at Snape's agitated and pained face. If you insist. The memory conceals the past. When those past events were fully revealed, holding Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Huji's eyes seemed about to ignite, seeming to burn the pages with every word they contained. At the same time, countless readers were also completely stunned. The rage that had been just vented due to Snape's death was now overshadowed by a heavier emotion brewing. In front of the book, countless faces that were recently either angry or pleased began to become confused, as things they had firmly believed in began to falter. Snape, was he a good person? Did we misunderstand him? He betrayed Voldemort for Lily. He promised Dumbledore to always protect Harry Potter, yet didn't allow Dumbledore to tell anyone about it. The air became silent. The many readers who had been fiercely discussing the plot seemed now to have their throats seized. Their hands typing were clamped, leaving only the gradually rapid breathing. Finally, the Potterhead group, where Huji was, a member uncertainly opened up. Though Snape promised the headmaster to protect Harry, why did he kill Dumbledore? Swoosh. No need for more words. The answer to this question was soon revealed in the following memories. Chapter 1392, 1155. You have a pair of eyes just like your mother S_2. Because he had made certain mistakes, Dumbledore knew that his remaining time was limited. At the same time, he knew Malfoy had joined the Death Eaters and received a mission from Voldemort to kill him. And yet, both Dumbledore and Voldemort knew perfectly well Malfoy could not succeed. Voldemort simply intended to use Malfoy's failure to punish his parents, who had failed in their own missions. That's right. Dumbledore had seen through everything. When Malfoy fails, the one to carry out the mission in his stead will be you, Snape. Snape remained silent. Dumbledore had foreseen Voldemort's eventual capture of the school. Snape, do you remember your oath to me, that you would do everything in your power to protect the students of Hogwarts? Snape nodded with difficulty. Dumbledore proposed his plan. Malfoy's scheme might hurt innocent people, which is far more important than my own life. However, there's only one way to save him from Voldemort's wrath ultimately. Snape raised an eyebrow and asked sarcastically, You want Malfoy to kill you? Dumbledore replied, Of course not. I want you to kill me. If you're not afraid of death. Snape said harshly, Then why not let Draco do it? Dumbledore's answer was, That child's soul hasn't fallen to that extent yet. I won't let his soul be destroyed because of me. Snape shouted, So my soul has fallen to that extent, right, Dumbledore? What about my soul? Dumbledore's reasoning was, Snape would only be helping an old man relieve his pain and humiliation. The plan. All of this was Headmaster Dumbledore's plan, including his own death. At Snape's hands, the truth was laid bare. This was the tragedy of a spy. Snape bore everything, endured all the curses of the world, and yet until his dying breath, he never defended himself. Even though, becoming this executioner, killing the one person who knew the truth, Dumbledore, condemned him to eternal damnation. Was it for Lily? Or for redemption? In the memory, when Snape screamed at Dumbledore, So my soul has fallen to that extent, right, Dumbledore? What about my soul? Countless people broke down in tears in an instant. How many misunderstood Snape? Not just those inside the book, but those outside it as well. How many readers misjudged Snape? The betrayal aimed at Snape, the heartfelt loathing, the insults and curses, all still vivid in memory. Yet here and now, shock, regret, pain, despair. It feels as though all the negative emotions are rushing to the heart at once. The joy brought about by Snape's death has long since dissipated into nothing. Only with a sudden realization do readers truly understand how much pain and helplessness Snape endured. Why is it like this? Why was the memory shared only after his death? In this plan, Snape replaced Malfoy as the pathetic sacrificial pawn. His sacrifice was no less than Dumbledore's. Professor Snape, I'm sorry. I'm breaking down. We all misunderstood him. Don't die. Your death is meaningless. You were supposed to be the hero. I can't handle this. Why? Does it have to be this cruel? I can't stop crying. The more readers hated Snape before, the more excited they felt when Voldemort killed him. And now, the more thoroughly they ache for him. It's like being cut into pieces with a dull knife. The pain is convulsive, cramping. Every word of the memory cuts deep into the heart. However, the memory isn't over yet. Another scene unfolds. Dumbledore reveals an astonishing secret. The reason Harry Potter managed to survive was because he had accidentally become one of Voldemort's soul devices. In other words, if Harry Potter doesn't die, Voldemort will never be destroyed. This was the moment that truly made Snape collapse. I spied for you, lied for you, risked everything for you. Everything I did was to protect Lily and her son. And now you're telling me that raising him was merely to slaughter him like a pig. This was the collapse of his faith. Everything Snape had dedicated himself to now seemed like a mockery in the face of this truth. Dumbledore had used him. You've already decided to protect that child, haven't you? It wasn't just because of Lily. Snape didn't answer. He summoned his guardian god. Snape's guardian god was identical to Lily's guardian god. A doe. After all this time, still the same? Always. A guardian god is often connected to the essence of a person. It may also be influenced by someone. Snape's guardian god was a doe because he loved Lily deeply, representing the goodness of the doe. It was Snape's guardian god that led Harry. Dumbledore watched as Snape's eyes, at some unknown point, filled with tears. And now, the memory was approaching its end. Only broken fragments remained, continuously striking the reader's hearts. You must tell Voldemort the correct date when Harry departs from his aunt's house. Voldemort knows you hold a lot of information. Failing to do so would raise suspicion. But you must deceive him. I think that way Harry can remain safe. Try going to Mundungus Fletcher for help. Also, Severus, if you have to take part in the tracking, make sure not to give yourself away. Act convincingly. After my death, it will all depend on you to deceive Voldemort for as long as possible. Otherwise, Hogwarts will fall into darkness. Chapter 1393, 1155. You have a pair of eyes just like your mother S_3. You must remind the Order of the Phoenix to disguise themselves as much as possible. Use Polyjuice Potion. Create several identical Potters. That's the only way it will work. You must forget that I told you this and act like the idea is entirely yours, understand? Headmaster, they've set up camp in the forest, and that mudblood. Don't use that word. As the memories rewind, the truth is completely revealed. Why Snape killed Dumbledore. Why Snape reported Harry's whereabouts. Why Snape became the headmaster of Hogwarts. Why? He had made a promise to Dumbledore. He wanted to protect these students. He truly did, exhausting everything he had, to the point where even death seemed meaningless. Not because he was exposed, simply because he was misunderstood by Voldemort, who believed that only by killing him could the Elder Wand truly be used. At this moment, even if one's heart had turned to stone, even if there had been boundless hatred once, people could no longer muster even the slightest ill will towards Snape. On the contrary, a profound sense of awe, a soul-stirring tremor. The emotions brought by the revelations exploded in everyone's hearts. No reader across any continent could remain indifferent after reading this chapter, whether from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, or Zhong continent. Tears had unknowingly started to flow like rivers. Yes, regardless of what had happened before. Accompanied by earth-shattering twists, Snape at this moment reached an unprecedented peak in popularity. But Snape was already dead. Even when he died, the truth was not yet understood by everyone, and they could only vent their endless hatred, determined to push him into the depths of the abyss. Professor Huji's eyes were completely blurred. In his haze, Huji seemed to see once again that perpetually solemn man, and the woman for whom he had given his entire life. It was he who first told her the story of that magical world, he who taught her the simplest spells, he who described to her what a different life could be. They should have been together, but the power of magic drove them so far apart. They were sorted into entirely opposing houses, Slytherin and Gryffindor. He didn't hear her quiet sigh when she learned of the Sorting Hat's decision, just like she didn't notice his gaze that always followed her, yet remained shyly evasive. Later, James Potter appeared. He only wanted to hear her confess that she didn't truly love that guy. So when she said, "Potter's an arrogant jerk," he was reinvigorated with hope. Later, because of one angry, shame-fueled outburst, Mudblood, they grew further and further apart. He fell in with other supporters of the Dark Lord. Because of his ideals, because of the insurmountable chasm between them, though he almost begged her, "We can still be friends." She turned and walked away, alongside the man she once called arrogant. Later she died, with that man, leaving only a pitiful child behind. For the sake of that woman, he became one of the darkest kinds of people in the world, doing the most dangerous yet undoubtedly bravest work a wizard could. He became a true double agent. He deceived the greatest Legilimens master in the world. He became the most distrusted man at the school. He killed the most revered headmaster. Yet, countless times, he still protected that boy, defended Hogwarts. Bearing the name of Death Eater, he went to Sirius's house, the former headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. In Sirius's bedroom, he found a letter with the signature, "With love, Lily." Even after more than a decade, such a scrap of paper still made tears stream down his face. He became headmaster, sitting in his office, angrily forbidding Phineas Nigellus from using the term Mudblood. He summoned his Patronus to guide the boy named Potter to complete his mission and find the sword. And his Patronus was like hers. A doe. It had always been so. Always. Forever. And when this man fell at last, even as he lay before Voldemort, he desperately tried not to let the blue bottle of memories he always carried spill. Huji could not imagine what Harry felt at that moment. Chu Kuang wisely avoided delving into the protagonist's inner thoughts. As a reader, Huji could never know whether Snape had ever thought of giving up on this love that was no longer reciprocated. But Huji understood. Perhaps Snape's love didn't require any response from anyone other than Lily. And even after that response disappeared, this man still continued so resolutely. Despite being a clever person, he filled his textbook with beautiful writing, scribbling spells and tricks of his own invention, creating magic that would circulate through the ages. No, he wasn't truly clever. He was just a clever fool. Perhaps the next time Harry Potter used Sectum Sempra, he would feel something different. The tragic half-blood prince. The pitiable half-blood prince. The youngest headmaster in Hogwarts history. After Dumbledore, the greatest headmaster Hogwarts had ever seen. Wiping away his tears. In another dazed moment, Huji finally understood the weight of Snape's final words, accompanied by the tears that streaked down his cheek. "Look at me." This was Snape's last request in life, his first request ever made to Harry. The green and black gazes intertwined, and that brief description, previously unnoticed by many, now became increasingly clear. In the memories, Dumbledore had once said, "He has her eyes, identical to hers." You still remember Lily's eyes, don't you? Many people had said it. Harry had his mother's eyes. Chapter 1394, 1156, finally believed once, but lost so thoroughly. We can't hold back anymore. None of us can hold back. The reversal in memories and the brutal truth has left readers feeling deeply remorseful from the bottom of their hearts. Misunderstanding, insults, curses, hatred. For Lily, Snape betrayed his career and beliefs, bore unbearable humiliation, and willingly took a lifetime's worth of infamy. And yet, even Harry, whom he was protecting, was filled with loathing toward him. Snape endured misunderstanding both inside and outside the book. Such a revelation of truth, even many readers couldn't handle it initially. Humans are simply like that. When a character dies full of misjudgment and grievances, people feel indignant. And now, when the grievances of this character's death also implicate their own misjudgments, the feeling is indescribable. Shut down. The professor is too great. I love him so much now. I regret my original thoughts. At first, it was for love. But by the end, it was no longer just love. Well done, Professor. What he protected was far more than just Harry. I actually think Snape's true greatness lies in him despising Harry's father, yet still persevering and sacrificing for Harry, who is so much like his father, until the very last moment. It's the first time I've felt this apologetic toward a character. Even though he's a fictional character who died at Voldemort's hands, he feels so alive in my heart. Heartache for the professor, just heartache. Snape folded the page with Lily's signature into his robe, tore the photo in his hand into two halves, kept the half with Lily's smile, and threw the half with James and Harry back into the bottom of the cabinet. I cried and laughed at the same time as I read that, digging for sweetness within shards of glass. Looking into Harry's eyes in the end, it was because, before dying, he wanted to see Lily's eyes one last time. The whole sequence is just shards of glass. This old rascal is inhuman. I was so thrilled when the old rascal said Snape would die. This old rascal is utterly despicable. When we talk about Snape, he'll smugly respond that we asked him to write Snape's death. The old rascal deliberately led us to misunderstand Snape and then dropped an earth-shattering reversal. How many chapters are left? I swear, I don't dare read anymore. This finale, without a healthy heart, you definitely can't take it. No matter how shocking, heartbreaking, furious, regretful, helpless, self-reproachful, or guilty readers felt, no matter how emotions surged one after another, they still had to finish the novel. After all, there were only a few chapters remaining. However, when readers finished the final battle, their hearts were mercilessly slashed once again, shattering completely. Chu Kuang drew his blade again. Strike after strike, one after another. You could say it was one turned to two, two turned to three, three turned to infinite slashes. One of the twin stars, Fred Weasley, was blown apart in the chaos of battle with the Death Eaters. This character, who had brought so much joy to the world of Harry Potter, left forever, and the twin stars ceased to exist. All that remained was his brother, who had lost an ear, forced to face a lonely future. And then, Colin, Tonks, Professor Lupin. One by one, these characters died in the battle against the Death Eaters. Harry Potter himself even died once, only to be revived for certain reasons, ultimately defeating Voldemort. But Voldemort's death brought no comfort to the readers, not even the slightest sense of solace. Instead, the pain inflicted by this ending far outweighed any exhilaration brought by Voldemort's demise. A quick tally. The owl Hedwig is dead. Mad-Eye Moody is dead. Dobby the house elf is dead. Snape is dead. One of the Weasley twins, Fred, is dead. Tonks is dead. Lupin is dead. Colin is dead. Before this, Dumbledore died. Sirius Black died. Cedric, the model student, died. Including Snape in this list, all these characters beloved by readers were systematically sentenced to death by the old rascal. Double kill? Triple kill? What nonsense is that? You can't even tally the major deaths and wounds in the Harry Potter series using both hands anymore. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, went berserk with his killing spree. Who can handle this? Who can rise above the devastation in such circumstances? Sure, people have read novels where characters die. That's normal. Many novels hit hard emotionally. But a novel where so many people die, and all of them are major, vital characters. How often do people come across such a thing? Let alone, in the final battle, so many characters were brushed aside, acknowledged briefly as casualties against the Death Eaters, only to have their deaths confirmed. Facing this novel, facing this so-called children's literature, those novels previously thought of as heart-wrenching pale in comparison. Confronting such an ending, confronting such a final piece. Every reader across all continents felt an uncontrollable surge of emotions explode violently. Joan continent. Thinking back, A tradition of one person dying in each Harry Potter book? Huh? Really wholesome. If only that were true. How could he? How dare he destroy that tradition? Qing Continent. Every time I think I'll never be shattered by the old rascal's books again, he immediately shreds me on a whole new level. You think max defense stats make you invulnerable? The old rascal doesn't use blades or bullets anymore. He's bombing you outright. Qi Continent. I cried myself to death. I feel like all the tears of my lifetime will dry up in the Harry Potter series. They're endless, as long as you keep reading the old rascal's books. Chu Continent. Never reading the old rascal's books again, I swear. Didn't I say that last time too? Didn't I say that last time too? And guess what happened? Yin Continent. Howl. Whoa. Cry, all of you just cry. Han Continent. Remember when the old rascal mentioned in an interview that 3 main characters would survive? Damn, that was clearly a survivor's list. Zhao Continent. Let me tell a joke. Are you going to say Harry Potter is children's literature? Screw you. I can't even look at the words children's literature properly anymore. Wei Continent. Sharing a cold fact here. If you string all 7 Harry Potter books together, it reads, ha. I don't get it, but I'm thoroughly insulted. Some people cried. Some people raged. Some people sighed. Some people cursed, thinking of all the blades encountered throughout the Harry Potter series. Old grudges and new grievances surged forth, and Chu Kuang was immediately besieged by furious readers. The media exploded. Journalists erupted. News stories across continents were left jaw-dropped. The Harry Potter series finale. Chu Kuang went berserk. Double kill? Triple kill? Chu Kuang achieved God-tier domination. A force more terrifying than Voldemort. Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Voldemort defeated, countless lives lost in Harry Potter's world. Chu Kuang shattered tradition, sending characters to the grave with reckless abandon in the finale. Snape's reputation reversed. Now fans adore him. The most devastating ending in history. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, redefined children's literature. Blogs. Chu Kuang's comment section. Completely overrun. A torrent of criticism. Readers across continents stood unusually united. They snapped. Everyone snapped. The entire Blue Star planet snapped at Chu Kuang. For the first time since Blue Star's global continental merger, readers from every continent unified their front lines. Perfect synchronization. No one stood up to defend Chu Kuang. The magnitude of the scene was stunning. Opening any forum, website, thread, or private social circle across continents, almost everyone was spewing vitriol. And below his blog's comment section, the top-liked comment boldly proclaimed, Chu Kuang, you old rascal. I trusted you for once, and yet you